After 3 years of grueling training on the mountain and inheriting the ultimate techniques from his late master, known as the Weakling, Yunfei descended with a very grand dream: to find a chill, steady job with a regular paycheck to take care of his old mother. No sooner said than done. He applied for a gatekeeper position at the Sichuan branch of the Martial Arts Alliance. He thought a security job meant just sitting around, sipping tea, clocking in the morning, and leaving on time. But reality hit Yunfei hard. Chaos in the pugilistic world kept coming, and the higher he climbed, the more life or death his missions became, with danger lurking at every turn. But the highlight? To survive in this brutal world, Yunfei used his live at all costs philosophy to corrupt all his colleagues. From a group of righteous warriors who constantly lectured about honor, integrity, and martial virtue, he trained them into pragmatic gods of war, ready to use every dirty trick, act cowardly, and launch sneak attacks just to survive and make it home. What will his journey look like? Join us to find out. The story opens with Yunfei standing on the mountain peak. Looking down at the winding blue river below, he irritably curses, "Damn it! What kind of martial art is this?" Then, gathering all his courage to test himself, Yunfei bets his life on a crazy hypothesis. Could it be that his current free-fall speed is as fast as a raging wind? Yunfei tries to calm down to keep his focus, ignoring the wind whistling painfully against his face. Yunfei is now plummeting toward the foot of the mountain at a terrifying speed. He relaxes his entire body to minimize air resistance. Right below is a vast, expansive river, the water cool and clear, but from high up, it looks as hard as concrete. Realizing the moment of impact is near, Yunfei squeezes his eyes shut, preparing for the worst. He plunges into the river, creating a massive splash that sends water flying everywhere. Yunfei holds his breath as his body sinks into the depths. Upon hitting the water at such high velocity, he feels a bone-shattering pain coursing through every cell, as if his body were being torn to pieces by the collision. Even now, Yunfei can't fathom the reason for this series of actions. Why on earth does he have to go through this? Finishing his underwater training, Yunfei climbs back onto the bank. He frowns at the spot for his next training session, feeling completely fed up. As the light reaches him, he decides to shake off the fatigue and dive into the challenge. He starts picking up speed. Yunfei heads straight for a tree trunk ahead, moving faster and faster. Looking at the solid obstacle, he shuts his eyes tight, accepting his fate as the distance to the trunk closes in. Yunfei knows this is the time to break through, pushing himself even harder to pour all his force into this impact. A moment later, a dry thud echoes as his hardened skin hits the tree head-on, but the result is incredibly disappointing. The trunk only trembles, and leaves flutter to the ground. The tree is fine. It was just a minor bump for its tough bark, while he feels like he's shattering every bone in his body. Yunfei grits his teeth, enduring the pain racking his frame, his body collapsing backward from complete exhaustion. Yunfei still doesn't get it. Really? What is the point of this? Unable to hold his balance any longer, his body crashes onto the sand. From above, the sun shines through the canopy, illuminating the exhausted teen's face. Lying motionless on the ground, Yunfei feels disappointed looking back at the past 3 years. He's been doing this for 3 whole years. As he drifts off, someone approaches, their shadow covering half his face. Tui Diep stands there, his back to the sun. Tui Diep reminds him, "You need to hit harder, hard enough to make the leaves fall from the tree." Yunfei stands up, somewhat annoyed, and asks, "Is this how a truly great master learns martial arts?" Tui Diep looks helpless, his tone growing sharper. "How many times must I repeat myself for you to understand? Our school's internal energy method, the Heavenly Cloud Arts, does not store energy in the dantian during training. Instead, it flows straight into the blood vessels. To transfer hidden energy from the vessels into the dantian, the body needs to be stimulated. That is how the dantian begins to accumulate martial power. Correct?" Yunfei admits this. "Yes, that's right. But after 3 years of grueling training, the amount I've gained is smaller than a fingernail." Tu Diep points out his problem. "You are too impatient. If you keep progressing like this, it will grow to the size of a fist, then as big as a watermelon." Hearing this, Yunfei is unconvinced. Tui Diep asks point blank, "What is with that look? Do you not believe me?" He frankly admits, "I don't believe you." Furious, Tui Diep shouts, "Are you telling me you're ignoring your master's words?" Yunfei suddenly mentions his nickname, the Weakling. The master freezes. "Where did you hear that word?" He recounts, "Yesterday, when I went down the mountain to buy wine, I overheard some swordsmen talking. They said the weakest martial artist in the world is Tui Diep. Because he always loses his battles, they call him the Weakling." He immediately corrects him. "I didn't lose meaninglessly. I've won 3 times already. Yunfei replies indifferently. How impressive. That attitude makes Tui Diep even more irritated. You brat. Yunfei turned serious. I was on my way home, but I turned back. After 3 years together, I couldn't just leave like that. Tui Diep strokes his beard thoughtfully. Yunfei curiously asks, why don't you come down the mountain right now? The old man falls into deep thought. At least he is loyal, that is why he chose him as a disciple. Tui Diep asks one last time, does that mean you don't want to learn any more of your master's martial arts? Yunfei is still bitter. After 3 years, all I've learned is how to breathe, walk, the basic punch, and the basic kick. That's it. Instead of improving my martial arts, I've become better at cooking, since I have to prepare your meals. You aren't planning to turn me into a chef instead of a martial artist, contrary to your promise to help me live a good life, are you? Tui Diep stubbornly insists that a disciple taking care of his master is only natural. Yunfei doesn't want to argue anymore. In any case, I'm not doing it anymore. The master thinks to himself, just a little more and I would have finished teaching him, but this boy's heart has already left the path of martial arts. If that is the case, there is nothing more I can do. Finally, Tui Diep agrees. All right, let it be. The boy happily replies, think it over. Having said that, he decisively strikes his finger at the boy's dantian. Yunfei is startled because he can no longer move. The old man gently pushes him down to sit and explains, from now on, I will pass on everything I have to you. Yunfei was more confused than ever. What was the old man talking about? The old master didn't care about his thoughts and continued speaking in a serious tone. The reason I made you focus on basic training until now was to build a solid foundation. Deep down, the old master was feeling anxious. Usually, it would take at least a year to refine it, but I have no choice but to speed up the process. Yunfei felt much the same. I don't know what tricks you're using, but please, stop. The old master walked over and sat behind him. This is going to be very painful. So, brace yourself. You've endured a lot of pain before, so I trust you can handle it. Whatever you do, don't lose consciousness. After saying that, he placed his hand on Yunfei's head. All right, let's begin. With that, he started channeling his energy into him. Yunfei's eyes widened instantly. It felt like a red-hot iron nail was piercing through his skin and bones. It felt like his head was about to explode. As the old master channeled his energy, he reminded him, from this moment on, you are the true successor of our sect. You should have trained more, but our time has run out. Right now, don't forget what I told you. The founder of our sect began his journey by saving a dying Shaolin monk. In gratitude, the monk taught him some martial arts techniques and a method for cultivating internal energy. Although the founder didn't achieve great success, he adopted orphans and passed on his martial arts to them, which is how it was eventually passed down to me. I met my master when I was 30, which is a very late age to start martial arts. But even so, he taught me everything he knew. After 10 years of arduous training, I stepped into the martial arts world, but my skills remained low, partly because I started too late. However, due to the unique nature of the Qianwu divine arts, only by training can energy permeate the meridians. To redirect the energy hidden in the blood vessels and the dantian, I had to engage in sparring matches. Thanks to those matches, I was able to focus my internal energy. That is why I earned that not-so-glorious nickname, Tui Diep. Yunfei was gritting his teeth, trying to endure the pain, feeling as if his whole body was being torn apart. I can't take it anymore. At that moment, the old master pulled his hand back. It's all done. Yunfei sat there with his eyes closed, feeling the pain gradually fading away. But why was the internal core in his dantian, which was only the size of a fingernail before, now as big as a fist? He didn't understand what had happened at all, but he was certain that his master had passed all his martial arts down to him. For a martial artist, internal energy is as precious as life itself. Even now, Yunfei couldn't understand why. Footsteps approached from behind. He stood up alertly and called out, Master? Seeing the old man grimacing, Yunfei asked curiously, What did you do to me? He replied, I have passed my true essence and internal energy to you. Yunfei was shocked by this action. He anxiously wanted to know the reason. Why? Tui Diep replied, Because I don't have much time left. You knew, Yunfei said, but Master, you're healthy enough to live for another year. The old man, now extremely weak, requested, Take me back. Yunfei pursed his lips, his expression sad. He picked Tui Diep up. The old man's frail body felt light in his arms. Yunfei felt that he was incredibly light. He carried Tui Diep away from that place. The two returned home, and the pavilion gradually appeared in the distance. Yunfei helped Tui Diep onto the bed to rest. His hands trembling, The old man weakly pointed toward a box. Bring me that box. Yunfei did as he was told, retrieving the old box for him. Tui Diep ordered, Open it. Yunfei obediently replied, Yes, master. The box was opened, revealing several notebooks and many silver ingots inside. Do you see the name on that manual? Tui Diep spoke up. That satisfactory fist is the sacred treasure of our Datmon sect. It belongs to you now. And this foolish old master has one last request for you. Yunfei agreed. Tell me, master, anything at all. The old man requested that he continue training his martial arts for one more year. You need to train seriously to master the techniques of our sect. Having said that, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yunfei grew even more worried. Master, Tui Diep instructed, I am dying. If one day you have to fight, think carefully before you act. The martial arts of the Datmon sect are stronger than you think. As soon as he finished speaking, he vomited blood again. Yunfei rushed to the bedside. Master, you have only one last wish. Meeting you has made me truly content. Please, do not repeat my mistakes, Tui Diep whispered, finally managing to get the words out. His eyes closed, and he drifted into an eternal sleep. Yunfei burst into tears, heartbroken by his passing. Master, a long day passed. As the sunset faded and the sky turned dark, stars twinkled in the night sky. Yunfei had removed the outer robes from Tui Diep's body. He saw a black mark on his chest, spreading outwards. Now he knew the old man wasn't lying about not having much time left. But this wound looked like it had been inflicted by someone. Why didn't he say anything about his enemy? Could it be that he was afraid he would run into that person? Yunfei dressed him again. I will fulfill your wish, master, and train for another year. Tui Diep's remains were left on the bed until dawn. He clasped his hands in prayer, hoping for his master's peace. Even in the next life, time flew by since his passing. Snowflakes fluttered down onto the small house at the foot of the mountain. Spring arrived, and new shoots began to grow. A year had passed. Grass had covered Tui Diep's grave. Carved on the tombstone were the words he had left behind. Here lies Tui Diep, successor of the Datmon sect. Yunfei knelt before the grave. I have completed 1 year as promised. Now it is time to descend the mountain. He bowed his head before Tui Diep's tombstone one last time before slowly standing up. He began to leave this place filled with memories. Yunfei said as he walked, Master, let me show you the techniques I have learned until now. He took a deep breath, silently accumulating his true energy. Yunfei's fist was imbued with extra power. Feeling that he had gathered enough force, he opened his eyes. Yunfei raised his fist high with determination, and then threw a punch at the object in front of him. Looking at the large rock with a crack appearing on it, Yunfei muttered, I still have a long way to go to perfect it. Even so, I think I am capable of taking care of myself now. Even though you gave me everything, I am still only a second-rate martial artist. Master, I know it is too late to say this. But do you know that the martial arts of the Datmon sect are actually really terrible? Is it really a martial art that requires you to get beaten up just to build internal energy? What kind of strange martial art is that? And why, out of so many people, did I have to be the one to learn it? Either way, I spent 20 years getting beaten up to learn it, so I really can't complain. Anyway, at least at the second rank level, I won't get beaten up for no reason anymore. Master, I'm heading back to my hometown now. I followed you without saying a word to my family. I wonder what Mom and my younger brother are doing. Yunfei left, and back there, only Tui Diep's grave remained silent in the woods. Now Yunfei has returned to the palace village, a peaceful little village nestled at the foot of the mountain. In a small garden, a woman is working. She is digging up potatoes one by one. Then she collects the potatoes into a basket. Her back starts acting up, so she has to pat it to ease the pain. My back hurts so much. Yun Shue's eyes happen to glance in one direction, and she sees a figure walking toward her. Yun Shue stands up and looks that way with eyes full of anticipation. She squints, gradually recognizing the person. Yunfei, he is surprised that he met his mother as soon as he returned. Is that you, Mom? Yun Shui walks step by step toward the son she hasn't seen in a long time. I didn't dare believe it. Is it really you? Yunfei asks shyly. Are you still doing well, Mom? Waiting for Yunfei are his mother's painful strikes. Where have you been all this time without a single word? And now that you're back, you're asking if I'm doing well? Yunfei answers apologetically. I'm sorry, but at least I came back in one piece, right? Yun Shui puts her hands on her hips and scolds. And on top of that, you don't look any different than you did 4 years ago. Yunfei says confidently, I'm taller and stronger than I used to be. Now I can do anything. She asks, then what are you planning to do? He thinks immediately. I'm thinking about hunting. Yun Shui asks, surprised. Hunting? He adds, I also know a little bit about medicinal herbs, so I can pick those too. Yun Shui isn't very supportive. Even so, you need to find a proper job. Yun Fei changes the subject to someone else and asks, what is Zhen Cheng doing? She recounts, that boy is working as a server at the Thanhua Inn. He earns 2 silver coins every month. He says he wants to save money and open his own inn one day. Yun Fei praises, that's impressive. Yun Shui instructs, I'll go home when I'm finished, so you go back and wait for me, okay? He eagerly walks toward the field. I'll help too. He pulls up a potato plant and then asks, besides, whose field is this? It's not ours, right? Yun Shui replies, this is Mr. Tran's field. When we harvest potatoes here, we get a sack of potatoes as our wage. Yun Fei thinks sadly. She always works so hard like that. He promises, don't worry. From now on, I'll take care of everything. Yun Shui doesn't expect much from him. Just don't cause any trouble like last time. Yun Fei swears, I was young and naive back then, but now I will work hard and live honestly. Yun Shui just hopes he keeps his word. Please, do that for me. She asks curiously. But why did you suddenly disappear 4 years ago? He recounts, well, someone told me they would help me live a better life if I followed them. So, I left. Yun Shui is surprised. And all you learned is how to hunt? Yun Fei smiles to reassure her, I learned a lot of things. Hunting is just a part of it. She sighs and warns, don't be so quick to trust people. He thinks to himself, anyway, Master was very dedicated. I'm still not sure if that's a good way to live or not. But by noon, the harsh sun shines down. The mother and son scramble to finish this small field. By the time sunset falls and the sun has set, they return to their small house, where there is only a single small plate of cakes on the table. Yun Shui instructs, I'll go get some rice tomorrow and make you a proper meal. Yun Fei excitedly hands her a small bag. Here, take this. Yun Shui takes it, curious, preparing to open it. What's this? The glittering light of silver coins appears. Yun Shui is amazed. Isn't this silver? Yun Fei tells her to use it as she pleases. Mom, use it to buy what you need. I'll earn more. Her face becomes much happier. So, you weren't completely idle, were you? He says while eating. Tomorrow I'll go into town to visit Zhen Cheng and buy materials to set traps. The next day, Yun Fei went down to town. He marvels at the lively atmosphere. It's been so long, the familiar things from back then look so strange now. On the road, people are coming and going. Yun Fei notices a familiar figure, his eyes widening as he looks that way. Wang San walks up to him, and he can't believe his eyes. Yun Fei, he realizes immediately. Wang San, he confirms, his eyes filled with shock. Facing Wang San, he remembers that he is that big guy who always used to get beaten to a pulp by him when they were kids. He says nostalgically, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Now I'm the one who fully controls the village. Sheech Tam steps up and asks, hey, brother Wang San, who is that guy? Should I bully him? Yun Fei teases. Have the crybabies grown up already? He freezes. Crybaby? Xich Tam vaguely guesses, brother, Yun Fei? He confirms, it's me, Xich Tam. He remembers, 4 years ago he had won so much that they called him Yun Fei. But now, looking at him, they can't even recognize him. Wang San coldly warns, damn brother, I'm the boss of this area now. Yun Fei listens and stays silent, saying nothing. He is still bitter, thinking about how that brat used to torture him. It's so infuriating. But now, he is confident he can take him down with one hit. Wang San declares, keep being reckless, and you'll get what's coming to you. Yun Fei nonchalantly makes a sarcastic comment about the other's massive size. Are you relying on your size to act tough? He is insulted, so angry that veins pop out on his forehead, and Wang San's fists clench tight. So you really want to get beaten up? He angrily rushes forward. Fine, I'll give you a taste of it. Facing that punch, Yun Fei is extremely calm. He remembers Tui Diep's advice, be careful with your fists. His footsteps shift, and just as the fist stops right in front of his face, Yun Fei steps back and dodges. Seeing that, he looks at him with contempt. Do you think you can keep running away like a rat like that? A punch flies straight ahead, and Yun Fei's fist suddenly appears out of nowhere, stopping right in front of his face. Wang San is punched so hard he flips backward. The henchmen are terrified, and he says with contempt, the one who goes down in one hit dares to show off? Yun Fei sighs, I'm leaving. The henchmen are stunned. Who is that? He's called Yun Fei, and 4 years ago, he was the boss of this area. Shich Tam feels something is wrong, but he is left-handed, right? I thought he was right-handed, didn't I? As they watched Yun Fei's back disappear into the bustling crowd on the street, he spotted the inn where Zhen Cheng worked, with a sign bearing the name hanging right in front. Yun Fei stepped inside. The inn was very clean. Zhen Cheng was busy wiping down a table when he heard someone call out, "Hey, 50! He froze mid-motion. "Brother Yunfei? Is it really you, brother?" Zhen Cheng rushed over and asked, "Is it really you? You've grown so much, brother?" Yunfei just gave a soft nod. "Yeah." Zhen Cheng reported his schedule. "I get a day off the day after tomorrow, so I'll be heading home then. I haven't been working here long, so it's really hard to get leave." The innkeeper had noticed them, and his attitude wasn't great. Yunfei patted Zhen Cheng on the shoulder, understanding the situation. Not wanting to linger, he left. "See you later." Zhen Cheng went back to his unfinished work while the owner kept shooting him glares. Yunfei headed out to the street to buy what he needed. He started blending into the crowd, the streets buzzing with activity. Yunfei was carrying a bag of items. After buying materials for traps, some pork, and a few daily necessities, he had spent 3 silver coins. "From now on, I need to take good care of Mom so she doesn't have to struggle anymore." Just then, he saw Wang San's gang approaching. Yunfei asked curiously, "Who are you guys?" The whole group knelt at his feet. Yunfei was confused by this action. "What are you all doing here?" Wang San spoke for the group. "Please, let us join you." He was even more bewildered. "What on earth are you talking about?" He looked up, pleading, "Please help us." Yunfei needed more info. "Help with what? Explain yourself." Wang San explained. "The reason we gathered here today is that the Poison Snake sect from the neighboring village of Wuliu has announced their intent to take over Gong Village," he said calmly. "Then just take them down." Wang San hesitated, warning that the person called Poison Snake and his nickname belonged to a brutal man who always used a blade to slash his opponents. He finally understood. "So you're asking me to deal with him?" The man replied, "We'll consider you our leader from now on." Yunfei refused. "I have no interest in being your leader." The man urged him, saying if the Poison Snake sect took over Gong Village, they would drain the life out of that poor place. Yunfei thought to himself, if they were targeting a place with only a few small shops, it meant they had many mouths to feed. Most importantly, he was worried about Zhen Cheng working at the inn, so he agreed. "When do we start?" Wang San replied, "Today." Yunfei was surprised by how urgent it was. "Today? Are you messing with me?" The man stammered an explanation. "It's just that I suddenly remembered the things you did to me before." Yunfei noted, "You're still as reckless as ever." Wang San looked embarrassed. "I'm sorry. Let's go quickly." While he was still confused, he asked, "Go where?" Yunfei had to repeat himself. "Where do you think? We're going to crush that Poison Snake guy, whoever he is." Both Wang San and his lackeys were excited. "Are you serious?" He turned around and urged them, "Aren't you coming?" So the whole group happily followed him. "Coming," Wang San thought to himself. "Only Big Brother can take down Poison Snake." The two sides met at the edge of the forest where there were few people. The leader of the Poison Snake sect, Poison Snake, spoke up. "I guess I'll finish this quickly and go back to Gong Village for a few drinks." Yunfei asked for his identity. "Are you Poison Snake?" Seeing that he was a stranger, the guy asked, "Who the hell are you?" He arrogantly declared, "I'm the one who's going to crush you." Poison Snake shouted angrily, "What did you say? You little brat, kill him." The whole gang started charging. "Die." Poison Snake grinned smugly. "This piece of trash thinks he's tough?" Seeing that things weren't going as expected, Poison Snake's jaw dropped in shock. "Huh? What the hell?" Yunfei swept through the whole group with his fists alone. That punch shattered their weapons. Their bodies were sent flying like toys. He took them all out in a heartbeat. Wang San was shocked it was just one punch with his left hand. Poison Snake, after regaining his composure, said, "Not bad." Yunfei asked casually, "Are you planning to run?" The guy gritted his teeth and pulled out a dagger. "Don't talk nonsense." He smiled teasingly. "Are you scared?" Poison Snake shut his eyes tight and lunged with the blade. "Shut up!" The strike hit nothing but air, as Yunfei had already shifted behind him. He punched the guy straight in the waist. "No, you shut up." A mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth as the force of the strike sent him sprawling onto the ground. Wang San realized the pattern. It was always just one punch. Yunfei sat on top of Poison Snake. Seeing him about to strike, the guy frantically stopped him. "Enough!" As the powerful fist prepared to land, Poison Snake squeezed his eyes shut and accepted his fate. "All right, I lose," Yunfei asked calmly. "So what?" Poison Snake suggested. "You can take over the small village." He flatly refused. "I'm not interested." The guy didn't expect Yunfei to be so decisive. "What?" His request was simple. "Just stay away from Gong Village. As for the price for daring to bother me, let's see. A few drinks should be enough." Poison Snake found the condition hard to believe. "That's it?" Yunfei stood up from him. "Get lost now." Poison Snake handed him a small pouch. "Here." Yunfei took the money bag, and the group of poison snake members helped each other limp away. Let's go. Only then did Wang San's group dare to come forward. Brother, you were amazing, he thought to himself. Damn it. Even if I look impressive to these guys, I know for a fact that this is nothing compared to a real martial arts master. Yunfei was truly disappointed. He never expected that after all his hard training, he would only reach second-rate status. The more he thought about it, the more he felt his master had lied to him. Even so, he couldn't stop thinking about him for some reason he didn't understand. When the sun became dazzling, he started leaving the forest. Yunfei had hunted a rabbit and gathered a small basket of herbs. He said dejectedly, I only ran into things that didn't bring any real profit today. Herbs seemed more profitable than other things. Furthermore, thanks to the martial arts the master taught him, climbing mountains was no longer difficult. It turned out the things his master taught him were actually useful. On the way, Yunfei happened upon a medicinal herb. He sat down and carefully picked it. Finally, Yunfei returned to their little house. He told his mother, I'm home, Mom. Yunshui turned back and replied, Welcome home. Yunfei put the things on the table. Yes, I didn't harvest anything significant today, but tomorrow I'll head a bit deeper into the mountains. She cautioned him. Don't overwork yourself, he promised. I won't push myself too hard. Yunshui wasn't very convinced. To Mom, they're no different than weeds, yet they sell for a high price? That's great, he revealed. If I can find wild ginseng, I can buy us a house. She was surprised. Really? Yunfei replied with a smile. I'll sell the herbs I've gathered tomorrow. Just let me know what you'd like to eat. Yunshui felt they had been eating too well lately, so she didn't want anything else, telling him, just make sure to come home early. Hearing her say that, Yunfei didn't ask further. Yes, mother. A warm feeling swelled in his chest. The thought of family truly warmed his heart. The next day, Yunfei left the small village. He sold the herbs to the pharmacy. Yunfei weighed the small pouch of coins in his hand, feeling satisfied as he tucked it into his tunic. I earned 23 silver coins today. I should head to the inn in town to work. While on his way, he saw two men swaggering down the road. Passers-by snuck cautious glances at them. Liang Di shouted aggressively, What are you looking at? Do you want to get your eyes gouged out? You want a beating? No one dared to say a word. They watched the men with wariness. Yunfei walked past, sizing them up. They looked like typical thugs. He then entered the inn where he worked. Zhen Cheng came out to greet him. Senior brother, you asked for roasted black-bone chicken and roasted duck, but I have to report that we don't have those here. Yunfei changed his order. He had just wanted to treat himself, but it seemed he was out of luck. Fine then, make it spicy tofu, stir-fried pork, 7 portions of each, and some bamboo leaf wine. Zhen Cheng was secretly curious. Everyone said his senior brother gathered more herbs than even the veterans in the trade. What on earth had he been doing all these years? Regardless, he was glad his brother was back. By treating his friends to food and red earth wine, the shop would thrive, and the owner, Fa Da, would treat him better. Wang San then brought the others over. Senior brother, we're here. Yunfei smiled and called to them. Come on in, the table is set, and there's plenty of wine. He enthusiastically poured a drink for Yunfei. Senior brother, let me pour for you. He was really looking up to him. Wang San brought up that they had been brainstorming a name for their gang over the past few days, and their favorite choice was Yunfei. Because your punches are like lightning, senior brother. When we got hit, we truly saw flashes of light. Yunfei didn't want to make a fuss. Do as you like. He raised his glass. Then, let's drink to the Yunfei gang. The group cheered happily. Hail, gang leader Lei. Zhen Cheng watched with pride, thinking his senior brother was amazing. It hadn't even been long, and he already had the local gang in the palm of his hand. Coincidentally, the duo from earlier walked into the inn. Liang Di shouted with interest. Even a small village like this has an inn? Yunfei felt annoyed. Why are guys like this everywhere? Zhen Cheng went to greet them. Welcome. Liang Di and Chen Wu pulled up chairs. He ordered, Hey kid, bring us 2 bottles of red plum wine, 3 roasted ducks, and a plate of crispy fried oysters. Hurry up, Zhen Cheng replied apologetically. I'm sorry, sir, but we don't have those fancy dishes here. Liang Di asked irritably. You don't have them? Chen Wu added angrily. What kind of lousy inn is this? Do you think you can just say no and be done with it? That arrogant attitude caught Yunfei's attention. Who are those guys? Wang San reported. They're from the 7 Stars sect. He didn't know much about the sect. The 7 Stars sect? Yunfei whispered, trying to figure out if it was a big group that had just formed in the East Town. Wang San estimated. I heard they have about 200 people, and some are rumored to be martial artists. Yunfei's face darkened. Martial artists? Are they really getting involved in the petty squabbles of street gangs? Liang Di questioned. So you're refusing the request of the twin-axe Li Jing? Zhen Cheng explained hurriedly, afraid of offending them. No, not at all. We truly don't have red plum wine or any expensive items at the Qinghua Inn. If you want those things, you'd be better off going to a larger inn in Wuliu. Liang Di continued to be difficult. Are you trying to kick us out? Zhen Cheng was panicked. No, that's not what I meant. The man grabbed him by the collar. Looks like talking doesn't work, huh? Then let my fists do the talking. Yunfei slammed the table and stood up, unable to take any more. Wang San pulled his arm, advising, Senior brother, if you provoke the Seven Stars sect, Yunfei couldn't swallow his anger. That bastard picked a fight with my junior brother first. He brushed him off and walked away, eager to settle the score with the man who dared to harm his brother. Seeing him approach, Liang Di asked confusedly, What's this? Yunfei spoke up. I heard the Seven Stars sect is a big organization. As he released Zhen Cheng, Yunfei said with disdain, Looks like you're looking for trouble, aren't you? Has the Seven Stars sect really fallen so low that it has to threaten a tiny inn like this? Those words stunned Chen Wu. What did you just say? Wang San turned pale with fear. Oh no, we're in trouble now. Yunfei laughed sarcastically. Seems the Seven Stars sect is hard of hearing? Let me make it clear again. Liang Di angrily threw a punch. You're done for. Yunfei countered with a punch to the man's face. His heavy body crashed to the ground. Seeing his partner in trouble, Chen Wu kicked out. You bastard. Yunfei nimbly grabbed his opponent's ankle, channeling inner energy into his fingertips. He said dismissively, Pathetic. Chen Wu's throat was struck by his fingertips. He clutched his throat in agony, stumbling backward. After handling the two arrogant men, Yunfei instructed his younger brother, Zhen Cheng. Don't tell mother about this. He obediently replied. Understood, senior brother. Zhen Cheng secretly admired him. I knew senior brother was strong, but I never imagined he was this amazing. Yunfei placed 2 silver ingots on the table to pay for his meal. Next, he grabbed both men by the collars. Yunfei dragged the unconscious pair outside and threw them out of the inn like bags of trash. The two scrambled up to face Yunfei's group. Yunfei asked, Why did you come to this small village to cause trouble? Liang Di was still arrogant. You brat, do you know we're from the Seven Stars sect? You dare lay a hand on us? Do you think you'll get away with this? Yunfei frowned. Looks like you haven't learned your lesson yet. Yunfei ordered his men to deal with him. Wang San hesitated. Are you sure this will be okay? Finally, he turned and gave the order. You guys, take care of him. The whole group swarmed them, punching and kicking. The two were beaten until their bones ached, and they could only scream. You bastards are done for. When the one-eyed demon comes, you'll see what real hell is like. Hearing that, the group hit them even harder. Both men were beaten into kneeling and begging for mercy. Please, I beg you, spare me. Liang Di secretly held a grudge. You idiots, you really picked a fight with the wrong person. Yunfei felt it was enough. He ordered them to stop, then reminded them, we won't meet like this again. If I'm not satisfied with your answers, I'll beat you until you're begging for death. Liang Di couldn't help but think this guy really looked like he would do exactly that. Yunfei repeated his earlier question. Why are you in our village? The man stammered, but after catching a glimpse of Wang San tapping a wooden stick against his palm as a warning, he confessed that they were there to take control of the village. This revelation left his henchmen stunned. Yunfei continued. What is there in this tiny place worth taking over? Liang Di explained. Gong Village is just a small village, but it's located at the intersection of several roads, making it a convenient hub for travel. The Sahai Escort Agency is planning to establish a branch here. Wang San was surprised. The Sahai Escort Agency? He turned to ask if they were formidable. His companion replied that they are one of the 3 great escort agencies in the Central Plains. Liang Di added that if their branch is established here, many merchants will come and go. This place will always be bustling with escorts and cargo caravans. After that, inns and entertainment venues will open up, and whoever manages them could make a fortune. Yunfei understood. I see. Chen Wu continued. We were just the vanguard. So they sent the one-eyed demon to ensure control over the village. Yunfei looked at these punks with contempt. If you want to do business in Gong Village, you should talk to the locals first, not just take over. Wang San chimed in. Exactly. Doing that is completely disrespectful to us, but we can't go to war with the Seven Stars group. Liang Di thought smugly. From the moment you touched us, you were doomed. Yunfei disagreed. You're mistaken. Wang San asked curiously. Mistaken? How so? He said calmly. They don't respect us, so why should we put up with it? We need to show to them what a huge mistake they've made. His companion worried to himself. This is too dangerous. I have to stop him. Wang San warned. Senior, I heard it's the one-eyed demon. The one-eyed demon is a martial artist. Yunfei didn't care. I don't care if he's a martial artist or not. These bastards actually think they can collect protection fees in our hometown. His voice grew stern. I'm going to take them all out. Liang Di realized he really had no idea what he was getting into. Wang San felt there was no turning back now. Yunfei stood up and ordered his men to move out. With that, he walked away decisively. The henchmen dragged the two men along. Damn it, we only have one life to lose anyway. Let's do it, Wang San shouted with spirit. Let's kill every single one of those 7 stars bastards. Liang Di thought they were all crazy. Those idiots will regret this soon. They arrived at the group's hideout. There were guards outside, and when they saw them coming, they immediately asked, Stop, who are you? A punch landed straight on the man's face. Get out of the way, trash. The man was sent flying backward, and the whole group inside panicked and retreated. What? Someone drew a sword. How dare you attack the 7 stars group without warning? Yunfei punched the guy. You'd better step aside. Another was knocked down. The group inside angrily grabbed sticks and weapons, rushing out. Kill them! Yunfei clenched his fist. Let's see who dies first. He threw a powerful punch. The first vanguard was done for. His jaw dropped as the fist was about to make contact. Yunfei exclaimed, Not the right hand. The man's face changed in horror. Yunfei kicked his leg. Where are you looking? The man fell, clutching his ankle in pain, while another tried to sneak attack from behind. Die! Yunfei ducked, dodging it, and launched a counterpunch. This guy suffered the same fate as his brother, sent flying away. The remaining ones rushed up, looking for revenge. Yunfei charged without hesitation. All 4 of them were beaten to a pulp by him. One by one, they collapsed to the ground. Seeing the timing was right, Wang San ordered, Crush them. The henchmen used their sticks to beat the guys who had already been knocked down, while Yunfei headed deeper inside. Another group rushed out to block his path. He was ready to finish them off quickly. Yunfei threw punches while asking, There are more of them than expected. Where is that one-eyed demon? He'll only show his face once his subordinates are wiped out. The henchmen continued to beat the fallen men. Yunfei stepped into the inner courtyard, looking for the mastermind. It seemed there was no one else left. So, where is the one-eyed demon? Yunfei's eyes locked onto the front, where a man sat imposingly on a chair. He sat there, coldly watching the chaos outside. The one-eyed demon's face showed sternness. The man beside him pointed forward. There he is, that's him. He asked the person approaching, You're the one they call Yunfei, the most aggressive guy in this area, aren't you? Yunfei waved at his opponent. Stop the posturing and make your move. That indifferent attitude made the one-eyed demon blush with rage. He reminded him, And don't think that just because you have one eye, you can mistake me for just anyone. Open your other eye and look clearly. He was steaming with anger. How dare you look down on me? Yunfei threatened. If you dare to pull out that weapon, you're a dead man. The one-eyed demon asked in surprise, You call my specialized weapon a mere tool? He lifted his blade. With this blade, I will chop you into pieces. Yunfei's voice turned icy. I warned you. You brought this upon yourself. The man charged. I'll tear your arrogant mouth off. Yunfei readied his fists, prepared for a direct confrontation. Seeing this, the man mocked him. Do you really think that piece of ragged armor can stop my blade? The strike landed on him, creating a rebounding force that sent the one-eyed demon reeling backward. Uh-oh, Yunfei repeated. Didn't I tell you that if you pulled that weapon out, you'd be a dead man? Umph. After saying that, killing intent filled his face. The one-eyed demon froze, sensing something was wrong, and a powerful punch slammed into his face. He was pushed back by the raw force. He was stunned. What the hell is this? Yunfei continued to walk toward his opponent and delivered another punch. Taking a hit like that and you're still not down? A punch loaded with massive force slammed straight into the opponent's center. The one-eyed demon was helpless as he was sent flying. His body crashed to the ground, and the blade he was so proud of fell from his hand. As the bright sunlight streamed down, Yunfei entered the room, sitting imposingly on the chair, while the one-eyed demon was still whimpering in pain. He asked coldly, You awake? The man pushed himself off the ground and slowly sat up. The one-eyed demon asked curiously, Have you been training in martial arts? Yunfei conceded a little. He realized, so that was it. The one-eyed demon glanced at the situation around him and saw that his underlings had already been captured by Wang San's group. The one-eyed demon thought to himself, In 10 years of wandering the martial arts world, this is the first time I've been completely defeated. He asked bluntly, What do you want? He didn't beat around the bush. Stop harassing the shops around here, and when the village expands, if you give us a small piece of land for ourselves, we will regularly provide tribute to the Seven Stars sect. The one-eyed demon was shocked. You say pay tribute? He pointedly retorted. Insatiable greed invites death. People like you rarely live long. We have no ambitions to rule the world. We just want to live peacefully in our hometown, and perhaps be a little more comfortable. The one-eyed demon weighed his options. If he gave in to greed, the situation would spiral out of control. Then, all responsibility would fall on his head, and he would be kicked out of this place. But if he accepted tribute from them, his superiors would surely see it as a merit of subjugating local forces and placing them as a subordinate branch. He made a quick decision. We accept. You've thought this through, but there must be conditions. The one-eyed demon asked. What are they? He didn't answer immediately. I've been working hard all day, and I'm starving. Buy me a meal. He didn't expect the request to be this simple. The one-eyed demon laughed and replied, Very well. Time flies. A whole long year has passed in the blink of an eye. In a dense forest, vast waves of internal energy were surging out. It originated from where Yun Fei stood proudly. The deep, powerful force radiating from his fists was far stronger and more ferocious than before. That aura burned like a fire consuming the space around him. Yun Fei had been practicing diligently day and night. His lightning-fast kicks were vastly different from the past. The power in his legs also carried a terrifyingly strong internal force that tore through the night. Yun Fei continuously unleashed dangerous kicks into the air. He lifted his leg high again, then stomped hard onto the ground, making everything tremble. Yun Fei's footsteps glided backward. His speed had increased shockingly fast. Yun Fei moved so quickly that ordinary eyes could only see ghostly afterimages. Finally, when his stance was firmly planted on the ground, Yun Fei stopped, his breathing heavy and ragged. He sat down in meditation to regulate his energy, starting to pour his heart into practicing the Jianwu divine skill. Yun Fei proceeded to open 7 major high-level acupuncture points. He frowned as he reached the step of releasing the energy coiling through his entire body. Finally, Yun Fei was learning how to merge and absorb the supreme essence of heaven and earth. His brows knitted, his lips pressed in firm determination, as pure strands of spiritual energy from the vast forest were drawn in. The 1,000-year essence from the mountains and Mother Earth floated up, all frantically gathering toward Yun Fei's body. He took a deep breath, absorbing the entire primal spiritual energy of heaven and earth into himself. It was very difficult for Yun Fei to absorb the spiritual energy of the earth and sky. He felt that every time he breathed through his skin, it was as if an invisible stream of energy was slowly seeping into his body through every pore. The pure spiritual energy snaked into his body and gradually gathered in his dantian. The feeling was indescribably magical, but practicing that way brought the risk of death, as forcing the energy channels to circulate through blood vessels and rush to the dantian was no different from suicide. As the strands of spiritual energy gradually faded, he ended the breathing exercise and opened his eyes. Yun Fei realized the change. It was like dropping a single drop of water into an empty jar. His martial arts power barely increased, and the speed of gathering internal energy was so slow it was frustrating. Worse, the energy hidden in his blood vessels needed to be funneled to the dantian to be used, and he hated that intensely. Unless the energy in his blood vessels was overflowing and unstoppable, he would never choose such a reckless way of practicing. That was not something a human could endure. Besides, surpassing the second-rate realm was hopeless anyway, so he might as well practice slowly. Yun Fei reached down to pick up his gear, the bow, arrows, and medicine pouch. It was time to get to work. He headed into the forest to hunt. It wasn't until the sky turned dark that Yun Fei returned home. At the dinner table, the mother and son ate together. Yun Shui suddenly said, Yun Fei, Mother really hopes you can find some decent, proper work to make a living. He replied, but I'm making a decent amount of money. She brought up the point that this was only for now. But what about when winter came? Hearing this, Yun Fei realized the importance of the issue. She advised, You saw it yourself last year. The mountains and forests were cold and snow-covered, filled with countless dangers. He laughed it off and replied, Hearing what you say, Mother, it does make sense. In his heart, he thought. Besides, wild animals were becoming rarer, and herbs weren't as easy to find as before. Yun Shui spoke up. You should find a stable job with a regular income. Mother has also been thinking about gathering the money you've sent home all this time to set up a small business. Yun Fei was surprised by the idea. A business. She continued, Mother has saved up about 300 silver coins and intends to open a small restaurant with Zhencheng. He questioned, So we will have to move somewhere else? Yun Shui planned that if they were to open a restaurant, they would definitely have to move into the village. Traveling back and forth like this was just too hard. Yunfei silently realized that, indeed, going up and down the mountain every day had exhausted his mother. This was also an opportunity for his mother and Zhen Cheng to live more comfortably. So he agreed. I will find a job. Yun Shui happily replied, That's good to hear. While the magistrate's office is far away, the Sea Lion office is about to be established. So I think we should make a decision before it's too late. Yunfei smiled brightly and said, You're right. In his heart, he was worried. But what kind of work should I do? The next day, Yunfei went down to the village. Seeing the place developing, he exclaimed to himself, It had only been a year, but the village had changed so much, surely thanks to the Sea Lion magistrate's office. Behind him, a voice called out, Yunfei. Behind him, the one-eyed demon was walking over. He curiously asked, Where are you going? He replied, Just wandering and thinking about a few things. How about you? How have you been lately? The one-eyed demon extended an invitation. I'm free with nothing to do, so I'm just taking a stroll to relax. How about we have a drink? Yunfei happily accepted. That sounds good. He suggested they go to the Kui Ruo tea house. The two of them headed toward the top of the street. The sign for Kui Ruo house appeared before them, and they went upstairs to order a table of food. The one-eyed demon spoke up. There is something I've been wondering about for a long time. Yunfei replied. What is it? He was very curious to know. Which sect do you come from? He answered. It's the Quanda sect. You've probably never heard of it. The one-eyed demon mused. Quanda sect sounds like the name of some street gang. Yunfei explained. It's not a gang. Quanda sect means we are masters of the way of the fist. He silently cursed to himself. Damn it, what kind of ridiculous name is that? In truth, that sect had never been legitimate from the start. The one-eyed demon opened up. I also came from a small, nameless sect. After 5 years of training, I ventured out into the world and nearly lost my life more times than I can count. I even lost an eye. In short, I suffered immensely to survive, until now. Yunfei sighed. I see. Life really isn't easy. Is it? Yunfei understood. If it weren't for his master, who had promised him a better future, he didn't know what would have become of him by now. Perhaps he would still be a drifter, living no better than a street thug. At least he didn't have to torture his body every day just to improve his internal energy. Seeing Yunfei looking down, the one-eyed demon noticed it immediately. Is something bothering you? You don't look very happy. Yunfei recounted. My mother told me to give up hunting and find another path to follow. The one-eyed demon immediately offered a solution. Why don't you come and help me out? Yunfei replied, My mother wouldn't agree. She hates that kind of work. My father was beaten to death by gamblers, so she loathes anyone involved in the underworld. The one-eyed demon realized. No wonder you handed over the management of the Fist sect to Wang San. So, what do you plan to do then? Yunfei was still unsure. I haven't thought about it yet. I haven't really accomplished anything, so I don't know what path to take. Suddenly, the one-eyed demon asked, Do you know how to use a staff? I know a little. My master had me try all sorts of weapons and taught me the basics of each one. The one-eyed demon made a final suggestion. Then it's decided. Try to join the Martial Arts Alliance. Yunfei was surprised. The Martial Arts Alliance? What's that? He gave a brief explanation. Specifically, the Great Lamb Kingdom branch was recruiting guards for the main gate. Even third-rate martial artists were welcomed. Most martial artists were too arrogant and didn't want to do such low-level work. Yunfei thought to himself, he had long ago discarded his pride as a martial artist the moment he learned his master was called Green Leaf, so that didn't matter anymore. Furthermore, his master never taught him to care about saving face. His current martial arts skills weren't anything to be proud of either. The one-eyed demon instructed, If you're interested, just let me know. I know a manager in the External Affairs Department who can recommend you. Yunfei quickly made his decision. I agree. The one-eyed demon asked with disappointment, But you really don't want to come work with me? That job is much cooler than being a gate guard. Yunfei replied, I'm willing, but my mother absolutely wouldn't allow it. The one-eyed demon didn't force the issue further. All right then, I'll write a letter of recommendation to the Great Lamb branch for you. Yunfei began to accept this decision, his face full of thought. The scene shifted to the Great Lamb Kingdom. He had arrived at the gate of Great Lamb. The man inside spoke up. Even with a recommendation letter from the one-eyed demon, they won't just accept anyone. If you can't prove your strength, you need to prove your skills. Yunfei immediately complied. Yes. Sunshan handed him a weapon. Use that staff to strike this wooden log. In front of him was a wooden pillar. Yunfei grabbed the small staff, his face full of confidence. He pointed the tip of the staff toward the wooden log. Sunshan was waiting for Yunfei to prove his strength. He gathered his internal energy and swung the staff. The tip embedded itself deep into the wood. Surprise appeared on Sunshine's face. Sunshine happily said, "It seems he wasn't bragging at all. It's been a long time since we've seen someone use it like that. He truly is the right person to fill that vacancy." Sunshine hired him on the spot. "You're hired with a monthly salary of 30 silver coins, and you get 5 days off each month, which you can choose yourself." Yunfei replied, "When do I start?" He instructed, "We'll prepare your paperwork and identification badge. Come back tomorrow morning." Yunfei bowed, understood. Inside, Yunfei felt a sense of pride. He had a job, and it was as a guard for the Martial Arts Alliance, no less. Time passed, and when the sun grew less intense, inside the Martial Arts Alliance, a group of people sat at a table, their eyes scanning the newcomer. Other members also looked on with curiosity. Some kept their eyes closed, indifferent, while others wore looks of hostility. Sunshine cleared his throat and announced, "Today, we've added a new guard. He's 21, and his name is Yunfei. Make sure to guide him well." The others remained silent. He continued, "I'm counting on you all." Yunfei bowed to them. "I look forward to your guidance." Xingman immediately asked, "Do you know martial arts?" He replied, "I know a little." He praised, "Very well. From now on, you'll be assigned to Group Ot." Yunfei replied respectfully, "Thank you, sir." He introduced himself. "I am the guard captain, Xingman. Those guys are Tran Triet, and Qiang, and Wei Qithun." Yunfei silently memorized the names, Tran Triet, and Qiang, Wei Qithun. Xingman continued, "We're divided into 4 groups, Gap, Ot, Bin, Din. Each group rotates shifts. 1 shift on duty, 3 shifts off. Just think of it that way. At night, 2 people are on duty, and 1 is excused. The one sleeping over there will take turns to fill in. Everyone takes turns being excused from the night shift, so don't worry about being pushed around." After speaking, Yunfei was led to the guard station. Xingman told him he would be on duty with An Qiang and Wei Qithun. Watch how the 2 of them prepare and follow suit. Yunfei followed orders. "Yes, Captain." And Qiang introduced himself. "I'm An Qiang." He seemed easygoing. "I'm Wei Qithun. You're younger than us, so just call me brother." Qithun led the 3 of them out of the room, and Qiang reminded him, "We are the face of the Martial Arts Alliance, so you must pay special attention to your uniform." He demonstrated for him, holding the staff in his right hand over his shoulder, left hand stretched horizontally, then lifted it decisively. "Is that clear? You must also walk with a firm, decisive gait," Yunfei remembered. "Yes, Captain Wei Qithun," Qithun requested. "Try practicing it." Yunfei immediately followed along perfectly. Qithun praised, "You clearly have martial arts training. Your posture is good." He commanded, "Stand behind me and follow." Qithun's voice became clear and loud. "Move out." The 3 of them marched in rhythm toward the guard gate. There were 2 people on duty at the gate, their expressions very stern. Qithun walked toward them, and Qiang, walking behind, revealed the identity of the person in charge on the left. "Those 2 are starting their shift, and you. Go introduce yourself to the person in charge. I'm Yunfei. From today on, I've been assigned to Team Ot for duty." The man smiled back. "Nice to meet you. I'm Sa Tamdao. It'll be a bit tough until you recognize everyone in the Alliance, but once you're used to it, the duty will be easy. Let's work hard together from now on." Yunfei bowed. "Thank you, brother." Tamdao led his relief crew away, and Yunfei stood guard at the gate with An Qiang. He explained, "We close the main gate and guard the side gate. That gate is only used for large-scale troops or carriages. Opening the main gate for a single person. At least a Sichuan branch leader of our alliance could manage that." Yunfei wondered to himself, just how formidable is that person? Exactly. Standing guard at the Murim Alliance gate, Yunfei and An Qiang stood motionless, never once letting their guard down. And Qiang started making small talk, though he felt a bit bored, but this really is the most relaxed position around. Being an outer sect martial artist is no different from being cannon fodder. You live a short, intense life and leave nothing behind when you're gone. Nobody ever remembers a third-rate martial artist. From behind, a voice rang out. "Open the main gate." A carriage came racing toward them. Yunfei immediately ran to the main gate, placing both hands on it as the heavy structure began to slide backward. Yunfei felt how heavy it was. Now he understood why they required guards to be at least third-rate. A gate this heavy? A normal person shouldn't even dream of opening it. The carriage dashed inside. Yunfei immediately closed the gate again, then asked, "What kind of carriage was that?" And Qiang explained that those are carriages for transport missions. Blue carriages are for the outer sect, and yellow ones are for the inner sect. The common thing is, if we open the gate a second too late, They'll yell like crazy. Yunfei followed up. What if there were officials sitting inside? He replied, if they go off course, the outer sect martial artists have the right to attack immediately, but our job is just to keep an eye on whether the horses look overworked. Taking a quick glance inside as the carriage passes is fine. You can tell right away if there's a stranger inside. Yunfei asked, then how do we know if someone inside wants to leave? And Chiang laughed. You don't need to worry about that. They must have a permit to go out, so they have to check in with the captain first. Yunfei understood. It seems I still have a lot to learn. And Chiang, full of experience, said, not that much. On the contrary, once you get used to it, you'll just find it boring. The two returned to their dull guard duty. Yunfei was lost in thought. He thought to himself that after 3 months, he had finally understood Captain An Chiang's words. Once you get used to the routine, standing guard becomes monotonous. In contrast to Yunfei, the village was bustling with people coming and going. A major event had occurred during this time. My mother and younger brother had opened a small shop. The shop was quite popular. Yun Shui worked in the kitchen. Yunfei thought, thanks to Wang San and One-Eyed Demon backing them, the business ran smoothly without a hitch. The Four Seas Escort Agency had officially opened a branch in the village. Thanks to them and the merchants flooding in from the outside, the village gradually developed, and everything was going well. The problem was that his habit of practicing the Qianwu divine art every night before bed was creating a really awkward situation. The internal energy was being sucked into the minor meridians too much, causing his whole body to start itching. Even by channeling energy with the Qianwu divine art, only a tiny amount of the energy trapped in the minor meridians was being absorbed into his dantian. Yunfei knew clearly that if he left it like this, it would be dangerous, but there was no suitable place in the Murim Alliance to torture his body. Now, he finally understood why his master used to beat him up constantly. Yunfei realized his problem. He needed a shock. Tonight, his only choice was to crash into trees, rocks, or whatever he could find. That night, he immediately took action as planned. Yunfei slammed his body into a tree. The impact sent him flying backward. Yunfei was annoyed. He had been doing this for an hour, and the energy in his meridians had barely dispersed. If he couldn't break through to the first-rate realm, this situation would surely keep happening. Late that night, stars twinkled in the sky. The next day was a beautiful, sunny one. Yunfei performed his guard duty as usual, but his heart was stifled. It was driving him crazy, seriously. His whole body felt like this uniform was constricting his shoulders and waist. The rising energy made the sensation increasingly intense. On top of that, the hot weather made him feel like he was about to explode. He had to endure it at all costs until his shift ended. Just then, someone walked toward him. Yunfei immediately raised his spear forward and ordered, "Stop," and Xingze was surprised, pointing to his own face. "Me?" Without hesitation, he confirmed. "That's right," he repeated his name. "I am Xingze from the Inner Sect Intelligence Bureau." His eyes narrowed. "Is that good enough?" Yunfei followed protocol. "Please show your identification." And Xingze sighed helplessly. "I told you I'm with the Inner Sect Intelligence Bureau. Don't you understand me?" He remained professional. "We are only following the rules. Please cooperate. Show your identification." He snapped. "Don't you know that intelligence members don't carry identification? When performing missions like investigation or infiltration, how could we possibly carry Murim Alliance identification?" Yunfei blocked the gate. "Until you show your ID, don't even think about stepping inside." Xingze thought, "Are there actually people this rigid? These two must be rookies who joined after I left on my mission. That's why they don't recognize me and keep pestering me." When he tried to move forward, Yunfei pushed his spear against his chest. "Please back away. Don't push any further." The spear didn't leave his chest. Feiqithon stepped out and asked, "What's going on here?" He recognized the person as Xingze from the Inner Sect Intelligence Bureau. Yunfei reported, "He said he's from the Intelligence Bureau, but he won't show his ID." Feiqithon replied, "It would be better if I checked the list of returnees, wouldn't it? Let me guide the guest. Please, follow me." Xingze said dismissively, "I thought it was something important, but you're just guards after all." Feiqithon frowned and turned back. "What did you just say?" He cleared his throat and denied it. "I didn't say anything." Feiqithon was frustrated inside. "This bastard. He just treats us guards like guard dogs." He walked over to the ledger and picked it up to check. Feiqithon had found the information. Member number 73 of the Intelligence Bureau, and Xingze. Confirmed. "Please enter." He replied irritably, "These rookies are such a pain." And Xingze brushed past behind him. He said loudly, "Did you hear that?" He replied calmly, "I only wanted to fulfill my responsibilities in the mission assigned to me." And Xingzhe applauded silently. I'll make you taste bitterness so you won't be so arrogant next time. His hand reached toward him. Just you wait. A surge of intense energy radiated from Yunfei. He smiled, his expression one of satisfaction, while Xingzhe stood there stunned. Yunfei smirked in delight. The energy accumulated since morning was being neutralized by this guy's insidious energy and then quickly flowed into his dantian. Ah, how refreshing. And Xingzhe felt something was wrong. After being hit head-on by my cruel palm, he should have been vomiting blood. Why does he look like he's enjoying it? He's clearly mocking me. And Xingzhe raised his fist. Then I'll teach you a lesson. This time, it was a strike from the star-shattering style, aimed directly at Yunfei's stomach. You frowned slightly at the second attack. As blood trickled from Yunfei's lips, he was actually quite pleased. Under this guy's punch, the energy that had been accumulating since early morning was released in a single blow, and quickly rushed straight into his dantian. The uncomfortable feeling that had been pressing down on his entire body for so long suddenly felt completely cleared away. It was an unprecedented feeling of exhilaration. Even jumping off a cliff or crashing into trees couldn't compare to this. He puffed out his chest, waiting for the guy to strike again. Hit me more, he challenged. That look on his face made Xingzhe secretly terrified. This lunatic, he thought, and immediately ran away. It was best to stay away from crazy people like this. Yunfei calmly wiped the blood from his mouth. And Qiang and Wei Qithan asked with concern, Hey, are you okay? Are you all right? He replied, I'm fine. I can't be sure about other things, but I was born with extraordinary endurance. They pointed out, There's blood coming from your mouth. Yunfei wiped away the blood. I'm really okay. Only he knew that. On the contrary, because his internal energy was circulating, his whole body was overflowing with vitality. It was much faster than jumping into a deep abyss or crashing into things countless times during his 4 years of cultivation. The itchy, uncomfortable sensation had vanished, and he felt refreshed. Wei Qithan spoke up. Not all righteous martial artists are fair and upright. You could even say there are more narrow-minded people among them than you'd think. You just need to be a little more submissive, and life will be much easier. Do you understand what I mean? Yunfei gave a wry smile and replied, That's just my nature. So it's not easy for me to just let things slide. Sorry for making you all worry. Wei Qithan turned and walked away, preparing to go on shift. Yunfei was impatient. He had to hurry into the forest to check if anything had changed. When the sun became less intense outside the Murim Alliance gate, Yunfei headed to the forest. He looked down at the ground. By dawn, more than half of the dense energy had been absorbed. Yunfei threw a punch to test how powerful it had become. This punch held a different kind of strength than the day before. Yunfei rejoiced. The accumulated internal energy made his movements much smoother. He shifted his feet to try out his footwork. He was even faster than yesterday, and his movements had become more proficient. Yunfei could now confirm. It had indeed become much more fluid and agile. He sat down to regulate his breath and tried circulating his energy according to the Qianwu divine art. The energy was being drawn toward Yunfei's dantian, and the spiritual energy from the forest was being pulled in, surrounding his entire body. Yunfei thought to himself, the energy of Mother Nature is flowing back in, but the problem is, it keeps flowing into my impure meridians. Yunfei continued to absorb the spiritual energy until the moon was high in the sky, and he finally finished. As soon as he successfully circulated his energy a little, his whole body began to itch and feel restless again. Perhaps it had become a habit to unconsciously sit and circulate his energy at this time. Anyway, thanks to that guy and Xingzhe from the Intelligence Bureau, his internal power had increased. Furthermore, he discovered that the energy flowing into his impure meridians could still be converted into internal power, so that was why his master used to get beaten up so much. Yunfei returned to the Murim Alliance. He began his night watch. There were still a few people passing by outside. The next morning, Yunfei was looking left and right when he saw a suspicious guy in front of him. Yunfei thought, What now? What's going on? The opponent stepped forward and asked, Is it you? Yunfei replied irritably, I'm busy. Stop getting in my way while I'm on duty. The opponent countered, Do I look like I have nothing to do? Yunfei was confused. What are you talking about? The guy threw a punch into his stomach. Yunfei immediately felt refreshed. The energy in his impure meridians was rushing straight into his dantian. Being continuously attacked by the opponent, he shouted, What the hell are you doing? Seeing Yunfei bleeding from being hit but still able to smile, the guy was terrified. It's just as Xingzhe said, this guy really is a lunatic. He was still feeling refreshed. Being punched by him felt like clearing all the blockages in his body. It felt cool and refreshing. A moment later, Yunfei asked, What on earth are you trying to do? The guy ran away. So unlucky. You monster. Yunfei was confused by this person who came and went so suddenly. What's wrong with him? And Qiang asked with concern. Are you okay? He thought to himself. How the hell can he stand firm as if nothing happened after being punched like that? Yunfei said comfortably. The punch was as light as a feather, and Qiang became even more suspicious. It was clear there was internal power in that punch, yet he claimed it was as light as a feather? He noticed that expression on his face. He was actually smiling, and Qiang looked at him with an inquisitive gaze. Looking at his face, he seemed like he enjoyed being hit. After getting beaten up, his complexion even became ruddier. Yunfei looked somewhat intoxicated at that moment, and the more he thought about it, the weirder it seemed. Isn't this just some pervert who likes to get hit? Why on earth did a pervert like this end up in my squad? Someone else came to punch him? Yunfei warned, Hey, this kind of behavior can be punished for assaulting an officer on duty. The response was an uppercut straight to his throat. Yunfei stepped back and continued. According to Article 2, Clause 3 of the Guard Regulations, attacking a guard is a clear violation of the law. Another punch landed straight on his stomach. Yunfei wiped the blood from his lips and said, This is violence that violates the Alliance's rules. The opponent was speechless. I punch with enough force to shatter boulders, yet you can still smile? You're really a pervert. He, on the other hand, felt extremely refreshed. Thanks to him, the energy in his impure meridians was flowing into his dantian. The feeling of refreshment was so intense he was shaking. The person continued to rush forward. You lunatic. The kick caused the person to jump away in pain. Yunfei said regretfully, I could have taken a few more hits, and Qiang, who was nearby, suddenly asked, Hey, do you know what people are saying about you? He was curious. About me? He revealed that people were whispering everywhere, saying the more you get hit, the more you enjoy it, and that you even cut yourself to have fun, and that you go to the Great Forest every night to intentionally get beaten up for pleasure. Yunfei asked in confusion, Who would spread such a ridiculous rumor? And Qiang continued, Who knows? Anyway, that's the rumor. He thought to himself, maybe it's because it feels like scratching an itch, so I unconsciously make strange groaning sounds. In any case, even if he explained it was because of his internal energy technique, they wouldn't believe him, so he just had to endure it. Thanks to that, his internal power had advanced, and his body was becoming stronger and stronger. After 5 months of joining the Murim Alliance, he was summarizing what he had gained during that time since being accepted as a Murim Alliance guard. In just 5 months, his internal power had increased by 10 years. In total, he now had 30 years of internal power, so he had already surpassed the second-rate realm. So now I can leave a dent in a rock with my fist because the martial artists from the Internal Bureau took turns coming to hit me. Is that it? And Qiang said from the side, chatting. The Inner Hall martial artists said they've been placing bets on you, he said, looking surprised. Betting? He continued. They said they're betting on who can make you let out a real cry of pain to win the pot. Yunfei realized. So that's it. No wonder the Inner Hall fighters keep charging at me. And Qiang added, You've even got a nickname now. He was curious to hear it. He revealed that since Yunfei just keeps fighting no matter what, they call him Yunfei. Yunfei thought to himself, Master is Thuai Diep, disciple is Yunfei. Damn, do I really have to inherit such an embarrassing nickname? Chi Thon stepped out with news. The captain of the guards wants to see you, he replied. What for? He didn't say. You'll know when you get there. Yunfei left his post and went inside, and Qiang recounted what happened earlier. The captain of the guards had seen Yunfei getting beaten up, and he didn't look too happy. Chithon understood. It's hard to be happy when your guard is getting battered like that. Yunfei walked into the small, lush courtyard. Inside the room, he stood at attention, waiting for Xingman to speak. He asked about that. Why do you just stand there, Yunfei? Fighting off a whole group of main gate guards? I can't just stand by and watch this happen, he explained. Captain, the martial arts I practice are a bit unique. The attacks from the Inner Hall Masters are a huge help to me. Xingman cut him off. If you're trying to cover for the Inner Hall Master's behavior, just stop. Like the 7-cell Arhat Chi and the Iron Head technique, I've heard of external arts that harden the body through self-torture, but I've never seen or heard of a martial art that requires taking hits with internal energy to cultivate. Yunfei tried to explain. Truly, ever since I became a guard, my internal energy has increased significantly. It's all thanks to the active help of the Inner Hall Masters. Xingman absolutely didn't believe it. To go that far to protect the Inner Hall Masters, what could your reason possibly be? Could it be like the rumor spreading in the Inner Hall, is it that? He hesitated. By that, do you mean perversion? He looked awkward. Yes, exactly that. Yunfei sighed. It's easy to misunderstand. That sound isn't something I want to make. It's just an involuntary exclamation that slips out when I feel refreshed as the energy stored in my minor meridians flows to my dantian. Xing Man thought, that's still the same thing. He was trying to figure out how to clear up the misunderstanding. The only way was to prove it himself. Yunfei picked up his staff, thinking, seeing is believing. Let me show you. Xing Man was curious. Show me what? He said, seriously. Words aren't enough to convince you. And since you don't believe me, I'll show you directly. He allowed it. Go ahead then. Yunfei went outside to where the large wooden posts were, with Xing Man and the other guards following to watch him demonstrate. He pointed to a wooden post. This mark is from when I first tried this. 5 months ago. There was a small hole in the post. Xing Man didn't quite understand and asked, but Yunfei replied, now, I will show you. He pointed the tip of his staff at the post and lunged. Yunfei's eyes were filled with determination. He accelerated toward the target, the wooden staff shooting forward like an arrow, a straight strike into the post. The staff successfully pierced through the post. Xing Man was stunned. This destructive power far exceeded the second-rate realm. The other guards gasped in shock. He compared it, and it's nearly equal to mine. But that getting hit actually increases your cultivation is honestly hard to believe. Since you said so, I'll take your word for it, but can you fix that moaning sound? The others already don't respect us, and if this continues, I'm afraid other guards will step in. Yunfei listened silently to his advice. Someone chimed in. Exactly. The inner hall fighters are treating us like a bunch of perverts. Yunfei was very troubled. But that isn't a sound I make on purpose. I try to hold it back, but it just bursts out from deep inside. Xing Man suggested, then just laugh out loud. It's better than hearing that creepy moaning. He replied, I will try. In his heart, Yunfei thought, laughing out loud is probably better. Trying to hold it in is what makes that weird sound. If I shout or laugh loudly, maybe the unpleasant moaning won't come out. Xing Man prayed silently. I just hope nothing else happens. But he still felt uneasy. The fighters from the Dalian County branch were treating Yunfei like a toy. He asked curiously, do you intend to become an official fighter for the Murim Alliance? He denied it. I absolutely have no intention of that. I don't want to give up this safe, well-paying job to do dangerous things. My mother wouldn't want that either. Xing Man had guessed right. Just as I heard, this kid has no hope of becoming a fighter. He just wants a stable job. He asked further, can you tell me your sect? Yunfei said 3 words. Quan Da Wen? He was surprised. Quan Da Wen? He replied, it's a third-rate sect, so you probably haven't heard of it. It was established in Hainan based on Shaolin martial arts, and now it has become a single successor sect. Xing Man said apologetically, sorry for asking an unnecessary question. He replied comfortably, it's quite all right. Xing Man was deep in thought. People love to talk about mysterious single successor sects appearing to save the Murim from disaster, but it's all nonsense. It's no different than saying that sect is homeless, without even a building to its name. Sigh. Whenever things get difficult, do they just pick one person as a descendant and have them maintain the lineage alone? Even the beggar gang wouldn't pull a stunt like that. In the end, that sect is even worse than beggars. He ordered Yunfei, you may go. He complied. Yes. Xing Man still felt it was unusual. What a strange guy. He says he doesn't want to be a fighter, yet he's so obsessed with martial arts. It really is strange. Maybe he really is a pervert, after all. The scene shifted to another small courtyard. The person there was Yan Chong. Yan Chong was the eldest son of the Zhenzhou Ingan family. Back in the day, the Zhenzhou Ingan family was considered one of the top martial arts families, but because of the Murim turmoil over 100 years ago, the family declined, maintaining only a sliver of their former reputation. Yan Chong possessed the most outstanding martial talent among the descendants, and was the hope for reviving the Zhenzhou Ingan family. The family head had given him spiritual medicine, through which he had gained nearly 60 years of internal energy. However, Yan Chong's current level had only reached the second-rate realm. Because the family had declined and most of their martial arts had been lost, he couldn't learn them systematically. Yan Chong was very curious. I want to know what my current level of ability is. Yunfei silently assessed his opponent. Unlike others, he didn't joke around. He was dead serious. Yan Chong clasped his hands respectfully and said, please, enlighten me. He held his head high and commanded, make your move. The qi surging around his body was truly extraordinary. Determination flashed in Yan Chong's eyes as he channeled his inner energy into his fist and lunged forward. He landed a solid punch right in Yunfei's stomach, and the boy was so pleased he burst into laughter. Anxious? Yan Chong asked. How was that? Yunfei thought to himself, he's definitely not inferior to any first-rate master. but since he's only at the second-rate realm, and his ability to utilize his inner energy is so poor, how am I supposed to put this to him? Meanwhile, he was still waiting. Yunfei hesitated. It would be better to just be honest. He ventured to speak plainly. Young Master Yan, your attack is far too straightforward. That straightforwardness is clearly reflected in the way your inner energy penetrates an opponent. Last time, I was hit by a disciple of the non-action sect named Yudu Qi, and 7 different streams of qi tore through my body. Some streams were fast, others were slow, but they all clamped down on my muscles with heavy pressure. Among all the attacks I've ever taken, that was the most unpleasant, or rather, the most painful. But your attack, young Master Yan, felt so gentle. It was almost as if you were trying to pass your inner energy on to me. That's how it felt. Yanchong lowered his eyes, pondering these words. He wanted guidance, but what should he do now? Yunfei replied, my master once taught me that you must compress your inner energy before releasing it. The methods written in martial arts manuals are just for training. They differ from how you use them in actual combat. Because martial arts are meant for self-cultivation, my master told me to change how I apply them. It's hard to explain with words alone. It's better if I show you. Even though it's third-rate martial arts, and you might not be impressed, it'll be faster than just talking. Yan Chong took these words to heart. I will watch closely. Yunfei prepared to demonstrate. I'll try hitting this tree using the inner energy flow I use for training. Taking a deep breath, he delivered a powerful punch straight into the wooden pillar. He revealed, this was a punch using about 80% of my inner energy. Now, I will apply a combat technique incorporating pulse force and snapping force into my fist style. Yunfei continued to circulate his qi. His feet began to shift, and circles of energy wrapped around his fist. It turned that single punch into something formidable. Yan Chong stared at the display in shock. The inner core of the wooden pillar had been shattered. Yan Chong couldn't believe it. You say, this was the same amount of power? He thought, a martial artist capable of unleashing such power is rare even among the warriors of the inner hall. At least a grandmaster level would be needed to exert such force. You said, Yunfei recounted, I used the same amount of power and the same amount of inner energy. If you grasp the secret, young Master Yan, you'll be able to unleash power far greater than this. Your inner energy is far more profound than mine. Yan Chong needed to hear more. You must explain it more clearly. Yunfei replied, the martial arts of our Quan Da Wen sect are third-rate. You clearly don't believe me. It's impossible. Yunfei explained a set of fist techniques that didn't even have a name, consisting of only a few simple movements, almost devoid of any recognizable form. If something this rudimentary wasn't third-rate, what could be? Yan Chong had made up his mind. It doesn't matter. I want to learn. Show me the way. Yunfei said sadly, there really isn't much to it. The so-called inner energy isn't just about pulling it from your dantian and blasting it out to make your opponent collapse. If it only depended on the amount of inner energy, if the power only changed based on how much you have, wouldn't it be more effective to just gather it and blast it everywhere instead of training your body? Inner energy isn't just something you dump out unconditionally. Let me show you a real-world example. He picked up a small twig and flicked it with his finger. The branch tilted to one side. He continued, no matter how hard I strike, I can't break this branch with just one finger. Yan Chong agreed. That is true. Yunfei turned serious. Now, I will try hitting it with much less force than before. He positioned his finger for a flick, and that single motion snapped the branch in two. Yan Chong was stunned, as if he had just realized a profound truth. He remembered, my master actually used this same demonstration on my forehead. It was terrifying. Yunfei explained that using the power of inner energy is exactly the same. The important thing is that you must hold it back for a moment before unleashing it. From the dantian to the fist, the inner energy must pass through countless acupuncture points, and the power will differ depending on how efficiently you utilize that energy. Yan Chong replied, overjoyed, I am truly grateful to you. I feel like all my knots have finally been untied. He admired him deeply. The logic was simple and clear, not hidden in complex metaphors or twisted explanations, but through humble, plain examples. No one had ever answered his doubts so clearly and refreshingly before. Even when famous masters taught him, he could never understand. He had thought they were teaching him, but all he got were vague, nonsensical words, like trying to catch shadows or chase clouds. Action is not action. Stopping is not stopping. Yan Chong compared this to the masters who taught confusing nonsense like clouds meeting the wind become a gale, possessing the power to tear the earth apart. He clasped his hands and said, today I have received golden advice. I, Yan Chong, will certainly not forget to repay this kindness. I'm just glad I could be of help. Yan Chong was now impatient to leave. Before I lose this enlightenment, I must go train immediately. I will visit you again later and show you my progress. Yunfei admired the other man. He was truly an interesting person. Watching his back as he walked away, Yunfei muttered, "To be so moved by just the basics of fist fighting, he really is a curious fellow. He doesn't even know the basics of using inner energy. Yet he possesses such terrifying power. It's truly strange." He went outside to continue guarding the gate. And Chiang asked, "Are you really okay?" Yunfei replied, "Since my fists are like cotton these days, I don't even make a sound when I get hit anymore." He figured that if the inner hall warriors heard that, they'd probably go crazy. Yunfei thought to himself, "I really do feel that way lately." And Chiang revealed, "Lately, it seems like no one thinks you're a pervert anymore, probably because you don't make those strange noises after getting hit. Instead, they've started calling you Yunfei." Yunfei was surprised. "Yunfei?" The other explained, "It means you're tough." Yunfei was curious. "Who are those people over there?" A group was approaching, and Chiang's expression changed, and he hurried away. "I have to report this to the captain. You guard this spot." The aura those people were emitting was truly abnormal, and Chiang rushed over to report to Chi Thun. "Captain, look over there." He immediately turned his attention to the group. "What is it?" Chi Thun put his notebook on the table and grabbed his staff to greet the intruders. A commotion erupted at the Martial Arts Alliance gate, startling everyone. "What's going on?" They looked at the newcomers with confusion. "Hey, what are you guys doing?" Everyone scattered, not wanting to get involved in any trouble. "We'd better stay back." The group turned their focus toward him. Ma Guang remarked, "Quite observant, aren't you?" Chi Thon demanded, "Reveal your identities at once." He thought to himself in frustration, "Of all the times for them to show up, it had to be during my shift." Ma Guang laughed out loud at this. "Doesn't that sound imposing? Even the dogs guarding the Martial Arts Alliance know how to bark, don't they?" The man behind him chimed in, "Third young master, that's all they're good for anyway. If they were guards from our Blood King sect, they would have charged in with swords drawn by now." Chi Thon thought to himself, "If he's the third young master of the Blood King sect, then he must be Ma Guang, that lunatic rumored to be a total scumbag everywhere. What rotten luck to run into him today." He cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Ma Guang is shining bright today. I wonder, which member of the Martial Arts Alliance did you come to see, young master?" Ma Guang replied, "Are you trying to mess with me? A lowly guard who doesn't know when to shut his mouth and crawl away, yet you dare to open your dog mouth and bark?" After speaking, Ma Guang glanced at Yunfei, who was walking over, and asked, "And who are you supposed to be?" "Report your name," he said. "I am Yunfei, a guard of the Martial Arts Alliance. Which faction are you from?" Chithon thought helplessly, "Does this guy have no common sense? Why is he barging in?" The guy heard this and burst out laughing. "Is this idiot for real? You want to know which faction I'm from? I'm from the Red Light District of the Martial Arts Alliance. What are you going to do about it, you moron?" With that, he punched him straight in the stomach. Yunfei suppressed a groan. "Huh? This is a first for me. Ma Guang, you attack me, and yet you're the one laughing?" He assessed his opponent. This guy is truly strong. He turned and asked, "Captain, who are these people?" Chithon cautioned, "Reinforcements are coming, so don't charge in." Yunfei understood, then, they were enemies and immediately provoked him. "Third young master, you seem to be holding back a bit, don't you think?" Ma Guang was secretly surprised. "He took my inner energy punch, the one I threw with 5 levels of power unconsciously, and he's still standing? In that case, I'll pour my dark killing intent into the next attack." As Ma Guang built up his killing intent, he sneered, "Let's see you try to block this one." A punch from Yunfei flew out instantly. Ma Guang retreated in a hurry, his footsteps unsteady as he lost his footing. Grabbing him by the collar, Yunfei cursed, "Did you bastards come here just to stir up trouble? You punk thugs have got some serious nerve. Don't you know what fear is?" After saying that, Yunfei slammed him hard into the ground. Ma Guang's eyes squeezed shut in pain. His subordinates immediately drew their swords to save the third young master. Unable to accept them using weapons, Yunfei angrily snapped his staff in two. "Any of you who dare use weapons are as good as dead." The aura surrounding him kept the group from advancing. One of them swung his sword, but he immediately used his staff to block it. Yunfei lifted the staff high, knocking the weapon out of the man's hand while hitting him in the face with the staff. Another man with a weapon lunged from behind. Yunfei reacted nimbly and blocked him, the end of his staff slamming into the man's chest, shattering his bones. Another accomplice appeared behind him, pushing the man forward. Yunfei used his body to shove the guy backward, slamming him onto the ground, then charged at the rest of the group. "Die, All of you. He swept through the group with the two halves of his staff. Someone tried to ambush him from behind. Die! Yet, he was having such a blast that he couldn't help but laugh. The attacker was terrified. This guy's a lunatic. Yunfei suppressed his ecstatic groan, turned to see who had the nerve to ambush him, and smashed his staff into the guy. And you piece of trash. The man was beaten until he had to beg for mercy. Help! Save me! Only then did Yunfei stop. His eyes squeezed shut, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, surrounded by the group Yunfei had defeated. Chithon walked over and asked, "Guard, are you all right?" He replied, "I'm fine." The others were amazed. That's insane. Is he really just a guard? A common guard crushed a dozen enemies. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Someone reminded him, "Leave the rest to us. You should go rest." The whole group has been detained. Yunfei, wait. Tunsun replied. What is it? He spoke up. The mountain of weapons they brought belongs to us. He was surprised. What? Tunsun realized. So the hostages are just bargaining tools. But these weapons are real money. He asked, Don't you know that's the right of the standby team? Yunfei demanded. Then, let's split it 50-50. Tunsun agreed immediately. Fine by me, he thought to himself. With martial arts like that, it's fine to concede a little to him. Plus, we didn't really do anything to deserve a bigger share. Tunsun handed him a sword, and then the group left. Yunfei smiled, looking at the sword in his hand as he placed the collected weapons on the table. Chithon asked with concern, Are your wounds okay? He replied, It doesn't hurt that much. He was still worried. Let me see. Chithon tried to pull back his shirt to check his back, only to find a small wound. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. There's an injury. But the bleeding has stopped. Looks like you're used to these kinds of wounds. After handling the situation outside, Yunfei entered where Xingman was staying. He handed him a small bag. Please take this, sir. He was surprised. What is this? He replied. This is the money from selling the weapons those troublemakers brought earlier. He was shocked. The weapons from the Blood King sect? Why are you giving this to me? He answered. We split half of it, and the other half is for the captain of the guards and the other brothers. Xingman noticed they would appreciate it. You're surprisingly caring toward your teammates, aren't you? Yunfei didn't answer, bowed his head, and prepared to leave. If you'll excuse me. Xingman replied. Very well. He quietly left the room. Yunfei knew well that if he hogged all the money, he would surely end up being hated. It's the same in the underworld as it is here, but it really is strange. I clearly got slashed in the back several times, so why is there almost nothing there? Could it have healed itself? Does practicing inner energy make wounds heal faster? He mused. Is it because of the Kanvu divine art? The Kanvu divine art requires enduring bone-deep pain to cultivate inner energy. Maybe the technique heals itself to keep me from dying halfway through? In any case, it's completely different from the supreme arts of the Martial Arts Alliance. Meanwhile, Chithon's team was happy about receiving the windfall. To think I'd see a day like this in my life. The bonus is 10 tals of silver, and Chiang weighed the heavy bag of money in his hand. Between the weapon sales and this month's bonus, we're well off. He said gratefully to him. Many thanks, guard. Another person said happily. I'll make good use of it, guard. Yunfei calculated that he had saved up a decent amount of money. Lucky I took this job. Chithon led the group as they left the room. Come on, let's get to work. As the trio started their new shift, he thought to himself that he was getting quite used to this job. People coming to deliver goods, people bringing in food supplies, or those collecting scrap, he could tell them all apart. Most of them were familiar faces, with only about a dozen strangers to keep an eye on. Suddenly, Yunfei looked ahead in surprise. Wait, what's that? Another burly guy was approaching. He felt annoyed. Guys like that were such a hassle. And Chiang stared in shock. What is that? Chithon immediately stood up. The newcomer had an imposing presence. The others were terrified just by a glance at his fist. This person was Yunfei. As he walked toward the gate, he was so tall that Chithon had to look up at him. Following protocol, he asked, May I ask what business you have here? Mai Chungying replied, I have business at the Martial Arts Alliance. Chithon thought to himself, Obviously. You wouldn't be here otherwise. He asked further, May I have your name, sir? Mai Chongying stated his alias, Mai Chongying, and then tried to brush past him. Chithon immediately blocked his path. Stop right there! He was feeling flustered. He had never heard of this name before. Wait, is that a nickname? Mai Chongying turned back and asked, What's the problem? He demanded, I need to see your token. Yunfei had to repeat himself. Are you kidding? Do you not know who I am? I'm Mai Chongying. Chithon followed protocol. I apologize, but I don't know you. Where is your token? Mai Changying lost his cool and raised his voice. You really don't know me? He lifted his blade. Then surely you recognize this, right? The blade was engraved with a dragon. Chithon looked closely at the engraving and gasped in terror. He actually dared to attack. Does Yunfei have a death wish? A punch landed straight in his stomach. Chithon meant to intervene, but it was too late. A voice transmitted directly into his mind. Leave him be. Chithon looked up at Yunfei in astonishment, a master capable of telepathic transmission. Yunfei had really poked a hornet's nest today. He had just received word from Captain Jiap Hua Doan that a new expert recruited into the martial arts division would be visiting today. On the list of candidates, his name was Yunfei, and his signature weapon was the Black Dragon Blade, but since the alias wasn't mentioned, he hadn't recognized him. Seeing Yunfei standing firm, he felt frustrated. Damn it, how is he still standing after that hit? The moment he landed the punch, the guy's chest had hardened, and a powerful shockwave had surged back. He really wasn't an ordinary opponent. He tied the gauntlets onto his fingers. Once they fit perfectly, Yunfei did the same with the other hand. Internal energy surged down from above, and the skin on his hands began to look like it was covered in scales. Finally, the scales fully manifested. He clenched his fists tight. He had to use the as-you-will gauntlets now. With the gauntlets on, his striking power would be much greater. Yunfei warned his opponent, "If you're still looking for trouble, just turn back." Mai Changying said with interest. I didn't expect the Martial Arts Alliance to have such high-level people. Tired of wandering the pugilistic world, he had been planning to settle down when the Martial Arts Alliance invited him to join the division. After much deliberation, he had agreed to come, but he never expected the guards here to be this strong. If he hadn't used his fist but instead used a polearm, he wouldn't have been able to block it. But why did his stance look so unorthodox? Yunfei repeated, "You'd better leave before I call the other instructors." He replied, "I've already taken a hit. I can't just back down now. Let me see how much chaos I can stir up." Internal energy radiated from Yunfei's body. He channeled it into his fists, coating the scales on his skin, making them even harder. Yunfei looked at his arm with regret. Damn it. I just bought these yesterday. Mai Changying praised him. You've got some interesting toys. Yunfei challenged him. If you're so good, then bring it on. Seeing his opponent wouldn't back down, Yunfei launched a punch. Here I come. Mai Changying raised his blade, preparing to block. Just as the fist was about to touch the blade, he opened his palm and slammed it against the weapon. The battle was on. Yunfei saw his opponent was tough, so he smirked. He didn't hesitate, charging in with his fists flying. Mai Changying continued to raise his blade to deflect the punches, deep internal energy surging against the steel with every blow. Mai Changying felt an unusually strong force. A look of shock flashed in his eyes as his blade was knocked backward. Yunfei seized the opportunity and unleashed a flurry of punches. Mai Changying's face darkened as he faced the relentless assault. Under such a storm of attacks, he could only defend. As the powerful kinetic force slammed into his blade, he was pushed back against the wall, his heart racing as his opponent kept attacking without showing any sign of fatigue. Damn it, I need to create some distance. This kid's footwork looks simple, but it's as clingy as mud. There's not a single opening. I've never found this black dragon blade so cumbersome before. If that's the case, I have no choice but to use brute force. Mai Changying launched a counterattack, swinging his blade. Faced with the powerful strike, a look of shock appeared in Yunfei's eyes. He crossed his arms to block the blow, but the massive force sent him sliding backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Mai Changying praised him. A young kid as strong as a beast. Let's see you really fight me now, he thought to himself. He had decided to give up the life of a drifter, thinking that joining the Martial Arts Alliance would mean a stable but boring life. But life in the Alliance is actually quite interesting, isn't it? Yunfei smiled and agreed. All right then. The internal energy around his body flared up even stronger than before. As his energy increased, he realized he could finally try the second form of the Thunderbolt fists. That situation left Mai Changying stunned. What? Yunfei had already launched himself forward. He was shocked. He hadn't expected such high-speed attack capabilities to exist. A punch, imbued with profound internal energy, was unleashed. Mai Changying reacted, his blade aura swirling around him. As he slashed forward, he was shocked Yunfei had disappeared. Yunfei had moved behind him, his fist closing in. With a single punch, he sent Mai Changying flying, his body spinning in midair. Mai Changying used the momentum to angle his blade downwards. Seeing his opponent was quite durable, he cursed, "Damn it." Yunfei crossed his arms to block, as a powerful wave of energy hit him. He could feel the latent energy in his veins, suddenly stirring and erupting all at once. Mai Changying looked at his expression suspiciously. Are you smiling? Yunfei charged forward enthusiastically. Here I come. He pushed off the ground, the energy around him radiating more powerfully than ever. Mai Changying spun and slashed with his blade. The two forces collided, devastating the area and kicking up clouds of dust. The blade aura took the shape of a massive dragon, a giant dragon rising from the ashes. It lunged aggressively at Yunfei. He punched, shattering that wave of energy. The dragon was dispersed, and at the same time, Yunfei staggered backward. His body slumped to the ground, eyes squeezed shut in agony, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Mai Changying rushed over in a panic. Oh no! Are you badly hurt? Yunfei was already unconscious, so he reached out to check his pulse. He let out a silent sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't too serious. Chithon stepped forward and asked, Is he really going to be all right? He replied, I think I might have gone a bit too far. I'll take him to the medical pavilion first. Chithon nodded in obedience. Understood. From inside the recovery room, Mai Changying called out, When will he wake up? The physician answered, It's not an internal injury. It seems his blood and energy are surging, so he hasn't been able to regain consciousness yet. Mai Changying asked in surprise, You said his blood and energy are surging? Could he have fallen into qi deviation? The physician shook his head, clarifying that it wasn't blocked meridians or a berserk internal art. His pulse was just unstable. These symptoms often appear after exhausting one's internal energy. As long as he gets enough rest, he'll be fine. He instructed, This happened because of me, so please, take good care of him. I am Mai Changying, who just became a martial arts master. I'll cover all the medical expenses, so please, don't hold back, use the best herbs available. The physician reassured him. You don't need to worry, sir. Mai Changying walked over to where he lay, murmuring, You hurry up and pull yourself together. Time passed until the sunlight outside became blindingly bright, and a groan echoed through the room. Yunfei thought to himself, I pushed myself too hard during that fight and completely drained my internal energy. His blood and energy were boiling, but not from standard circulation. An unknown force was rising throughout his body, converging on his 8 extraordinary meridians. As they were pressured, his Kanwu divine art rapidly drew external energy into his dantian. But unlike before, where the energy would stagnate, this time it rushed straight into his dantian, rapidly reaching a state of saturation. It was the internal energy his master had passed down, finally flowing. Yunfei's expression turned even more pained. Thick, bulging veins appeared on his neck and then crept up toward his temples. He gritted his teeth against the pain. Despite being saturated, the internal energy continued to pour into his dantian, unable to withstand the mounting pressure as it slowly began to expand. The compressed internal energy broke through his dantian point and surged outward, racing past his huiyin point, following his changqiang point, and shooting straight into his governing vessel. It blasted through the governing vessel in one breath, and then tore through his conception vessel, surging all the way to his baihui point in the blink of an eye. His abdomen heaved, and his body fell off the bed. It felt like his head was about to explode. The bulging veins on his forehead vanished, and Yunfei immediately vomited blood, his body forced upward by the internal energy. Then, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. Once the baihui point was pierced, the pain vanished entirely. His eyes widened as he realized his internal energy was rushing back toward his dantian like a rising tide. His body went rigid, and he let out a groan. By the time the harsh sunlight outside had softened, things in the room finally settled down. Yunfei was still holding his breath. He had completed the 12 heavenly cycles, but the energy gathering in his dantian was so immense that even with it flowing out through his dantian point, he couldn't contain it. It felt like his dantian was about to burst. An explosion occurred inside him, and he gritted his teeth, his face contorting in pain. Yunfei endured that indescribable agony as a previously blocked meridian was finally cleared. The escaping internal energy began to pool in the void just above his dantian. Is this the middle dantian my master used to talk about? Yunfei gritted his teeth, suppressing a groan. I have no idea. Eventually, he felt overwhelmed by exhaustion. Night fell, and the full moon shone down on the small courtyard. Yunfei woke from his stupor. He looked around, confused. Where am I? Yunfei guessed it must be a medical clinic. So, I passed out. He sat up and noticed something strange about his body. What the? Why are my clothes soaked? The clinic door opened, and a young woman entered. She asked, You're awake? Yunfei stared at her, stunned, as his stomach began to growl loudly. Yunfei frowned, looking down. The woman thoughtfully said, I prepared some porridge for you, so you'd have something to eat as soon as you woke up. He scooped up a spoonful of porridge, sighing dejectedly. Couldn't you have brought me something tastier? A look of shock crossed his face. The spoon in his hand had snapped. Yunfei was bewildered. I only gripped it gently. Could you use something a bit more durable? He picked up the bowl to finish his meal, and it shattered into pieces in an instant. Yunfei panicked. Wait, what's going on? He placed the shards on the tray. As he headed for the door, he thought his body felt so light. Surely a real meal would be better than just porridge. He went to open the door, and the handle broke off. Yunfei was stunned. What the hell? Wait a second. My dantian, it's filled with terrifying internal energy. It's like I've gained 60 years of power. Come to think of it, in my dream, my internal energy went berserk. My conception and governing meridians must have broken through. Yunfei whispered in disbelief. It wasn't a dream? It's not just my internal energy. It feels like my raw strength has been enhanced too. He felt overflowing power. The veins on his arm were bulging like cords. Yunfei wondered, I've always had some muscle, but not like this. How did I end up this way? If I want to live normally, I guess I'll have to learn how to control this strength. If I'm not careful, I might accidentally rip my own nose off while picking it. The physician walked in from outside and asked, What is going on in here? He apologized sheepishly. I will pay for everything. Also, I seem to have fully recovered, so I'd like to be discharged. The physician insisted, Let me check your pulse first. His fingers carefully touched Yunfei's wrist, and the physician's face went pale. Impossible, he thought to himself. The patient was clearly on the brink of death, so how is his pulse so strong now? The physician exclaimed, Recovered this quickly? It's unbelievable. He felt that this boy was a medical miracle. His ability to heal was simply incredible. The physician reminded him, You don't need to pay for the broken items. The person who came with you already settled the bill, so don't you worry about it. Yunfei's face lit up with joy. Really? Then I'll be taking my leave. The physician began to doubt his own skills. Did I misdiagnose him in the first place? Yunfei returned to the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters. Everyone rushed over. Little brother, are you all right? This morning, I thought you were a goner. Do you have any idea how worried we were? Are you truly okay? Yunfei felt a warmth in his heart. It was nice to know people were worried about him. Qi walked in and reminded them it was time for their shift, and the three of them began their night watch. And Chiang let out a huge, bored yawn. Yunfei asked, What's with the long face? He replied, I don't know why, but the night shift always feels so much longer. Yunfei agreed. Yeah, that's true. And Chiang suddenly asked, In times like these, wouldn't a romance be the best thing ever? Yunfei, have you ever been with a woman? Honestly, I've never even had a girlfriend, he admitted. Wait, really? And Chiang asked, surprised. You've got everything going for you, so why can't you find a girl? Yunfei smiled faintly and replied, That's just my luck. Deep down, he thought, Damn it, my master tricked me, and I practiced some useless martial arts that made it impossible to meet any girls. I suddenly missed the time when I first met my master. I was actually a pretty decent guy back then. He remembered his prime days. Yunfei still missed the time when people called him the dried skeleton, because there was a fight every single day. Even though he was small, his fighting spirit was legendary. That day was really tough. I was beaten to a pulp and thought I was going to die. Then my master appeared and completely wrecked those guys. Actually, it wasn't because of his promise to live a good life, but because I was captivated by his style, so I asked to be his disciple. I've spent 4 years deep in the mountains. How could I possibly meet any girls? And Chiang asked in disbelief, You're this old and you've never even held a girl's hand? He replied, I'm just unlucky, so it is what it is. And Chiang put on an experienced look. You make so much money. What do you use it for? Women? Yunfei was alert, whispering as his eyes darted forward. An enemy. And Chiang didn't catch on and blurted out, What enemy? What kind of girl enemy? He suddenly realized, Wait, where is the enemy? And Chiang's eyes scanned the surroundings. He gave the order to pull the red string. Qi was also on guard. When the red string was pulled, it meant intruders were here. A barrage of hidden weapons shot toward them. One struck toward Xiang's back. He fell, knocking over the table and chairs, while Yunfei easily dodged the incoming arrows. He gripped his staff tightly as a flare shot into the night sky, exploding into a bright display. Yunfei stood guard in front of the gate. Facing him was a group of about 40 people in night-crawling gear. Qi and Anqiang rushed inside the gate. He looked back and shouted, Get in here, quickly. A volley of throwing knives flew toward them, and he immediately turned back, the blades slamming into the gate. Yunfei made it inside, just in time. Qi locked the gate tight, and the group leaped over the high wall. Yunfei cursed. Damn it. A fight again. Qi felt his luck was terrible. Why did they have to attack exactly when we were on duty? And Chiang awaited orders. What do we do? Yunfei assigned the task. Go inside and wake up the other warriors. He hurried off. Okay, one guy had his sights set on Enqiang. Where do you think you're going? Leave your head here before you go. His blade was blocked by the wooden staff. He mocked Yunfei. Just a gate guard, but you're not half bad. Yunfei provoked his opponent. Let's have a match then. He felt insulted. You brat. Yunfei nimbly ducked, making the strike hit nothing but air. The opponent was stunned by such agility. Yunfei seized the moment of his distraction and swung his staff, knocking the assassin down. Two more assassins lunged at Yunfei from behind. He glanced at them, silently analyzing the situation. He swung his staff into one guy's ribs and smashed the other guy's neck hard. Neither of them could advance any further, their bodies forced backward. One assassin stayed cautious, not daring to make another move. He exclaimed, "Oh, so these guys are experts?" He wanted to avenge his buddies. "You bastard, I'm going to cut your head off." Yunfei raised his staff to block the sword strikes, but his staff was shattered into pieces. Yunfei had no choice but to retreat. He threw the broken pieces of the staff at his opponent, temporarily blocking his path. Yunfei put all his strength into activating his power, revealing his spirit armor. The fabric on his wrists tore away as scales began to spread across his hands. By the time the scales covered his arms, his internal energy radiated brilliantly. The assassin was curious. What on earth is that? Yunfei lunged forward. It's the gloves that will break your jaw. His arms were enhanced with both strength and armor-like hardness. Yunfei chuckled triumphantly. Just then, other assassins broke through the door. Seeing the situation go south, Chithon cursed, "Damn it." The assassins surrounded Yunfei, but their swords felt like toys against him. One guy asked, confused, "What the hell is this lunatic laughing at?" He got serious and thrust his sword at his opponent. But Yunfei's scaled arms blocked it all. He thought to himself, because of the shock from their attacks, the energy trapped in my three channels is being quickly pulled into my dantian. It was time for Yunfei to counterattack. He unleashed a barrage of punches, his fists enveloped in swirling electricity. The opponent couldn't react in time, and his arm bones shattered on impact. Yunfei continued to land direct punches on his opponent. He laughed while he fought, that same excited, manic laugh. The assassin was beaten until he collapsed, exhausted. Behind him, another assassin tried to sneak attack. The sword pierced Yunfei's back, but he didn't even flinch, just stepped back. The assassin saw this and began slashing wildly, his blade striking Yunfei's arm. He held up his arm, showing it was without a single scratch. Yunfei's laughter made the assassin's face darken with stubborn rage. Surrounded from all sides, he started getting annoyed. These bastards, he thought. Being hit this hard made his internal energy surge uncontrollably, like his chest was about to explode. Yunfei winced, his side hurt too. A leader ordered, "Back off." The others obeyed immediately. "Yes, boss." The lead assassin stepped up. "Leave this guy to me." Yunfei observed his opponent. "So, this is the ringleader? Whoever takes down the leader wins." Thinking that, he charged forward. "Eat this." The leader prepared to receive the attack. The sword thrust forward, and the gauntlets on Yunfei's hands were ready for the clash. The distance between the fist and the sword closed. The impact sent him flying, but the leader didn't fare much better. He thought, how can this be? I poured all my internal energy into that strike, and yet a measly guard like you, he held a grudge against him. Because of you bastards, the plan is ruined. You're the one I have to kill. The rest of the assassins received their orders. Yunfei spoke up. You damn thugs, do you think I came here just to throw my life away? The leader was taken aback that he was called something as low life as a thug. What thugs? He continued reasonably. Real warriors wouldn't resort to shameful sneak attacks like this, especially attacking at dawn. Only bottom-tier thugs do that. Those bold words silenced the assassins. He added with contempt, "You guys are grown men and you're still using weapons? How embarrassing." The leader looked at the sword in his hand, stunned. Weapons? Yunfei provoked him. Let's see who dies first. The assassin glanced at the hand emitting internal energy, thinking to himself, this guy couldn't possibly be just some lowly guard, and I at least need to get something out of this to avoid being held accountable. He pointed his sword at him. You're dead. Suddenly, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed. The assassin glanced over and saw the guards rushing in. He thought, because of that bastard, this mission has been blown. It's a shame, but we have to retreat. The assassin warned him, remember my face, you bastard. Yunfei asked back in confusion. Remember what? We aren't exactly close friends, are we? With no time to argue further, the assassin retreated, and all the assassins flew away in unison. He bent down to pick up the sword. Let's just consider this medical expenses. Yunfei tossed the sword behind a tree. The group of guards arrived, heading toward the wall where the assassins had escaped, shouting, "Stop right there!" Yunfei was speechless, thinking, do they really think they'll just stop? Suddenly, a wave of pain hit him, forcing him to let out a cry. Damn it, that hurts. He looked down at the bleeding wound on his waist, thinking, it was clearly a hole, but it's already healing, so the Qian Wu divine art actually works when needed. Huh. Zhang Yushou led his men back to find Yunfei. He asked bluntly, do you know where they came from? Yunfei was speechless. Do you think they wore masks just for decoration? Yunfei solemnly handed him the sword. This is what they dropped. Zhang Yushou examined it. It was a rare, high-quality sword made of refined steel. The warriors who use these swords must be quite formidable. He wondered to himself. They're using such high-grade weapons. Yet they couldn't even handle a guard? Yunfei revealed. The people who use those swords are very strong. Zhang Yushou was still deep in thought. If they couldn't even take down a mere guard, how strong could they really be? Wait a second, this sword of the heroic wind is not a weapon an ordinary martial artist can handle. Furthermore, those with the guts to attack a branch of the Murim Alliance surely cannot be nobodies. I know who they are. That's the blood-killing sword squad from the Blood King sect. The ones who use the heroic wind swords as their weapons. They must have attacked to rescue Ma Guang, the third young master of the Blood King sect who was captured a few days ago. He asked bluntly, are you the guard named Yunfei? Yunfei denied it. I've never heard that name before. Zhang Yushou changed his approach. I mean, you are the guard who captured Ma Guang, the third disciple of the Blood King sect, right? Yunfei confirmed. That's correct. He replied, I am Zhang Yushou, the Green Dragon Squad leader of the Inner Hall. I couldn't quite believe it, but it seems the attackers were indeed the blood-killing sword squad of the Blood King sect. For now, my squad and I will handle this area. You go and summon the head guard immediately. Yunfei obeyed. Yes, squad leader. At that moment, Xingman ran over. I'm here. Zhang Yushou asked sternly. The main gate is for the Green Dragon Squad to handle. You guards just head back to the barracks to rest. He confirmed. Yes, squad leader. Afterward, the guards began to repair and clean up the debris. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, and Qiang asked worriedly, are you hurt again? He reassured him. I just need to apply some medicine, and I'll be fine. He replied, thank you. If not for you, I wouldn't have survived. Wei Qithan chimed in. If you hadn't warned us in time, I would have died without even knowing what hit me. Wait, didn't you get stabbed in the waist? Let me see. As he carefully bandaged Yunfei, he sighed in relief. I thought you were stabbed, but it only grazed you. Thank goodness. Yunfei realized, I thought this job wouldn't be dangerous, so I took it. The things I've experienced these past few days are far from not dangerous. Should I just quit? No. I just need to be stronger than those thugs. My martial arts level now is far beyond when I first started as a guard, to the point where I can single-handedly take on 4 people with sword energy. The problem is, I still can't wield the internal energy as perfectly as the master. The internal energy left behind by my master has yet to fully fuse with my own. If I can turn the power inherited from my master into my own, then there will be nothing left to fear. And besides, what other job pays this well? Plus, my alias, Yunfei, sounds pretty cool, much better than my master's alias, Tui Diep. My teammates are also absolutely amazing. I can't betray them. A real man must value loyalty. That day, a high-ranking official came to see them. I have heard of the guard's bravery. The report says you signaled in time and gave your all to stop the enemy, so how could I just sit idly by? Although this isn't a reward worthy of upholding the reputation of the Murim Alliance, I have prepared a bonus envelope for you. You should all accept it. Jingman respectfully accepted it. Thank you, Branch Master. He noticed him. You are the guard who made the major contribution this time, right? I heard your nickname is Death's Grin. He replied, my subordinate name is Guard Yunfei. The official suggested, if you have any wishes, just say the word. Yunfei replied, we subordinates hope that the guard team can also be equipped with protective armor, just like the warriors guarding the inner hall. The official asked in surprise, protective armor? Yunfei thought to himself, if I wear a set of protective armor made of steel thinned like fabric, even if I get stabbed in the waist, I won't be punctured. The official agreed. I see. I will tell the support team to prepare 8 sets of protective armor for you. He bowed his head and replied, thank you, Branch Master. The official ordered, in the next 10 days, the duty of guarding the main gate will be taken over by the inner and outer hall warriors. During that time, The guard team should focus on recovering and healing to return to work. Yunfei obeyed. Thank you, sir. Afterward, they sat down to eat together. Yunfei looked excitedly at the 2 new sticks he had received. Are these new tools custom-made? Tools have to be this good, right? Wei Qithon praised. Impressive. Yunfei said excitedly, now we won't be at a disadvantage when it comes to gear anymore. And Qiang looked at him with resignation. This is the first time I've ever heard someone call weapons tools. Yunfei revealed seriously. In the back alleys, people usually settle things with their fists, but sometimes there are people who use tools. Those guys are usually considered cowards. And Qiang frowned. So, you're a slum kid? He answered awkwardly. I was a bit of a delinquent when I was little. Wei Qithon agreed. No wonder your eyes look a bit delinquent. Yunfei didn't believe it. My eyes look delinquent? And Qiang added, even the way you're standing, stiff like that, looks pretty delinquent too. He laughed it off. Do I look like that? He gave him a thumbs up and praised, regardless, you are still a man of loyalty. The other guards chimed in. Yunfei was a man of integrity. That's right. Hearing that made him quite happy. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he raised his cup to invite them. Let's drink until we're hammered today. Everyone raised their cups to toast each other, happily draining them. The atmosphere was peaceful, with laughter and chatter filling the courtyard. Just then, Zixia walked in and remarked, looks like you guys are having a blast. Seeing her arrive, everyone's expression turned serious. Zixia frowned, glancing at them. Wei Qithon was thinking about the Juke Squad disciple. The members of the Inner Hall Juke Squad were curious about her appearance. A martial artist from the Inner Hall? Zixia asked directly. Are you Yunfei? Yunfei confirmed it was him. She offered an invitation. How about we go grab a drink? Of course, not here, but outside. The other guards looked eager for some gossip, so Zixia smiled and said, just the 2 of us. Yunfei seemed to be pondering something, while the others gestured for him to refuse. Yet, Yunfei agreed anyway. As the 2 of them left, whispers broke out behind them. So jealous. Being capable really attracts the girls. Talk about catching a wave of good luck. They moved to a different back courtyard, standing face to face in the open space. Zixia introduced herself. I'm with the Zook squad from the Lahua Palace. He returned the courtesy. As for me, I come from a small sect called Quan Da Wen. She suggested. It seems I'm a bit older than you, so I'll speak informally. Yunfei replied casually. Sure, I'm curious. But why are you here? Zixia asked abruptly. You like getting hit, don't you? Yunfei said awkwardly. Not exactly. Zixia concluded. In that case, I'm planning to give you a beating. Are you confused? She continued. All right. Here I go. Seeing Zixia rushing at him with her fist raised, Yunfei was startled. Oh, a punch landed right on his chest. Zixia even warned him beforehand. Something happened that made me super angry, so just let me vent on you, Yunfei. Yunfei was forced backward, thinking to himself, who actually likes getting hit, and what guy wants to be beaten up by a girl? He groaned in pain. Zixia exposed him. You look like you enjoy it. She hit him with a few more punches. Well then, take a few more. Yunfei groaned while enduring the pain. By the time things quieted down, he was lying on his bed, sighing. That was brutal. Wei Qithon asked curiously. Did you get beaten up again? Don't tell me it was that woman again? He confirmed. Yeah, it was her, his friend asked in surprise. Why? He confessed. She said she was angry about something and needed to vent. He thought to himself, how on earth did my master survive all these years, living a life of just getting beaten up and still staying alive? Now that I think about it, it's actually pretty sad. Wei Qithon wondered, but why was she so angry? Yunfei didn't have a clue. I have no idea. I just stood there and took it. His friend remarked, we were all so jealous. And Qiang chimed in, you must feel pretty wronged. He agreed. Yeah, getting hit by a guy is completely different from getting hit by a girl. Wei Qithon added, of course it's different. He closed his eyes to rest, thinking that this probably wouldn't be the last time. Outside, the sun beat down relentlessly. He was enduring Zixia's punches again. Damn it, this hit doesn't even count as a real attack. It's not even a proper technique, just flailing around, so it just hurts. After another useless punch, Yunfei fell to the ground, and she finally stopped. Zixia asked, do you feel better now? He pursed his lips and just let out a hum. Zixia was surprised. You can still smile after getting hit? That's impressive, he thought to himself. It's not impressive, it's stupid. She turned to leave. I'll count on you next time then. Yunfei suddenly asked. Wait, Zixia looked back, teasing him. Want more? He was curious. If not that, why were you so upset today? She replied, I have a superior. He looks down on me openly just because I'm a woman. He guessed she wasn't the type to tolerate such treatment. Zizia continued. Whenever I get angry, I use a wooden sword to strike trees, and innocent trees keep ending up dead. He was speechless, thinking, so you decided to kill me instead of the trees? She even felt, luckily, you're here. Yunfei was annoyed. If I can't say no, I'm going to lose my mind. When their shift came, the trio continued guarding the Martial Arts Alliance gate. Wei Qi-than was busy checking the registry when a carriage came rumbling toward them. He was surprised. I didn't hear anything about a carriage coming today. And Chiang noticed, wait a second. Yunfei hurried to block the carriage. Stop. The person in the carriage replied, we're here to request support from the Sichuan branch for the event. Yunfei was about to follow protocol, first requiring them to state their sect and identity. But the guy just skipped right past it. He did his job. I apologize. But due to my limited knowledge, I don't know who you are or where you're from. Please forgive my disrespect. I would be very grateful. The other party held out a token. They were from the Peng family, and inside the carriage was Master Peng Wuyan, along with Miss Peng Yishue. He examined the token. It represented the Hebei Peng family. Yunfei returned it. Please wait a moment, sir. The heavy gate was pushed open. After the carriage entered, he closed the gate and returned to his post. Just then, someone else arrived, Miss Xue Li. She asked politely, Guard Yunfei, right? He confirmed it. Yes, who are you? I am Xue Li from the inner hall, originally from the Sword Pavilion. Yunfei asked, What's this about? Xue Li explained, I want to speak with you alone for a moment. He said awkwardly, It's work hours, so she understood. I'll wait over there. Xue Li stood in a corner, and Chiang whispered in awe, Wow, what a beauty. Wei Qi-than glanced over too. Yunfei wondered, why would that girl be looking for me? Could she be here just to vent like Zixia? He glanced toward where Xue Li was standing. Once he was finished with his work, Yunfei went over to her. Upon hearing the reason, he was shocked. You want to hit me? Xue Li replied. Zixia told me you like getting hit. He cursed inwardly. That bastard. Spreading rumors like that. Yunfei opened up. Actually, that's a false rumor, Xue Li advised. I understand. You don't have to be shy. That made him even more confused. You understand? She revealed. I'm the same. Sometimes when I spar, I get hit, and it actually makes me feel quite refreshed. Yunfei was bewildered. What on earth is this? Xue Li looked understanding. I've been here a long time, so sometimes I feel stifled and frustrated. When that happens, breaking something makes me feel great. But I can't go around destroying the Alliance's property. So, whenever I feel like that, please, let me hit you, guard. It's mutually beneficial. Yunfei denied it. It's not, Xue Li pleaded. Please, I'm begging you. Lu Fei felt awkward at this request, thinking to himself that he really couldn't refuse. In the end, he agreed to be hit. She raised her fist excitedly, saying, Thanks a lot. The punch landed straight on his face, causing Lu Fei to spit blood. He cursed silently. Damn it, you said you were going to hit me and you actually did it right away? Xue Li raised her foot and kicked him in a certain place. You jerk. He was in so much pain that his whole body trembled. That wasn't the right spot. Lu Fei clutched his crotch and fell down, his eyes rolling back from the agony. Xue Li realized she had caused a major problem. I'm sorry. I was just distracted thinking about that guy, she apologized. Liu Fei retorted silently. If you were thinking about that guy, why did you hit me? She asked awkwardly. Does it hurt if I accidentally kick that spot? Liu Fei stood up and replied. How could it not hurt? She promised. I'll be more careful next time. He asked irritably. Just which jerk are you thinking about anyway? Xue Li said indifferently. What guy? Liu Fei sighed to himself. Why do I keep running into girls like this? As the sun grew intense, he returned to his boring guard duty. Liu Fei was still annoyed. Being a guard is actually a satisfying life. The work isn't too hard, the pay is stable, and occasionally there are even some interesting perks. If only there weren't things like this. Just as he thought that, two girls walked over. Zixia raised her hand to greet him. Junior, are you almost done with your shift? Come meet me for a bit. Zixia warned. Aren't you going to get lost? She replied. You should know your place at your age. Zixia didn't understand. What about my age? Xue Li exposed her. You're 28. That's 8 years older than this young guard. Zixia retorted. What's so great about you trying to seduce an innocent young guard? I was the one who had my eye on him first. Xue Li wasn't annoyed at all and teased her back. But you don't even look good together. Don't be so stubborn. After hearing that, she showed off. What's wrong with me? My chest is bigger than yours, Shui Li responded. That he thought to himself. Watching those beauties bicker, it's honestly enviable. Just a short while ago, he was still being teased for having no one interested in him. He saw the two of them glaring at each other, refusing to give an inch. So he stepped forward and said, "Hey, you two are bothering me while I'm on guard duty. Could you please take it somewhere else?" Ziha replied, "I'll be back later." Shui Li added, "See you later." The two of them huffed coldly and walked off in opposite directions. Yunfei let out a sigh of relief, and Chiang spoke up. "Man, I'm so jealous. I really am," he asked, confused. "They only came here to vent their anger. What is there for you to be jealous of?" He thought. Besides, at least you have beautiful women coming to find you. Hearing that, Yunfei lamented, "I should probably quit this job." And Chiang immediately countered, "No way. Our guard unit has been so much more lively ever since you arrived." He gave a wry smile. "I was just joking." He warned him that even if it's a joke, he shouldn't say things like that. Yunfei felt down, thinking, who would have thought he'd reach a point where he'd have a headache over women? The scene shifts to a high-ranking official's estate, where someone asks, "Are they saying they're going to hold the gathering this time too?" The branch chief replied, he insisted that it must be held. Even with the relationship with the Four Black Lotus currently in such a bad state, they are still determined to host the Dragon Phoenix gathering. I'm worried this will cause unnecessary provocation and end up hurting the younger generation. Du Liang didn't argue. That is true, but he also said that canceling the Dragon Phoenix gathering, which is held once every 3 years, just because the situation is bad, is simply unacceptable. The branch chief was surprised. "Don't tell me it's because of that again?" He confirmed, "Yeah, you could say that. Since it's only once every 3 years that they get a chance to pay off their debts properly, there's no stopping it now." He was astonished. "Just how much debt is it this time?" Du Liang replied, "I'm not sure myself." The branch chief thought to himself, a man is lucky to find a good wife, but the head wife is becoming increasingly extravagant, and the debts are just piling up. And to top it off, they're planning an unnecessary Dragon Phoenix gathering just to deal with it. He spoke up. "Anyway, let me say this one more time. In the current state of our relationship with the Four Black Lotus, hosting the Dragon Phoenix gathering is extremely dangerous." Du Liang understood, but since it was the order of the alliance leader, there was nothing he could do. The branch chief grumbled to himself. What good is it to be an old bastard with strong martial arts? In the end, he's still a henpecked husband, Du Liang argued. But compared to previous alliance leaders, isn't he still better? The previous leaders only cared about their own interests, turning the martial arts alliance into a cesspool. He agreed. The current alliance leader isn't a bad person, but usually, people like that don't have much luck with their wives. Du Liang revealed, "I'm actually following him because of his character." He replied, "All right. The Sichuan branch will also gather the younger generation to participate in the Dragon Phoenix gathering." Du Liang was delighted. "Thank you. As for the registration fee," the branch chief mentioned, "I'll send 20 people, and at 100 taels each. Just prepare 2,000 taels." Du Liang replied, "The alliance leader will surely be very happy." He warned him, "Next time, if you hold forced events like this just because of debts, tell him that the Sichuan branch will withdraw from the alliance." Du Liang agreed. "I understand." He stood up to leave. "Then I shall take my leave." Immediately after, the branch chief summoned the group leaders. The leader announced that every group master must select 5 disciples to be sent to the Dragon Phoenix assembly, none older than 30. One man spoke up. "Our Black Tortoise group will send Chu Anhao, Ma Diu Treat, Hoa Fulan, Naodong Tu, and Naodong Mok. Following him, the White Tiger group will send Cao Chi Hoan, Bach Ho, Yan Chong, and Ban Hia Teep. The Azure Dragon group will send Sun Weiju, Tun Trung, Thoyu Tuyen, Thoi Vu Trung, and Dao Tap. The Vermilion Bird group will prepare Ha Mai, Han Tuyet Ma, Chan Chan, Shui Li, and Chin Man, totaling 5 people. The branch chief moved on to the next topic. "Now, let us discuss the timeline and expenses." The White Tiger group replied, "First, we need someone capable to act as the person in charge, leading the junior disciples." The Vermilion Bird group suggested, "I nominate our assistant masters. They possess rich martial arts experience and have reached the pinnacle of skill, so we can trust them with this task." The branch chief praised this. A good idea. This way, the assistant masters will have something to do, and it is also an opportunity for them to pass on their vast experience to the junior disciples. The Vermilion Bird group echoed, "Indeed, branch chief." He then asked, How much will the expenses be? The support group master estimated 4 assistant masters, 20 junior disciples, and 1 guard, 25 people in total, requiring 2 large carriages and 3 coachmen. He needed to know the total duration. The support group master reported, traveling to Han Nam, the Murim Alliance will take 1 month. Including the return trip, it is 2 months. The Dragon Phoenix assembly at the Alliance will take another month, totaling 3 months. This will be a long journey. The branch manager muttered that it was quite a long list. The other side continued, stating that carriage rental fees, driver's wages, and labor costs would come to 240 taels of silver. For the Martial Alliance's dedicated coachmen, the cost is 150 taels, including their monthly wages. For the junior disciples, martial arts masters, and bodyguards excluding their monthly wages, the food and lodging will cost 1,140 taels, for a total investment of 1,490 taels. The branch manager asked nervously, "Isn't there any way to cut costs?" The supply team leader immediately denied it. "That's impossible." The manager frowned and asked, "Why do you say it's impossible?" The supply leader broke it down for him. "These kids don't hold back when they spend. The food cost is calculated at 1 tael of silver per day for every 3 people, so 2 months of food will be 500 taels. The cost of renting, lodging for the whole group is 4 taels a day. Just that alone comes to 740 taels. The branch manager concluded, "In that case, wouldn't 740 taels be enough?" The leader gave an example. "Manager, if I ordered you to go 1 month without touching a drop of alcohol, eating only rice, and living inside the carriage, could you stand it?" The branch manager understood. "It would be pretty tough, wouldn't it?" The supply leader concluded, "That's why we can't cut costs. They can't just survive on rice forever. Sometimes we have to let them have some alcohol and buy a few snacks to keep their strength up." The branch manager replied, "Then we will depart in 10 days. I hope the guild leaders prepare thoroughly so that there won't be any obstacles when attending the Dragon and Phoenix convention." Finally, the shift ended, and Enchiang returned to the back courtyard. He collapsed onto his bed and happily said, "There's nothing better than just lying around after a shift." Chithon walked in and asked, "You're still lazing around at this hour?" And Chiang gloomily suggested, "Can we skip it for just 1 day?" Chithon condemned this lazy behavior. "Do you think martial arts are just a snack? You practice when you feel like it and skip it when you don't? If you don't train persistently, you'll never amount to anything." And Chiang replied, "But today, I just feel like doing absolutely nothing." Chithon reminded him, "You brat, do you have any idea how precious what I'm teaching you is? I had to spend 100 taels of silver and 2 years of my life to learn this. Show some gratitude." And Chiang had no choice but to sit up and put on his shoes. Yes, I know. He followed Chithon outside, thinking to himself, "Why on earth did I decide to learn martial arts? It's too late to start. It probably won't be of any use anyway." Yunfei shot a side glance, thinking about how dramatic everyone was being. Just then, Havo Nguyen came looking for him. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw Yunfei standing in front of the wardrobe. Vo Nguyen spoke up. "You've been awfully quiet lately, haven't you?" He replied, "Yes, senior." Inside, Yunfei felt uneasy. Why would Senior Havo Nguyen from the main office come looking for him? He surely couldn't be looking for a sparring match, right? Vo Nguyen suddenly asked, "Are those pretty girls still coming to look for you?" Yunfei frowned and confirmed, "Yes." Vo Nguyen grimaced, "So jealous, I'm so jealous." Yunfei was confused. What was there to be jealous of when being beaten up by women? He'd rather be beaten by men. Vo Nguyen said confidently, "If they were beauties like that, I'd be ready to let them hit me as much as they wanted." Yunfei replied, "Then let me introduce you to them." He cleared his throat and refused. "No thanks, I have a lover," Vo Nguyen mentioned. "Hey, have you heard about that?" he asked curiously. "Heard about what?" he replied. "I heard that the Martial Alliance in Henan is organizing the Dragon and Phoenix convention this time, and it seems our Sichuan branch will also be sending juniors to attend." Yunfei said indifferently, "I see. But what does that have to do with me?" Vo Wen scoffed and asked, "Humph, do you really not know?" he asked curiously. "Know what?" he said. "You really don't know? Whenever we attend official events, our guard team has to go along for protection." Yunfei was surprised. "Escort duty? Is our strength even enough for that?" Vo Nguyen replied, "It's not the kind of escorting you think. It's mostly just standing guard when we set up camp or stay at inns." Yunfei seemed to snap out of it. "Ah," he continued. "Once we arrive, the time during the convention is our free time. Instead of being tortured by those women, wouldn't this trip be better for you?" A contemplative look appeared on Yunfei's face. Vo Wen hoped inwardly. 3 months of roaming outside is exhausting. Please, just say you'll go. Besides, living with those inner hall martial artists for 3 months would be a nightmare. Yunfei mused. What if those girls go too? Suddenly, Vo Nguyen snapped at him. Are you stupid? This is the Dragon and Phoenix Convention. It's a huge event. With so many famous people gathering, who would dare to let those beauties run off somewhere unknown? Do you think our branch manager is that careless? He wiped the spit off his face with a handkerchief. If those women were unlucky enough to get lost at that Dragon and Phoenix thing, that would really be a disaster, wouldn't it? Vo Nguyen cursed to himself. Damn it, he's not buying it? He replied. All right, if you don't want to, then so be it. Vo Nguyen helplessly held his forehead, thinking that just the thought of having to endure those inner hall martial artists for 3 months was enough to make him sick. Being looked down upon was one thing, but having to take on all the menial work on top of that, just thinking about it was miserable. Yunfei understood perfectly. No one would be that stupid. If it were such a great job, why would he be begging him to go? The scene shifted to another residence. He went to ask the supply team leader, is the preparation progressing well? He bowed. Yes, branch manager. The branch manager instructed. We're leaving tomorrow, so make sure to be careful and don't let any mistakes happen, especially with the 4 Black Lotus acting up. And then there's the Dragon and Phoenix convention too. The supply team leader reported. Well, there is a small issue, he asked, surprised. An issue? The supply leader replied. The junior disciples are strongly requesting that the guard Yunfei accompany them on this trip. The branch manager replied, then just let him go. He bowed in obedience. Yes, I will do that. The branch manager was confused. But why are the junior disciples insisting on Yunfei tagging along? The supply leader answered. Du Zixia and Shui Li from the Vermilion Bird Squad are leading the request very aggressively. He laughed. I've heard about that too. I heard those 2 kids keep clinging to that guard and won't let go. The supply leader thought it must be because those girls were so enthusiastic that the guard had to keep dodging them. The branch manager said confidently, regardless, that young man's talent is nothing to sneeze at. From catching the intruders last time, to those 2 fools from the Vermilion Bird Squad clinging to him like that. The supply leader chuckled and replied, that is certainly true. After they finished discussing, they left. In another part of the back courtyard, there was a loud shout. Is everyone gathered yet? The guard team lined up in full strength. Xingman reported. All guards, except for those on shift, are present. The supply team leader announced. Tomorrow, the junior disciples. Since our Sichuan branch is heading out to participate in the Dragon and Phoenix gathering, our guard unit needs to provide support for the mission. Usually, Guard Sa Tam Dao, or Guard Ha Ha Vo Nguyen, would take on the escort duty, but this time, Guard Yunfei has been assigned to it. Yunfei never expected the task to fall to him. Me? He confirmed. That's right. Ha Vo Nguyen was the happiest one, secretly smirking to himself. Yunfei spoke up. I've never handled an escort mission before. I don't know the first thing about escort duty, so how am I supposed to do it? The branch leader said nonchalantly, it's fine. Can't I just guide you? We'll talk privately in a bit. Now, I have a few things to relay to the guard unit. Everyone fell silent, waiting for orders. The branch leader announced that for the next 3 months, Guard Yunfei would be in charge of the escort mission. The vacancy in the guard unit would be filled by the night shift team. They will be assigned to the second shift. And from now on, at night, there will be 1 martial artist from the inner hall and 1 from the outer hall. This comes after instructions to strengthen security to prevent a recurrence of the night raid that happened 3 months ago. Havo Nguyen was secretly relieved. The work would be less taxing now. The branch leader concluded, that is all. Guard Yunfei, come, have a private word with me. Everyone left feeling cheerful, thinking things would be much easier, while Yunfei felt deeply annoyed. What the hell? He shot a side eye at Havo Nguyen. It was you, wasn't it? He understood the look and gave a strained, denying smile. It wasn't me. The branch leader urged him. Follow me. Yunfei followed behind him. Havo Nguyen jumped for joy, perhaps a bit too enthusiastically. When they reached a separate courtyard, Yunfei asked, puzzled, why me? The branch leader replied, Martial Master Mai Yunfei personally recommended you. It seems he is very pleased with you. He asked cautiously. By the way, are those women going too? Inside, he felt a sense of dread. If he had to be stuck with those 2 terrifying women for 3 whole months, life would be no different from a living hell. The branch leader froze upon hearing that and cleared his throat, saying, I'm only here to provide support. There's no reason for them to hand the list for the Dragon and Phoenix gathering to me. I probably won't know until tomorrow, the day of, he replied. Is that so? He reminded him. Let's talk business. I'll tell you what you need to do. You just have to manage the travel expenses. Yunfei was surprised. Travel expenses? He felt something was off. It was called an escort mission, but the real job was managing travel expenses? Something was definitely strange. The branch leader began. So you haven't heard anything from the senior guards. Fine, I'll explain it to you now. He explained the reason. The money management skills of most martial artists are truly hopeless, especially the juniors participating in this Dragon and Phoenix gathering. They are even worse. Most come from wealthy sects and have never had to think twice about spending money. Yunfei asked, Aren't there martial masters from the department for that? The branch leader continued, Martial masters? The monthly stipend for a martial master is 160 taels of silver. If we handed the travel budget to those accustomed to living in luxury, you wouldn't even need to look to guess the outcome. That's why we entrust travel funds to guards who know the value of money and how to be thrifty, he retorted. If that's the reason, it doesn't necessarily have to be a guard, does it? The branch leader replied. Other than a guard, who else could we hand it to? Except for the martial artists of the Murim Alliance, others only do odd jobs. And besides, they are quite old. If it weren't for the guards, they wouldn't be able to endure the fatigue of long travel. Do you understand? Yunfei replied. Yes, that is certainly true. The branch leader added. Furthermore, one of the guards' duties is to take turns with the coachman to drive the carriage. He was surprised. Huh? But I don't know how to drive a carriage. He didn't seem concerned. Just learn from the coachman on the road. Yunfei sighed. Everything really falls on me. The branch leader patted his shoulder and promised, As long as you complete this mission and return safely, I will reward you with a vacation and a generous bonus. Now, come to the inner hall early tomorrow morning. He had no choice but to obey. Understood, branch leader. Yunfei had already foreseen the future. It looked like he was in for some hard labor. As night fell, the gentle moonlight lit up the night sky. The next day, when the morning sun shone down, everyone in the manor was busy preparing. Yunfei had his luggage strapped on. The branch leader handed him a money pouch. Take this. 10 notes of silver, 100 taels no, 4 taels of gold, and 3 taels of silver. He received it. So much money? He replied. You'll see. Once you start spending, there won't be much left. When you reach Henan, the junior disciples will have to cover their own personal expenses. If they spend more than 8 taels of silver on food per day, you might run into trouble later, so be careful. Yunfei took note. I understand. The branch leader added. You have to manage travel expenses for a 2-month trip, there and back. Drinking wine occasionally is fine, but avoid famous inns or extravagant taverns. You must save cleverly so it can be used for the month's stay in Henan. Understand? He obeyed. Yes, branch leader. Yunfei was thinking. The more money I have left over, the more I get to keep, then I have to save by any means necessary. The branch leader instructed. Take the largest carriage at the very front. Once the branch head finishes speaking, the junior disciples will come out. He bowed. I'll take my leave now. He encouraged. Good luck. Yunfei walked toward the carriage and set his luggage down. Having finished, he looked up and greeted the coachman. Hello, brother. Susan smiled and asked, Are you the young man taking on the escort duty this time? He introduced himself. I am Susan. He replied. I'm Yunfei. I look forward to your guidance. Susan smiled and said, I'm the one who needs the help. I get tired easily due to my old age. Yunfei said tactfully, I'm here to learn anyway, so please teach me thoroughly. Susan asked curiously, Why go to such lengths to learn how to drive a carriage? He said simply, I don't know if I can be a guard for my whole life, so learning something extra is a good thing, right? He looked off to one side. The disciples are coming out. He heard this and turned to look at the crowd approaching, with those 2 ladies behind them. Yunfei blurted out a curse. Damn it, it's them. The 2 ladies even winked at him. Yunfei clutched his head in panic and said, I'm done for. When the sun was high and the rays were blinding, the caravan entered the mountain road. He sat next to Susan. Yunfei, frowning, looking quite miserable. Seeing this, he asked with concern, You don't look like you have any energy at all. Are you all right? Yunfei was pondering. While sitting in the carriage, they probably won't bother me anymore, right? Change of topic. Where are we staying tonight? Susan pointed ahead. Fengtian County is just a bit further. We'll rest there. Yunfei realized that was the plan and sighed at his fate. I don't get any rest, do I? It's clear I'm just about to get beaten up. My 2 mentors, why did you have to teach me such a lousy martial art? The small county appeared before them. As the carriage stopped in front of an inn, the crowd slowly dispersed. Yunfei said politely, "You've worked hard." Susan laughed. "I've been doing this my whole life. What's hard about it?" The two ladies immediately came over to find him. They started arguing. "Are you free after dinner? It's my turn first today." Zixia reminded her. "Don't you know about respecting seniority?" Shui Li retorted. "Are you really taking pride in your age?" Zixia puffed out her chest. "That's not something to be proud of. My figure is what's worth bragging about." Shui Li wasn't intimidated. Bigger doesn't necessarily mean better. A balanced proportion is what matters. Yunfei interjected. "I have a lot of work to do right now, so please step aside, ladies." Zixia winked. "Fine. Then I'll see you tonight." Shui Li wouldn't be outdone and reminded him as well. Yunfei sighed to himself, looking at their smiles. They don't seem annoyed at all. Why are they taking their anger out on me? He walked into the inn first, not wanting to pay them any more mind. The waiter greeted him warmly. "Welcome, traveler." He went to the innkeeper and reported, "There are 32 people in our group." The innkeeper was secretly surprised. 32? Yunfei gave instructions. "Please budget 3 taels of silver for each meal. Add some side dishes and rice wine, for a total of about 7 taels. The innkeeper cursed under his breath. "Damn it, this guy is a real cheapskate," Yunfei added. "For now, just calculate the costs based on that. We'll settle any extra orders separately later." Zixia requested. "Please prepare 5 large rooms." "Hey kid, can you give me a private room?" Shui Li continued. "And for me, the guard, as well." Yunfei said awkwardly, "There is a fixed budget, so we must use it wisely. Otherwise, we might have to go hungry on the way back." The two of them looked incredibly disappointed. He placed a string of coins on the table. "So, that's 15 taels of silver, right?" The innkeeper thought. So he was telling me to feel free to fleece them. Exploiting people who live so impulsively, what could be easier? After finishing his tasks, Yunfei headed to an empty table in the shop. The two ladies sat down with him, and he sighed helplessly. Zixia pleaded, "I don't want to share a room with her. Give me my own room." Shui Li added, "I don't want to either." Yunfei refused. "Public funds must be used according to the regulations. If you find it too inconvenient, please feel free to pay for another room yourself." Zixia knew it wasn't just for a day or two. That would be too expensive. Yunfei replied, "Then please just share a room." Shui Li reluctantly agreed. "Fine." Zixia couldn't convince him either, so she had to comply. "I'll listen to you, kid." Someone walked over. "Guard, can I sit with you?" Yunfei replied, "Please, take a seat, Master Yanchong." Yanchong then sat down next to Shui Li. Yunfei thought to himself, "All along the way, I've felt that Master Ngon was being shunned by the sect's martial artists. Maybe that's why he isn't eating with his teammates and came to me instead. Is it really just because his sect is declining that they treat him with such disdain?" Zixia greeted him. "Looking pretty chubby, aren't you?" He replied. "I've been plump since I was born," she remarked sarcastically. "As long as you don't get as fat as a pig, that's fine, right?" Yunfei couldn't take it anymore and reminded her, "Master Ngon is a person of extraordinary internal energy." Yanchong expressed his gratitude. "It was thanks to the guard that I could reach the first-class realm. Many thanks." Zixia was surprised. "Thanks to him? Doesn't that mean young hero Ngon has snatched our guard away?" He immediately denied it. "That's not it. He's just the guard leading the way for me." Shui Li spoke up. "The guard always gives me the feeling that he's a very special person. It's really a waste for you to be a guard." Zixia chimed in. "I think so too." Yunfei was confused. "What are you all talking about?" "I am satisfied with being a guard for the Martial Arts Alliance." Zixia teased. "You're being too modest. Others would have bragged with even the slightest bit of skill, yet you never exalt yourself." Shui Li advised, "Being too modest isn't a virtue either. Be more confident." He sighed. "I appreciate the recognition, but why do you have to treat me like a punching bag?" Yunfei looked up at them and said, "I'm not a big deal. I don't come from a prestigious background. My martial arts aren't powerful, I'm just good at talking, and I'm truly satisfied with this guard job." Zixia was slightly annoyed. A man without ambition, but Shui Li, on the other hand, said, "Actually, I like that about him." Zixia grumbled, "I like everything about him, except for that." Shui Li said comfortably, "As long as you feel good yourself, that's what matters most. How many people have ruined their entire lives because of ambition, after all?" He thought to himself, "I truly resonate with what Miss Shui Li said." Yanchong sat to the side, listening in. The guard is truly enviable, being loved by beauties like these. The waiter brought the food, set it on the table, and invited them to eat. They started to enjoy their dinner outdoors under the gentle moonlight. In the courtyard, Zixia stood across from him, raising her hand. "Let's start, kid." He quickly stopped her. Wait a second," Zizi asked suspiciously. "What is it?" Yunfei said seriously. "Today, I'm going to be honest." She told him to go ahead. Yunfei said bluntly, "Actually, I don't like being beaten. You don't like it, yet you still smile?" "I only smile when I'm actually getting beaten. But Zixia's punches have no lethal intent. They just hurt." Zixia understood. "So, you're disappointed because I wasn't being serious?" He denied it. "That's not it," she interrupted. "All right, from now on, I'll hit for real." Yunfei tried to explain. "That's not what I meant." Zixia acted as if she understood. "It's that simple." He had to shout, "I hate being beaten by women." Zixia was surprised by the reason. "You hate it?" Yunfei asked back. "Is there any man who likes being beaten by a woman?" Finally, she understood the whole story. While he was secretly hoping that now that he'd made it clear, she wouldn't come back to hit him, Zixia cleared her throat and said, "Even if you hate it, bear with me and let me hit you a bit more." He had a bad feeling. "What?" Zixia said casually. "You've been able to take it this whole time, haven't you?" "Just a little bit more," he asked helplessly. "How can you be so unreasonable?" She replied, "Actually, I'm almost tired of hitting you. Thanks to you, my mood is almost healed." Yunfei asked incredulously, "Is that true?" Zixia opened up. "Honestly, I've been hurt a lot living in the martial arts world. It's not easy for a woman to survive in this world, especially for a woman with a large chest like me. Men won't leave me alone. That's why I started acting like a man, only to be criticized and mocked. I told myself to ignore it, but I was still very hurt." Yunfei thought, "So the young lady has also endured so much pain," he said gently. "So that's how it is." She focused her internal energy into her palms. "All right, let's begin." Yunfei prepared himself. Zixia instantly lunged forward, her fist flying straight toward his chest. Yunfei realized she was much more agile than he had anticipated. As she rained punches down on him, he gritted his teeth and endured it, telling himself to be patient for just a little longer. The more Zixia fought, the more fired up she became. The sound of punches echoing from the back courtyard eventually prompted Shui Li to take her turn. She asked in surprise, "Didn't you say you hated being hit by us?" Yunfei admitted, "Does anyone actually enjoy getting beaten up? Since you feel bad about it, I didn't know that. My apologies." Yunfei accepted his fate. "It's all right." Shui Li opened up, leaving the sword pavilion to start over. "Life here is really tough. Everything is so unfamiliar. I want to go back, but I can't. I cannot disappoint my master and the sect leaders." Yunfei listened silently as she shared her feelings. Shui Li continued, "My shy and timid personality causes me so many problems. I lose every sparring match or duel. That's why at night, I secretly practice by hitting trees. But trees aren't human, so it doesn't really help." Yunfei inwardly reflected that for people in the martial arts world, a weak heart makes life truly difficult. Shui Li apologized. "Hitting the guards has helped me improve a lot, but I'm sorry for hurting you. I won't do it again." He patted his chest and blurted out, "I'm fine. Keep hitting me." Only then did Long Yunfei realize something was wrong. What on earth was he saying? Zixia cheered up immediately. "Thank you for understanding," he thought gloomily. "In the end, I'm still getting beaten." Zixia smirked and asked, "So, shall I start?" She lunged forward, unleashing powerful blows. He inwardly felt that Lady Shui Li was finally using her internal energy, and thanks to that, it hurt so much he thought he'd go crazy. The next day, a new day began under a perfectly clear sky. As they entered the second day, the caravan departed. Yunfei sat next to Susan, who praised him. "You're really skilled." Yunfei replied, "This is actually quite interesting." Susan revealed, "Those who study martial arts find it much easier to handle a horse-drawn carriage." He rejoiced inwardly. The movement of the horses transmitted through the reins, it seemed the martial arts his master taught him were useful after all. If only he didn't have to deal with getting beaten up, that would be perfect. The caravan reached a quiet stretch of road, and the carriages picked up speed. By the time sunset fell, they arrived at a small town at the foot of the mountain. The carriages stopped in front of an inn. Yunfei's group was already settled inside, and the other disciples had finished their meals, enjoying their dinner after a long journey. A few people ate looking exhausted. Zixia frowned. "Isn't this a bit too much? There's nothing decent to eat here." He reminded her to stay within the budget, otherwise we might end up sleeping on the road and starving on the way back. She figured they could worry about that later. The present was more important, right? Yan Chong praised her, saying that Lady Zixia's straightforward personality was truly admirable. Zixia retorted sarcastically. Admirable? People hate me because I'm too much like a man. Yanchong replied with admiration. I don't have that kind of charisma, she answered. It takes some effort. Yunfei only dared to think to himself, I have to put in so much effort just to practice these pathetic martial arts. Everyone has their own story if you look closely enough. Zixia glanced at him, sitting beside her. Actually, the most impressive one is our younger brother here. The others are busy inflating their tiny bit of talent, but our brother never gets arrogant about his own abilities. Among the men I've met in the sect, he is the most genuine man. Shui Li chimed in, agreeing with this. That's right, he really is shy and flustered, he said. Why is everyone saying this? You're making me so embarrassed. Yanchong didn't hold back his praise. Even a man like me finds our guard reliable. Someone arrived outside, and the innkeeper bowed. Welcome, distinguished guests. Thank you for visiting our humble inn. A man at the door shoved him aside. Get out of the way. The innkeeper was sent flying to the ground. Hearing the commotion, they all looked over. A guy exclaimed excitedly, Found them! 2 men walked up to Yunfei's table. The group looked at the newcomers with vigilance, their expressions excited as if they had found a gold mine. Then they turned toward the door. This left Yunfei's group confused, while other disciples wondered, what a bunch of maniacs. Who are they? Someone asked with contempt. A bunch of foolish kids. The sound made the 2 men snap their heads around. The bald guy from earlier was leading his brothers. Leading the way was Zhao Da. They marched over aggressively. The bald guy pointed at Yunfei's table. It's them. Zixia recognized the Fire Dragon Gate, one of the evil sects of the 4 Black Lotuses, located in the suburbs of Shaanxi province. They used axes as their main weapon. The Fire Dragon Axe technique was powered by a yang-based internal energy known for being brutally cruel. Shui Li continued. The axes tear through flesh and bone, and the heat from the blades cauterizes the flesh, making the wounds look horrific, like burns. Mai Changying said irritably, How unlucky, the Fire Dragon Gate shows up. I'm afraid this won't end well. He grabbed the hilt of his sword, ready to fight. Another person reached for their coin pouch, freezing in place, while other members of the group firmly gripped their weapons. Mai Changying spoke up. Who are you? Zhao Da replied nonchalantly. I heard some brats from the Martial Arts Alliance were passing through. As a senior in the martial arts world, I've come to teach you a lesson. He found it ridiculous. A lesson? The man replied. As a senior, of course, I have to teach you the ways and rules of the martial arts world, right? Mai Changying was surprised. A lesson on rules? What's that supposed to mean? The man boasted. It means the rule that if you're weak, you're as good as dead. The other disciples were disgusted and shouted, Shut your mouth. They drew their swords toward the men. The other side brandished their axes. Both sides were in a tense standoff. Yanchong put his chopsticks down. With this much tension, I can't eat. Except for Yunfei, the 3 of them had already stood up. He thought to himself, the atmosphere was completely different from the street brawls in the alleys. Usually, neighborhood thugs would be shouting and cursing before throwing a punch. No matter what, they usually had a justified reason. But these scumbags just wanted to jump into a gang fight without any pretext at all. Zixia reassured him. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Shui Li also promised. Guard, I will protect you. Yanchong wanted to compete. Leave the protecting to me. Yunfei placed his trust in the trio. They were all exceptional experts. Surely they could take care of themselves, right? He looked at the other group with annoyance. Damn it, they're using weapons too? As men, you should fight fair and square with your fists. Are these mountains of muscle so cowardly that they rely on weapons like women to start a fight? Yunfei asked coldly. What is your name? The man announced. I am Zhao Da. And you? He said briefly. Mai Changying. Zhao Da recognized his background. Mai Changying, huh? Worthy enough for me to have some fun with. He excitedly rushed forward with his axe. Well then, let's see what you've got. Mai Changying casually drew his blade to block, then kicked out at his opponent. Zhao Da was sent flying by the move, skidding across the ground. Once he regained his footing, Zhao Da praised, as expected, but Mai Changying looked down on him. I have no interest in compliments from trash like you. Masters, it seems they don't plan on retreating easily. We must prepare. The other masters are already stepping up, he thought to himself. Our group is full of junior disciples with little real combat experience. After all, only the masters have the strength to fight back. One master questioned. We were just having a peaceful meal. How dare you come here to cause trouble? The 4 of them glared at the troublemakers, with the disciples behind them standing ready. Wen Fei was already fed up. People say you shouldn't even disturb a dog while it's eating. Yet, they were being this unreasonable. Ngonsung took out his gloves and said, "If those guys knew manners, they wouldn't be called a demonic sect, right? You doubt that thing can be used as a weapon?" The experienced Zixia advised, "Little brother, you should choose the weapon that fits your hands best, shouldn't you?" Shui Li also drew her sword. As their opponents raised their axes in unison, the axes in their hands were filled with killing intent, and Zhao Da ordered, "Kill them all!" The mob shouted and charged. "Tear them apart!" One master commanded, "Don't panic. Just fight as you did in your daily training." The two sides clashed, the sound of blades ringing out as axes and swords struck, sparks flying. Mai Changying and Zhao Da retreated after that initial clash toward the other masters, who were being overwhelmed by the opponents. The enemies used their superior numbers to surround the disciples, pushing them back due to their lack of experience. Some were knocked down as cries of, "Hold them back!" rang out. The brawl became incredibly intense. Someone launched a throwing dagger, and the blades struck the pressure points on their bodies, causing the axes to fall from their hands. Wen Fei stood with his hands on his hips, speaking with disgust. "What's with this weak stuff? Are these really the guys who were puffing their chests out earlier? Damn it, I didn't want to get involved in an armed fight," Zixia exclaimed. "I tried my best to be careful." Shui Li and Gongsheng walked over. "It looks like we have to intervene after all. There's no other way," he thought to himself. "Damn it, I have over 1,000 taels of silver. If I get caught, I'll lose it all." Wen Fei took out 2 sticks. "Absolutely not." Zixia attacked one man. "Go to hell." The stick struck the opponent's shoulder hard. He touched the painful spot on his shoulder before swinging his axe at her. Zixia agilely leaned back to dodge and countered with a powerful strike to the opponent's head. "You're the one who should die!" The blow was so strong it buckled the man's knees. It was Shui Li's turn, and she slashed her sword toward the opponent's wrist. The man dropped his axe in pain, and Ngon Sung's voice rang out from behind. "You guys should be aiming for me." He threw a punch with his gloved fist, hitting the opponent square in the face. Wen Fei couldn't sit still. "I'll smash your skull." He channeled his internal energy into his sticks as 2 opponents rushed to block his path. One by one, they were defeated by Wen Fei. The man squeezed his eyes shut against the excruciating pain, both of them collapsing to the ground. A guy behind him tried to sneak an attack. "You bastard!" Wen Fei raised his stick to block the axe strike. "You're venting your frustration on me? Why start trouble while I'm trying to eat?" On Ngon Sung's side, he was also gaining the upper hand, landing a powerful punch directly on his opponent's face. The trio was handling one corner. Zhao Da noticed the situation, and suddenly Wen Fei appeared behind him to attack. He quickly raised his axe handle to block. Zhao Da sneered. "That coward," Wen Fei mocked. "You're already getting beaten, and you're still talking nonsense?" Hearing that, he frowned and stammered. Wen Fei rushed forward from behind to attack a henchman. Mai Changying blocked Zhao Da's path. "You guys should be aiming at me." Losing his mind, the man roared. "You bastard! I'll crush your skull," Wen Fei teased. "Stop the nonsense," he angrily asked. "You despicable wretch. How dare you call yourself a warrior?" He scoffed. "Humph. Do I look like a warrior to you?" Zhao Da was surprised. "Huh?" Wen Fei criticized the earlier behavior. "Even thugs don't mess with someone eating. Everyone's just trying to make a living, aren't they?" The man asked warily. "Who the hell are you?" Wen Fei replied calmly. "Me? Can't you tell? Just a guard, right?" Zhao Da was stunned. "A guard? A sentry?" He angrily corrected him. "I'm a guard." Zhao Da looked down on him. "Just a pathetic low-level sentry." Wen Fei retorted, "So what if I'm a guard? Is protecting the safety and order of the Alliance wrong? At least we don't go around robbing people like you do. We are guards." Zhao Da was so infuriated he lunged forward. "Shut up, you guard." Wen Fei blocked the strike and casually corrected him. "It's guard." As he was pushed back, he realized to himself, "Damn it, this strength is just like Master Mai Changying's." The man attacked aggressively. "Die." An axe strike infused with profound internal energy came crashing down. Wen Fei leaped high to dodge, the axe blade splitting the floor. While in midair, he rotated his body, releasing powerful energy. He landed safely on the ground and then burst forward, each step sounding heavy as a mountain as he rushed in. Zhao Da stood frozen at the sight. Wen Fei closed in on his opponent, who instinctively raised his axe to block. The wooden stick pressed heavily against the axe blade, causing the floor under his feet to crack and sink. Wen Fei charged again, his face full of confidence. Zhao Da was pushed back by Wen Fei. He grit his teeth and cursed. "You damn sentry!" He lifted his leg, channeling his internal energy into his foot, and kicked Zhao Da squarely. His body was sent flying backward, and two sticks struck simultaneously, hammering down on his head. Zhao Da squeezed his eyes shut, dizzy and disoriented, as he collapsed face first onto the ground. Finally, the ringleader had been defeated, and the area became a scene of devastation. The masters were astonished by Wen Fi's strength. Zixia walked up and patted his shoulder. "Little brother, stop now." She pressed herself close to Wen Fi, and he didn't look too happy. He frowned, glancing at Shui Li, who was whispering in his ear, "Guard, you've worked hard." She also brushed some part of her against Wen Fi's arm, and he started to feel dizzy. Mai Changying walked over and said, "Truly impressive. It hasn't been long since we last met, but it seems you've made incredible progress. Congratulations," he blushed shyly. He praised him. "Thanks to you, we were able to handle them without any losses." Wen Fi replied humbly, "Ah, it's nothing, sir." Mai Changying thought happily, "Just in case. I suggested bringing him along. Good thing I did. I really need to reevaluate those kids. Seeing them being shunned by others, I thought they were just troublemakers, but it turns out they are even more capable than the senior disciples." Mai Changying turned to report to the masters. "As a precaution, let's keep an eye on them." The pressure points on the unconscious men had been released. He struck their pressure points on their backs with force. Each of them had their points released one by one. Mai Changying went to release the points for the last one, while Yun Fei went to collect every single axe. Carrying a pile of axes in his arms, Yun Fei tossed them all into the assembly area. Shui Li walked up and asked, "Guard, what do you think you're doing?" He replied, "Selling them, obviously." She asked curiously, "Selling them? Why?" Yun Fei gestured toward the scene. "Take a look at this inn. It's completely trashed." Just as he said, the place was in ruins. He continued, "Before we left, the squad leader ordered me to clean up the mess properly after you all caused such a disaster." Mai Changying chimed in, "Hey, guard, I think that's going a bit too far." Yun Fei demanded an answer. "Why is that? Would you mind explaining the reason?" He replied, "A weapon is the life of a martial artist. A warrior would rather die than suffer such humiliation." Yun Fei glanced at the one who caused the trouble. "Then we should ask him how he intends to make up for it." Zhao Da was busy bandaging the wound on his forehead, while he left to check how much the damages would cost. First, he had to talk to the innkeeper. The people inside the inn were hiding behind the counter in fear. Yun Fei called out, "It's all over, come on out." Only then did the innkeeper dare to poke his head up. Seeing the wreckage in front of him, he was stunned and sighed. "Oh my goodness, you didn't even beat around the bush. How much is the repair cost?" The innkeeper pulled out a ledger to record. 50 tables, 100 chairs, almost entirely destroyed. The floor and walls needed repairs too. It would cost 180 taels of silver. Yun Fei was stunned. "That much?" The innkeeper replied, "Well, I also have to include the food and half-finished liquor, plus the cost of repairing the furniture, walls, and floors. And if we add the losses from not being able to do business during the repairs..." Yun Fei cut him off. "All right, I understand. Many people are injured. Go call a physician here." The innkeeper bowed. "Yes, sir." Yun Fei walked over to Zhao Da and called out, "Hey, do you have any money?" He frowned and asked, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yun Fei repeated, "I asked, do you have any money?" Zhao Da shouted back, "No, you bastard guard. Since you've decided this, the repair costs for the inn and the medical expenses for my men will have to be covered by selling your guys' equipment." He was surprised when he mentioned equipment, and Yun Fei pointed his toe toward the axes. "These ones?" Zhao Da roared in anger. "Are you trying to humiliate me?" He replied, "What are you talking about?" He started yelling, "A weapon is an extension of a martial artist's own body. You can defeat me, but you absolutely cannot break my pride. Do you intend to sell my honor and pride for a few meager coins? I, Zhao Da, will absolutely not acknowledge nor permit such a thing." The others listened in silence. He asked nonchalantly, "So what?" Zhao Da was taken aback. "You ask so what? A weapon is my life. How could I sell it for money? A true martial artist must devote his heart to his weapon and cherish it like his own life. I, Zhao Da, would rather die than endure this humiliation." The master nearby agreed, saying they were right. Yun Fei asked again, "Is it really not possible?" Zhao Da stubbornly replied, "That's right." Yun Fei threw a dagger down. Zhao Da looked down at it. Yun Fei demanded, "Then go ahead and die." Upon hearing that, his face turned pale. The others also looked up in fear, and the disciples were terrified. Yanchong intervened. "This seems a bit much," but he reminded them, "It's not excessive at all. The repair cost alone is 180 taels, and just look at these guys from the Martial Alliance. How much will their medical treatment cost? They caused such massive damage, yet they claim they have no money and won't give up their weapons. Isn't that just how they usually behave? They say they'd rather die than part with their weapons, so then just go ahead and die. Yan Chong argued. But that's not the spirit of a martial artist, is it? A martial artist never accepts humiliation. He retorted. Then don't endure it, just die already. Yunfei turned to Zhao Da. Hey, you, if you want to die, hurry up and do it. I need to get this over with so I can finally get some rest. The man thought bitterly, this guy, and in the end, he had to accept it. Just take it. Enduring hardship is also a virtue of a true man. Yunfei turned and asked, what about the rest of you? Which one of you still wants to drone on about martial honor or whatever to stop me from taking this? Speak up. I'm busy, so I'll personally slit your throats. They looked around, but no one dared to utter a word. He said with contempt, acting all tough. It's lucky that I'm kind enough to let this slide. Otherwise, anyone else would have tasted cold steel the moment they opened their mouths. You bunch of useless losers, you have no money, and yet you still want to act arrogant and refuse to lose your gear? What should I do with you? The whole group could only sit in silence. When the innkeeper received the money, he said joyfully, oh, thank you, sir. He thought to himself, usually, these martial artists just walk away after fighting, but they're actually covering the repair costs. That's strange. He went to ask the doctor, how much are the medical expenses? The old man replied, just having the doctor come was expensive, plus the healing medicine and all the other supplies used. You owe about 45 taels of silver. Yunfei sighed internally. What a ripoff. He handed the pouch to him. Here, 2 gold taels and 5 silver taels. Yunfei sighed in relief. Even so, he still had about 500 taels left. If he kept doing things like this, he could actually make some money. Mai Chongying came to report. This was caused by the 4 black lotuses. They seem to have made an agreement with the Fire Dragon sect to pass on an internal cultivation method to supplement the Fire Dragon divine art, and then ordered them to ambush us. They even used our detention as a condition. It seems there's definitely a conspiracy behind this. Yunfei was worried. When 2 powers clash, many things can happen in the middle. As long as no one messes with me, I'm fine. I just want to make a profit. He asked, what about those guys? Mai Chongying rubbed his chin thoughtfully. We can't kill them, and we can't take them with us. Yunfei calculated. Then let's just leave them here and go. He asked, but tell me, are you okay? He was stunned. What do you mean? He warned, I say that because you've made enemies out of them. Yunfei was confused. What grudge? Mai Chongying brought up the past. Didn't you take their weapons? Martial artists consider that the greatest humiliation, and they will definitely seek revenge. He replied, I don't think it'll go that far. If only a few were robbed, the victim would suffer immense humiliation. But once everyone is robbed, they'll all just stay quiet. Mai Chongying hoped that was the case. That could be true. Yunfei thought that a martial artist who would hold a grudge just because they were embarrassed once was an even bigger fool. But if others come after us, will we be able to hold them off? Mai Chongying glanced at his men. They all looked exhausted. He felt annoyed a bunch of useless people, truly. Beside him, Yan Chong stood stiffly. Mai Chongying realized this was their first time experiencing such a bloody battle, which was why they were so traumatized. In such an unstable state of mind, they were useless. He urged the masters, perhaps it would be best if we leave now. Right, one of them asked curiously. But what about them? Yunfei replied, we'll just have to leave them behind. Besides, they can't even move right now anyway. He signaled to him, get ready to go. When night fell, they left the inn, with everyone waiting outside. He handed a small pouch to Mai Chongying. Please, take this. He was surprised. What the hell is this? Yunfei explained. This is something called caltrops. He took it and asked excitedly, when did you prepare these? What kind of person are you? Anyway, what have you been doing to make it this far? Yunfei said modestly. I'm just a wanderer who knows how to pick a few herbs and hunt some animals, that's all. The masters were inspecting the hidden weapons. He instructed, these caltrops are made of scrap metal and have 4 sharp spikes. In a pinch, you can just hold them in your hand and throw them, but their true power is unleashed when they are scattered on the ground. Once spread, 1 spike will always point upward, that's the beauty of them. They are extremely effective at delaying or blocking pursuing enemies. Yunfei thought to himself, it's a trick I used to use back when I was a wanderer. Mai Chongying promised, I will use them carefully. He turned toward the carriage. Then let's get moving. Yunfei was the last one to follow. He told Susan, let's head out. As the carriage began to roll, he guessed it would be a rough night. The young man's expression turned serious. Yes, indeed. The convoy departed in the middle of the night, the moonlight shining on the path they traveled, while the defeated group had already been rescued by masked men who came for Zhao Da and his crew. Zhen, he stepped forward to question Zhao Da. He asked unhappily, "What the hell happened?" Zhao Da lowered his head and reported, "We failed, sir." Hearing this, "Zhen," he shouted, "3 elites of the Fire Dragon Gate failed, and while dealing with those pathetic brats?" He admitted his fault. "They were no ordinary opponents. We were careless and rushed in, which is why we ended up in this sorry state. Those fighters were very strong, far different from the information the supervisor provided." Zhen, he criticized, "This plan was created to warn the Martial Arts Alliance, yet it failed miserably. I am truly disappointed." Zhao Da denied. It wasn't a total failure. More than half of their elite juniors were seriously injured, and those fighters couldn't have come out unscathed either. If even the elite of our Fire Dragon Gate suffered like this, imagine what it's like for the others, he agreed. Fine. Zhen, he ordered. The Black Lotus has already dispatched the Black Horse Troop just in case. Order them to hunt those people down. Even though the mission failed, I will still give you the secret manual I promised. He handed over the manual as promised, and Zhao Da received it excitedly. Thank you, sir, he thought to himself. The more one practices the Fire Dragon divine art, the more hot-tempered and violent one becomes, eventually turning into a madman. To overcome those side effects, one needs to suppress the fire chi and balance it with yin. And with this cold moon mental method, it can be done. I've been so stifled for so long. The deeper my inner energy, the worse my temper became. I couldn't control my rage over minor things, causing so much trouble that everyone started avoiding us. Now, we can finally live properly, like normal people. Meanwhile, the convoy of Yun Feiyang's group entered the mountain trail. He spoke up. Susan, aren't we moving too slowly? He interrupted. 2 horses carrying 7 strong men plus luggage? It's already impressive that we're moving at this speed. Normal horses would have collapsed long ago. To keep this pace after running all day is nothing short of amazing. Besides, it's a night path. What if something unexpected pops up ahead? Don't jinx it like that. Yun Feiyang replied. You're right, brother, Susan said sadly. Poor horses. Yun Feiyang never let his guard down. Although there was no sign of pursuit yet, which was lucky, who knew what could happen? They were worse than street thugs. He retorted, Are you saying martial artists are worse than neighborhood hoodlums? He replied, The Thug Blood sect uses weapons to ambush at night, while the Fire Dragon Gate stirs up trouble while we're eating. Even street gangs don't pull stunts like that. Susan agreed, I think so too. Yun Feiyang said, with contempt. They claim to be people of the martial world, acting all high and mighty, but they don't even know what true manliness is. Susan reminded him, That's enough, or you'll be heard. He replied, Just my own thoughts. He cautioned, Don't say everything you think. Loose lips can bring disaster. Yun Feiyang smiled and didn't argue. I understand. Suddenly, his ears caught a strange sound. Seeing Yun Feiyang looking back, Susan asked, What is it? He replied, I hear hoofbeats. Susan exclaimed, I didn't expect them to keep chasing us. He warned, We're being followed. I'm going to pick up the pace. Hearing the order, the master's face showed anxiety. The other master was stunned. He urged, Susan, please, speed it up. Susan replied, We're in big trouble now. Yun Feiyang's hand was touching the whip on his waist. He thought to himself, I've never used a whip before. Susan had already raised the long whip, lashing the horses' rumps. They bolted, their hooves thundering on the ground. Behind them, a group of riders was chasing the very masked men who came to save Zhao Da's group. Mai Changying shouted the order, Use the caltrops. The people in the carriage looked out, aiming accurately at the targets. Several hidden weapons embedded into the ground. The horses kept charging forward. The masked men weren't deterred. The lead masked man shouted, We're almost catching up, keep going. The horses were galloping at full speed. Suddenly, one horse let out a scream, and its rider was thrown backward. The horse fell to the ground. Seeing the caltrops embedded there, the assassin narrowed his eyes and ordered his subordinates, Stop, it's a trap. The assassins hit trouble, their horses fell, and the riders were thrown off. The assassin exclaimed in shock. They dare to pull a stunt like this? He glanced at the hidden weapon in his hand. Luckily, there's no poison. What are the casualties? A subordinate reported, 3 horses are injured, and 7 members of the Black Horse Troop stepped on the iron spikes and were wounded. The assassin cursed in anger. Damn it, I didn't think they'd use such dirty tricks. He thought to himself, These wounds will take at least a month to recover. In this state, we can't continue the pursuit. The leader ordered his deputy, who replied, Understood, boss. He said that you must head out now. I heard most of them are already injured, so it shouldn't be too hard, right? The deputy complied. Yes, boss. I'll make sure to send them to their graves. He spurred his horse and signaled his men to move out. Yunfei's caravan was still racing down the trail. He thought to himself, thanks to the iron armor, we've bought ourselves some time. But then, scouts reported from behind that the assassins were closing in, whipping their horses to catch up. Anxiously, he asked, can we really not go any faster? Susan replied helplessly, the horses are completely exhausted. Yunfei cursed, what a shitty situation. He immediately jumped onto the roof of the carriage, then raised his bow and took aim at the assassins. He fired the first arrow and reassured the group, don't worry, just stop the carriage. Susan pulled the reins, yelling, stop, stop. The two horses skidded to a halt. As the caravan stood still in the middle of the mountain pass, someone asked curiously, why are we stopping? He climbed down and replied, there aren't many of them pursuing us. I think it's better to finish them off now and then, rest. Mai Changying objected. Whether we fight or not should be decided by the martial arts masters leading us. Yunfei advised, the horses are tapped out. We'll get caught either way. It's better to catch our breath and wait for them. It'll be to our advantage. He thought the suggestion made sense. Mai Changying said to one of the masters, there aren't many of them, so we'd rather face them than keep running. Yunfei suggested, perhaps we should send the injured away first. He agreed. That works. The injured were loaded into the carts. The first carriage took off, and the rest stayed behind to wait for the assassins. The group of assassins charged toward them. Mai Changying shouted, identify yourselves, Du Kuang announced. We are the Black Horse Troop of the Four Black Lotuses. I am Ha Du Kuang, the third deputy leader of the Black Horse Troop. He asked directly, what is your purpose in chasing us? He replied, I was ordered to deliver a message from the Four Black Lotuses to the Murim Alliance. Mai Changying asked curiously, what kind of message? Du Kuang replied, previously, a warrior from the Divine Moon, Gate of the Murim Alliance attacked. A warrior from the Harmony sect of the Four Black Lotuses. The Four Black Lotuses filed a formal protest, but the Murim Alliance took absolutely no action. Therefore, the Four Black Lotuses want to show the Murim Alliance our firm resolve. Yunfei continued, so, what do you intend to do? He answered, it is an order from the Four Black Lotuses to capture the juniors participating in the Dragon Phoenix gathering. Someone exclaimed, are we hostages? Du Kuang ordered them to be captured, adding that if they resisted, they were to be killed. The group surged forward. Resistance meant death. Du Kuang led the charge, sword pointing toward him, but Mai Changying raised her blade to block the attack. A fierce battle broke out. Yunfei was fighting one man. The enemy swung his sword with such force that he stumbled backward. Yunfei deflected the rapid-fire strikes, his expression remarkably calm. One of them fumed, who is this bastard laughing at? Yunfei ignored the onslaught, letting out a few light, amused chuckles. Every swing of the man's sword missed him completely. At the same time, Yunfei lifted his remaining club and struck the opponent's arm with a heavy blow. The man was instantly defeated by Yunfei. He screamed, my leg! Yunfei noted that one was down, but someone else was attacking from behind. He nimbly raised his club to block, then tapped the man right on the head, sending him face-planting into the dirt. Yunfei said with disdain, cowardly sneak attacker. The two young women were surrounded by a group. Yanchong fought off opponents with her sword. The clash of blades rang out. The battle was evenly matched. Mai Changying was dueling with Ha Du Kuang. He thought in surprise, a person like this is just a martial arts master? I thought that title was just for has-beens. Hearing the thumping sounds behind him, Du Kuang turned back. Seeing his men defeated, he was shocked and thought, who on earth is that guy? Zixia, starting to lose the upper hand, called out, kid, teach this guy a lesson. Yunfei shouted, hey you, try fighting me. He slammed his club down at the opponent, who raised his sword to block. Yunfei took the opportunity to jam his other club into the enemy's chest, and he went down in seconds. Xueli saw Yunfei was free and called out, handle this one too, he replied. I'll take them all you, come here. The enemy lunged with his sword, shouting, die! Yunfei crossed his wooden clubs to block, smiling all the while. The opponent felt insulted. You bastard! Are you laughing at me? Yunfei denied it. I'm not laughing at you. I'm turning pain into laughter. He kicked his opponent, who gasped as his eyes rolled back in agony, tears streaming down his face as he clutched his groin. You coward! Why would you hit a vital spot? Yunfei seized the moment to bonk him on the head, saying, shut up! Another one down. Du Kuang stared, stunned by that guy's actions. Caught off guard, he nearly took a hit from Mai Changying's blade. They both stepped into a more intense duel. Mai Chungying swung a giant blade toward his neck. Du Kuang was frozen, not daring to move. He held his blade to the opponent's throat and announced, "It's over." Looking back, he saw his own men had been captured. Du Kuang pulled off his mask and asked, "Why did you stop? Just kill me." Mai Chungying sheathed her blade and replied, "Forget it. Back off." He felt insulted and demanded, "Kill me." He refused. "We don't kill people casually." Du Kuang turned red with rage and shouted, "Shut up with that nonsense, you cowards." Yun Fei, hearing this from behind, couldn't resist. He rushed over and yelled, "Shut your mouth," delivering a heavy blow to Du Kuang's head. He was dazed by the pain, his body swayed, and Du Kuang's knees hit the ground with a thud. Mai Chungying saw this and asked, "Isn't that a bit too much?" He replied, "Sorry, fording in. But these guys were gunning for our lives. Listening to them whine is just a waste of time." Du Kuang spat back. "Filthy, righteous sect scum." Annoyed, Yun Fei hit him again, saying, "Shut up." Humiliated, the man cried, "Kill me." Yun Fei demanded, "Shut up and answer my questions quickly. How many more are following us?" Du Kuang smirked coldly and asked, "You think I'll talk?" Yun Fei answered calmly, "Is that so?" He gave the stubborn man another blow. "If that's how it is, then don't speak." The man collapsed face first into the dirt. Mai Chungying couldn't watch anymore and called out, "Hey!" He interrupted, "This isn't the time to argue," and she understood. It was true. Yun Fei went to ask another man, "Which freak is pursuing us?" The man remained tight-lipped. He threatened, "You'll die if you don't know." Still nothing. The man refused to talk. "You don't know?" He delivered another powerful blow to the man's head. The man let out a cry, his head slamming into the ground. Xixia was surprised. "He has a side like this too?" Xue Li remarked. "Well, sometimes men have to be a little bit ruthless, right?" Yan Chong inwardly applauded. Truly a friend worth learning from. Yun Fei walked up to one of the men. "You have no idea, do you?" The guy was trembling uncontrollably, out of sheer terror. He raised his staff. "Well, then, I guess you'll just have to die." Just as the staff was about to come down, the man raised his hand to block it. "No, wait. We're finished," Yun Fei asked mockingly. "Finished? How am I supposed to believe that?" The man stammered. "We were ordered to attack the Sichuan branch's reinforcements and capture the juniors. We're just following orders." Yun Fei didn't buy it. "With just this many of you, you think they'd send weaklings like you? Give me a real answer." The man replied, "Actually, our group leader is already here. But while we were being chased, he was hit by a poisoned caltrop and got injured, so he had to head back with the others. The mission was handed over to the deputy leader. He pleaded, 'It's true, please believe me.'" Yun Fei turned back to ask him, "The poisoned caltrop I worked so hard to get seems like it was useful, huh?" Mai Chungying smiled and replied, "So that's how it is." He thought to himself. The more he looked at him, the more he realized this was no ordinary person. "Is someone like this really just a bodyguard?" Yun Fei asked for his opinion. "How should we handle them?" Mai Chungying replied, "They're useless for now anyway. Just let them go." Yun Fei ordered them, "Get out of here. And hey, if you go back to your sect, they probably won't let you off the hook, will they? Wait, why should I even worry about that? Just get moving." The men helped each other up and left. Yun Fei asked his group, "Is anyone hurt?" Xue Li spoke up, "Young hero Yan got hurt protecting me." Yun Fei walked over to check on him. Xixia touched the wound on his body and said apologetically, "He got hurt trying to save me." Yun Fei called out, "Master Tang, please take a look at him." He walked over to Yan Chong to examine him. Seeing the look of pure concern on Xixia's face, Yun Fei found it quite refreshing. Different from usual, huh? She's a girl, after all. At that moment, Yan Chong was applying medicine to the wound, carefully stitching it up with a needle. Yan Chong pursed his lips, a soft groan escaping his mouth. Yan Chong bandaged him up carefully. "All done?" Xixia asked anxiously. "How is the wound?" He replied. Luckily, no internal organs were damaged. Everyone's face showed signs of exhaustion. Mai Chungying spoke up. "After everything that happened today, I think each of you has felt something. You must have realized by now that the martial arts world isn't as romantic as you imagined. It might be painful and difficult now, but as time passes, today's events will help you grow, significantly." They remained silent, not answering. He thought to himself, "These kids have lived in luxury, like flowers in a greenhouse, so it's hard for them not to be fragile when facing adversity. Meanwhile, that kid must have done everything just to survive since he was young." Yun Fei shouted loudly, "If you're like this, how are you ever going to make it in the dangerous world of martial arts?" If you can't get rid of the inferiority and self-doubt gnawing at you, you'll stay stuck exactly where you are. He asked coldly. Any objections? Someone voiced their opinion. Honestly speaking, I think the way that bodyguard handled things was a bit extreme. Mai Changying asked directly. Extreme? In what way? Yunfei looked coldly at the group. The man continued. Both at the inn and here. This doesn't reflect the style of a martial artist from the Murim Alliance at all. He asked for your opinion. What do you think? Yunfei growled. I don't know since when guards were treated like martial artists. Aren't they always just seen as gatekeepers? And you keep talking about principles. But is it normal to demand principles from killers who show up at your doorstep? Would it be better if we just died by their hands? The person was silenced, having been called out directly. He continued. I'm not the kind of person who cares about honor or the way of the warrior like you do. I'm just a guy who doesn't want to die a meaningless death. That's why I'm still trying my hardest to survive. The person hesitated. But living while being so miserable and clinging to life? Yunfei smiled. I will survive no matter how pathetically I have to cling to life. But as for you, go ahead and die with your dignity. The martial artist couldn't argue and fell silent. Seeing that he had handled everything, Mai Changying smiled slightly. He ordered, Let's get moving now. Let's catch up to the group that left earlier. Yunfei went over to Yanchong. Let me help you. Zisha steadied him. Leave this to me. As their group set off, Mai Changying transmitted his voice. Well done. You're curious, aren't you? How do you do that thing called voice transmission? He understood. You mean you want me to teach you? Yunfei replied, I would be very grateful if you taught me. Mai Changying hinted. There's nothing to teach per se. When receiving a transmission, did you feel like your ear touched something? He shared his feeling. It felt like something was covering my ear. Mai Changying explained the core point. Just think of it simply as using internal energy to create a membrane of qi. When you want to transmit your voice to someone, you circulate your energy to surround their ear, creating a path with the qi membrane. Imagine creating a cylindrical membrane, connected from my mouth to their ear, and speak in a low, calm voice so others won't notice. Yunfei replied, That's quite a crude method. He continued. To create a qi membrane path for voice transmission, you need at least 40 years of internal energy, and if your control is poor, you won't even be able to attempt it. Yunfei wondered. Then are the martial artists who can perform long-distance voice transmission even human? He denied that it was impossible. When I was a wanderer, I met a martial artist called a top-tier master, but even he couldn't transmit his voice over 100 paces. Oh, have you heard of the 100-pace divine fist? Yunfei continued. I heard it's a terrifying martial art from Shaolin. Isn't that the Shaolin fist technique that has devastating power even from over 100 paces away? Mai Changying estimated. At most, it's limited to 20 paces. If Shaolin could really cause damage from over 100 paces away like they claim, then just with the 100-pace divine fist, they would have unified the martial world long ago. But what's the reality? Aren't the Wudang and Mount Hua sects the ones with the booming reputations right now? There's a saying that all martial arts under heaven originate from Shaolin, an arrogant claim that no one really denies. But the problem is that the sects currently making waves with their martial arts aren't Shaolin, they are Wudang and Mount Hua. Yunfei exclaimed. As expected, even in this world of martial arts, those who use weapons have the advantage. Mai Changying mused. Weapons, huh? He thought to himself. Compared to them, these martial artists aren't even as good as the street performers. Mai Changying mentioned. I already sent a request for support to the Zhongnan sect last time, so don't worry too much. He helped Yanchong and added, That's a relief. He thought to himself. If they come, things might actually get a little better. Their carriage arrived at the meeting point. Susan greeted him happily, relieved to see that he was still safe and sound. Yunfei replied modestly, Just luck, that's all. He insisted it wasn't luck, but rather his own skill. Yunfei thought, It wasn't my skill. I only survived because those useless fools were chasing me. Susan secretly judged him as someone who didn't know his own limits. Mai Changying peeked out of the carriage to advise, We are almost at Truxun County. Even if you are tired, you must endure it. Rest once we arrive. The next day, the caravan continued moving. The team traveled for a long day until the sun set. They continued to travel throughout the long night. Finally, the next evening, they arrived at Truxun County. The carriages were left to rest in the backyard, while the group sat in the inn. Mai Changying glanced behind. The Chungnam sect is late, he wondered. Could it be that they aren't coming? He asked. They would never ignore the danger that our brothers in the Murim Alliance are facing. Yunfei countered. I don't really believe that. Mai Changying changed the subject. Try to be more positive. Let me briefly introduce the Chungnam sect to you. They are a Taoist sect that uses swords and judges' brushes as their primary weapons. Their signature martial arts include the 36 swords of the world, the sun-shooting sword technique, and the Great Heaven Tier sword technique. There was a time when the Chungnam sect reached its peak of glory, being mentioned alongside the 9 sects and 1 clan. And even today, they have many famous masters. Yun Fei added, I just hope that those who can help in the current situation will arrive. Just then, the inn door opened, and Mai Chongying turned around happily. Are they here? The masters all stood up. The leader stepped forward and said, I am Trak Kai An of the Chungnam sect, Trak Ki Ang. He bowed and replied, It is an honor to meet you. I am the blade of great strength, Mai Changying. The masters introduced themselves. Duong Vin Trung, very pleased to meet you. Chu Tong Wen, happy to meet you. Hong Nian Biu, thank you for coming. Vin Trung was secretly surprised. Trak Kai An was one of the 10 greats of Chungnam. He hadn't expected such a master to come. Kai An began, I heard you have suffered significant losses. Mai Changying replied, It is lucky that no one died. Now that great hero Trak Kai An has arrived, I can finally feel at ease. He secretly observed their clothing. In the Chungnam sect, not everyone was allowed to have the blue cloud emblem, the sect's symbol, embroidered on their chest. The blue cloud pattern on the chest meant that the person had at least mastered one of the Chungnam sect's martial arts. Had they already surpassed the realm of a first-class master? But they didn't look very imposing. Could it be because they practiced Taoist martial arts? Regardless, if they were sent out, they certainly weren't useless, and they seemed somewhat special. It would be good if their actual strength was as special as they appeared. After chatting, they went to rest. The inn fell silent. The next day, Mai Changying went to meet Kai An's group. He said, Our Chungnam sect would like to step up and take responsibility for this. An complied and replied, I look forward to your assistance. Following Kai An were several disciples, and the carriages began to roll down the road. The caravan continued on as planned, led by the Chungnam sect. Yun Fei felt a bit relieved. At least he felt more secure now. After a long journey, they arrived in Laksun, and the group chose a spacious and new tavern. They sat down at the table, where 5 dishes were emitting heat. Yun Fei swore to himself, You bastards, we requested help, yet you make us pay for all the expenses? And if you were going to do that, you could at least order normal food, instead of ordering expensive dishes just because you thought it was free. As expected, these people were no different from the Muram Alliance crowd. Fortunately, he still had money from selling the axe. Besides, he had picked up several weapons from the Black Horse group along the way, so he had to sell those after the meal. He had decided to accept the Chungnam sect's support all the way to Ha Nam. This was going to cost a fortune. These guys didn't know how to earn money themselves, treating it like trash. These martial artists had so many ways to make him dislike them. Everyone else was enjoying their delicious meal. Outside, the harsh sun beat down as they continued to move toward the mountain road. The Chungnam sect was still walking in the lead. Yun Fei looked quite gloomy at this moment. Susan spoke up. It's a good thing more than half a month has passed and nothing has happened. It must be thanks to those Taoists, right? He glanced at the group walking ahead. Yun Fei couldn't be happy. Damn it, hosting those parasites is costing a fortune. I don't know how much they're going to devour today. He had known for a long time that martial artists were spendthrifts, but this was truly too much. Had these Chungnam bastards been starving for a long time before coming down the mountain? Why did they eat like pigs? Even the beggars of the beggar sect didn't consume this much. Seeing him look so troubled, Susan asked, What's wrong with you lately? Yun Fei was confused. What do you mean? He mentioned the girls who used to like him and kept following him around. Yun Fei thought they must be tired of him by now. He thought to himself. Ever since that day, seeing Zixia constantly clinging to Yan Chong made it clear that she had feelings for him. And lately, she hadn't been like she used to be. She seemed to have become gentler and more docile. Thinking back, Yan Chong was quite a capable person after all. Why does Shui Li keep avoiding me? Was I too reckless? Or is it because all I ever think about is money? Those annoying, troublesome girls. Both of them turned away in an instant. I felt relieved, yet somehow so empty. And to think, I used to believe acting like that was cool. Susan suddenly scolded me, saying I should have treated them better while they were still around. You think I didn't try? I replied, filled with profound philosophy. Living this long, I've finally realized that there is no effect without a cause. He added, Ah, so there was a reason for it all along, huh? Susan reminded me that nothing changes as quickly as a person's heart. Yun Fei agreed, noting how true that really was. I decided that, Tonight, I just had to ask why. By evening, the town at the foot of the mountain had lit up, and everyone was enjoying a delicious meal. Two young ladies were sitting with him when I walked over to check in. "Brother Yan, how are you feeling?" Yan Chong replied. "Thanks to Zixia being by my side to help, I've recovered quite a bit." Yunfei realized, "Sister, you look much healthier now." She spoke with practiced courtesy. "The guard has worked hard. I noticed that I had gone from being a younger brother to just a guard." Her tone had become so distant. They really were right. A woman's heart is as fickle as a reed. Yan Chong invited, "Sit down." Yunfei pulled up a chair next to Shui Li and sat down. Yan Chong began, "Miss Z has finally found peace in her heart, so things will be different from before." She replied, "It is all thanks to Brother Yan." Yunfei was surprised by the way she addressed him. "Brother?" Zixia revealed. "He said he would definitely take revenge for us at the Dragon Phoenix gathering." You were stunned and thought, "Revenge?" Yan Chong spoke up. "There was this guy named Mok Thien Da. He was incredibly handsome and had exceptional martial arts. So many female warriors adored him. Yet, he dared to go behind the backs of both Ha Hangan An and Shui Li. Word got out that he was two-timing them. But that jerk didn't feel any remorse. He even forced both of them to drink bitch Loa Xuan." Yunfei added, "What a scumbag." Zixia continued, "We channeled our energy into our fingertips and used a knife to cut it out to get rid of it. But before we could get it all out, other comrades appeared. So, Mok Thien Da tore his own clothes, pretending we had attacked him and caused him harm." Shui Li chimed in. "Back then, our bodies were glowing red, and we didn't look normal at all." Zixia added, "People started looking at us like we were weird women from that moment on. So, we acted accordingly, even though no guy dared to come near us anymore." Yunfei asked curiously, "So, what happened to that Mok Thien Da guy?" Yan Chong replied, "I was there too, but because my presence was so insignificant, no one paid attention. Yet, I witnessed everything. Back then, because Mok Thien Da's friends testified that it was the truth, Zixia, Gan An, and Shui Li were labeled as weird women. Eventually, the truth was revealed, and Mok Thien Da was transferred to another branch. If it had been anyone else, they would have been expelled. But because of his family's influence, he was just moved elsewhere. I heard he's participating in this tournament, so I'm going to take him down to avenge them." Zixia trusted that, with Yan Chong's strength, he could definitely take him down. He decided he couldn't let a guy like that walk around with his head held high. Yunfei hesitated. "Hey, you two seem to be avoiding me, don't you?" Zixia said bluntly. "The other disciples are avoiding the bodyguard." You stood there, blankly asking, confused. "That's not just a one-day thing." She denied it, saying it was different from when they were at the branch. "Back then, they ignored us because we were bodyguards. But now, because they were saved by the bodyguard, their pride is hurt, so they're staying away." Yunfei retorted, "I didn't even want to do that. I only wanted to protect my own life. I had no intention of saving them at all." Zixia said awkwardly. "Regardless, the conclusion is that we are all junior disciples. Although we aren't close to them, we are clearly still fellow disciples." Yunfei understood. "I agree. Humans should have that kind of integrity." She still remembered the favor. "You had secretly endured their anger." "Thank you," Yunfei asked. "So, from now on, you two won't cause any more trouble, right?" Both confirmed. "Yeah, we won't," Yunfei exclaimed, feeling both relieved and regretful. Zixia mentioned, "Then let's continue. You raised your hand to refuse." "Forget it. I'm good," Shui Li gently said. "We are always grateful that you endured our anger, and for your tolerance in saving our lives. The reason we've been a bit distant lately is that we realize this journey is a matter of life and death. One slip up, and we could die. That thought made us extremely tense, so we couldn't be as relaxed as before. And I have also reflected a lot after seeing the bodyguard's martial arts." Yunfei was secretly surprised. "Are they both grateful and pressured to be around me? Is it because I'm a bodyguard?" Shui Li continued. "But we see the bodyguard as a friend." Zixia agreed. "That's right." Yan Chong also chimed in. "I consider you my brother." Yunfei happily exclaimed, "Oh, it's reached that level?" You stood up to leave. "I still have work to do. Everyone, please enjoy." Yunfei walked toward the counter. "You asked how much it was for today." The three of them smiled and looked at Yunfei. Kai An stood up and clasped his hands, saying, "Today is the final day. It's truly fortunate that we completed our escort mission without any obstacles." Mai Changying politely replied, "Thanks to Track Qian, we were safe and sound. On behalf of the Sichuan branch of the Martial Arts Alliance, I sincerely thank you." All the masters turned toward him. Thank you very much. You paid the silver while silently cursing. Damn it, a bunch of freeloaders. Kion revealed that there was news the Martial Arts Alliance had sent people to escort them, so he would complete the mission until then. Mai Chungying asked anxiously, "Are there any other updates? I don't think it's just the juniors at the Sichuan branch who were attacked." That's true. I heard the movements of the 4 Black Lotuses seem unusual, as if they are using the conflict between the Firewheel sect and the Divine Moongate as an excuse to expand their power. I heard even the Martial Arts Alliance has recognized the gravity of the situation and is discussing countermeasures. Upon hearing this, Mai Chungying felt a bit worried. The situation seemed worse than he thought. He confirmed that, in fact, this chain of events had been predicted. Sending an entire delegation for a small issue between the Divine Moongate and the Firewheel sect is clearly deliberate provocation. If it were before, a few words of apology would have settled it. But this time, they're intentionally blowing it out of proportion. There's clearly something unusual. Perhaps 50 years of peace will be broken. Mai Chungying was secretly regretting. Was joining the Martial Arts Alliance's Master Division a mistake? In chaotic times, hiding and waiting for the right moment is the path to longevity. Just then, someone came running in, breathless, reporting that a group was approaching from afar, likely the escort team sent by the Martial Arts Alliance. Kion said happily, "It seems the relief team has arrived. Meeting the masters of the Sichuan branch has helped me gain deeper insight." Mai Chungying replied, "It is we who are honored to have known someone like Track Kion." Kian pointed toward the door. "Shall we go then?" The whole group moved outside. Opposite them, a group of people was walking toward them. Yu cursed silently. Damn it. There are only 3 days left until the Martial Arts Alliance, and now these parasites are swarming in. They're probably planning to eat everything, too. He took the initiative to greet them. "I am Track Kai-On, Special Envoy of the Zhongnan sect. I wonder which great hero the Martial Arts Alliance has sent." The leader of the group stepped forward. On his chest, there was an embroidered tiger, and a mark was engraved on his sword. Kion thought to himself, if it's the pine pattern sword, he must be a disciple of the Wudang sect. Suddenly, the opponent raised his sword. Kai An, caught off guard, was stabbed, and his whole body trembled in pain. Seeing this, the Yunfei group was stunned. Yunfei exclaimed in shock, "Wait, what?" Yunfei's group shouted, "Enemy!" The martial artists immediately formed a formation, while the Zhongnan sect remained stunned. Seeing this, you secretly rejoiced. Looking at these quick reflexes, those 2 bloody combat experiences weren't in vain after all. The leader drew his sword and shouted, "Begin!" Kai An fell to the ground, devoid of any strength. Their group rushed forward with swords to kill. The 2 sides clashed in battle. As a blade was about to pierce a Zhongnan sect disciple, Yunfei's staff blocked it just in time. You stood in front of that disciple, intervening in the fight. He was still dazed. Yunfei turned back and barked to snap him out of it. "Are you trying to die? Are you out of your mind?" The man looked completely bewildered. "No, wait." A swordsman rushed in, charging at him and demanding, "Who the hell are you?" He blocked the sword strike. "You're the one in a pathetic disguise, aren't you?" He attacked aggressively. "Die!" Yunfei nonchalantly knocked the sword away and asked, "Why should I die?" He smashed his staff down onto his opponent's head. "You're the one who should die." Behind Yunfei, another attacker sneaked up, swinging a staff toward his back. Yunfei rolled away to dodge. "You coward." In a blink of an eye, he swung his staff, striking the guy right in the head. Yunfei muttered in contempt, "These bastards are even worse than the street thugs back home." His eyes darted around, and suddenly, Yunfei noticed something wrong. Huh? The Zhongnan sect group was being pinned down, while his own people were under heavy fire. He thought to himself, something feels off. They're only focusing their attacks on our Sichuan branch, while the Zhongnan disciples are just being held back. Mai Chungying didn't step back, swinging his blade at his opponent. Yan Chong wasn't idle either, delivering one sword strike after another at his foes. On the other side, Shui Li raised her sword to block an attack, while Zixia unleashed a series of sharp, powerful sword strikes. The masked attackers poured their manpower into hitting them. Finally, Yunfei realized clearly that they were targeting them specifically. Furious, he gripped his staff and charged in to wipe them out. His staff slammed hard onto the guy blocking Tang Yunfei Ying. The man lost consciousness and collapsed headfirst into the ground. Yunfei didn't pause, smashing his staff down onto the enemy's shoulder. The man stumbled and fell to his knees. The leader shouted, "Kill him!" A whole group of people lunged at him aggressively, but he raised his staff to parry the incoming sword swing. Yunfei asked with disdain, "You cowardly bastards are really going to swarm me all at once? If that's how it is, I have no choice but to go all out." At that moment, Yunfei's face turned dark, his hand gripping the staff so hard it shook slightly. The staff couldn't withstand his internal power and shattered. Murderous intent flared in Yunfei's eyes. He was determined to punish this lot. Yunfei swung his two staff fragments in a circle, a suffocating internal energy radiating from him. The masked men struggled to raise their swords to block. The staff in Yunfei's hand shattered completely, wooden shards flying everywhere in the air, piercing the pressure points of the attackers. One guy squeezed his eyes shut as his shoulder was hit, and the others didn't fare much better. One by one, they were hit in their vital pressure points. He frowned, glancing at the surrounding situation. Yunfei thought, the staff couldn't handle his internal energy and shattered. But that one move took down the whole group. Those remaining in the back watched him warily. The other warriors were stunned into silence by this sheer display of power. The leader, shocked that his entire group had been taken down so quickly, sputtered, "You're asking for trouble, aren't you?" Someone else asked curiously. "Just who are you?" Another person asked skeptically. "Isn't that obvious? Does it even matter?" Zhang Yuan shouted back angrily. "What do you mean obvious? Are you with the 4 Black Lotuses?" One of them retorted, "Do you think we're actually from the Murim Alliance? Since when would allies attack allies? Asking such stupid questions, it's beyond belief." Mai Changying questioned why the 4 Black Lotuses would target them. The guy didn't want to explain, grumbling about how he was already out of breath from explaining the obvious. Some guys from the Fire Dragon sect turned purple with rage, saying, "Does it make sense, just because you claim to have orders from the alliance leader?" Mai Changying mocked. "Even if it's a lie, it sounds pretty convincing." The guy coolly confirmed it. "That's right. A dirty reason, isn't it? People often say that warriors are lonely souls living on the edge of a blade, spending their whole lives training, accumulating internal power just to decide who wins and loses in a single moment. You lot aren't any different." Mai Changjing asked bluntly. "So what?" The guy countered. "So what? What do you mean, so what? You have power but nowhere to use it. Our young ones are the same. Even the Murim Alliance is in a pathetic state. And what about the Zhongnan sect, once hailed as one of the 9 great sects? You're as weak as a sickly donkey, with no life left in you. And look at the juniors standing behind you, blinking repeatedly, shivering with fear. Is this really what you call martial artists? Would anyone look at us like this and call us real warriors?" Mai Changying asked coldly. "What are you trying to say?" The guy showed his cards. "If you're a martial artist, then live like one." He asked, "By spilling blood?" The guy replied, "If you're afraid of blood, you can't call yourself a warrior." Mai Changying thought the idea was insane. "You're crazy." The leader smiled and said, "Even a lowlife like me knows the intent of the 4 Black Lotuses, so you should realize that everything is already decided. Even I'm annoyed with this 4 Black Lotuses organization. When those old men just keep hogging the high seats, refusing to step down even when they're gray-haired, why do you think it turned out like this?" Mai Changying had no answer, and he didn't really want to know. The guy revealed that it was because those old men had no reason to die. Without conflict, there's no chance to earn merit. I don't like that. For a man to pursue his ambitions, the Murim world today is far too peaceful. It's rotted to the core. Those old men are just fat and lazy, only giving orders with their mouths. The Zhongnan sect members muttered under their breath, "That lunatic, what's wrong with living a long life?" What he wanted was for this guy to suddenly ask, "Are you satisfied with your current life? How can a pathetic, low-level warrior have such strong killing intent?" Mai Changying said straightforwardly, "I joined the Murim Alliance because I don't like bloodshed. I just want to get paid well. I don't need anything else." The guy sneered internally. What a pathetic man. The leader turned back and asked, "And who are you?" He retorted, "I'm the main gate guard for the Sichuan branch of the Murim Alliance." The guy obviously didn't believe him. "A guard? Huh? It seems you don't want to reveal your identity. Fine, let's stop here for today. I'll retreat, as it seems someone truly powerful is coming." The guy ordered all his men to withdraw. They proceeded to pour a liquid over the people they had defeated. As the liquid touched the bodies on the ground, it immediately started to boil, dissolving the flesh. Mai Changying was stunned. "How dare you use bone-melting powder to dissolve your own comrades?" Seeing it was finished, the leader gave the order. "Let's go." Mai Changying realized that if those guys had fought to the death, they would all be dead by now. This time, they escaped death, thanks to that kid. The masked group vanished using Lightfoot techniques. The other warriors collapsed, letting out a sigh of relief after the disaster. The Zhongnan sect group sat down on the ground to rest as well. Zi Xia came to report, 6 people are dead, including Trak Kaiyan. Yunfei cursed in frustration. "Damn it. This place called the Murim world is truly a cruel place. killing people indiscriminately for the most ridiculous reasons. Everyone's gone mad, acting all high and mighty. You guys deserve what's coming to you. This can't go on like this. I have to take care of the medical expenses. Another group of people was approaching. Mai Changying shouted, "Stop! If you take another step toward me, I will attack." The group stopped in front of him. Their leader introduced himself. "I am Shushan, a branch leader of the Xuanwu Hall under the Wulin Alliance, Henan branch." Mai Changying raised his guard and asked, "My apologies, but I need proof. We've just had some trouble with imposters posing as Wulin Alliance warriors, so it's hard to trust anyone right away. I hope you understand." The man threw a token. It was the Xuanwu Hall token. He caught it and inspected it carefully. The surface was engraved with the image of a tiger. Vintrung checked it. It was indeed a genuine Wulin Alliance token. Shushan raised his sword. To prove his identity, he performed the signature sword techniques of his sect. Mai Changying immediately recognized the Plum Blossom Sword Chi. "So you are an expert from the Huashan sect. I am Mai Changying, and this is Mai Changying, a warrior from the Sichuan branch of the Wulin Alliance." Shushan sheathed his sword and asked, "So, what on earth happened?" He replied, "We were just attacked by the 4 Black Lotus members disguised as Wulin Alliance warriors." He glanced at the injured warriors and thought to himself, "This is a terrible situation." Shushan revealed, "It's not just our Sichuan branch that was attacked. Many other places were raided with heavy losses, but compared to them, our Sichuan branch is still in relatively decent shape." Mai Changying glanced at him, thinking that if not for the guard's skills, they would have been wiped out. Luckily, he was there. Shushan walked over to the Zhongnan sect disciples and asked, "You have been through a lot. What are your plans now?" One of them replied on behalf of the group, "We will bring the elder's body back to our sect." Shushan was shocked. "The great hero has fallen? Please be careful on your way back." The disciple obeyed. "Yes," he urged Shuang An. "Let's get going too. We'll arrive at the Wulin Alliance in about 3 days. Order him to prepare for departure." Yunfei instructed, "First, put the bodies on the carriage. The rest of you can sit on the driver's bench or in the extra space." He said, "Thank you. Don't worry about me. I'm just doing this for my own survival." Yunfei urged everyone, "Come on, let's go." Mai Changying felt bad for him. It was a waste for someone like him to be just a guard. While sitting in the carriage, Yunfei humbly said to Susan, "I'm just a gatekeeper, not a real martial artist. Even the Alliance warriors don't consider me one." He denied it, saying everyone recognized him as a master. He replied wearily, "Oh, come on, what kind of master am I? I only fought because I didn't want to die, that's all. In street brawls, being gutsy is all that matters. How can anyone beat someone who's willing to risk their life?" Susan laughed. "How can you compare Wulin duels to street brawls? In my eyes, those Wulin guys aren't even as tough as street thugs. At least thugs wouldn't pull that kind of nonsense." He smiled awkwardly at the comparison. The convoy and the escort group departed. Then the scene shifted to the Wulin Alliance outer gates. His group arrived. Yunfei exclaimed, "This is massive." Susan replied, "This is home to tens of thousands of people. It would be strange if it weren't big." Shushan walked to the guards at the gate, and as soon as he introduced them, the heavy doors swung open to welcome them in. The guards looked stern, their eyes sweeping over the group. Shushan led the way, followed by his carriage. Yunfei politely cupped his hands, and the guards bowed in return. He mused that, unlike the Sichuan branch, as they entered, the atmosphere was incredibly quiet, with only the clatter of the carriage wheels echoing. Shushan's group stopped. He glanced around. Even the air here felt different from the Sichuan branch. They entered the inner compound, the carriages stopped, and they began unloading the injured. Yunfei was busy talking to someone else, when a man called out, "Zheng Hao." The man named Zheng Hao ran over excitedly. "Yes," he pointed at him. "Take this person to the lodging area." Zheng Hao led him away. Yunfei looked back and saw the warriors entering the inner quarters, wondering to himself, "Will I be staying in a different place than them?" Yunfei was led to a dilapidated building. He was unhappy and thought, "You want me to stay in a place like this?" The room didn't even have a bed. Yunfei was frustrated, thinking this was too much. Zheng Hao instructed, "Everyone stays here temporarily before moving on. This place isn't used much, so it's a bit dirty. You'll have to clean up a bit yourself." He pursed his lips, thinking, "Damn it, I have no choice." Yunfei asked with a grim face, "What about meals?" The man replied, "There are dining areas in the inner and outer compounds, but probably only the rich warriors go there. I wouldn't recommend it. People like us usually bring food from home to deal with lunch and dinner. An inner compound meal costs 50 coins, while the outer one is 20. I heard that even warriors who are broke have to eat outside. Yunfei finally understood why the branch leader stressed saving money. He replied, I understand. Yunfei went inside, feeling bored, and muttered, Thank you. Still, this is the Woolen Alliance. Why are they so stingy? I'll clean up a bit and just go to sleep. I have to get my own food, and I don't even feel like eating anymore. Damn this Woolen Alliance. The next day, a group of warriors were waiting in line in the inner compound. Yunfei was happy to hear the news. They're canceling the Long Phoenix Assembly? I wanted to go home early anyway. This is great. Someone asked. So, can we head back now? The superior replied, Everyone stay and wait for orders. Someone asked why. He revealed that a great righteous versus evil war was about to break out. The 4 Black Lotus members they encountered on the road had officially declared war, and conflict was now unavoidable. Yunfei cursed in his head. Why do those bastards love causing chaos? He spoke up. If you're not letting people leave, at least provide proper meals. Someone agreed. I don't like this way of doing business either, but what can you do? We take their money, so we have to do the work. Yunfei turned to look at the person who just spoke. It was Situ Kang. Yunfei asked, Fighting is the job of warriors. I don't get why they make guards like me wait in the back like this. By the way, if you keep drinking strong alcohol without snacks, you'll ruin your health. He added, You need money to buy snacks. Yunfei smelled the faint scent of alcohol and thought, That must be high-quality stuff, right? Situ Kang replied, The liquor is too expensive, so I don't have enough money left for snacks. This kind of drink is best paired with meat. After saying that, he took another sip. Yunfei asked excitedly, Can I have a sip? He was surprised. This? Sure. But you might regret it after taking a drink. Yunfei insisted. I'm only asking for one sip. Why are you being so stingy? He casually handed it to him. If you're that desperate to drink, go ahead, but don't come crying to me later. Situ Kang echoed his earlier words. I'm only asking for one sip. Why are you being so stingy? Yunfei tilted his head back for a sip, and when he didn't stop, Situ Kang was surprised. Hey, why are you drinking so much? As soon as he finished, his whole body began to tremble slightly. He thought to himself in shock. What was that? Yunfei said excitedly. This is absolutely delicious. Situ Kang revealed. This is liquor infused with spirit herbs and the Tang family's secret anti-venom pill. How is he completely unaffected? He asked happily. Really? That's incredible. He asked seriously. Do you want another sip? You can finish the whole thing if you want. He thought. This wine contains intense yin-cold energy. An ordinary person would be frozen solid by the sheer power of the cold. Yet Yunfei hesitated. Really? This wine seems quite rare, Situ Kang replied. If you're feeling guilty, just treat me to a grand feast at a tavern later, and we'll call it even. He agreed. Sure thing. Then, Yunfei tilted his head back for another sip. The refreshing sensation made his entire body shudder. Yunfei realized that the cold energy accumulating in his meridians was gradually melting. This sensation was completely different from when someone had forced the energy out of his meridians. It felt as if the energy in his meridians was merging with the energy of the wine. Yunfei exclaimed, What incredible wine! With that, he kept drinking. Yunfei thought, For the longest time, whenever I practiced the Qianwu divine arts, I couldn't clear away the impurities in my minor meridians. But now, they've all vanished. The impure energy had been purged, leaving only the energy from his training to settle into his dantian. He let out a satisfied grunt. Truly, this is excellent wine. Situ Kang was surprised. It tastes that sweet to him? An ordinary person would have been scared to death after just one cup. Yunfei admitted, This is the best wine I've ever had. He reminded him, As promised, you'd better treat me properly. He agreed without hesitation. Of course. By the way, do you know any good places to drink around here? I'm not familiar with the terrain. Situ Kang led him away. I know a pretty decent spot. Let's go. Yunfei happily followed behind. I didn't expect this old man to be such a big shot. He boasted proudly. I've been here for 5 years. Even though I look like this, I'm actually quite a big deal in these parts. But why do you ask? He retorted. Why do you have to overthink things so much? People say there's an emergency. But you look so laid back. That's the only reason I said it. Those high-ranking folks only seem to care about chatting aimlessly when things get tough. He asked curiously. Chatting aimlessly? It dawned on him. Ah, right. You're a martial artist, so you might not know the term. Where I'm from, it just means they're all talk. The subordinates are working themselves to the bone, while the superiors are busy squabbling over their own meals, growling at each other. Those big bosses don't actually do anything. They're just good at making up excuses to order others around. They should just make a firm decision and be done with it. Instead, They keep changing their minds, which is incredibly frustrating. That's why I say, having a brain is so important. Situ Kang asked in amazement. A brain? Do you mean a head? He replied, where I come from, the leader, the most powerful person, is called the brain. Regardless, if those leaders don't know how to keep their loud mouths in check, it's the subordinates who suffer. They're the ones who have to work themselves to death. He asked, confused. Work to death? Yunfei explained. It means being busy. One minute they say attack, the next they say don't. One minute they say mobilize the troops, the next they say go somewhere else. They just need to flap their mouths. But the subordinates have to follow orders blindly, so of course they're going crazy. Situ Kang laughed heartily. What an interesting young man. He silently acknowledged that his words made sense. They headed toward the side gate. Situ Kang led him to a tavern in the street. He warned him, let's go in, the wine here is top-notch. Yunfei looked at the place thoughtfully. It didn't look like much at all. He wondered. It took us over half an hour just to get out of the Martial Arts Alliance and find this place, and it's this rundown. Yunfei asked again, is there really nowhere better? He felt a bit down. Even after supporting those useless fighters, I still have 1,500 silver taels left. I have plenty of money for somewhere nicer, and yet I'm here? Situ Kang walked in confidently. Don't let appearances fool you. This place has everything. Just make sure you've got your money ready. He followed helplessly. What a stubborn old man. Inside, the shop was old but very clean. Yunfei started to change his mind. Not bad. He led him past the counter. Situ Kang simply said, the usual. The manager bowed and replied, yes, sir. He led him to a regular table. He asked, you seem to come here often. Situ Kang replied, I've lived in the Martial Arts Alliance for 40 years, so of course I'm a regular everywhere. Yunfei demanded, peace and quiet is nice, but something still feels off. Since we're already here, by the way, I haven't asked your name yet. I'm Yunfei from the Sichuan branch. My mood was already bad enough. Thanks for the good wine today. He introduced himself briefly. I'm Situ Kang. He was thoughtful. That name sounds so familiar. Where have I heard it before? Situ Kang was secretly surprised. Does he really not know my name? He asked. Which department of the Sichuan branch are you in? He replied, I'm a guard at the main gate of the Sichuan branch. You can tell by my uniform. Situ Kang was obviously shocked. A guard? Someone like you is just a guard? Yunfei asked, confused. What's wrong with being a guard? You get a place to sleep, food to eat, and a steady salary. It's great. He hesitated. But if you're part of the martial arts unit, he shook his head and said, what's so great about killing people? Just on the way here, we were ambushed countless times. I'm sick and tired of it. I think standing guard at the main gate is the best. As the dishes were served, he offered him a drink. He accepted the cup first. Situ Kang raised his glass. Excellent. Yunfei carefully poured him some wine, and then they clinked glasses. He slowly savored the wine. Situ Kang took a sip, and the spicy aroma made his tongue burn. He asked, the wine here isn't bad, is it? Right? Didn't I tell you this place was good? He had to admit, this place was far different from how it looked on the outside. Situ Kang agreed. That's why we have to look at the essence of everything, especially people. He hesitated. That seems a bit difficult. He understood. It is. Because you have to, right? Didn't I tell you the wine here was good? You have to admit, this place is far different from how it looks on the outside. As Situ Kang said, so we must look at the true nature of everything, especially people. Your hesitation there seems a bit difficult, doesn't it? I understand. It is difficult. Because we must do it ourselves. You only truly realize the value of something once you've experienced it. Yunfei used a metaphor, saying, just like this wine, you have to taste it to know its true flavor, right? Situ Kang laughed heartily and replied, exactly, exactly. He continued to pour him another glass. By the time the afternoon sun cast its glow over the small town, several empty wine jars already littered the table. Seeing him still pouring, Situ Kang whispered in praise. This kid is truly interesting. Every man who learns martial arts tries his best to make his name famous. Yet this kid takes pride in being a guard, a position others look down upon. This attitude shows he hasn't been properly taught the ways of propriety, which means he has no real connection to a respectable martial arts family. And that rough personality, not caring at all about what others think. It's been so long since I've been able to talk this freely, I can't even remember when. I guess I finally caught a break today. Huh, Yunfei replied. I was feeling frustrated myself, but I feel much better now. So, how about we drink together until dawn? Situ Kang declined. I'd love to, but I don't think I can have any more. Yunfei asked, surprised. Why is that? He secretly sensed that someone carrying a murderous aura, like a beast, was coming after this old man. Situ Kang told him, "It's a rare treat to drink this happily today. Let's meet again if we have the chance." Yunfei gave some advice. "You must have had it tough, sir. If any troublemakers come by, just beat them off with your staff. Don't forget that." The old man was surprised. "Aren't you going home?" He was pouring more wine into the glass. "How long do you think it took me to walk all the way here? It'd be rude to leave after only having a little. The wine hasn't even hit my liver yet. I'll have a bit more before I go. You go ahead first." The old man stood up and took the opportunity to offer a few words of caution. "Don't overwork yourself, just because you're young and end up getting dead drunk. You have to take care of yourself while you're young, so that when you're old, you'll still have the strength to drink with the best of them." Yunfei smiled and replied, "Don't worry, sir." With that, the old man left the small tavern. Meanwhile, he kept pouring himself another glass. Yunfei, refreshed, brought the cup to his lips, while Situ Kang had already met someone. A subordinate urged, "Leader, do you have any idea how long I've been searching for you? If you keep drinking in this dump, people are going to talk." He smiled triumphantly and said, "That's exactly the point, so you wouldn't find me so easily." "Sir, the hall masters and team leaders are waiting for you," Situ Kang replied. "Let's go. Today, I'll give them a taste of what's coming." He stopped in his tracks. Situ Kang turned his head to look back at the tavern, thinking to himself, "That young man is truly interesting." Even with the 4 Black Lotus provocations, the hall masters and team leaders were just bickering and wasting time, so I snuck out. I never expected to learn something useful from that boy. I've been too lenient with them for too long. Inside the tavern, the owner was barking orders. "He's gone. Hurry up and clean up," the staff muttered. "Yeah, hurry up and clean this place. Better to go somewhere else." They were scurrying around to clean up. Yunfei wondered, "What's wrong with everyone all of a sudden?" The owner came over and asked, "Do you have any idea who that was you were drinking with?" Yunfei didn't understand what he meant. The man revealed that the person he had just been drinking with was none other than the leader himself. The leader is usually very approachable, and occasionally socializes with young people like him, so there was no need to be so shocked. Yunfei was stunned. "That old man is the leader?" The owner was surprised. "You really didn't know? If the leader comes here, we have to put up 'Do Not Enter' signs at the door. He always sneaks away whenever there's a meeting, so this is just a necessary precaution. This Tiger Tavern was practically built because of him. Besides this one, there are several other places like it. Because the leader likes to sneak around and avoid everyone, the Martial Arts Alliance has to manage these places themselves." Yunfei frowned and asked, "Is all that really necessary?" The man replied, "Because searching for the leader, a man who constantly disguises himself and hides everywhere, is a huge hassle. Doing it this way is much more convenient." Yunfei blurted out, "Good grief, that old guy is seriously so boring." The owner was left speechless. Even knowing he's the leader, he reacts like that? He asked, "Aren't you surprised?" Yunfei was puzzled. "Why would I be? I didn't get an extra penny out of it. What difference does it make if he's the leader or not?" Yunfei thought disappointedly. "Wait a minute, was that old guy actually the leader? If I had known he was the leader, I would have asked him for a ride home." The owner boasted, "The food in our tavern is absolutely amazing. Even the leader drops by sometimes, so you won't regret it." Yunfei said, "In that case, prepare a few dishes for me." He replied happily, "Good choice." After that, the owner left. A group of people walked into the tavern, and among them was a young woman named Ngan An. Next was Ha Tui, who glanced around as soon as she entered. The next person was Dufamnat, followed by Sun Weijue with a contemplative look on his face. The 5th person was Ha Tai Nguyen, and finally, the white-haired old man, He Lin, Famnat said apologetically. "Because the Martial Arts Alliance is holding an event, most of the guests and taverns are fully booked. We had to invite you to this modest place. Please forgive us," Tai Nguyen said casually. "Times are like this. Isn't it unavoidable? Don't overthink it." Yunfei looked at their attire, puzzled. "It's not even cold out. Why are they wearing fur coats?" Yunfei continued to sip his wine, thinking to himself that this trip, through the bloody battles against the evil faction, his internal energy had increased significantly, and he'd made decent money. But killing people or beating others up isn't exactly fun. The more he thought about it, the more disgusted he felt. Yunfei decided not to dwell on it anymore. Just drink. He tilted his head back and drained the glass. Ha Thui carefully observed Ngan An's expression. She exclaimed, "He actually doesn't look too bad." Ha Thui was curious. "Senior Sister Ha, what's the matter?" she asked. "What do you mean?" She pointed straight at Yunfei. You just said he didn't look too bad when you saw him. Nganon denied it. It's nothing, don't worry about it. Hathui insisted. That's not true. Senior Sister Ha, you're known for being a woman of few words. There's no reason for you to care about such trivial things. Are you talking about him? She admitted. Yeah, I was talking about that guy over there. Does he not have charisma? Hathui asked, confused. He looks pretty average to me. Yunfei felt trouble brewing and thought, if my luck is bad, it's best to slip away before getting dragged into any unnecessary drama. Just as he turned his head, he saw Famnat behind him, shooting Yunfei a sideways glance. He thought irritably, this jerk dares to look at me with contempt? But I don't want any trouble either. Forget it. Just ignore him. Yunfei went to the owner. How much for everything? 5 taels of silver. He reached into his chest pocket sadly. Talk about a ripoff. I'll just consider this paying the premium for the wine that old guy treated me to. He placed 5 silver taels on the table and was about to head toward the door when Famnat blocked him. Hold on, look at me, Yunfei asked coldly. What is it? He said with contempt. What is it? Looking at your clothes, you're just a guard, right? A guard who dares to drink around here? He took a deep breath. Forcing himself to endure, he gave a forced smile and introduced himself. I apologize. I was sent here from another region, so I wasn't aware. I won't come near here again. That submissive attitude made Famnat secretly happy. Ha, Nganon, you don't even pay attention to us. Yet you say this idiot is all right? He's just a regular guard. He raised his fist. A man has to pay for his mistakes. His movements were incredibly agile. He tilted his body to dodge the attack. Yunfei couldn't take it anymore and launched a counterattack, punching straight into the guy's throat from below. Famnat's whole body slid backward, and not yet satisfied, he grabbed the guy by the collar. You jerk. You talk too much. If I said I was leaving, you should have just let me go. Why do you keep hounding me? Yunfei punched him again. What exactly do you want? Famnat let out a painful scream, his knees buckling, and he slumped down. The others watched the scene in shock. Sun Weijue was completely stunned. Yunfei looked at them and said, you guys were the ones who provoked this. I hope we can end it right here. Sun Weijue refused. I'm afraid that's not possible. This concerns the honor of our Tai Teen sect. He thought to himself, he couldn't lose face in front of the Bakhai Ice Palace. Sun Weijue said politely, I admit my junior acted recklessly, but no matter how wrong his actions were, it is my place, his senior's place, to discipline him. Yunfei asked back, do you really intend to discipline him? He calmly confirmed. Of course, he thought to himself, looks like this can't be solved with words. Yunfei walked away. I'm leaving. Oh, wait. I have something to say to that young lady. Ngan-an looked at him with expectant eyes. Yunfei asked her, can I? Ngan-an stammered. What? He questioned her. Did you never think that mentioning someone else in front of these useless, horny dogs would lead to something like this? A few words from you put my life in danger, just you. Someone who has nothing to do with me. Do you understand? Ngan-an asked coldly. Are you saying I did that on purpose? He asserted that whether it was intentional or not, she was the cause of everything. She angrily raised her voice. How can you be so rude? What kind of man are you? Yunfei reminded her sternly. Rude? I'm the one being treated rudely here. When that guy was bullying me just now, what did you do? Did you actually want this to happen? Ngan-an retorted. I just didn't want to get involved in men's business. He mocked her. What a convenient way of thinking. She criticized him. How can you treat a woman like that? Yunfei gritted out every word. I hate women. To be more precise, I hate female martial artists. Someone tried to advise her. Ngan-an, it seems you did something wrong. Ngan-an felt even more uncomfortable upon hearing this. Brother? He-lin reminded her. In my opinion, that is a major fault of yours, Ngan-an. Regardless of your intentions, this young man has suffered. Apologize. She hesitated. But, uncle, he replied. We can explain later. Ha-nan-an walked in front of Yunfei. He waited silently for her to speak. She sighed, bowed her head, and apologized. I am sorry. After saying it, Ngan-an gritted her teeth, her attitude very resistant. Yunfei replied, It's fine. He-lin stepped forward to take responsibility. Ngan-an has made a grave mistake. I apologize. But Nan-an is a young lady from a legitimate martial arts school, and justice in the pugilistic world is strength. Whether your previous action was mere arrogance or a justified demand, I will have to see. If it was just pure arrogance, you'd better prepare yourself. A martial artist from the Bakhai Ice Palace has bowed to you. Do you know what that means? Yunfei replied, I have no desire to know. He-lin thought that even if he didn't want to know, he would have to find out. If you cannot prove it with strength, you will pay the price for touching the pride of the Bakhai Ice Palace. Yunfei steeled himself. He had ended up with more trouble after all. He needed more information. So, if I prove my strength, what benefit will I receive? He was surprised by the question. A benefit? He Lin thought. You dare to act like this even after hearing the name of the Bakhai Ice Palace? He made an offer. I will give you an ice crystal. And Gan An was startled and called out, Uncle! Sun Weijue was inwardly shocked. An ice crystal? He Lin kindly reminded him. Well, after all, back at the palace, an ice crystal isn't something you can get easily, she thought to herself. Even so, a treasure that can increase internal energy is being used as a wager so casually. He Lin explained, This is a life or death wager. There must be a reward like this, so no one complains. Yunfei was confused. Is that edible? He was inwardly angry. A mere pebble compared to my own life? What a despicable type of martial artist. He Lin replied, If you call it something to eat, then consider it edible. He silently judged. Every martial artist knows the value of an ice crystal, yet this guy despises it. This person is truly unique. Yunfei sighed and exclaimed, Let's go. After that, he walked toward the door. Sun Weiju was confused. What kind of person is this? He inwardly sneered. Even though our Tai Thean sect isn't a top-tier sect, are we being disrespected to this extent? Just a lowly guard. This time, I'm very confident. I'm going to beat him to a pulp. The two stepped out of the tavern and stood facing each other. Pham Nhat looked very confident. Sun Weijue stood opposite, seriously observing his opponent, his fist gathering power. After using the ice crystal, my destructive power is much better. I want to test how much my strength has progressed. Perfect timing. Yunfei was surprised. Barehanded? Sun Weiju confirmed. That's right. You can use weapons if you want. He picked up 2 sticks, then threw them down. I'll fight barehanded too. A man should use his fists. Yunfei pulled the string of his sleeve down to his thumb, his internal energy radiating around him, and scales appeared on his hands. Around his fist, a small ball of energy formed. Seeing that, Sun Weijue was shocked, to the point of being able to emit energy waves. The others were equally shocked. Oh, energy waves? He excitedly declared. I will use the Tai Thean sect's dragon crushing fist to crush you. Then, Sun Weijue lunged forward with the mountain crushing fist, his punch carrying freezing cold ice energy, and he prepared to unleash his final blow. Yunfei's fists are radiating intense martial energy. He looks incredibly confident. Sun Weijue's expression turns grave as their fists collide. The force is so strong that both of them stumble backward. Sun Weijue's hands are trembling. His knuckles feel like they're about to shatter. Yunfei was laughing with amusement, while Sun Weijue, refusing to lose, threw another blow. All right, let's see you handle this. With few words but swift action, he unleashed a blast of martial energy, their powerful fists colliding head-on. This time, Yunfei was sent flying backward. Sun Weijue landed gracefully, smiling in praise. That was a pretty fierce strike. Seeing Yunfei still standing, Sun Weijue gritted his teeth and thought, Even I feel a bit ashamed inside. I've already consumed the ice essence, and my attack power has increased, yet I still can't take him down? He's just a lowly guard. I have to take him down. A chilling frost radiated from him as he attacked. Yunfei countered. Now it's my turn. He unleashed a powerful punch. Sun Weijue raised his hand to block, his face etched with surprise. His opponent's other hand nearly landed a hit on Yunfei. Yunfei ducked, and the strike missed, cutting only a few strands of his hair. He was now gathering his internal energy, coating his entire body. Then, Yunfei kicked towards Sun Weijue's leg. The man launched another punch. Yunfei frowned, thinking, I can't dodge this. I'll just have to take the hit. The punch landed squarely on Yunfei. He chuckled, groaning slightly. Sun Weiju pressed the attack. Come on, give me more. Yunfei crossed his arms, enduring the barrage of punches, his expression unchanged, a faint smile always lingering on his lips. Yunfei mused to himself, This guy is every bit my equal. If we keep trading blows like this, I'm going to end up in bad shape. I have to end this in one move. He planted his feet firmly on the ground and delivered a massive strike. The ground beneath him shattered. Sun Weijue's jaw dropped in shock to see Yunfei still unscathed. Yunfei rejoiced internally. If not for that old man's liquor forcing all the energy I accumulated this morning into my dantian, I definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand that. Sun Weijue grew even more fired up, unleashing a punch surging with martial energy. As before, Yunfei crossed his arms to block, a powerful shockwave erupting from where they stood. Sun Weijue was blown back by the force, and Yunfei seized the moment, surging forward at lightning speed. Yunfei slammed his head directly into his opponent. Sun Weijue staggered back, cursing, "You uncultured brat!" But Yunfei was completely unfazed by the insult. Yunfei continued to charge. Sun Weiju threw a punch, but Yunfei anticipated it and ducked. He touched his hands to the ground, flipped in midair, and kicked the man square in the chest. As Sun Weiju lost his balance, Yunfei landed firmly and unleashed a powerful burst of energy. Sun Weiju accepted his fate and squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for the blow, but the punch stopped right in front of his face. Sun Weijue opened his eyes, stunned, while Yunfei looked on with total confidence, in stark contrast to the man's lingering shock and fear. Lin exclaimed, "This is not normal at all." Gan-an realized her eye for talent had been spot on. Dufamnat was secretly stunned. The great senior brother, who is as noble as the heavens, actually lost. Is that guy really just a guard? What have I done picking a fight with someone like that? Sun Weijue watched him withdraw his hand and bowed. "I lost." Yunfei replied, "I'm no amateur either, but you fought with your fists until the very end. That's a true man's way. But at the last second, I had to use a risky move. You were so strong that I couldn't win by normal means. Regardless, you've won today." Sun Weijue asked curiously, "What is your name?" Yunfei introduced himself. "I am Yunfei." The man replied, "I am Huang Sun Weijue. Thanks to you, I've been able to broaden my horizons." "Thank you." Sun Weijue thought to himself, "This man is completely different from anyone I've dealt with before. He's like a wild beast lunging at me." Yunfei appreciated his attitude. Beneath the surface, he didn't seem like such a bad guy. They returned to the tavern, and he sat down to drink with them. Yunfei said wearily, "Whose fault is it that things ended up like this?" Gan-an covered her mouth and laughed. "I know I shouldn't laugh, but you two look hilarious. You're scowling. It's funny as hell." Lin advised, "Come now, don't be so angry. These kids didn't mean any harm. Don't you know? These children have only lived in the North Sea and don't understand how the world works yet. You should be more understanding." Yunfei retorted, "I can't just kill someone because she laughed at me." Even Dufamnat admitted his mistake. "I am Dufamnat. I was very rude just now. Please forgive me." Yunfei felt strange. Damn, this is the first time I've received an apology from someone I just beat up. He cupped his hands and introduced himself again. "I am Yunfei. It was the alcohol that made me act so rashly. Please forgive me." Hearing this, Dufamnat smiled. Tai Nguyen asked curiously, "Which sect are you from?" Yunfei replied, "I come from the Quandat sect." He said politely, "Quandat sect. Eh? Your fist technique is truly remarkable. I am Ha Tai Nguyen, this girl's older brother. Let me pour you a drink." Yunfei raised his glass. "Thank you." He downed the cup in one gulp. Lin took out a small box. "A promise is a promise, right?" Yunfei said awkwardly. "I'm full now. Can I eat it later?" The old man revealed that it's actually better to eat it after drinking. The ice essence should be consumed on a full stomach to maximize its effects. Yunfei replied, "Then I'll eat it when I get back to my room." Lin warned, "In our North Sea Ice Palace, this jade box is even more precious than the ice essence itself. Ice essence can be found, but the 10,000-year-cold jade used to craft this box is not easily found. Even in the North Sea Ice Palace. I will protect you. Even if it's a bit of a hassle, you should consume it right now." Lin opened the box and instructed him to use his internal energy to protect his organs, and the moment he absorbed it, he had to immediately wrap the energy around the ice essence. Yunfei picked up the ice essence. "I understand." He popped the ice essence into his mouth and swallowed it. A chilling sensation surged throughout his entire body. "It's so cold." He placed his hands on his knees and sat down to regulate his breathing. Yunfei could feel the ice essence melting, and a freezing cold energy began to fill his dantian. His dantian was overwhelmed, and the energy surged toward his Huiyin point like a violent tide. It pierced through the Huiyin point of the governor vessel and rushed straight to the Mingmen point. The internal energy his master had passed on, which had always been separate and unable to harmonize, suddenly began to move as well. The icy cold of the essence, the true force his master had given him, and the internal energy he had accumulated all this time, were all blending into one. These three flows merged into a single mass, surging so powerfully it felt like it would shatter his blood vessels. The concentrated power spread into all his minor meridians, leaving only impurities in his dantian. Yunfei's entire body began to tremble. Lin watched silently, thinking, "This is the crucial moment. The ice essence has the ability to purify internal energy, but the process is as agonizing as tearing the body apart. Only those who overcome it can absorb the energy of the ice essence. The symptoms are much worse than usual. This shows that his internal energy contains a lot of impurities. What kind of martial arts has he been practicing to have so many impurities? Could he be practicing something like the soul-absorbing demonic art? Usually, anyone who consumes ice essence wouldn't be able to bear the pain and would pass out, yet this guy held his ground. Yunfei's expression looked incredibly uncomfortable. He pinched his nose tight. It was time. He gritted his teeth as beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks. A thick, foul-smelling gas erupted from behind Yunfei, and everyone around him covered their noses. So uncomfortable, he exhaled in relief. All that impurities were released in a single fart. Moreover, his master's internal energy, which had been scattered everywhere, was now completely absorbed and unified into one solid block. Only then did Yunfei open his eyes. He waved his hand in the air and groaned. "That stinks," He Lin happily reported. "But thanks to purging that cold energy, it helped purify your internal energy, you know. Naturally, your attack power has increased significantly as well." He glanced shyly at Ngan. It was just so embarrassing to be like this in front of a girl. Can't my martial arts breakthroughs be a bit cooler? Why does it always have to involve getting beaten up and then passing gas? He said politely. Anyway, thank you, sir, he thought to himself. I've given ice essence to others before, but this is the first time I've heard a thanks like that. He Lin said cheerfully. I'm just glad you're grateful. He was inwardly surprised. This ice essence is worth 400 taels of silver, but that kid's attitude is like a slap in my face. He Lin remarked, You really are a very special person. He replied, Lately I've been hearing that a lot, sir. He Lin asked curiously, How old are you this year? Yunfei didn't hide it. 21, sir. He was stunned. 21? He nodded in confirmation. The old man pondered. Sun Weijue is 26 this year, and has been personally trained by the sect leader of Tai Thianmun, Lucan Thach, since he was a child. On top of that, he even consumed ice essence. Yet you were able to trade blows with him on equal footing. I truly can't believe it. He Lin extended an invitation. Would you like to join my North Sea Ice Palace? I guarantee I will treat you with the utmost respect. Pham Nhat couldn't believe his ears. Offering such a proposal to a mere low-level bodyguard? Yunfei didn't even hesitate and said bluntly, I must refuse. The old man glared, stunned, and asked, Refuse? Even Tai Nguyen would be speechless. Who would have thought anyone would dare reject an invitation to join the North Sea Ice Palace? It's known as the #1 sect outside the borders, let alone for a mere bodyguard. He Lin wanted to know the reason. Why don't you want to? The reason was simple. Because I absolutely hate the cold. He Lin's expression relaxed. You really are a strange fellow. I know. I hear that all the time too, he replied. And the old man didn't make it difficult for him. If the person involved wasn't interested, there was nothing to be done. I suppose we should part ways here. See you again, if fate allows. He Lin stood up and announced, Let's go. The group stood up to leave. Ngan glanced back, and Sun Weijue looked toward him. Until next time. Yunfei replied, I don't know if there will be a next time. He was convinced they would meet again. Yunfei said nonchalantly, I just hope we don't. Sun Weiju curled his lips into a smile, not offended in the slightest. As they left, Yunfei was still pouring drinks. He called the owner, Bring me more wine. The scene shifted to the Martial Arts Alliance, where a meeting was taking place, featuring White Tiger Hallmaster Tu Thua Hu, Vermilion Bird Hallmaster Thuai Thua Ko, Phi Pavilion Master Hua Chin Vu, Azure Dragon Hallmaster Vu Han Dao, Military Advisor Sima Ante, and finally, Support Hallmaster and Dao Liet. Thua Ko spoke up. We must deploy our troops immediately. If we aren't prepared in advance, we will suffer a crushing defeat. Tu Thua Hu asked if the Vermilion Bird Hallmaster believed that in the current situation, an all-out war wouldn't happen. The old man retorted, Who said an all-out war wouldn't happen? It's just that if we rush to deploy and get ambushed, who will bear the losses? Tu Thua Hu challenged. So what then? Are you suggesting we just sit here, cross our arms, and watch? Thua Ko asked back. Who said anything about just watching? Deploying troops requires the right timing. The White Tiger Hallmaster keeps insisting on blind deployment. That's why I'm speaking up, because I'm so frustrated. Thua Hu demanded a clear answer. Then, when do you think the right time is? The old man hesitated upon hearing that. Chin Vu stepped in to mediate. Please, both of you, calm down. It would be better to discuss a strategy. Tu Thua Hu was so angry the veins on his forehead bulged. Shut your mouth. Toi Thua Ko didn't back down. Know your place. Chin Vu looked deeply uncomfortable watching them clash. Han Dao interrupted. Do you two think this is your own private space? How much time are we going to waste on these pointless arguments? Tu Thua Hu was surprised. What did you just say? I heard the influence of the Azure Dragon Hall has been rising to the heavens lately. Sure enough, you're extremely arrogant and overbearing. Thua Ko chimed in. The Azure Dragon Hall Master is so scary. I'm so afraid I don't even dare attend this meeting anymore. Thua Hu growled. How dare you, Azure Dragon Hall Master? Someone grew angry and slammed a hand down on the table. The people arguing were stunned and looked back at Situ Kang, who was sitting at the head of the table with a dark expression. He questioned, What do you think you're doing right now? Do you know that war has already broken out, and you're still acting like this? Thua Hu thought to himself. Wait, isn't he the one who always sits there looking bored during meetings and then sneaks away? Why is he acting like this all of a sudden? The old man was also annoyed. You lot have been through life and death with me, so even if some things were displeasing, I let them slide. And now you're completely looking down on me like this? Situ Kang challenged. Do you think I'm just an old man past his prime? Han Dao was confused, thinking, why is he acting like this? Situ Kang slammed his hand down, shattering the table, and the others were sent flying backward. Someone was sent crashing toward the window, with wooden splinters flying everywhere. Situ Kang asked with a dark face, Do you see me as a puppet? Thua Hu was terrified as he called out the alliance leader. Situ Kang scolded them directly. You are the comrades who have tasted every bitterness and sweetness with me, living and dying together. That is why I tolerated your wrongdoings. I kept thinking that as you grew older, you would get better, but not only did you not improve, you've gotten worse and worse, to the point where even in this critical situation, when the very survival of the martial arts world is threatened, you're still only worried about tearing each other apart? He pointed at each person individually. Even the old man who argued back was called out. Tua Ko. Thua Hu bowed his head. Yes, Alliance Leader. Thua Ko also replied. Yes, Alliance Leader. Situ Kang lectured them. You two are friends. Why is it that every time we meet, you fight like you want to eat each other alive? Did you get a taste of embezzling money, and now you don't even recognize your own friends? Both of them froze in place. Situ Kang reminded them. It's the same for the others. You think I don't know? It's just that no one has dared to openly profit until now. So I turned a blind eye. And which bastard started the rumor that my wine debt is 30,000 taels? You guys need to know when to stop looking down on people. I'm not deaf, you know. Do you all think I'm clueless, so you spread these ridiculous rumors? Call the division leader. He's listening. Yes. Alliance leader Situ Kang snapped. Do you think I wouldn't know if you just sat there quietly? When I speak, you should have the decency to come clean instead of pretending you don't know anything. You're the one who started those rumors. Dao Liet hung his head. About that, when Situ Kang demanded answers, I said we were using the Long Feng Association Fund to help the kids. Who told you to spread such nonsense? Telling them to join the Long Feng Association would have been enough. Why the rumors? 30,000 taels for booze? I could soak in wine for a year and not spend that much. Dao Liet stammered. I just meant that good deeds shouldn't be broadcasted to be meaningful. He barked. Shut it. What on earth does helping children have to do with me being rumored to be a drunkard? The old man went silent before the alliance leader's fury. With a dark face, he demanded, What the hell are you all actually doing? Invincible Blade Emperor Situ Kang, don't you know what kind of man he is? Don't you realize how many of our disciples have already died? How can you still stand there playing these games? Advisor Ante panicked and asked for orders. Situ Kang grew even more irritated. Stop pretending to care about discipline. Tell me, what are the 4 Black Lotus members doing now? Ante bowed respectfully. The 4 Black Lotus are sharpening their blades for an invasion. They're stocking up on massive amounts of grain and medicinal supplies. Meanwhile, their first wave of troops is moving toward the border between Sun Te and Ha Nam. We suspect they attacked the people attending the Long Feng Association just to divert the Murim Alliance's attention. Upon hearing this, Situ Kang erupted with rage. Things have reached this point, and you're still busy squabbling over your own interests? Have you all lost your minds? They were all terrified, thinking to themselves, we thought he only cared about drinking. He's returned to being the alliance leader of the past. After venting his anger, he let out a sigh. Situ Kang calmed down and continued. Everything is due to my own failings. Even with the righteous and evil war looming, I spent 3 days holding useless meetings. I truly am incompetent. He called for advisor An Te, who replied that he was listening. Yes, alliance leader, Situ Kang, turned to serious business. Right now, what is the most important thing we need to do? He replied that the most urgent task was to find a rallying point for reinforcements from the branches and sects of the Murim Alliance. We must prepare food, essential supplies, and medicine to distribute to them. At the same time, We need to mobilize the main force of the Murim alliance toward Sunthan. Once that's set, we must contain the 4 Black Lotus while increasing our manpower. The defense of the Murim alliance also requires attention. Situ Kang ordered, I'll entrust all these preparations to you, advisor. I'm counting on you. Tu Thua Hu immediately objected. No, you cannot just entrust such a significant matter to anyone so carelessly. Situ Kang slammed his foot onto the ground, the floor cracked, and his overwhelming pressure silenced the old men. Situ Kang asked coldly, So, you call the decision of your alliance leader careless? The profound internal energy radiating from him made them stagger. Situ Kang commanded, If you have any better ideas, speak up. If they're reasonable, I'll accept them. Thua Hu and Han Dao fell silent, and the other 2 kept their mouths shut as well. Situ Kang demanded, You too, if you have something to say, don't hesitate. Will you comply? We will follow the alliance leader's will. Thua Hu thought. There's no point in arguing now. Once things progress, we'll just have to convince him later. We must stay on guard. We can't be led by the nose, by an advisor who hasn't contributed a thing. Situ Kang warned them. I'll say it one more time. Anyone who doesn't follow the advisor's instructions will be immediately stripped of their position. Keep that in mind. Thua Hu was baffled. What did he eat? Why is he suddenly so tough? Deep down, Situ Kang felt truly relieved. How have I let these guys lead me by the nose for so long? He suddenly remembered Yunfei. Meeting that kid was the right choice. The scene shifted to the backyard where the boy was staying. Someone called out, Hey, Yunfei, where are you? Yunfei woke up, groggy. The person called again, Yunfei, do you recognize Brother Yanchong's voice? Yanchong was waiting outside. Still sleepy, the boy stepped out and asked, What's going on so early in the morning? He reminded him. Early? It's almost lunchtime. Yunfei was surprised. It's that late already? I drank too much yesterday and slept through everything. What's the matter, brother? Yanchong brought the news. Yesterday, the Murim alliance decided to declare war on the 4 Black Lotus. The boy asked gloomily, So it's decided? Does that mean I can go back to Tu Shuyan? Yanchong revealed, You have to participate in the war too. Yunfei was shocked. Even guards have to go to the front lines? He thought guards were martial artists belonging to the alliance. The boy asked, puzzled. Since when were guards considered martial artists? Yanchong acknowledged, I understand how you feel, but it's true that guards are part of the Murim alliance. Yunfei cursed, Damn it. I never liked this mission from the start. His voice carried a hint of fear. I'm scared of this war too, the boy suggested. Then let's just run away. Yanchong replied, I'm no different from the people of the Trans Chao Ngon family. If someone like me ran away, it would be as if the whole family ran away. How could I do that? The boy said with admiration. As expected of a real man. He supported him. It's unavoidable, and I won't run, but you do what you think is best. Yunfei replied, Since it's come to this, I can't just retreat alone. Yanchong agreed. That would be dishonorable. With eyes full of trust, he looked at him. Yunfei stepped forward. Let's go. Yanchong followed him toward the gate. Outside the inner courtyard, a large crowd had gathered, everyone busy carrying things and preparing. Yunfei stood with his hands on his hips and scolded. These idiots dare to use guards as manual laborers? Yanchong explained. It's probably because they're handling things in such a rush, so we'll just have to endure it. It seems the Murim Alliance leadership made this decision surprisingly fast. He opened a crate and asked in surprise, They're having guards carry emergency rations? Yunfei fumed. So we're not guarding the gate anymore. We're guarding the food now, huh? Yanchong brought good news. This time, I've become the captain of our squad. The boy replied listlessly, Congratulations, brother. He instructed, We'll split up and carry this cargo. The boy knew they wouldn't back down. Yanchong believed that since they were all in the boy's debt, they wouldn't refuse. He happily lifted a crate. Let's go. Yunfei picked up a crate and followed Yanchong. The Zixia group and the martial artists were opposite them. He set the crate down and introduced them. These are the rations and medical supplies distributed for the journey to Vindang County. Everyone, please carry your own. The warriors think to themselves, we have to lug this stuff around ourselves too? Yanchong reports more news. This morning, the 4 great martial arts divisions of the Alliance departed for Vindang County. All the juniors gathered for the Dragon Phoenix Conference have been mobilized into the Vanguard unit. You will be moving in teams, so please look out for one another. Everyone prepares, shouldering their packs. Yunfei bites into a piece of hard, dry ration. How are we supposed to fight after eating this stuff? The Murim Alliance is truly a place that drains people dry. Shui Li sees this and warns, "Don't say things like that out loud. What if someone else hears you?" Yunfei doesn't seem to care. "Do you think they care what a lowly guard like me says?" She cautions him earnestly. "The higher up people are, the less tolerant they are of criticism from their subordinates." He says nonchalantly, "If they don't like it, they can fire me. I don't even want to work here anymore anyway." Shui Li laughs. "For guards, the Murim Alliance is a place you can leave whenever you want, right? But for us, we can't." Yunfei is curious. "Why not?" She explains, "The Murim Alliance is extremely precious to us. It's a place where we can raise our sect's status, and also where we realize our ideals." He is surprised. "The Murim Alliance is that kind of place?" Shui Li says with conviction, "It's my responsibility. I must use my life to protect the honor of my sword sect." Yunfei is secretly surprised. Is the pressure really that high? Being a disciple of a prestigious sect isn't all sunshine and rainbows. Huh. She continues, "That's why, sometimes, I'm actually envious of you, Guard Yun. You can act and speak however you please," he says sarcastically. "Do you know how many bastards look down on guards?" Shui Li draws a clear distinction. "You are different from other guards." Yunfei disagrees. "Even so, I'm still just a guard. There's no difference." Shui Li walks beside him and says, "You can just quit being a guard. If you want to, you can transfer to a martial arts division at any time." Yunfei refuses. "I don't want to be a warrior anymore." She thinks that, in the end, a guard is still a warrior. He asks, "Then why do they look down on us?" She reveals that it's because most guards have weak martial arts. In the Murim world, being weak and looked down upon is just the way it is. It's life, Yunfei muses. "So, being weak means being looked down upon?" She says calmly, "That's life. You get looked down on for having nothing, for being weak, for being a woman, or for coming from a small sect." Yunfei understands. "Yeah, that's life." Shui Li advises, "If you don't want to be looked down upon, just become stronger, strong enough that no one dares to underestimate you." He mulls this over, strong enough that no one dares to look down on him. Yunfei decides internally, but it's not that easy. When I get back to Sichuan, I'm definitely telling them I'm done with these assigned missions. Guard duty is such a pain. The group has reached the mountain road, slowly moving along. Shui Li walks side by side with him. The warriors' expressions are stern. Some look unhappy and dejected. Yunfei curses. "Damn it, it's been 6 days since we started, and we've just been walking the whole time? We aren't common soldiers, are we?" Shui Li instructs, "Just a little longer, 2 more days and we'll be there." He asks her, "You look so exhausted, are you okay?" She replies, "No matter how hard it is, I have to keep going." Yunfei, acting the gentleman, says, "Give that to me, I'll carry it for you." Shui Li refuses immediately. "It's okay. If I keep accepting favors, I'll start relying on people, and end up being a burden. At the very least, I don't want to become that kind of person." Yunfei doesn't push her. Since she's that determined, he admires her silently. Not bad. Zisha and Yancheng are walking ahead, affectionately holding hands. Their eyes are full of love as they look at each other. Yunfei thinks to himself, people who seemed like they wouldn't match at all actually fit so well together. I wonder when I'll ever go home. They arrive at a clearing to set up temporary tents. Yunfei sits down to rest and sighs. Finally here, but nothing is prepared. These guys can't get anything done properly. Shui Li admits that the Murim Alliance really doesn't seem like a place for him. He replies, "The main branch of the Murim Alliance might be like that, but the Sichuan branch is different. It's a place worth working for." Shui Li praises him. "You really are an extraordinary guard." Yunfei just wants extraordinary? I'm just a guy who wants to eat well, dress well, and live a comfortable life. But the problem is, that's not easy at all. Shui Li hears this and smiles. "Why are you smiling?" she says calmly. "Because I find you interesting." Yunfei frowns, confused. "What's so interesting about me?" she says pointedly. "Watching you." Yunfei feels shy. What did she just say? Why is she watching me? Shui Li's eyes crinkle with her smile, her cheeks slightly flushed. A notification rings out. "All guards, gather immediately." Other guards stand up and walk over. They look confused or tired. The group of guards assembles. Someone asks, "What's going on?" The other side requests, "Guards, please, I need a hand." The guards are shocked. "Help? What are you talking about?" This person says bluntly, "As you can see, I've set up temporary tents, but we can't stay like this forever. We need to quickly build a camp so you can rest in better conditions." A guard asks coldly, "So now you want us to do the heavy lifting?" The warrior replies, "Exactly. We need a camp for 4,000 people. You just need to carry the wood stacked over there. It will only be for 5 days, then other laborers will come to assist. This is the strategist's order. The guards are indignant. Screw this. You dragged me here just to make me do this kind of work? Bastards, this is disgusting. Someone curses. If it weren't for my wife and kids, I would have quit long ago. Damn it, another guard shouts angrily. Outrageous, truly outrageous. Even Yunfei is burning with rage. Damn it. The guards head toward the tents aggressively. He asks, stunned, are we just going to do what they say? Someone walks up to Yunfei and reveals, it's better to do it. If not, they'll just push you to the front lines as cannon fodder. The more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets. Seriously, I should just quit. But that feels so frustrating. He sighs, fine, I'll just endure it a little longer. The person on the other side orders the guards, form teams of 2 and move this wood. It's going to be hard, but please, just try for these 5 days. Someone approaches him to get acquainted. I'm Wande from Shandong, let's get to work. You bowed in return. I'm Yunfei, from Sichuan. Guards, let's help each other carry these large logs. You and Wande coordinated your efforts, moving the logs to the temporary shelter site. The guards kept busy until the sun finally dipped below the horizon. Yunfei dropped his log to the ground, and Wande let out a sigh of relief. The work was finally done for the day. You said politely, you've worked hard, brother. Care to join me for a drink? Meeting like this is fate, after all. It's not every day a guy from Shandong runs into someone from Sichuan. Yunfei replied immediately, I'm certainly up for that. Wanda invited him heartily. Then let's go. It's ironic. Really, the first thing built in this place is a tavern. I don't know where these people get their intel. Before the camp was even finished, a makeshift tavern had already popped up on the outskirts. Yunfei understood well. Those merchants had a nose for money like demons. You figured some high-ranking jerk must have been paid to leak the location, making it a gathering spot for the martial arts world. Yunfei remarked that this place was even worse than some back-alley dump. Wande agreed that was likely the case. By nightfall, the warriors headed into the makeshift structure, sat at their tables, and had wine and food laid out before them. Yunfei sat with him in a corner, watching the warriors looking incredibly satisfied as they gorged on food and drink. You felt secretly irritated. Damn it, those guys get to sit around waiting, drinking themselves senseless every night, while we work like dogs. Wanda warned, don't bring trouble upon yourself. Stop staring like that and just have another drink. Yunfei tipped his head back and drained a cup, then slammed the cup down hard on the table. He couldn't even enjoy his drink in peace. From behind, Yunfei came a shout, let go of her. 2 women were being blocked by a group of large, burly warriors. 2 of the men spoke up, what's with the act? We're just offering a drink. Why are you being so difficult? Yunfei shot them a sharp glare. Wande advised, here we go again. Don't worry about it. Let's just drink, you have yours, and I'll have mine. The woman's voice reached his ears. I already told you I wasn't interested. Yunfei thought to himself, does trash like them really think they're fighting for justice? You put your cup down on the table, and Yunfei stood up. I don't feel like drinking anymore in a place like this. I'm leaving. Wande replied, let's go together. The 2 of them left the table when a cry for help rang out. Guard, please, help me. Hearing his title, you whipped your head around. Yunfei's gaze landed on the 3 warriors and the 2 women. You recognized them as Cheng Min and Han Shui from the Vermilion Bird Division. Yunfei didn't want to get involved in this mess. This is driving me crazy. They called him out of nowhere, only to start something like this. Wandi urged, just pretend you didn't see anything and let's bolt. You were in a tough spot. They've already called for me. How can I just ignore it? Your footsteps turned back. This is going to be a disaster, he panicked. Hey, I don't know what you think you're doing. Yunfei walked over to the trio and demanded, apologize. And would you mind taking your hands off them, please? The warrior frowned and asked, who the hell are you? You introduced yourself. I am a main gate guard for the Sichuan branch. He scoffed and asked, and? Yunfei maintained his composure. These ladies are envoys from the Vermilion Bird Division of the Sichuan branch. He kept that arrogant attitude. So what? What does that have to do with me? You advised. It seems you've all had too much to drink. You should probably stop and get some rest. He refused to listen. You bastard. That's hilarious. Who the hell do you think you are, interfering in the business of us, the Yunnan 3 swordsmen? One guy warned, are you tired of living? The bald one had already drawn his sword. Just kill guys like this and get it over with. Yunfei was getting annoyed. These damn dogs are causing such a scene. Being insulted to his face, the bald guy went blank. What? You warned. Even if you drink through your rear end, don't pull this dirty crap here. Are you not warriors of the Martial Arts Alliance? This question left two of them stunned, and one of them finally realized, crap, this isn't Yunnan, where we used to mess around. They were worried. What do we do now? If word gets out, we're in deep trouble. Yunfei demanded. Take your hands off them now. He calculated to himself. If we listen to this bastard, we'll be labeled as losers defeated by a mere guard. We'll never be able to hold our heads up again. The most important thing is to crush him at all costs. The guy let go of the woman's arm, acting like they were colleagues. I was just trying to make friends. How dare you interfere? He stepped in front of Yunfei. You must have some skills to be acting so bold. You gave a contemptuous smirk. Is that all you've got? If you're so confident in your little skills, then bring it on. Worthless trash, even worse than a bunch of cowardly rats. All three immediately drew their swords. Yunfei challenged, Are you all going to jump me at once? The two women drew their swords as well. We'll help too. They stood side by side with you. Yunfei thought, she's certainly become much tougher on this journey, hasn't she? You chose to deal with them using only your fists. A layer of armor covered the skin on your hands. He was surprised. You plan to fight me with your bare fists? Yunfei said dismissively. Against trash like you, fists are all I need. You felt something unusual. Ever since using the ice essence, the speed of your chi circulation had become significantly faster. In the blink of an eye, the attack enveloped his entire body, and he lunged forward with his sword. You raised your hand to block. Why is he so slow? The internal energy around Yunfei surged, and a powerful punch landed squarely in the man's face. He collapsed to the ground, and his two cohorts immediately rushed in with their swords. The two women were not about to be outdone. Leave them to us. You easily dodged your opponent's attacks. Their attacks? I can see them perfectly clearly. Is this because of the ice essence? The two women were blocking the bald guy. Yunfei praised them silently. Not bad. Maybe it's because the ice essence drained all of Master's internal energy, making me feel as light as a feather. It was as if the opponent was intentionally attacking slowly, while he already looked visibly exhausted. You stood with hands on your hips and said, too slow. It was time for Yunfei to strike. The man froze, unable to dodge, as a punch landed straight into his gut. A mouthful of air erupted from his mouth, and his body flew backward. Yunfei said with disdain, Ugh, how filthy. The bald guy already had a sword held to his throat by the other woman. He shut his eyes in terror. Another one was knocked to the ground, and the two women finally looked relieved. You praised them, you all did a great job. Chengmin said happily. Thank you for the help. Yunfei replied, Teammates are supposed to look out for each other. The two of them were secretly shocked. Teammates, we never even considered him a teammate. You added. Besides, if we just left them alone like that, they'd go crazy and try to get revenge. One of them thought bitterly, Of course we're going to get revenge. We'll kill you and make sure no one ever finds out. You decide. I'll just kill them before any trouble starts. I hate trouble more than anything. The two guys were completely stunned, and Chengmin looked worried. But killing them, Yunfei said nonchalantly, they're just stupid fools who don't know their place. People like that are better off dead. She hesitated, thinking that he was actually right. But he thought to himself, that crazy guy really would kill us without a second thought. You rubbed your chin and thought, should we tell the Alliance leader? They were secretly terrified. The Alliance leader? Does that guy know the Alliance leader? Honestly, with the martial arts skills he has, it's quite possible. Yunfei brushed it off. No, the Alliance leader is already buried in work. Why would he care about these guys? It's better if I just kill them and be done with it. The three of them scrambled to get up, trembling all over. The leader spoke up. Please, spare our lives. The other two bowed low and begged. Please, have mercy. Yunfei asked in a cold voice. Are you trying to make me go soft? What the hell are you begging for? They bowed their heads, pleading. I was wrong. I had too much to drink, and I did something I shouldn't have. Please, forgive me. Yunfei frowned and asked, Do you really mean that? One of them swore, If we ever meet again and drink, you can treat us like your dogs. Yunfei reminded them, There are plenty of people watching right here. They lowered their heads, thinking, How could we ever show our faces again? But anything was better than dying a miserable death. Yunfei asked the two of them, What do you think? Should I spare them? Chengmin replied, I don't think we need to kill them. You agree, then? All right. I'll let them go. They breathed a sigh of relief, realizing they were alive. He stood up and said, Then, if you'll excuse me, I'll be off. Yunfei asked, clearly unhappy. You're just going to leave like that? You caused someone else trouble, so you should pay for it, shouldn't you? He froze, not expecting to be asked for something like this, but he pulled out a pouch of money. Yunfei happily accepted it before chasing them away. The three guys helped each other limp away. Yunfei opened the money pouch to check it. His expression brightened up. It wasn't bad at all. The two women looked on sadly, as Wande stepped forward and asked, "Your skills are truly impressive, but how much did you get?" You said happily, "Pure silver. You should take advantage of that and treat us to a real meal." Yunfei tucked the silver into his chest. "Of course, this place is a wreck. Let's go somewhere else." The two of them left together. The two women stood there blankly, seeing that he didn't pay any attention to them. Yunfei's back receded into the distance, and until they were both out of sight, Cheng Min was shocked. "What was that?" "He's just leaving?" Hanshua confirmed. "That's right, sister." Her heart was unwilling to accept it. He had just left them behind like that. The two of them glanced at each other, feeling dejected. Time flew by. 20 days later, the guard group continued their old tasks. Yu and Wande were struggling to carry a large log, with 2 wooden poles strapped to Yunfei's back. Yu sighed. "This is too much. They said it would only take 5 days, but it's been 20 days, and we still aren't done," he asked curiously. Reinforcements from various sects kept pouring in. "Didn't they say they needed more tents?" Yunfei replied, "Well, at this point, I don't even know if I'm a guard or just a manual laborer anymore." Wande encouraged him. "We just need to build 1 more row, and we're done. Just hold on a little longer," Yunfei said, feeling annoyed. "Once this tent building is over, who knows what other nonsense they'll make us do." Wanda sat down to take a break. "Forget it. Rest for a bit before we keep going. Even though it's hard, thinking about being able to send more money home makes it worth it." Yunfei still wasn't happy. "This is a bit too much. There has to be a limit." Wande thought more broadly. "What's the big deal? It's better than war. You don't know, but if a war breaks out, a low-level soldier like me wouldn't know when I'd die." Yunfei replied, "Then just retreat to the back." His eyes suddenly went wide as he looked ahead. "Wait." Yunfei pointed toward the mountain range. "What is that?" Wanda squinted to look. "Look at what?" "I don't see anything." You warned him. "It looks like someone is moving." He strained his eyes but couldn't make it out. "I don't see a thing." Something shimmering radiated from the mountain range. Yunfei reported. Something metal just reflected the sunlight. The shimmering thing became clearer and clearer. He narrowed his eyes. It was weapons. Yunfei jumped up and shouted, "The enemy! Enemies have appeared." While Wande was still bewildered, "Hey, you!" You ran all over the camp yelling, "Enemies! Enemies have appeared! Enemies on the southwest mountainside." Some martial artists looked at Yunfei with confusion. One was irritated. "What is that crazy guy doing? Did the next guy think he swallowed something wrong? Is that guy already hitting the bottle in broad daylight?" Yunfei's footsteps halted. "You cursed, damn it. Just like I thought. They're treating my words like air. There's no other way. I'll just have to stand here and watch them charge in." You observed the mountainside. Yunfei saw a group of people moving a team hiding under the canopy of trees, slowly approaching them, led by Asura. A subordinate reported, "Leader, there is no cover there. We have to circle around for an ambush." Asura replied, "No, Vice Leader." He wondered, "Why not?" Asura answered, "It's the prejudice that the evil sects are cowardly and wicked, but in reality, the righteous martial artists are the truly devious and despicable ones." The Vice Leader lowered his eyes, silently listening to this. He continued, "Through this battle, we must show everyone how hypocritical the Martial Arts Alliance really is. If we ambush them on the very first attack, would that be right?" The Vice Leader admitted it would not. He ordered, "We have resolved to sacrifice ourselves for the 4 Black Lotuses, so what is there to fear?" "Attack directly," everyone shouted in unison. "By your command," Asura shouted with spirit. "Prepare!" The underlings drew their swords. He roared with intensity. "Charge!" Asura led the group as they accelerated. They used light body techniques to dash across the mountainside. Over at the temporary camp of the Martial Arts Alliance, 2 martial artists were chatting under a guard tower. A lot of new, pretty faces arrived this time. "And what good is that face of yours?" the other guy mocked. "Do you think you're handsome?" the two of them argued. "What are you talking about? Girls tell me I'm cute. You actually believe that?" Suddenly, one of them fell silent and looked into the distance. "Huh? What's that?" Another guard didn't see clearly yet. Both were stunned as they saw the scene before them. The enemy assault had arrived close. One guy hadn't even regained his composure. "Is that enemies?" The other guy realized and shouted, "Enemies!" The enemy troops had already charged into the temporary camp. The martial artists screamed, "Enemies!" The shout echoed toward the inner part being ambushed. "Enemies!" Asura ordered. "Kill them all!" The minions shouted. "Kill them! Kill!" You watched this scene and said, "How pitiful." The 2 martial artists were surrounded by the enemy, blades slashing down into their bodies. Yan Chong led a group of martial artists over. He spoke, We have to stop them right now. Yunfei stopped them. Don't. Seeing you leave, he asked worriedly. Don't you see how many people are dying? Yunfei replied. Going alone is just throwing your life away. Yanchong shot back. So, what? Just because we're afraid of dying, we should just stand by and watch? He replied. I said don't go alone. Go as a group. Yanchong looked suspicious at those words. A group, you say? Yunfei analyzed the situation. Those guys are acting recklessly and going on a rampage right now. We need at least 30 people to handle them. Longsheng realized. I get it now. Zixia, I'm determined. I will follow you to the death. He shouted. Follow the guard, everyone. Let's regroup and take them on. He was stunned by this. What? Why me? All the warriors under Longxung's command rallied together. Let's attack together. He led the group forward, united and full of fighting spirit. Yunfei, pushed to the front, was dumbfounded. What is going on? It wasn't just him. Other groups of warriors joined the fray, their morale skyrocketing. The enemies charged with killing intent, shouting, Don't spare a single member of the martial arts alliance. Longxung also roared, Kill! The two sides clashed, the sound of blades ringing out sharply. A brutal, life-or-death battle ensued. Yunfei cursed, Damn it, I've been hauling wood all day until I'm breathless, and now this? Crap, I have to use the wooden staff I just prepared. Behind him, someone tried to ambush him, their sword swinging down. Yunfei quickly blocked it with his staff. Damn you, he struck the guy. Do you think I'm here because I want to die? The man collapsed. Yunfei muttered irritably, Let's see who's going to die. He poured all his frustration into a heavy strike. Asura glared at the situation. Longsung lunged to block his path, staggering back from the impact. Yunfei looked back and saw Longsheng struggling. He asked, Brother, are you okay? He replied, I'm fine. Asura launched himself at them. The staff blocked that lethal sword strike, the force so strong that even Yunfei was pushed back. His hand holding the staff was trembling. Asura demanded, Who are you? Yunfei taunted. You want to know for what? His attitude infuriated the man. Truly, a person without manners. Yunfei continued, If that's what you're worried about, what's the big deal? Manners? Sorry, but we really don't have the strength to deal with someone like you. Could you please find another master to fight? We are still inexperienced, and our skills are limited, so battling a warrior like you is a bit too much for us. Please, show some mercy. Asura was stunned by this. You think that's actually going to work? Yunfei then started spewing curses. Well, you son of a bee. Keeping my manners didn't change anything, did it? If you didn't want to be insulted by us kids, you should have picked a fight with someone your own age. Do you just love picking on children? Asura was frozen in shock from the harsh insults. Yunfei questioned him. You're only here to bully us kids, aren't you? What kind of manners is that? You've got strength, so what? Are you going to grant me a worthy death now? Didn't expect it to turn out like this, did you? A blast of internal energy crashed onto his head. Asura regained his focus, lifting his sword to block, his blade hitting the sturdy staff. His hand, holding the sword, was shaking. Asura thought to himself, This kid's attack is terrifying. Someone like this must be eliminated. For the future of the Four Fire Alliance, Yunfei raised his staff to block. His expression twisted. He backed away. What did this old bastard eat to be so strong? Is he just looking old? Insulted by a youth, Asura became even more furious. You crazy brat, he vowed. I will kill you. Yunfei teased, Oh, this old man is truly terrifying. Asura unleashed a series of sword strikes, and Yunfei crossed his staff to block. The man's strength was too much, forcing Yunfei to stumble back. He crashed to the ground. Longsheng called out in worry. Little brother! Yunfei sighed internally. This old guy is really strong. Damn, I've run into a real monster this time. He's the strongest old man I've ever met, and his personality is awful too. As the next strike came down, the staff held firm. Yunfei declared, But I won't back down. Asura replied, Let's see how well you handle my storm chain blade technique. The sword in his hand blurred, unleashing waves of killing intent. Yunfei was pushed back. This crazy old man. His staff was sliced in two, the sword energy shattering it into pieces. The remaining part of the staff also snapped. Yunfei lamented, Damn it, I just finished making that. He threw the wood away. Well, I guess I'll have to use my fists. Yunfei channeled power into his fists, and scales appeared on his skin, a layer of hard armor wrapping around his hands. Asura asked contemptuously, Do you think that trash can deal with my iron armor? He replied, Just how hard is my armor? What the hell is this? By now, Yunfei's face was grim. He silently gathered his power, a ball of energy swirling around his fist. Asura was stunned. At that age, he has enough power to generate lightning energy? He shouted, "Fine, you old bastard, let's see who lives and who dies." Asura vowed, "I will cut you down, so you can never brag again." The sword, carrying a cold chill, came down. Yunfei, having gathered his energy, flew in to meet him head-on. He threw a punch packed with powerful lightning energy. The blade couldn't harm him at all. Meanwhile, he shifted his feet. Yunfei stomped his foot into the ground, his eyes sharp as he stared at his opponent. With the lightning energy on his fist glowing brightly, Yunfei delivered a straight punch to the old man's face. His body was sent flying back to the ground. Defeated by a young teenager, Asura trembled with humiliation. "How is this possible?" Yunfei added. "I just closed my eyes and swung, and it actually hit?" Asura was even more enraged. "This damn brat dares to mock me." Yunfei teased him nonchalantly. "What's the big deal? It's useless anyway. If I were an old man, I'd be able to do this even with my eyes closed." Lightning energy radiated from Asura. "This time, I will kill you." His sword was also coated in a layer of lightning energy. Yunfei grew wary. This is completely different from before. Asura unleashed the storm chain blade. Countless strikes branched out, all heading straight for Yunfei. He was confused. What is this now? Yunfei backed away, unable to block them all. He had to dodge. His feet slid against the ground, the sharp blade grazing his face. Asura was stunned. "This brat even knows footwork?" Yunfei cursed. "Damn it, who would have thought I'd have to use the footwork master taught me at a time like this? I heard it called the steady step, but I never thought I'd use it by accident." Asura lunged forward personally, swinging his blade down in a yellow dragon strikes maneuver. He grimaced at the strike. Yunfei thought to himself, "This can't be dodged." He had to cross his arms to block. He exhaled a breath, releasing internal energy from his body. He felt all the internal force he'd gathered along the way vibrating through his meridians. Thanks to the impact, it flowed into his dantian. Yunfei spun around, his feet touching the ground. Yunfei lunged at Asura with his whole body, slamming his shoulder into the man's chest. Asura's eyes rolled back in pain, and Yunfei followed up with a punch. "You annoying old geezer, it's over." Asura's face darkened. His whole body felt like a punching bag under Yunfei's blows. He pressed his lips together, trying not to let out a cry of pain. The final punch sent Asura sliding backward. His knees hit the ground, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted from his mouth. Asura gritted his teeth and spat out. I actually lost to a brat like this?" Yunfei walked up to him and said, "You're just unlucky, old man. It's just that I've been getting stronger lately." He asked for his identity. "I am Asura, leader of the 4 Black Lotus Strike Force." "Who are you?" He announced. "I am Yunfei, a front gate guard from the Sichuan branch of the Murim Alliance." Those words hit Asura like a slap in the face. A mere guard? He died in bitter resentment, his eyes shut tight. Yunfei asked in confusion, "Surprised because I'm just a guard? Is he dead?" He sighed. "How ridiculous." The henchmen saw their leader perish and screamed, "Leader! Leader!" They all charged from behind, shouting, "We must avenge the leader." Yunfei asked arrogantly, "Do you really think I'm afraid?" He threw a punch at one of them. "Take a break." The first guy was defeated just like that, his body slamming hard into the pack of cronies charging forward. Every time one rushed in, Yunfei greeted them with a devastating punch. The minions lunged in, filled with resentment. "Kill him! Avenge the leader!" He gave them a sound beating. "What the hell are you doing? What about the people you killed? You heartless bastards." Behind him, someone swung a sword toward Yunfei's back. He turned around, staring coldly at the provocateur. His fist was already raised. Yunfei cursed. "Damn it!" The guy paid a heavy price, taking a direct hit to the chest, his body sent flying backward. Just then, the other warriors arrived. He asked them, "Why the hell are you only crawling out now? I'm never going to face strong enemies again." The situation on the other side was also extremely tense. As the sun became scorching, they began to bury the bodies of the enemies. Yunfei grumbled, "This is too much. Why does cleaning up corpses have to fall on us?" Wanda replied, "After this raid, our side has 247 dead, and the wounded number over 120. As for the enemy, all 100 of them have been wiped out." He recalled the past. "I warned them, but they treated my words like wind blowing past their ears. And that's why we ended up in this state." He added, "They even treated me like a madman." Yunfei felt it was incredibly unjust. "I took down the cruelest ringleader, yet they didn't have a single word of thanks. They even made me clean up the bodies. Is this even acceptable? I was planning to pick up their weapons and sell them for some food, but there isn't a single buyer here." Wande replied, "Even if you complain, they won't listen. They're busy with meetings and strategies, tied up with this and that, he asked in surprise. Meetings and strategies. What about the people who died? He answered, only those few who died are the ones suffering the injustice. Yunfei concluded, that's why I absolutely won't die. It's too unfair. I will definitely survive and go home. Wanda replied, I want that too. He swore, from now on, I won't risk my life anymore. Wanda chimed in, that's right. One's life is the most important thing. I heard the Alliance leader is coming because of this. He said happily, that's great. If I can meet him, I must ask him to let me go home. Wanda said dejectedly, how could the Alliance leader meet lowly guards like us? By the way, I heard he's coming. So they told us to clean up the camp. He pointed at himself. Even that is up to us guards to do? Wanda asked, confused. If not us, then who? Yunfei was frustrated. This is insane. They hired us to guard the gate. So why make us do all these trivial tasks? By the afternoon of that day, the cleaning work was almost finished. Yunfei cursed silently. Lives are dying like flies, and they only care about cleaning because the Alliance leader is coming. What a bunch of freaks. The old leader must have a headache dealing with these people. Actually, we drink because of the hard labor, and the old leader drinks because of the headache. Either way, it's not exactly a happy drink. From the guard tower, an announcement sounded. The Alliance leader is coming. The guard blew hard into a horn, signaling. The warriors inside heard the sound of carriage wheels rumbling toward them, led by Situ Kang. The guard on duty ordered, step aside. The guards, including Yunfei, moved to the side. Situ Kang spurred his horse forward. As he rode past him, Yunfei studied the man's face. He thought to himself, so that old guy is actually the Alliance leader? Situ Kang rode inside. A warrior announced, everyone, rest. He and Wandi quickly left. Finally, I can rest. I have to go back to the barracks to sleep. Yunfei walked to his usual spot. I'll just nap over there, he answered. All right. He threw his broom onto the ground. Yunfei thought, just wandering around aimlessly like this, if the reinforcements see me, it'll only bring trouble. For now, hiding is the best policy. Yunfei lay on the grass to rest. The sky today was incredibly clear. He closed his eyes. He was so sleepy. The wind rustled through the bushes, and there were footsteps approaching. The insects on the grass flew away. The footsteps stopped where Yunfei was. He was drifting into a light sleep, and upon hearing the footsteps, Yunfei woke up. Situ Kang leaned down to look, asking, awake already? Yunfei realized, that old man Situ Kang is surprised. You're still calling me that? He asked, confused. Because I've been calling you that from the start, so it feels more comfortable. And is it not allowed to call you that? He said comfortably. There's nothing wrong with it. I just hear it often. So I asked. He asked curiously, but why are you here all of a sudden? Situ Kang offered, care for a drink? Yunfei asked excitedly. Are you treating me today? He confirmed. Situ Kang pulled a small bag from his chest. Then, he began to disguise himself in different clothing. Situ Kang threw his old clothes to his subordinate. Just take it. The subordinate took it. He put on different clothes. This way, they won't recognize me, he remarked. You look just like an ordinary old man, Situ Kang said happily. Let's go drink until we drop. They headed to a makeshift tent. Both chose a table in the corner and sat down. A table of snacks and wine was ordered. Both took a sip of wine. Situ Kang raised his glass. Drink up. He replied, I'm going to drink to my heart's content today. Situ Kang said casually, I'll buy you as much as you want, until you can't drink anymore. Hearing that, Yunfei didn't stand on ceremony anymore and downed it. He mentioned, I've heard about your achievements. He explained, that was just a coincidence. I never intended for that to happen. Situ Kang asked curiously, I wonder what about you? How would I react if I knew I was the Alliance leader? At least I thought you'd show some manners and respect, like the other martial artists. This brat treats me like some ordinary old man. You aren't overly formal, but you're not disrespectful either. If it were anyone else, they'd be bragging and strutting around after achieving such great feats. Yet, you act as if nothing happened. Did those bastards make you do the cleaning? Yunfei reported. It wasn't just cleaning, I did all sorts of menial labor as well. Situ Kang asked curiously, why didn't you use my name? Yunfei pointed to his head. Those guys wouldn't believe a word I said. I ran around screaming that the enemy was closing in, but they just treated me like a madman. Besides, if I told them I was the Alliance leader's drinking buddy, they would have probably tried to kill me. They would just think I'm spouting nonsense. Situ Kang laughed heartily upon hearing this. Is that so? You poured another glass. I used to think being a guard was fine, but I guess I was wrong. Everyone looks down on me. He replied, those people just don't know how to judge character. Of course, I didn't expect you to be that strong either. Yunfei denied it. I was just struggling with everything I had to stay alive. Situ Kang felt relieved. We suffered heavy losses this time. It's fortunate you handled their leader. Otherwise, the damage would have been even worse. Tell me, what do you think is the reason for such heavy losses? You pointed out the reason is simple. Everyone let their guard down. It's like the Murim Alliance didn't come here to fight a war, but to go on a vacation. Everyone has such a relaxed, carefree look in their eyes. Meanwhile, the enemy's gaze is sharp as a blade, eyes filled with the absolute will to kill. Situ Kang listened silently. Yunfei analyzed. As soon as they arrived, they focused only on setting up camp. Yet, before even doing that, they should have sent scouts to the surrounding areas to grasp the situation and observe the enemy's movements. Situ Kang agreed. What you said is absolutely right. Yunfei concluded. In short, their morale has weakened significantly. He replied, the Murim world has been peaceful for too long, and that peace has sapped their willpower. You assess that in this situation, there is no doubt, we will surely face a crushing defeat. Situ Kang asked for your opinion. So what should we do? Yunfei said angrily, if it were me, I would beat those spineless superiors to a pulp. He asked incredulously. Just like that? It's as if you take it for granted. Once the head is smashed, the underlings will naturally scatter and flee. Situ Kang rubbed his chin, pondering this suggestion. You continued. Since I got here, I haven't seen them train at all. All they do is hold meetings, and at night, they just drink together. He inquired, how do we crush them? Yunfei whispered mysteriously. Lean in and listen carefully. Situ Kang hesitated. Will that method really work? You weren't forcing him. If you don't trust me, then so be it. By the way, sir, why did you bring those guards here? They aren't just mere laborers. I heard that in emergencies, you didn't even allow them to resign. Situ Kang replied, I'm not so free as to concern myself with those guards. That matter must have been handled by the person in charge of personnel. Yunfei asked disappointedly. This alliance leader isn't much help either. He suggested, how about you try being in charge of the Martial Dragon Corps? The Martial Dragon Corps is one of the 4 martial forces used to divide talented disciples. The other 3 are the Mighty Dragon Corps, the Fierce Tiger Corps, and the Phoenix Corps. Yunfei refused without a second thought. No, thank you. Situ Kang was surprised. Why wouldn't you want to? Because it's exhausting and full of trouble. He was stunned. Do you know how glorious it is to be a corps leader and you still say that? You were startled when he raised his voice. Why are you getting angry, old man? A voice rang out from behind. It's him, the guy who caused trouble with us the other day. Yunfei was surprised. Have you guys still not learned your lesson? One guy with bruises on his face shouted, Shut up! You were annoyed. I really should have buried these bastards in the wilderness. Gui Qi Kan shouted loudly, Hey you, do you think having strength means you can act however you want? Do you think the righteous way of the Jianghu has fallen into the mud? Yunfei asked with contempt. Who the hell are you? Children are fighting, and an adult is getting involved. Aren't you ashamed? He introduced himself. I am Nui Qi Kan of the Enforcement Bureau. Surrender and accept your arrest immediately. Yunfei asked suspiciously. What crime? He pointed to the trio. Look at their condition. Is that normal? It's been days, and the swelling and bruises still haven't faded. This one has broken teeth. That one has severe internal injuries, and this one is bruised all over. Yunfei didn't think he was wrong. They were harassing women since dusk. This just happened while I was trying to stop them. Even if the righteousness of the Jianghu has declined, should I just stand by and watch them harass women and do nothing? Ngui Kan squinted at them. What was that? All 3 were silent. No one dared to utter a word. He thought to himself, what he says is the truth, but since I have already drawn my sword, if I back down now, I'll just become a laughingstock. Ngui Kan demanded. Do you have proof? These are children of prestigious families. You can't just make baseless accusations like that. Yunfei realized. So you're just looking for trouble? He demanded that an investigation is needed. So go to the Temporary Enforcement Bureau. You replied, let's do that officially tomorrow, because I will go with the victims who were harassed by those scumbags. Ngui Kan questioned. And if you run away, who will take responsibility? Tie him up and drag him away. Yunfei asked angrily. Tie me up? You slammed the table and stood up. Just because you work at the Enforcement Bureau, you can just tie anyone up as you please? Ngui Kan was shocked. You dare to resist? Yunfei stepped in front of him. You're acting so recklessly? Why should I hold back any longer? Ngui Kan drew his sword. You dare to defy the authority of the Enforcement Bureau? You said coldly. I've been working myself to the bone and suffering all sorts of injustices, and now you want to tie me up and drag me away while telling me to endure it? If you're that good, try dragging me away." He was speechless and lunged with his sword. "You!" Yunfei's fist was ready. The punch struck the sword directly, and Ngui Kan dropped it in pain. He grabbed his bleeding hand. Ngui Kan trembled and uttered, You mocked him. "You don't have any real skill, yet you dare to act this way." He only just realized the attack from that guard was, "Wait, I heard that this time a guard killed the lake face Asura. Is it this guy?" Yunfei's face turned red with anger. "It seems you have a connection with those three. That's why you want to help. If they were truly wronged, helping them would be reasonable, but trying to harass women and getting beaten for it is not worth defending, let alone someone calling themselves an enforcer doing such a thing." Ngui Kan was shaking with anger. "You, that guard, who are you to lecture me?" Yunfei shouted back. "Is there something wrong with being a guard? Why do you look down on us? You've seen how poorly they treat the guards, haven't you?" Situ Kang couldn't bear to look. It was embarrassing. Ngui Kan noticed him. What does that old man want now? When he saw his face, his jaw dropped. "Alliance leader," Situ Kang asked calmly. "You recognized me as the Alliance leader?" The three guys were stunned. "Alliance leader." Ngui Kan cupped his hands in a salute. "Greetings, Alliance leader." The other three bowed their heads as well. "Greetings, Alliance leader." He panicked internally. Is he really the Alliance leader? What the hell is going on? Yunfei challenged him. "Alliance leader. Is this what the Murim Alliance calls upholding justice? Those lowlifes aren't even worth your time, yet they dare to pose as descendants of prestigious families to trample on innocent people. Is that what righteous means? And you still want us to take these jerks with us to fight the evil sect?" Situ Kang replied. "I have nothing left to say. You four must come to the temporary meeting hall tomorrow to report on today's events." Ngui Kan obeyed. "Yes, Alliance leader." He ordered them to withdraw. Ngui Kan and the three men left. The bald one thought to himself, that guy has such a deep connection with the Alliance leader, we're finished. He was fuming internally. Damn it, those cursed nephews ruined everything. When they were alone, Situ Kang asked, "You seem pretty hot-tempered for someone like you, don't you?" Yunfei replied, "They were just unlucky enough to mess with my people from the Sichuan branch. Since we know each other, how could I just ignore it?" He put that matter aside. "All right, let's leave that for later. Let's continue our unfinished conversation from before." Yunfei said, "I don't remember what we were talking about." Situ Kang replied, "It was about you taking the position of leader of the Dragon Martial Corps." He asked, puzzled, "I already said I didn't want it, so why bring it up again now that we've already settled it?" After speaking, Yunfei took a sip of wine. Situ Kang thought to himself, confused. Others are dying to get a position from me, yet this brat finds it annoying. The discipline of the Murim Alliance leader has completely fallen apart, all because I trusted the Force Hall masters and core leaders too much and delegated everything to them. Now I have to manage things myself, giving power to advisor Ma An Te, who has lived as useless as a bag of grain for so long, while ensuring he supports me and keeps the Force Hall masters and core leaders from abusing their power, is part of that plan. The problem lies with the martial forces created by young juniors. They are extremely difficult to control. If this kid accepts, I can finally keep those young juniors in check. He advised, "You won't regret this, will you? Your mind is made up. Absolutely no turning back?" Yunfei felt that a high position like a martial corps leader didn't suit him. He was fine just being a bodyguard as he was now. He requested, "Then be at the Tiger Hall tomorrow morning. You're curious why I'm making you go there, right?" Situ Kang smirked. "What do you mean? Why?" Yunfei suddenly had a bad feeling. He continued to pour wine into the glass. He asked, "You already confirmed they were wrong, yet you," he replied, "It's my decision." Yunfei shouted, "Old man, how can you do that?" Situ Kang continued, "All in all, they are valuable assets to the Murim Alliance. Even if their behavior isn't exactly noble, when it comes to destroying the evil sect, the quality of their character doesn't really matter. You still don't get that, do you?" Situ Kang retorted, "What's wrong with that? To me, as long as they are good at killing the evil sect, that's enough. There's no way I'm trading 4 of them for one bodyguard who only does odd jobs. Who knows? If I had to choose between someone like the Murong Corps leader and those 4, I'd obviously choose the Murong Corps leader." Yunfei cursed. "Damn it, that old man is so unreasonable. Should I just take him out? What am I even thinking?" Situ Kang shot him a side-eye. "Daring to show killing intent toward me? This kid is actually kind of fun to tease." Yunfei accepted. "Fine, I'll do it. I'll do it." Situ Kang asked, "Happy? So you'll do it?" He raised his index finger. "Wait. He felt that was more normal. Just as I thought, this kid wouldn't agree so easily. Yunfei brought up the deal breaker. I can't take the position of core leader. A young guy like me becoming a leader would definitely make everyone dissatisfied. Brother Yan Chong, whom I mentioned earlier, would be much better suited for this position. He has a good personality, and his martial arts are powerful. Actually, in the recent ambush, Brother Yan Chong was the first to lead everyone in fighting back. How could a youngster like me compare to him? He's much better suited to be the core leader. As for me, I'll just follow the old man's lead and take a temporary spot. He thought, that's fine. Having this kid under my command is satisfying enough. Situ Kang asked, is Yan Chong reliable? He replied, he is my sworn brother. He possesses martial arts above that of a first-class warrior, and thinks very clearly. When it comes to righteousness, he's beyond compare. Among all the real men I've known, he's the second person I truly respect. Situ Kang guessed, Yan Chong? Could he be from the Jeonju Engon family? I trust your judgment and will meet this young man named Yan Chong. In return, you take the position of Deputy Corps Leader of the Dragon Martial Corps. Yun Fei asked curiously, if Brother Yan Chong is appointed as the Corps Leader, then obviously I should take the deputy position. Oh, by the way, what's the monthly salary for a Deputy Corps Leader? Situ Kang was stunned. He just decided on the position and you're already asking about money? The position of Deputy Corps Leader is a glorious title for your whole family. I don't need empty titles. Honor doesn't put food on the table. Let the dogs have that stuff. I just like to stay warm and well fed. We're about to have a bloody fight. What good is honor or glory then? Doing work I don't like is already boring enough. But if the pay is low, that's just miserable. He replied, I'm not entirely sure, but probably around 250 taels of silver. Are you satisfied with that? Yunfei was stunned. Really? That's 9 times the salary of a bodyguard. Situ Kang sighed in relief. I'm glad you agreed. Being a bodyguard isn't bad, but as a man, you should have big ambitions. He asked, depressed, when the battle ends, I'm going home. What's there to be proud of in making money by killing people? He laughed awkwardly. You kid, what are you talking about? To achieve justice, sometimes you have to walk through a lot of blood. To achieve peace, don't you know the saying about sharpening your blade? Yunfei asked curiously. I've never had a serious conversation with the evil sect, so I don't really know. But are they really that bad? From what I can see, the evil sect and us righteous people are pretty much the same. He silently thought to himself that he had met many so-called righteous people before. Looking down on others and acting superior was the norm for them, along with teasing women, putting on airs, and showing off their meager martial arts skills. Most people are like that, but could they truly be even worse than the righteous sects? It's unimaginable what kind of people they are. Situ Kang asked unhappily, how absurd. Why would you say such a thing? How can you compare the evil faction to our Murim alliance? Yunfei denied it. Do you mean to say the evil faction is even worse than those scoundrels from earlier? I actually think a bit differently. If a villain does evil things, at least I can understand it. But isn't it wrong for those who claim to be righteous to bully their own people? After all, someone who swindles those they know is the worst of them all. Situ Kang was left speechless. As for that, Yunfei cut him off, teasing women on the street, drawing weapons to threaten people, and then getting beaten to a pulp, only to loudly declare he would take revenge and bring the enforcement bureau along. Compared to guys like that, is the evil faction really worse? I heard that in Shanxi, where the evil faction lives, they and the commoners get along quite well. They say people aren't even getting ripped off there. If it were full of people worse than that bunch from earlier, then Shanxi would be a ghost town by now. Situ Kang still hesitated. About that, he fell silent, thinking to himself, I can't find a single word to refute him. Yunfei asked bluntly, women shouldn't leave the house, and the weak get beaten to death at the slightest provocation. Is that even a place for people to live? You understand the nature of the problem, don't you? What we call humanity gets tainted over time, and eventually, things start to rot. Just as you said, not everyone in the righteous faction is upright. Yunfei didn't argue. That is exactly it, Situ Kang added. On the contrary, precisely because it's the righteous faction, if someone goes astray, it stands out even more. The same goes for the evil faction. Because of the unpredictable nature of their martial arts, there are many strange warriors, but you can't say they are all bad people. But that is just my personal opinion. This war is a matter of life and death. Who is good or bad doesn't matter. The confrontation between the righteous and the evil hasn't been going on for just a day or two. At this point, we don't even know why we're fighting anymore. The grudges passed down from ancient times, even further back than that, have now become an irredeemable situation. I don't want to lose. Losing means death. The righteous and evil factions despise and reject each other. His gaze seemed to ask, why? Well, you proposed a plan. Can't we reconcile and live together in peace? He firmly retorted, no, it's already set that way. But do you know what the interesting part is? Yunfei was completely oblivious. I don't know. He smiled and replied, even knowing all the ins and outs like this, or rather, we in the righteous faction still cannot reconcile with them. The evil faction is likely the same, because if we did, the entire life I've lived would be invalidated. Long Yunfei was inwardly stunned. What the hell is this? Situ Kang is stuck between choices. My reason knows that they are no different from us, but this heart won't accept it. For so many years, I've despised, criticized the evil warriors. The moment I admit I am no different from them, my life will be the moment I admit that the people in the Murim Alliance, to whom I've dedicated my whole life, are nothing more than the same garbage as the evil faction. Yunfei made a clear distinction. I see. If the old master says so, it must be true. But I still can't understand it. To me, whether it's the right buttock or the right thigh, it's all the same. Either way, it just looks like wordplay by people who like to sound fancy. He agreed. What you say is not wrong. However, sometimes there are things we must do, even if we know the truth. Reaching out a hand to ask for reconciliation, now that the war has already broken out, is also completely unreasonable. Yunfei found that plausible. It really was. Situ Kang silently took a sip of wine. He mentioned, old man, about those 3 guys. He replied, if you wish, I will punish them severely. Yunfei refused. No, please throw them into the martial arts team. I will turn them into decent people. Situ Kang agreed. I see. Then let's handle it that way. The moves from the 4 Black Lotus are not simple, even if they have an army of young talents. Once they hit the front lines, war doesn't always go the way people want. Therefore, we must prepare very thoroughly. Yunfei felt tired. If you keep assigning tasks like this, I'll fall apart. He reported the situation. The military strategist predicts that within a month, a large-scale battle will erupt. Only by dealing well with that war will the true strength of the Murim Alliance be formed. Yunfei promised. Anyway, since I've decided to do it, I will prepare well. Let's drink. Situ Kang raised his wine cup to finish it. He thought to himself, just a little more preparation, and the implementation of the strategies devised by Sima Ante will have no obstacles left. Over the past time, due to the rampant behavior of the 4 great tycoons, the discipline of the Murim Alliance has loosened to the point that it couldn't be worse. Having Sima Ante here is truly fortunate. Complicated and trivial tasks like arranging manpower and resources in the right place at the right time. How could people who have spent their whole lives only knowing how to practice martial arts do that? He is the most suitable person. Furthermore, the discipline is loose, and the command system is a total mess. It needs to be fixed immediately, starting with this guy. Situ Kang cautioned. When there are others around, pay attention to how you address me. He smiled and replied, don't worry, I'm not an idiot. Lord Alliance Leader. Yunfei thought happily. With a monthly salary of 250 taels, what wouldn't I do? Situ Kang stood up to leave. Well, I must be going. Make sure I meet that person named Ngon Sung tomorrow. He bowed. Travel safely, Lord Alliance Leader. He secretly felt that it looked both fitting and not fitting at the same time. Yunfei urged, go on, old man. I'll finish this drink and then head in. Only then did Situ Kang feel a sense of familiarity. Right. It's much more fitting for him to act so carefree. He gave one final reminder and left. Drink in moderation and then come in. Once the big shot had left, he felt quite relieved. His smile gradually turned dangerous. You bastard juniors. Starting tomorrow, you're finished. Once I teach those arrogant juniors the basics of our martial arts, they'll be terrified. Yunfei suddenly realized something was off. Wait a minute, did that old man just leave like that? He shouted angrily. Damn it! That old man didn't pay for the wine again. That night, at Yan Chong's room, he was surprised to hear the news. The Alliance Leader wants to see me? He confirmed, that's right. Yan Chong was confused. Why would the Alliance Leader want to see someone like me? Yunfei revealed, I was the one who recommended you. He was stunned. What? Yan Chong obviously didn't believe it. A guard who can make recommendations to the Alliance Leader? Impossible. Unless you are not the type to brag. Early the next morning, a group of people went to the Alliance Leader's room. The room he was staying in was in a separate, quiet area. Situ Kang looked toward the quartet. Come and confess your crimes, he said. Abuse of power, intimidation, forced detention. Do you admit it? Gatekeeper lowered his head. Please have mercy, he replied. Although your intentions were hateful, I will give you a chance. A 6-month pay cut, and a demotion in rank. Gatekeeper immediately exclaimed, Thank you, my lord. He let out a silent sigh of relief, thinking he was about to be stripped of his position. Still, it was truly fortunate that Situ Kang mentioned those three, and the three of you all will belong to the Volong Brigade from this moment on. They were surprised, huh? Trong Tam blurted out. Yes. Situ Kang waved his hand to issue the order. That's all, you may leave now. Nui Kan and the other three bowed. We shall take our leave. The group of 4 turned and departed one by one. Once they were gone, Situ Kang called out, Send them in. Yanchong and Yunfei entered. Both bowed respectfully. Greetings, Alliance leader. He narrowed his eyes, observing him. Are you Yanchong? He replied. Yes, Alliance leader. Only now did Yanchong dare to believe it. Had the Alliance leader really called for him? He began, I heard you come from the Engon clan. Yanchong answered respectfully. Yes, Alliance leader. He remarked, I've heard recently that the Engon clan is slowly declining, but seeing you like this, it seems that's not entirely true. I called you here to test your strength. I've heard the story from the guard, but the position of brigade leader cannot be handed out casually based on someone else's word. Do you understand what I mean? Yanchong was stunned by this news. Brigade leader? He snapped his head to look at the guy who was acting as if none of this concerned him. He realized, Haven't you heard what that brat said? Yanchong replied, I only heard that I would be meeting the Alliance leader. Situ Kang revealed, He recommended you to be the leader of the Volong Brigade. He was astonished, thinking, a mere guard dared to recommend someone to the Alliance leader? And the Alliance leader actually accepted it? He commanded, I want to see your strength. Show me what you've got. Yanchong was taken aback, huh? He encouraged him from behind. Facing the Alliance leader is no simple matter. Just give it a try, brother. You know this is an opportunity. Yanchong stopped hesitating and stepped forward. The two faced each other. Situ Kang's eyes flared with killing intent, and pressure surged forward. He had to grit his teeth to withstand it. It felt as heavy as a mountain crushing down. Yanchong's hands clenched tight. I am the eldest son of the Engon clan. He threw a punch. And I am the pride of the Engon clan. Situ Kang casually leaned aside and dodged it. Yanchong threw punch after punch. He praised, fast and powerful, excellent. He didn't retreat at all, unleashing his strikes with force. Situ Kang hadn't even countered yet, merely stepping back before the flurry of blows. Faced with a powerful punch, he calmly raised his hand to block it. Yanchong was still fired up, preparing to follow up with another blow. Situ Kang, having finished his assessment, shouted, Enough! The man froze in his tracks. Yanchong's breathing was a bit heavy. He silently noted that this ability was at least on par with a high-level master. Appointing him as the leader of the Volong Brigade was completely deserved. That kid certainly had an eye for talent. Situ Kang asked curiously, That was excellent. What is this set of fist techniques called? He smiled and replied, It doesn't have one yet. Sir, in his heart, Yanchong thought, this martial art was distilled from insights I gained from my younger brother, based on the Yen family's legacy fist style, so it doesn't have a specific name yet. Situ Kang made a request. May I name it? Yanchong agreed. Thank you, my lord. He had a name immediately. I want to call your fist technique the Zombie Fist. He was surprised. Zombie Fist? Situ Kang revealed. It means a fist technique that starts off with explosive power. He blurted out, Yes. In his heart, Yanchong felt something was off. But wouldn't that be easily mistaken for a technique used by actual zombies? He examined it carefully. Your movements have an appearance quite different from ordinary fist techniques, yet the power of the technique is immense, and the speed is also incredibly astonishing. I don't know if you've realized it, but every time you punch or kick, your movements look exactly like a zombie. This is a technique sufficient to revive the declining Yen clan. Indeed. Moreover, if you want to restore your past glory, a martial art with a unique name will easily get people talking. Yanchong was stunned by this explanation, huh? Situ Kang emphasized that the Engon clan is currently just struggling to keep its lineage alive, but if it's the zombie fist you are practicing, I believe countless martial artists will flock to ask to learn it. Resurrection isn't zombie fist. The perfect name for that meaning, thanks to the zombie fist, the Engon clan will be reborn once again. Hearing this, he was moved to tears. Yanchong bowed and said, Thank you, Alliance leader. From now on, this fist technique will be called the Zombie Fist. He decided, I will be looking forward to your performance. I am officially appointing you as the leader of the Volong Brigade. Remember that. And you, as promised, will be the vice leader. Yunfei bowed to accept the order. Yes, alliance leader. But Situ Kang asked, confused. Why is that? You addressed the alliance leader as, my lord. Shouldn't you treat us guards to a round of drinks? He agreed. Next time, I will treat you all to a feast at a very nice place, Yunfei continued. Then I will take your word for it. We shall take our leave. Situ Kang signaled for them to go. All right. Both bowed. We ask to take our leave. Watching them depart, he thought to himself, they will be quite useful. Stepping outside, Yan Chong said gratefully, thank you, brother. If it weren't for you, I would never have had this opportunity. Only he knew that he was the one who should be thanking him instead. I almost had to deal with the troublesome tasks of a brigade leader. The camp temporarily set up at the foot of the mountain sank into a peaceful atmosphere. Still in Situ Kang's room, a meeting was taking place inside. Here, the White Tiger Hallmaster, Tu Thua Hu, was present, and of course, the Vermilion Bird Hallmaster, Toi Thua Ko, couldn't be missing. The third person was the Azure Dragon Hallmaster, Fu Han Dao. And finally, the Black Tortoise Hallmaster, Fuang Tha Chao. Situ Kang ordered, from today on, anyone who dares to fight will be immediately stripped of their position as Hallmaster and chased back home. Thua Hu could tell just by looking that he wasn't making empty threats. He added, while we have been dealing with things carelessly, so many young juniors have had to lose their lives. The other two hung their heads in shame upon hearing this. Situ Kang declared, from now on, I will not tolerate such behavior anymore. Tu Thua Hu knew well that the alliance leader had made a firm resolution. Situ Kang continued, what we need right now is the strength of unity. To achieve that, we will conduct collective training. Han Dao was secretly shocked. Collective training? He added one more piece of news. Before the training, a new combat formation has been established, focusing on the juniors who have just gathered. They were surprised. Just the juniors? Shouldn't we combine them with experienced seniors? Situ Kang said coldly, don't argue with me. The three of them immediately went silent. Situ Kang commanded, Man Ho, Quang Long, Fuang Hoang. Fo Long, I have divided them into 4 brigades like that. Each brigade will have a brigade leader and a vice brigade leader. Thua Ko cursed under his breath. Damn it, he didn't discuss anything with us. You're questioning my methods, thinking I'm just acting on my own, without consulting you, right? But if I had to listen to every single one of you, we'd never get anything done. So, I made the decision myself, just deal with it. That's right, you lost crushingly. Your time is up, so just act like a pig. As Master Yuan was beaten back, the other warriors secretly felt resentful. The Han faction fell silent, not daring to make a sound. Even the Shihan faction kept their mouths shut tight. Even the usually talkative Thua Hu was as quiet as a mouse. The old men, taking the opportunity to stay out of it, didn't fare any better. Situ Kang continued. The fierce tiger squad leader Tong Hyo Thach, deputy leader So Luong, and the mighty dragon squad leader Sun Weijue, deputy leader Ha Tai Nguyen, the phoenix squad leader Bu Huthian, deputy leader Duang Kiet, the martial dragon squad leader Yan Chong, and deputy leader Yun Fei, everyone has been assigned. The Han faction exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Thua Hu added, So Luong, Sun Weizhe, Yan Chong, and Yun Fei. Those are names that even the Hall Masters might not have heard of. But among those the Hall Masters don't know, there are still talented people. It's not like you're only a talent if the Hall Masters know you. Situ Kang praised them endlessly. These 8 are all outstanding juniors, the pillars who will lead the future of the Martial Arts Alliance. I expect you to lead them well. The Han faction replied obediently, yes, but he wasn't satisfied with their attitude. Why are you stuttering? Are you dissatisfied? They hurriedly denied it. No, we fully agree with the Alliance leader's decision. Situ Kang was satisfied upon hearing that. That's how it should be, he ordered. Starting tomorrow, we will begin collective training to become a unified force. So, prepare yourselves thoroughly. The next day, when the martial artists had gathered in the wide courtyard, every group was present. Yan Chong led the Sichuan faction forward, alongside the trio that had previously quarreled with Yun Fei. As for the higher-ups, there was Fuang Thach Hao, followed by Thua Hu. Sweeping his gaze over the juniors, Han Dao gave them a cold look. Thua Ko still wore that sour expression. The group of martial artists didn't understand why this summons was happening. Thach Hao shouted loudly, "Can't you stand up straight?" The group of martial artists frowned at each other, and that attitude made him even angrier. Do you all want to die? Can't you do anything properly? The crowd panicked and hurriedly lined up. Finally, the formation was neat. Thua Ko sighed to himself, thinking it was a truly pathetic sight. Thach Hao cleared his throat and announced, "From now on, The 4 martial halls will coordinate to conduct joint training. The White Tiger Battle Squad led the way. As the fierce tigers moved into position, the warriors immediately shifted into a new formation shaped like an arrowhead. Fuang Thachao shouted the order, "Yellow Dragon, rotate." The martial artists shifted from their old positions, the ranks got messy, and they accidentally bumped into each other. The elders watched helplessly, thinking, "This is completely out of sync. In this situation, if we went into battle, we'd definitely lose." The martial artist team on Yan Chong's side remained still, and confidence appeared in Yunfei's eyes. "Brother," he said, "let's get started too." Yan Chong hesitated. "Right, but I've never taught anyone before." Zizia stepped forward to encourage him. "Oh, you look so cool as a squad leader. Just do what you think is right." He still had concerns. That's true, but Yunfei stepped up to take charge of the mission. "Today, let me train them a bit. Keep a close eye on them, brother, and pick out about 20 useful ones." Yan Chong agreed. "All right, for now, let's just do as my younger brother says," he shouted. The squad leader has decided that today's training will be a live combat sparring session. The squad of martial artists was stunned. Live combat sparring? Yunfei ordered, "Split in half and get into position." Seeing their sluggish behavior, he found them eyesore. They didn't have a shred of spirit. They looked completely bored. Yunfei roared at them. "Live combat sparring isn't just for training. It's to determine the major and deputy major leaders of the Martial Dragon Squad. The top 20 will take the positions of major and deputy major leaders." Their hearts stirred. Even if they couldn't be the squad leader or deputy, they had to at least become a major or deputy major leader. Everyone's expression betrayed their hesitation. Their eyes, previously vague and bored, were now filled with determination. Seeing this, Yunfei announced, "Then, let's begin. When I count to 3, start." The losers stepped back. They listened for his signal. 1, 2, Yunfei shouted. 3, start. Both sides lunged at each other with vigor. A clash of fists erupted. Each pair did their best to take down their opponent. The sound of fists hitting faces echoed bam, pop. Seeing how effective this was, Yan Chong happily exclaimed, "Not bad at all. The fighting spirit is reaching all the way here." Yunfei didn't hear him clearly. "What was that?" He replied, "Is there something you don't like, brother? I think the movements are quite stable." Then he noticed someone. "Brother, do you see that guy over there?" Yunfei pointed his finger. "The guy wearing the blue thing on his head, keep smirking like that." The person he pointed at was using his elbow to strike his opponent's head. Yan Chong wondered to himself, "Everyone else is taking the sparring seriously. Why is he acting like that?" Yunfei shouted for them to stop, and seeing them still fired up, he yelled, "I said stop! Cut it out!" Someone voiced their grievance. "We're in the middle of such high spirits. Why tell us to stop?" Others chimed in. "A martial artist's sparring is a sacred act. Why are you forcibly stopping it? If you don't have a valid reason, I absolutely will not tolerate it." Others argued that stopping a spar midway was against etiquette. "Don't you understand how important sparring is to a martial artist?" Yunfei looked at them with a cold smile. "You really are acting recklessly." That smile made the noisy crowd go quiet. Havuthan froze when he heard him shout, "Are you all done talking? Did you come here to play? Who told you to target faces and fight like thugs? Are you even in your right minds? Do you have any idea why we're gathered here?" A guy stepped forward and bowed. "I am Havuthan from the Shaanxi branch. I ask for some guidance from the deputy squad leader." Yunfei immediately shifted in front of his opponent, his fist striking straight into Vuthan's face. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed from the corners of his mouth, and his sturdy body collapsed to the ground. Blood trickled from Vuthan's nose, and he realized it. "I lost I, Havuthan, admit my defeat." Yunfei continued to punch Vuthan in the face. One blow made him slip and fall, his head slamming hard against the ground. Other martial artists shouted indignantly, "Stop it, you're going too far." Yunfei turned back to confront them. "Are you mocking me?" One person stepped forward to criticize. "You used a cowardly sneak attack, not giving your opponent time to prepare. And you're still beating up someone who has already admitted defeat? Aren't you ashamed?" He asked for his identity. "What's your name?" The opponent replied, "I am Mo Zhuangyuan, a lay disciple of the Vodang school." Yunfei provoked him. "If you aren't convinced, then feel free to come at me." He slightly rotated the wooden sword in his hand. "Fine." Mo Zhuangyuan confidently lunged forward, but he raised one hand to block the wooden sword, while his other fist was already thrown out. A punch landed straight on Mo Zhuangyuan's face. He gritted his teeth and endured every punch thrown at him. Mo Zhuangyuan raised his hands to cover his face. "I lose." Yunfei kicked the guy, shouting, "Do you still think this is a joke at a time like this?" Torturing an opponent who has already surrendered goes against the spirit of a true warrior. Yan Chong had to step in and stop him. Why are you so angry? Yunfei asked coldly. These people aren't going to wake up anytime soon. Lost? Surrendered? Do you think we gathered here to play a game? Damn it, you bunch of idiots! The warriors were left speechless by his rebuke. Yunfei was determined to make them understand, though it seemed they still didn't get it. Then let me say a few words. Yan Chong agreed. Go ahead. Yunfei made it clear. The reason they were gathered for training was to prepare for war against the 4 Black Lotuses. Just a short while ago, you experienced it yourselves, so you must know how ruthless they are. If you lose to them, you'll be whimpering. I lost. I surrender? Do you think they'll say, well done, you've worked hard? No, they'll take your heads off with a single sword stroke. That terrifying truth made the warrior's face turn pale. Others seemed to have a sudden realization. Everyone was aware of what they had been ignoring, and no one dared to argue back. Yunfei continued. Last time the 4 Black Lotuses attacked, did you see any of them whining when their limbs were being hacked off? They were the ones still swinging their blades even while crawling on the ground. Yet, you lot get hit once and immediately shout, we surrender? Soon, a crowd several times larger than before will be swarming us. They realized it. That's right, they were now facing monsters. He scolded them to their faces. The 4 Black Lotuses were ruthless and tenacious. To deal with them and survive, you had to be more vicious and stubborn than they were. I must survive and return home. In your current state, you'll all be dead. Yan Chong also realized the situation more clearly. That's right, as my brother says, we are standing at a life-or-death crossroads. The warriors, who always prattled on about honor and etiquette, were now silent. Yunfei put his hands on his hips and demanded, I don't want to die with you, so anyone who wants to leave, go ahead. Yan Chong looked at them with concern. He's telling everyone to disperse. Only those determined to train should gather again in the afternoon. The group of warriors began to scatter in different directions. Yan Chong said worriedly, oh my, what will we do if even more people leave? Are you just going to let them go? Yunfei didn't really care. If they stay, they'll just add to the body count. It's better they leave. Yan Chong was anxious, thinking it wasn't right regardless. He stood and waited to see what would happen by the afternoon. Yan Chong agreed. All right then. When the sun was still scorching, a group of warriors returned. They stood before him. Yan Chong exclaimed, more than half have left, but the Sichuan division stayed entirely. Yunfei decided it was time to see the leader. He went to Situ Kang's quarters. Yunfei was now sitting across from him. Situ Kang was curious. Hey kid, they're barely staying as it is. Why would you tell them to leave? He spoke bluntly. Old man. I don't want to play house with a bunch of stubborn brats. People aren't a joke. Keeping those types around would only be a burden. If you cook rice with half rice and half stones, can you eat it? You have to pick the stones out first. Situ Kang disagreed, saying he should at least coax them to stay. Aren't you good at those things? Yunfei pointed out the reality. Brother Yan Chong, who was once looked down upon, is now a unit leader, and someone who used to be a mere guard is now a deputy leader. The old man silently understood. Compared to other martial arts units, the leader and deputy of the Martial Dragon unit were indeed a step behind. Situ Kang didn't interfere. Anyway, I've already entrusted the Martial Dragon unit to you. Handle it yourself. Since he had a plan, he reassured him. Please don't worry, sir. Deep down, Yunfei pondered. Now he had to discuss things with Yan Chong. He returned to his quarters. Yunfei looked at the warriors standing before him and announced that the leader would discuss the upcoming plan. Yan Chong's tone was filled with determination. The deputy leader and I went through countless hardships to get here from Sichuan, but we survived. This time will be no different. We will make it through. So, trust us and follow the training. Everyone shouted in unison. Yan Chong continued. Since our numbers have decreased, we will select 8 captains and deputy captains. I hope everyone will give it their all. The warriors complied, understood, their eyes looking extremely serious. Yan Chong secretly admired them. Their eyes were definitely different from this morning. He pointed to Yunfei. Deputy leader Yunfei will be in charge of the sparring. Everyone follow his instructions. Yunfei announced, your combat training will be divided into 2 teams. Treat the other side as the enemy and fight as you would in a real situation. This time, the warriors were silent and didn't argue. He said clearly, we aren't sparring to show off, we are fighting the 4 Black Lotuses. If you have to be dirty or underhanded, so be it. Do whatever it takes to survive. They all understood the essence of the matter and listened. Their demeanor had shifted, and everyone was focused. He added, your bodies aren't used to this, so it will be difficult at first. The goal of this training is for you to get used to it. So, spar like madmen. The whole unit listened in silence as he continued. Yunfei asked bluntly, "If you fight with honor and end up dead, just a corpse returning home, will your parents be happy? Will they say, 'Our son or daughter died with dignity'? Even if it's dirty, cowardly, and petty, if you survive and come home, your parents and siblings will be overjoyed. Is fighting for justice worth dying? We are fighting just to not die, cowardly or not. That's a concern for later. Don't you miss your families?" The determination in the warriors' hearts flared up. "I will survive and return home," he said loudly. "The 4 black lotuses you face are extremely powerful and ruthless. Pointing fingers and calling them cowards won't help you. We must be more ruthless and more underhanded than them to survive. I have only one goal, not to die in vain at the hands of those cursed 4 black lotus bastards, but to survive and return home." Someone thought to themselves, "I must also survive and return home." Yunfei raised his hand and announced, "Then, let the training begin. Combat training to ensure we don't die." Everyone started preparing, waiting for him to wave his hand and shout, "Start!" The 2 sides rushed at each other with burning determination, their fighting spirits soaring. This time they were fighting with weapons. Some channeled their inner energy into their fists, delivering blows straight to their opponents' faces without hesitation. This time they were sparring with blades. Some infused inner energy into their fists, landing strikes straight at their opponents' faces without a shred of hesitation. They fought as if their sparring partners were their actual enemies, the clashing of swords ringing out with a sharp, piercing sound. Yunfei thought to himself, the session had dragged on, and by the time afternoon arrived, the sun was no longer scorching. The martial artists, completely exhausted, sat slumped on the ground to rest. The women among them were also aching all over, everyone showing signs of the training on their faces. Some had swollen bruises, while others, due to their higher martial arts cultivation, remained unscathed. Glancing at the wounds on a certain martial artist's face, Yunfei felt that they couldn't keep training like this any longer. In this situation, he needed to pull them together and boost their morale. "So," he shouted, "everyone, follow me." The martial artists struggled to stand up, their bodies racked with pain. Yanchong asked curiously, "Vice Leader, where are we going?" He replied that it was the temporary mortuary for those who had sacrificed themselves during the last raid. Yanchong was surprised. "Why go there?" Yunfei answered, "I am going to see for myself exactly how they met their end." Yanchong asked skeptically, "Why would you do that?" As he left, he muttered, "My master once said that sometimes the dead tell more stories than the living, so I want to see what they have to say." When they arrived at the mortuary, some held their noses. A foul stench hit them, forcing them to hold their breath. Inside lay bodies with missing limbs, broken and incomplete. The raw, harsh truth left one of the women stunned. He scanned the room, muttering, not this one either." A subordinate following him asked, "Vice Leader, is there a specific body you need to examine?" He replied, "The bodies I've checked so far are all those who died while fleeing. They were stabbed from behind, so the front of their bodies remains intact." The man was stunned. Fleeing? Yunfei walked to the last row of bodies and stopped. A name tag on a person's leg caught his eye. He turned and called out, "Is there anyone here who knows someone named the Amorous Sword?" Someone gasped, "Hua Qinglin." Even within the White Sword unit, which gathers the most powerful rising stars, he was a master ranked in the top 100. He was struck by weapons almost simultaneously. No, he charged in recklessly, and was hacked to pieces. Yunfei added, and looking at the others, they all realized that these brilliant talents died without even being able to use their full strength. Even a powerful master like Hua Qinglin died helplessly. Compared to that, we, with far less capability, are as good as dead. Just as the vice leader said, one must at least be a coward to have a chance at survival. If we can just be a little more cowardly, we could be many times stronger than we are now, Yunfei emphasized. To survive, if you have to be underhanded, then be underhanded. Only then can you survive on the battlefield. Now they finally realized this was the path of a true warrior. Of all the nonsense, this was the absolute worst. Whatever it takes, I will survive. After that, they continued to train until they were so exhausted they collapsed to the ground to rest. Their breathing became heavy, but not a single person complained. Yunfei was secretly pleased with the initial success. Now, to achieve victory, everyone used every underhanded trick without hesitation. He glanced at Yanchong, signaling him. He announced, "That is enough for now. From today on, I will not allow any more live combat sparring. The battle against the 4 Black Lotuses is not far off, so we need to focus on recovering our bodies. From this afternoon, we will conduct simple group formation training. Get ready." Someone protested. "No, We still have time. I want to spar with the former vice leader, Yunfei thought to himself. You've been defeated by me countless times, and you still want to challenge me? Before he could finish, the opponent's blade struck out. The sword hit Yunfei's head hard. Despite that, he was actually happy. A surprise attack, how formidable. While dodging a strike, Yunfei thought, he used to be so rigid and upright, yet at some point, he had become this crafty. You have to be like this to have a high chance of survival. He raised his armor-clad hand to block the sword. Every strike failed to reach him. The opponent swung decisively, refusing to be passive any longer. A barrage of hidden projectiles shot toward him. Yunfei was surprised. Mo Zhuangyuan only ever insisted on using his sword, so why is he using hidden weapons now? He didn't dodge, but broke through head-on. The opponent grinned triumphantly and launched a small bag at him. Yunfei hesitated. Should I explode that, or is it better not to? He grabbed the bag and sent it back. Yunfei threw it right back at its owner. A cloud of poisonous gas released in front of the man, drifting toward his face. The opponent's eyes glazed over from the unexpected attack, and he immediately fell. Yunfei thought, so, it was poison powder. The man's body trembled, and his breathing became labored. Everyone around just stood and watched. No one stood up to talk about honor or integrity anymore. The other man still clutched his throat, struggling to breathe. Yunfei walked over, thinking, he really has a formidable competitive spirit. He intended to help the man up. It's okay. The man's gaze turned dangerous. Zhuangyuan threw another bag of powder at him. It shattered, and dust sprayed everywhere. Yunfei froze as the dust cloud spread. He gathered his senses and waved his hand to clear the dust. Zhuangyuan laughed loudly. Vice leader, how does it taste? Yunfei's eyes stung. Was all of that just an act? He launched more hidden weapons. Take this too. He couldn't dodge in time and was struck. Zhuangyuan shouted triumphantly, I won! As Yunfei backed away, dodging the incoming projectiles, a bag of poisonous gas was thrown at him. He couldn't react in time, and it shattered right in front of his face. Yunfei puffed out his cheeks, trying to hold his breath, then started retching violently. He felt it was the most revolting, foul-smelling thing he had ever encountered in his life. The hidden projectiles hit Yunfei's back and arms. As the two weapons fell to the ground, he had to plead, I give up! Stop it! Yunfei couldn't take it. What is this disgusting smell? Zhuangyuan couldn't miss this opportunity and threw more projectiles. Who gave you permission to stop? He thought to himself. This is the opportunity I've been waiting for. I can't accept defeat so easily. He held his breath until tears welled up in his eyes. I lost, so stop already. This stench is going to kill me. Zhuangyuan smiled to himself. Stop? Keep dreaming. He continued throwing them. Come on, keep rushing in. Yunfei had lost his patience. This bastard is really driving me crazy. Yunfei repeated, Stop. Zhuangyuan pursued him. I'm just starting to find this interesting. He calmed his mind. Let's use the Heaven Dance divine art to blow away this stench. The divine art flared like a raging fire around Yunfei. His eyes were still squeezed shut, tears streaming down. He thought to himself, as I channel the Heaven Dance divine art, tears fall like rain. My skin breathes, purging the foul aura. Zhuangyuan, acting like a madman, launched more hidden weapons. I raised my hand to block him. This guy. When Yunfei lunged at me, I told him to stop. I teleported right in front of Mo Zhuangyuan, who was still bewildered. I opened my eyes and unleashed my fist energy. Mo Zhuangyuan didn't have time to react, and just closed his eyes, bracing for impact, but the fist stopped right in front of his face. The pain Mo Zhuangyuan expected never came, as the fist halted just centimeters away. He praised his opponent. Well done. Mo Zhuangyuan opened his eyes to look at Yunfei, and continued. You've adapted remarkably well in such a short time. The other martial artists were thrilled by the display. Mo Zhuangyuan was still ready to fight, so he prepared to throw a punch. Yunfei wiped the water from his mouth. That's enough for now. His body collapsed to the ground, and he reached out a hand. That's enough. Get up. Mo Zhuangyuan was trembling slightly from the pain. A few people stepped forward to advise. Vice leader, please, you should stop. But a horrible stench hit their noses, causing them to freeze in their tracks. Everyone covered their noses and backed away. Yunfei, still reeking, turned around and asked why everyone was acting like that. Some were even gagging on the spot. Everyone kept their distance from Yunfei. Seeing their avoidance, he got furious. Seriously? Even Yan Chong can't stand the smell. Go take a bath, for heaven's sake. Only then did he check himself. That smell was absolutely pungent. Yunfei realized that maybe people were using the Kanvu divine technique to breathe through their skin, releasing that foul odor. He didn't know where the smell came from, but it truly was an unbearable stench that shouldn't exist in this world. Yunfei immediately used his lightness skill to leave, finding a clear stream, and dove straight in. The fish in the stream floated to the surface, dead from the horrific smell. He muttered to himself, "At least I'm well trained. Now I'm squeaky clean." When Yunfei returned to the training ground, he was surprised by the news. It sounded incredibly complicated. Yan Chong replied, "To teach the members about battle formations, the leader has to master them first, right? You can't teach others something you don't even know yourself." He helplessly held his forehead. My head was about to explode, trying to memorize all of that. Yan Chong felt that if they could just master the two strongest moves, the Imperial Dragon reincarnation for defense and the Fierce Tiger Strike for focusing on breakthroughs in offense, it would be a huge help. Yunfei replied, "Now that I understand what these formations are, I believe you're right." He thought to himself, "Everything is ready now. With these preparations, at least I won't have to die a meaningless, pathetic death anymore." The group of martial artists had gathered, and Yan Chong announced, "Today, I will announce the leader and vice leader." Everyone was eagerly waiting, and he announced the main leader first, noting that the highest-ranking senior would be Mo Zhuangyuan. He clasped his hands and replied, "Many thanks." Yunfei looked on with full confidence, while someone whispered, "Since he was sparring with the vice leader, he surely has the qualifications to be the leader." The 8 named individuals stepped forward, and Yan Chong spoke to them as everyone applauded. He muttered, "Why does this suddenly feel a bit wrong?" He replied, "They've all become terrifyingly tough, so they won't die easily anymore." Someone approached from behind and introduced himself. "I am Fai An Sin from the Vermilion Bird Hall. Following the leader's orders, the leaders and vice leaders of the organizations must gather at the Minho Hall before 3 in the afternoon. This is a strategic meeting to prepare for the war against the 4 Black Lotuses. Please arrive on time." Yunfei excitedly said, "Finally, it's about to begin." Meanwhile, Yan Chong was worried. "I really don't know if we can do this well." He was so nervous. He thought to himself, "I must achieve glory in this war to revive the Ngonjia Tranchao clan. But now that it's actually happening, I'm so anxious." He relaxed and said, "Being nervous won't change anything, will it? The bookish types will naturally know how to prepare everything thoroughly." They walked to Situ Kang's residence, both of them walking side by side as they entered. Inside was a long table. Situ Kang sat in the center, and the two of them took their seats. He began. "Reports indicate that the 4 Black Lotus's forces have arrived at a position 5 days' march from here. As for the details, we will discuss them after hearing the report from strategist Tu Ma." A map was hung up, and Sima Ante pointed to a location. "This is the Vin Dang district camp where we are stationed. Currently, the main force of the 4 Black Lotuses is believed to have reached the South Camp. From the Vin Dong camp to the South Camp, on foot, it would take about 5 days, even for martial artists. Considering they are moving in such large numbers, we can assume they are already within 2 or 3 days' march. The 4 Black Lotuses will try to force a decisive battle with us at Tan Kat. The military strength of the 4 Black Lotuses is considered the strongest in their history. Even though we call it the main force, the reality is that their situation is similar to our martial arts alliance. The force currently advancing might not be their entirety. Naturally, just like our martial arts alliance hasn't deployed our full strength yet, they are the same. They will clearly use this battle as an opportunity to rally all the evil forces. Like us, they are desperate to win this confrontation. Alliance leader Vu Kang of the 4 Blood Lotuses is a very ambitious man. Perhaps in the first battle, he will stop at nothing to win. The reason I summoned you all here today is to discuss the upcoming battle from various perspectives." The other elders were lost in thought. Han Dao asked directly, "Has the size of the 4 Black Lotus's forces been confirmed?" Sima Ante estimated. According to information from the secret pavilion, the size of the 4 Black Lotuses is roughly 2,500 people. Most of the warriors carry heavy weapons like the An Clan sabers and Wolf Fang clubs. Furthermore, the hierarchy between their organizations is very clear. Reports say the scene looks very much like a regular army. Thuahu emphasized. "Isn't this a huge deal?" Tu Thuahu replied, "We need to come up with some kind of countermeasure." Situ Kang reminded them, "Isn't that why we're gathered here?" Everyone, please think calmly. Thuahu suggested, "Shouldn't we block their path and attack them first?" Sima Ante asked, "If anyone has any other ideas, please present them." He presented that, while the 4 Black Lotuses are strong, our forces are not weak either. The headquarters is selecting elites from the orthodox sects to send as reinforcements, so we should trust them to break the spearhead of the 4 Black Lotuses. The other elders glanced at each other, and Sima Ante asked them, "What are your opinions?" No one spoke up. Sima Ante decided, Then let's discuss specific plans to attack the main force of the four Black Lotuses. Expressions of avoidance appeared on everyone's faces, and someone raised a finger as a signal. Situ Kang silently praised. Not bad. Well done. Yunfei crossed his arms, looking extremely grumpy. Hey, why is that guy being so difficult? Is something wrong? Situ Kang raised a hand. Listen to me. The situation right now looks very good. If we unite as one like this, I believe we can defeat any enemy that dares to invade. That was a truly excellent point, but I'd also like to hear other opinions. The atmosphere felt like nothing more than a private meeting of the clan leaders. I also want to hear from the younger generation. Situ Kang set his sights on a few guys, and one stood up to introduce himself. I am Yunfei, vice leader of the Martial Dragon Corps. You asked for it, and I want to hear your thoughts. Yunfei replied, if the alliance leader allows, I would like to present my opinion. Situ Kang replied casually, go ahead. As you command. Thank you, alliance leader. He pointed out a concern. What I want to ask is why we have to go through all the trouble of traveling so far. Are you all that bored? The others shared the same thought. What kind of nonsense is that brat spewing? Tu Thuahu shouted. How dare you? Are you saying we're doing something useless? Are you trying to insult me? Someone else criticized. I don't think that's something a lowly vice commander should be saying. He bowed his head and answered, I apologize. I crossed the line. Yunfei grumbled inwardly. Don't go looking for trouble, you idiot. Situ Kang shouted loudly. White Tiger Hall Master, are you looking down on me now? The old man denied it. It's not like that, alliance leader. The leader stepped in to defend him. I was the one who gave him permission to speak. If you keep suppressing those who offer their opinions, who will dare to suggest any good ideas next time? Tu Thuahu bowed his head in shame. I apologize. The leader replied. Fine. I hope this doesn't happen again. Vice Commander, please continue with what you were saying. He cursed internally. Damn it, I tried to avoid trouble. Yunfei had no choice but to lay it all out. While listening, a question came to my mind. Situ Kang asked curiously, what is it? He retorted. Why must we struggle to go find them? Aren't those guys coming here to fight anyway? I'm not very educated, so I don't know much about tactics, Sun Tzu, or military strategy. But there is one thing I know for sure. The old men immediately glared at Thuako, who frowned as he listened. Thuako furrowed his brows, and the others waited to see what idea he had. Yunfei reminded them, people get tired just by moving. If we make them move even one step more, their stamina will deplete. We should have been intentionally making them move more. Yet the Murim Alliance is going through all this trouble to find them just to pick a fight. I really can't understand it. Didn't they say they were coming here anyway? If it were me, I'd spend that time setting up traps instead. Situ Kang was surprised. Traps? The others kept their mouths shut. He pointed out the advantage. Isn't the reason we're here to fight on more favorable terrain? In a situation where there are countless ways to reduce the enemy's numbers, I feel it's wrong to go out of our way to meet them head-on. Situ Kang started to weigh his options. Traps, huh? Thuako blurted out. Use cowardly traps like that? I don't think that's something a righteous sect should do, Situ Kang reassured them. I know that as well. First, let's hear more. Then we will discuss it. Vice Commander, why do you think that way? Yunfei spoke frankly. Whether you die by the sword or an arrow, you're still just as dead. There is only a tragic and unfair death. There's no such thing as a proper death. Has anyone here ever tasted death before? No one dared to say a word. He exposed them. I guess because you've never died, you think death is that simple. If we don't want to die, we must kill. Yunfei's voice was firm. Whether it's digging traps or throwing rocks, we must take down the enemy. We aren't fighting for our pride. We are fighting to win, and because we don't want to die. Thuahu shot back. So you've died before? Yunfei countered. How could I have died? Thuahu latched onto that to scold him. You haven't even experienced it. So what do you mean by asking us that? Right in front of the alliance leader and all the elders, how dare you joke around like that? Yunfei thought with resentment. I did as you said, so why are you going crazy and cursing me? It's disgusting. I can't take this anymore. He continued. What I mean is that we should plan with an open mind. I feel the current plan is far too restrictive. Thuahu asked coldly. Restrictive? Why do you think that? He replied calmly. Whoever wants to die a glorious death, feel free to do so. I don't want to die, and I have no intention of stopping those who want to die, as a glorious righteous warrior. They argued back. Have we ever said that? He answered. Didn't you all say we must fight a glorious battle? Then why force that on others? What's wrong with digging traps to increase our survival rate? What's the problem with being a bit cowardly? Is the purpose of this war to die gloriously? Situ Kang pondered silently. Hearing him talk, I remember we only keep saying, this isn't allowed, that isn't allowed. But in reality, we discuss. Haven't come up with any plan to increase our survival rate. He gave his support. I agree. Those who survive seize the benefits. This is a truly selfish dialogue. We're going to shed blood either way. What's the point of arguing over the righteousness of the method? Yunfei waited for input from the others, but they remained silent and hung their heads. Situ Kang asked sternly, life is precious to everyone. Have you all considered how many people will die in this war? Let me take the criticism for being cowardly. Everyone, prepare mechanisms and traps to minimize casualties for the soldiers. Some looked heavy-hearted after hearing this. Others nodded in agreement. Another person, after careful consideration, nodded as well. A branch leader agreed with his words. Master T spoke up. However, there is one thing that concerns me. Situ Kang allowed him to continue. The old man replied, it's the issue regarding the morale of the warriors. The reason we accepted the White Tiger Hall Master's plan without objection was that we judged it would help lift the morale of the Murim Alliance warriors. The leader nodded. One cannot ignore such things. Master Tay brought up the past. We have just suffered a heavy defeat. Because we were completely overwhelmed, the warriors' morale has plummeted. In this situation, if we dig traps and use dirty tricks against the enemy, their morale will hit rock bottom. Situ Kang asked for his opinion. Then what does the strategist suggest? The old man analyzed the situation. Although we cannot mobilize our entire main force to deal with the 4 Black Lotus, at the very least, we need to stop their momentum. In the process, if we can achieve a victory, the gloomy atmosphere will improve, and the warriors' morale will rise. Situ Kang followed up. Then what do you think? Do you have any other plans? The old man replied. We must strike back in proportion to what we have suffered. I think that, at the very least, we must deal a stronger blow to the 4 Black Lotus than what our Murim Alliance has suffered, so that the warriors' morale can recover. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, I didn't even want to speak up. And just like that, one slip of the tongue after the Alliance leader's advice, and I'm done for. I lost my temper for a split second because those bureaucrats with brains the size of a chicken were mocking me. What a huge mistake. Situ Kang raised the issue. So we have to send a strike team? Sima Ante confirmed it was absolutely necessary. If we keep passively responding to the enemy, we've lost the battle before we've even started. He bowed his head, seemingly deep in thought. Situ Kang continued. Right now, the warriors of the Martial Arts Alliance are extremely weak and have lost all will to fight. If we engage the enemy in this state, failure is a certainty. Thua Ko gave his opinion. If that's the case, it would be even better if our strike team and a group of elite specialists attacked together. Yunfei listened in silence to their back and forth, surprised. Are you saying that the Martial Dragon Corps must be deployed for this raid? Sima Ante denied it, saying it wasn't exactly that, but rather that they had to uphold the pride of martial artists. As martial artists, we must never speak or act rashly. I believe it is only right to take responsibility for the words one has spoken. Situ Kang argued that they were still young and needed to hone their skills, so wasn't this treatment too harsh? He emphasized, that is exactly why this maneuver will be even more effective. More than 100 young heroes are burning with spirit. I believe this is extremely effective in stimulating the fighting spirit of these warriors. Hearing his laughter, Sima Ante's face darkened. You insolent brat, how dare you mock my strategy, he thought to himself. Fine, screw it all. Yanchong decided. The Martial Dragon Corps will mobilize for a surprise raid. Yunfei turned to look, shocked. Brother. He sent a sound transmission. The strategist sent a message saying, if we don't do it, he'll exile me and my brother. If that happens, our Martial Dragon Corps will fall into chaos. Yunfei tried to hold back. Is he taking revenge just because I dared to oppose him? He cursed Sima Ante as a scumbag in his heart. Yunfei negotiated back. In return, you must ensure we are fully supplied with combat materials. If we don't even have that, this operation is impossible. The old man shot him a sharp look. The two of them returned in a foul mood. He said irritably, this is too much. His brother replied, we have to endure it. Otherwise, the Martial Dragon Corps will be scattered and reassigned to other units. Then all our hard work over the years will go down the drain. Yunfei gritted his teeth. I tried to endure it, but that old geezer held a grudge and forced me to give my opinion. And now we're in this mess. Besides, that old man is useless anyway. Yanchong guessed that since the Alliance leader had agreed with his younger brother's opinion, it seemed he had used them to keep the Alliance leader in check. In short, it was like two buffaloes fighting, and the flies getting crushed. Yunfei remarked, "How pathetic. You're old, yet you still want to play these games?" He felt it was too convenient to use them as sacrificial lambs. Most of our Martial Dragon Corps members come from humble backgrounds, don't they? We're all disciples from unremarkable sects, just stuck in mediocre positions. Even Ziha and Shui Li, despite their good backgrounds, they were just sent by the Sword Pavilion and the Pear Blossom sect. The only one among us with a decent background is Moi Truong, a former lay disciple of Wudang. Though it looks like a coincidence, there's something fishy going on. It's as if everyone else, except the alliance leader, conspired to pull this off. He kept swearing, "Damn it, these bastards are dirtier than common thugs." After that meeting, Yan Chong was surprised. He never expected that those leading the martial arts alliance, the pillar of the righteous faction, could be this selfish and narrow-minded. Yunfei wasn't surprised. Life is like that. What's so strange about it? It's the same everywhere. People are fighting for benefits everywhere, Yan Chong felt. Sometimes I think you brothers act more like adults than I do. He didn't want to talk about this headache anymore. Forget it. Let's go raid the armory, his brother replied. First, we have to report to the members. The two returned to their division. The warriors had gathered in full force. Yan Chong broke the news. Our Martial Dragon Corps has been chosen for the strike team. They complained, "This is absurd. How is this any different from telling us to go die?" Sima Ante reassured them. "Everyone, please, keep order. The things you are worried about will not happen." The warriors listened. He announced, "Today, we depart in the middle of the Shen Hour. This is not a suicide mission as you might think, so don't worry too much. The Shen Hour is from 3 to 5 in the afternoon. Our mission is to move when the sky turns dark and the main gate opens." The warriors set off, each with a dynamite tube on their back. They left in orderly ranks, but everyone was anxious inside, wondering if anyone would survive to return, or if they would all just die. Behind them, the elders stood watching. Situ Kang blamed himself. "The men in high command dared to conspire to harm me. Because of my negligence, I have pushed these young juniors into a death trap. I don't know how many precious young lives will be lost in this expedition." He sighed. "Most of them will probably die. Just you wait, you bastards." Yan Chong led the warriors on their way, the soft moonlight shining down on the mountains and forests. He gathered everyone together. "We will attack the 4 Black Lotus members. This surprise attack will have great significance. The vice leader will explain the attack method." Yunfei instructed them. "Everyone, attach the hidden weapons to the prepared wooden spears and adjust the weight accordingly. Those who have finished should rest until the end of the Yin Hour. Our mission is a raid. The plan today is to discard everything we just made and retreat." Someone demonstrated by taking the iron caltrops and a wooden tube, attaching the hidden weapon to the end of the wooden shaft. Mo Zhuangyuan looked at his newly made creation. He instructed, "Just causing a little damage is enough. Don't have any delusional ideas about sacrificing yourself heroically like the 4 Black Lotus team. Just getting the result that we raided them is enough. Don't even try to kill the enemy." Yunfei didn't want them to risk their lives. Just do it moderately. The warriors prepared their own weapons, some carefully attaching hidden weapons to wooden sticks. After finishing, they lined up in orderly ranks. He commanded, "The leader and I will depart first. Mo Zhuangyuan, lead the Martial Dragon members. Warriors under my command. Obey." "Yes, Vice Leader," Yunfei instructed carefully. "After we depart for about 30 minutes, you follow behind. 30 minutes. I will leave marks, so be careful, don't get lost." Mo Zhuangyuan said worriedly, "But I'm more worried about you two." Yan Sung calmly reassured him, "Don't worry about us. Let's get going." The two of them used lightness skills to depart, with everyone watching the direction they left in. Yunfei looked down from the mountain cliff. It looked like the 4 Black Lotuses. Yan Sheng suggested they get closer to take a look. Both of them used lightness skills to jump down silently. They accelerated, rushing through the forest as the scenery blurred past them. Yunfei's footsteps landed silently on the ground. His eyes darted toward a noise, and both of them immediately retreated behind a tree to hide. He peeked out from behind the trunk. 2 guards were standing there. One guard sighed, complaining, "Damn it. Why do we have to stand watch like this? Those spineless cowards would never make it all the way out here. It's all just useless busy work. I don't get the point." The guard next to him agreed. "My thoughts exactly. If we could just charge in and have a real fight, that would actually be satisfying." The comrade chuckled. "Who doesn't work to put food on the table? We have to bring supplies anyway. Besides, we can just sit back and take a carriage soon enough." The first one replied, "That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just annoyed we have to stand here rooted to the spot all night." Yunfei signaled to Yanchong, "I'll handle the left side." They moved stealthily. The guard was still grumbling. Seriously, it's filthy. How are we supposed to eat in this mess? A punch from behind sent him spitting blood. Everything happened so fast that the other guard was stunned. Yan Chong immediately attacked from behind, and the man was knocked out. Yunfei instructed, "I'm going to check the other areas." Yan Chong reminded him, "Stay sharp." Yunfei moved forward cautiously as the entire forest fell silent. After scouting the area, he returned. Yunfei reported, "I've checked the entire mountain and taken care of all the guards at the 3 posts. They must not have expected us to launch a surprise attack, so they let their guard down." Yan Chong advised, "We're lucky. The members of the Martial Dragon Corps will be here soon, so let's just sit down and take a breather. Just sit down and get some rest while you can." A noise echoed, and both of them turned vigilantly. Yunfei heard someone approaching. His expression turned stern as he faced the direction of the sound. A man came from afar to inspect the area. They braced themselves against their opponent. The guard walked over and barked, "Are you brats sleeping on the job? Why didn't you signal? Because of you, I had to climb all the way up here. Are you ready for a beating?" Yunfei suddenly appeared behind him. The man whipped around, but Yunfei's fist landed square on his face, and he crashed backward. Yunfei breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, that was almost a disaster. Yan Chong and the others felt the same. They nearly blew their cover. Mo Zhuangyuan's group arrived, and he announced, "We're here." Everyone looked incredibly serious as the group gathered on the ridge. Yunfei signaled. The distance was about 30 paces. "Get ready." The team lined up, steeling their nerves. Some placed wooden stakes on the ground. They were making thorough preparations. Seeing that everyone was ready, Yunfei shouted, "Prepare!" and everyone gripped their weapons tightly. He ordered them to fire the spears, and they threw their makeshift javelins with all their might. A barrage of spears embedded with caltrops flew forward. They were all aimed at the enemy camp at the foot of the mountain. Then it was his turn to draw his bow. Yunfei and the warriors fired their arrows. A volley of arrows flew like the wind, followed by fire-wrapped torches, which were hurled in large numbers. Yan Chong signaled, "Retreat, everyone," and they turned and ran back toward the forest. The enemies below were struck by all kinds of weapons. From the air, bursts of energy rained down, and a series of hidden weapons whistled past, hitting several men. They shouted, "What's going on?" Under attack, the enemies scanned their surroundings cautiously as a container of liquid was thrown down and shattered. A pungent odor filled the air, throwing the enemy forces into chaos. What the hell is that smell? The enemies were careless and kept getting hit by hidden weapons. Wu Kang stepped out. He was surprised to see his troops in such disarray. What the hell is this? The sharp, irritating smell hit his nose, and he quickly covered it. What kind of smell is this? A subordinate ran over to inquire. "Alliance leader, are you all right?" Wu Kang demanded an immediate status report. The man replied, "It seems to be people from the Martial Arts Alliance, sir." He was stunned. "What have they done?" The subordinate reported, "The Fierce Fire Corps leader in charge of the guard today has already led 200 warriors out to battle, sir." Wu Kang ordered, "In case of trouble, send more reinforcements. Whatever this damn smell is, get out of here first." He and his subordinates retreated immediately. Wu Kang vowed, "Those scumbags, I'll make them pay back this debt with interest." Several times over, Yunfei's group was accelerating away, and he sensed that the enemy was pursuing them. Yunfei told Yan Chong, "Let's deal with them before we get caught, then we move on." Yan Chong agreed, "Let's do it." He called out to the group. Everyone stopped, lined up, and waited for orders. Yunfei announced, "Prepare the hidden weapons." They took out the caltrops they had prepared in advance. Some were fearless, the corners of their mouths curling up. Some quickly rummaged through their clothes to grab their weapons. Everyone was ready to meet the enemy. The first wave of soldiers rushed in. As their figures became clear, Yunfei raised his bow to take aim. The enemies frowned, looking at the situation ahead. He fired, and the arrow whistled toward them. The other warriors threw their caltrops with all their strength. An arrow flew straight at the leader, while the subordinates following him were struck by the caltrops. They panicked, looking for cover. Hidden weapons, hide. They hid behind trees to avoid the barrage, but they were still hit by the caltrops. The trees rustled in front of them, and men began to collapse on the ground, looking weak. Yunfei signaled, "Prepare for close combat." He clenched his fists, his skin hardening as if scales were appearing on his hands. The remaining warriors drew their swords as the enemies charged in, screaming for vengeance for their fallen comrades. The enemy approached, filled with killing intent. Yunfei gave the order, and the warriors threw another round of caltrops. The enemies were hit once more. Finally, one man realized they had been lured into a trap. "It's a trick! Take cover!" The enemies were like fish on a cutting board, their bodies riddled with hidden weapons. The leader gritted his teeth and cursed, "You spineless cowards." Yunfei's group had hidden behind the trees. The enemy shouted abuse. "Do you even call yourselves martial artists?" The only response was the dead silence of the forest. He provoked them. "Real martial artists fight like men. Is the Martial Arts Alliance just a gathering of cowards?" At this moment, the warriors began to emerge, holding their weapons tightly. The enemy was stunned. "How can people like you even exist?" The group of warriors smirked. Ignoring his words, the man shouted louder, "Is that all the Martial Arts Alliance teaches? Dirty tricks? You're all even more pathetic than women. Even women wouldn't bother fighting the way you do." A barrage of hidden weapons followed, catching them off guard. One man realized they had moved while they were distracted. The enemies were attacked repeatedly. The leader screamed, "Dodge! Take cover!" Across from them, the warriors leaped out and threw their weapons aggressively, leaving the enemies to grit their teeth in pain. The leader ordered a retreat, and they pulled back immediately. For now, Yunfei's group was safe. He turned to look at his people, thinking to himself that those bastards wouldn't dare nag anymore. Yanchong urged everyone to keep moving, and they didn't waste a single second. They kept pushing forward. The horizon was brightening. Dawn was breaking at the foot of the mountain, but their footsteps never faltered. Yanchong, and he led the way. Yunfei stopped and said, "This isn't good. Their pursuit speed is that fast?" It seemed the rumors about them being an elite unit were true. Perhaps the evil spirit unit the 4 Black Lotuses were so proud of had joined the fray. He glanced back at the pursuers. Yunfei cursed, "Damn it. Looks like it's time for a head-on clash." Yanchong ordered the entire team to deploy the Dragon Return Circle formation. The fighters moved into the designated positions, forming an arrowhead shape in 2 lines to meet the enemy. Yanchong realized it really was the evil spirit unit, the specialized pursuit team the 4 Black Lotuses always boasted about. The leader ordered them to offer up their heads. They had a completely different aura than the previous bunch. Yunfei reminded them to carry out their instructions vicious and underhanded. Everyone nodded in obedience. He gritted his teeth, swearing to kill every one of those bastards. The leader commanded his men to attack. They charged forward, reeking of bloodlust. The leader shouted, "Don't let a single one escape." He chose Yunfei, "And as for you, I'll finish you off with my own hands." Yunfei braced himself, knowing he had to neutralize them quickly to minimize casualties. Internal energy began gathering in his fist. Yunfei lunged forward, while the leader pointed his sword straight at his face. Yunfei raised his hand and punched the sword away. He landed a brutal blow to the leader's face, sending him flying backward. Yunfei fought 3 men at once, quickly dealing with them and knocking them aside. He kicked the next one, and followed up by slamming his elbow into the opponent's head. Against another, Yunfei used a headbutt. Someone behind him tried a sneak attack. Yunfei spun around, his gaze piercing the opponent like a bullet. Seeing this, the man's eyes widened in fear. Yunfei punched him straight in the face, spraying blood everywhere. Other enemies surged forward aggressively. Desperate to kill Yunfei, he beat them black and blue. Before they could do anything, he had already knocked them all down. A man behind him drew his sword, the blade grazing Yunfei's back. Then the next strike sliced his arm, and his other arm was also cut. Facing those attacks, Yunfei smiled faintly. He countered and thrashed them. Yunfei found it easier than he thought, but something felt off, as if his body were acting on its own. A powerful killing intent emerged from behind him. Yunfei snapped around. "Is this a strong one?" A kick descended from above, accompanied by a sharp blade. The strike grazed his back. Yunfei spun around to see it was the leader. He mocked, "Running for your life a moment ago. And now you've got guts? Oh, aren't you a hero, you idiot?" The leader felt insulted and shouted, "Shut your mouth!" He replied, "You fool. Do you think this is a joke? Dead is dead, alive is alive. What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" This leader held a grudge. "As for a bastard like you, I will kill you with these very hands." Yunfei raised his fist. "Shut up and take this, you scumbag." A powerful surge of energy slammed into the sword. The leader's hand holding the blade began to shake. He had to admit the power was immense. A flurry of sword strikes followed. He retreated, deciding it was better to dodge than face them head-on. Yunfei's movements were incredibly agile, causing the sword strikes to cut through thin air. The leader asked angrily, "Do you only know how to run like a coward?" Yunfei asked calmly, "What? Do you expect me to stand still? Do you think I'm the kind of idiot to get an arrow stuck in my head?" Insulted, the leader slashed frantically. "You bastard, die!" Yunfei was getting annoyed. He had to reduce the number of enemies so his members wouldn't be burdened. Yet, he had run into someone this strong. Still, to survive, he had to fight and win, applying the clumsy footwork his master had taught him. Although it was only the 3-step critical transformation, it seemed quite useful. His speed was so fast it disoriented the leader. Yunfei easily dodged the man's swordsmanship. He moved so fast that only after images remained, and the leader's sword struck the dirt. The leader gritted his teeth. He appeared behind him. Ah, such a wide opening. This is going to be a satisfying punch. A fist landed on the man's back, locking his spine in place. With energy swirling around Yunfei's fist, he continued to punch the opponent's back, causing the man's eyes to roll back in pain. Yunfei jumped high to gather momentum, putting his full force into a downward strike. The leader gritted his teeth, trying to endure it, then swung his other hand with his sword. Yunfei was stunned by the sudden ambush and flipped backward to dodge. Yunfei was stunned. What the hell? The leader cursed. Damn it. It's been a while since I've fought someone as slippery as a rat, so I was a bit slow to react. Yunfei seemed completely shocked or not shocked at all. Is my fist getting soft? He revealed. The soft energy qigong I've practiced is a martial art that maximizes body flexibility. I can contort my joints at unusual angles and move my body into unimaginable positions. Simply put, even if you hit me, this body will absorb and disperse all the impact force, which means your punches have no effect on me at all. Yunfei cursed under his breath. Damn it, ran into an unlucky bastard. The leader raised his sword. You will pay for humiliating me. He shifted instantly. First, he had to use his footwork to distract him. The leader's sword lunged forward, moving so fast that Yunfei barely avoided the blow. He backed away quickly, almost running his own neck into the man's sword. The leader said dismissively, If it were the first time, maybe, but your tricks are too familiar to me now. That's enough of your little games. Just thinking about what happened earlier makes me grit my teeth. He laughed mockingly. You bastard. Just a moment ago you were tucking tail and running for your life, and now you're acting all tough? He sneered. Keep barking. Either way, you and your group are as good as dead. Yunfei cursed. Damn it, this is bad. The leader provoked him. At this point, Yunfei wasn't backing down, shouting back, You bastard, if you want to die, come and get it. Inner energy radiated from his body. I'll fight you to the death. Seeing this, his expression became serious. This was no joke, but this was something he couldn't avoid. As the opponent charged with his sword, it was time for Yunfei to steel himself. Fine, let's end this. He was feeling smug, but suddenly let out a pained gasp as Yunfei slammed a fist straight into his chest. The guy was stunned. This kid didn't use the triple strike technique but just charged in instead. Yunfei revealed that the move was meant to dodge and counterattack simultaneously. He unleashed a flurry of punches, and this specific strike was intended to break through his guard directly. Yunfei headbutted the guy, who immediately took advantage of the opening to stab his sword into Yunfei's back. Yunfei winced and let out a soft groan. He slammed his foot onto the ground. His back was already torn. Yunfei was frustrated. This is driving me crazy. The leader was right in front of him. He silently calmed himself down, thinking, Stay calm. Use the Ganyu divine art to steady your mind. The leader scoffed. You cowardly rat, do you get it now? Your punches can't do a thing to me. Yunfei retorted, You're a real idiot, aren't you? You didn't even wonder why. I was just thinking about the best way to kill you. He breathed a sigh of relief, channeling the Ganyu divine art. The wound on his back was slowly healing. Who knew this beggar's martial art would actually come in handy? The flesh wound began closing until it healed completely, and he realized his inner energy was full again. Now, he finally had to put the technique his master taught him to proper use. The leader was gathering his inner energy, his arms stretching out as he lunged forward. You're finished, you bastard. Yunfei was ready. He raised both fists and blocked the sword with his arms. The blade was knocked back, and Yunfei seized the opportunity to rush forward. The guy sneered, thinking those pathetic punches wouldn't do anything. The guy's arms stretched out again to encircle him. Yunfei shouted with intensity, Explosive chain! A punch backed by his full strength slammed directly into his opponent's stomach. The guy was grinning at first, but when he felt something strange about this punch, he looked down in shock. It was completely different from the last one. Thunderous punches hammered relentlessly into his body. Yunfei thought to himself, The first punch of the Quan Damen style, this is the first move master told me to use carefully. Simple, yet truly the most powerful. But it feels like my own fist is going to explode. The series of explosive hits made it impossible for the guy to absorb the shock. Yunfei shouted, If you can take it, then keep taking it. That punch shattered his bones. Yunfei announced, This is the explosive chain style of our school. With another strike full of raw power, he smashed his fist into the guy's face, following up with several more blows. The guy's mouth hung open. The pain was unbearable. His knees buckled to the ground. and his head slumped forward. Yunfei thought, who could survive that shock? He's probably reduced to mush by now. Fresh blood poured endlessly from the corner of the guy's mouth. Yunfei was coughing up blood himself, cursing, damn this lousy martial art. What kind of power makes you suffer the more you use it? He had sustained internal injuries from overexertion, but he couldn't rest yet. Behind him, his brothers were being suppressed, and the sight made his blood boil. You bastards, you're dead meat. A group charged at him, shouting, that guy killed our leader. Avenge the leader. Their killing intent soared to the heavens. Kill him. Kill them all. Yunfei didn't fear any of them. Let's fight. Come on. He punched the guy in front of him, each one falling to his aura. As the group swarmed Yunfei, a command was given, and a net dropped down over him and his allies. Yunfei was taken by surprise. Inside the net, they were like fish on a chopping block. A sword slashed toward his back. Die! He seized the moment to strike at his opponent. The guys outside yanked the net tight, striking at Yunfei from the outside. The group excitedly charged in with their swords. Die! Die, you bastard! Yunfei stumbled back, thinking, damn it, this is bad. Just as he tried to escape, the net caught on his face. As they pulled the net taut, the situation became critical. He closed his eyes, deciding he had no choice but to pour every ounce of the Ganyu divine art into it. At the same time, the sword pierced toward those on the outer ring. He gritted his teeth, channeling his divine power, which flared from his body. Yanxiong noticed the situation where he was and shouted anxiously, Yunfei, your opponent is attacking. How dare you let your guard down? Yanxiong threw a punch, not wanting to waste time. Get lost. The guy raised his sword to block, while Yunfei remained in the middle of channeling his power. Yanxiong grew more impatient. He had to save him. Fire-like energy erupted around him, and his opponent was stunned. Yanxiong threw a punch enveloped in lightning energy. Get out of the way! The guy was scared stiff, frozen in place, and hurriedly raised his sword to block, cursing, you bastard! His footsteps faltered as he retreated. Yanxiong turned around, noticing Yunfei's situation. Yunfei had unleashed his divine power, tearing the net to shreds. He opened his eyes, which were burning with killing intent. The net shattered. The enemies were stunned by the sight. Blades of divine energy pierced through the enemies' chests like sharp knives. Another guy was struck right in the forehead. One man clutched his eyes and screamed, my eyes! The next one was pierced through the chest by the energy, and 3 or 4 others were thrown back by the shockwave. Yunfei looked dangerous now, blood trickling down his forehead. The enemies gathered toward him, yelling, kill him! Yunfei smirked coldly. His face darkened, and his palms radiated powerful divine energy. With a fist wrapped in surging power, Yunfei slammed it into the ground, shattering the earth into pieces, the shockwave sending the whole group flying back. Seeing this, he curled his lips in a satisfied smile. Yanxiong called out in worry. Yunfei, someone stammered in shock. That's, and he said triumphantly, I finally managed to unleash the earth mine technique Master taught me. This damn martial art, did the shock from the mine transmit entirely to me too? Thankfully, the shock was absorbed by my meridians and combined with the heaven and earth energy to convert into internal power. Another group charged at him. Kill him. He stood ready. Fine. Let's all die together. Yunfei's fists glowed again with divine power. He threw a punch, and the energy shone brightly all around him. The group couldn't even touch a hair on Yunfei's head before being blasted back. The aura around his fists turned ice cold. This group had become mere fodder for him to practice his skills. Yunfei fought harder the more he struck, to the point where he coughed up blood. It feels great, but it hurts like hell. The others were terrified, thinking, he's lost his mind. He declared, I will kill every last one of you. Seeing his bloodthirsty appearance, they fled in panic. This guy isn't human. They only wanted to escape. Retreat, now. Yunfei chased closely behind. Stop right there. Don't run away like cowards. Get back here. They disappeared into the forest ahead. Their footsteps didn't dare stop for even a second. The whole troop ran for their lives. Just then, a flash of sword light sliced past the face of one of the leaders. A subordinate asked curiously, Great leader, why retreat when we could have died in battle? He revealed, the disciple of Tui Diep has arrived. The subordinate froze upon hearing that. What? He urged them, telling them to run with all their might. Meanwhile, Yunfei gathered the warriors, and a member spoke up. We have to fight them off. Don't be so cowardly, stop saying such nonsense, and let's just run. Mo Zhuangyuan hesitated, but just then, a mouthful of fresh blood spurted from Yunfei's lips. Yanxiong saw this and called out anxiously, Yunfei. Mo Zhuangyuan was surprised, thinking to himself, he's wounded. but he's still putting on a show? He felt that since death was inevitable anyway, why not give it his all? So, Yunfei spoke up. Are we just going to sit here and wait for death? Yanchong glanced at the remaining members, seeing that they couldn't even move anymore. They were exhausted, sitting on the ground to rest, so he changed his tone. Then, I suppose we can only pray they don't find us. Yunfei's eyes swept over the group of warriors, mentally estimating. At a glance, about 60 people had survived, 40 had perished. He had thought it would be hard for even half to survive, so this was actually quite lucky. To have escaped the pursuit of the terrifying 4 Black Lotuses and still have so many survivors, it was practically a miracle. But he still felt uneasy. Why on earth did they suddenly retreat? First, he had to circulate his energy and regulate his breathing. If this turned out to be a trap, they were in big trouble. 2 others watched him intently as he sat there circulating his energy. Time passed, and the forest remained quiet as the warriors took the opportunity to rest. He frowned, thinking to himself, natural qi is penetrating and stabilizing my internal injuries. The Qianwu divine art has its own secret benefits. If only he didn't feel so much pain, it would be great. Why did he develop a martial art that required feeling pain to increase the power of his attacks? Once finished, Yunfei stood up immediately. Yanchong was also sitting cross-legged, regulating his breathing. He remained vigilant. The enemy didn't seem to be pursuing them, but they couldn't stay here forever. Yanchong finished as well, opened his eyes, and slowly stood up. He walked over to the man and said, "We have to go now." Yanchong agreed. "All right." The 2 ladies, Zixia and Shui Li, nodded in silent agreement. He urged them, "All right, let's move out." The warriors helped each other up, and he silently marveled. This is what true loyalty is. Their group returned, with the wounded being carried. The forest was once again deserted. At the Martial Arts Alliance camp, surrounded by wooden walls and strictly guarded, a sentry stared in shock, pointing ahead. "Look!" The group of young warriors entered one by one, and everyone stared wide-eyed. "They're the Martial Dragon Regiment? I thought they were all dead." Seeing the group march in, they were stunned they were still alive. The warriors who had just participated in a life-or-death battle understood one thing clearly. Reputation, a warrior's pride, or self-esteem, none of those things had any value. The only thing that mattered was surviving. The scene shifted to where Situ Kang was located, and the 2 of them were summoned. He said apologetically, "I apologize for calling you here without letting you rest." Yanchong replied, "Please, do not trouble yourself, sir." Situ Kang brought up the reason. "The reason I called you here is to discuss the recent surprise attack campaign. Even though it's something you already know, I have received reports from the Secret Pavilion members. The initial spear attack caused over 60 deaths and 80 injuries, correct? The Great Elder of the Secret Pavilion reported that, even while retreating, you eliminated 150 elite warriors. That is truly an incredible achievement." Yanchong bowed his head. "Thank you, Alliance Leader." The leader continued, "Because of this, I will grant you 2 9 dragon pellets, and every member of the Martial Dragon Regiment shall receive a Dragon Phoenix pellet." Other elders hurriedly advised, "You cannot do that, Alliance Leader." This was not a decision that was finalized. Thuahu argued that excessive rewards could become a poison. Situ Kang replied, "That was my intention, but as you can see, they are strongly opposed to it, so I have personally called you here." Yanchong thought to himself, "The Dragon Phoenix pellet contains a large amount of rare medicinal herbs like century-old fleece flower, which has superior healing properties for external wounds. And the 9 Dragon pellet is a medicinal pill crafted from the 9 great sects that can significantly boost internal energy." Yunfei immediately guessed. Looking at Non-Brother's expression, "I know this is expensive stuff. If you make someone work, you naturally have to pay them. What a bunch of stingy old geezers." He spoke up, "Alliance Leader, may I know why the others are objecting?" A man spoke up, "You still don't know why you're asking at this hour? Even if you achieved great merits, wasn't the method too base and cowardly?" He felt annoyed hearing that. "Cowardly? You scumbag. You're nothing but a worm." Yunfei replied, "I apologize. May I know which noble person you are? My knowledge is still shallow, and I have yet to know the title of the esteemed master here." The man introduced himself. "I am a secular disciple of the Kunlun Firegate, bearing the title of Revolving Sword, currently serving as the first master of the Fierce Tiger Regiment under the White Tiger Hall." He frowned and asked, "So, you are Master Fire, but what exactly do you mean by base?" Montu was stunned. "You're really asking me because you don't know?" He retorted with sarcasm, "I'm not bold enough to make baseless claims here, so please, enlighten me." The man replied, "I don't deny that the Martial Dragon Regiment achieved great merits, but the method used was clearly problematic. People say you took advantage of the 4 Black Lotus warriors while they were sleeping to throw spears, and even dumped filth all over them. Yunfei said nonchalantly, "So what? Montu put on an act. Is this the kind of thing the Martial Arts Alliance, the pillar of the righteous path, is allowed to do?" "Certainly. I can acknowledge that you achieved great success when dealing with the pursuing 4 Black Lotus warriors during your retreat." The man spoke more and more passionately. However, the surprise attack I mentioned was inappropriate and damaged the reputation of the Martial Arts Alliance, so I believe it is reasonable for the merits and faults to cancel each other out. Yunfei bit his lip, feeling irritated and thinking, "What nonsense?" He asked everyone present, "Do the others think the same?" The leader nodded in agreement. Thachao also nodded firmly. 2 others agreed with the man's opinion. The old man Thua Ko naturally nodded as well. He looked over and said, "Our Martial Dragon Regiment fully utilized our capabilities to successfully complete this surprise attack. As the Alliance leader said, we eliminated and injured nearly 404 Black Lotus warriors. Unlike the 4 Black Lotus assault team, 74 of us returned safely. Do you wish for our entire Martial Dragon Regiment to be wiped out?" Yan Chong whispered via transmission. "That's too much. Yunfei, don't back down. Those old geezers are being far worse." The old men were left speechless at being accused, and Thua Hu was the first to shout, "What kind of crazy talk is that? Have you lost your mind?" He replied, "White Tiger Hallmaster, if I have offended you, then please accept my apology. But what the Murim Alliance needs right now is to know whether we've successfully taken revenge or not." "How?" you ask. "Just like the 4 Black Lotus members with about 100 people, how many was it? 100 warriors from the 4 Black Lotus. That's what's more important." Shu Hu was about to argue, but Yunfei cut him off. "The extent of the damage caused is more important than how that damage was inflicted, isn't it? Furthermore, if the 60 members of the Martial Dragon Corps have returned safely from the ambush, I believe the morale of the Alliance warriors will be boosted even further." Su Cheng pointed out that as time passes, won't it be exposed that we used underhanded tactics to launch an ambush? I promise that our Martial Dragon Corps will absolutely keep silent about this raid. If those present here can keep their mouths shut, I believe there won't be any issues. The remaining old men fell silent. Then one spoke up. "Even so, I still cannot accept the Alliance leader's decision to reward them with the 9 Dragon Pill and the Dragon Phoenix Pill. I acknowledge the achievements of the Martial Dragon Corps, but haven't they damaged the honor of the Murim Alliance?" Yunfei cursed under his breath, thinking these stingy old fools had heads full of crap. He firmly requested, "White Tiger Hall Master, in that case, wouldn't it be better if you just declared that the Martial Dragon Corps didn't launch an ambush? Just say the ambush plan was discovered and we had to run away." Shu Cheng questioned him. "That's a fact everyone already knows. Do you want to act like it never happened now? If you aren't playing games with me, you better explain yourself clearly. You can say such things?" He posed the question. "I am absolutely not playing games or expressing dissatisfaction. If the Martial Dragon Corps raided the 4 Black Lotus, causing 400 casualties, and returned without receiving any rewards, what would the other warriors think? I don't know if you've heard the report, but only a few from the Martial Dragon Corps returned unscathed. Even the Corps leader and I suffered internal injuries. If the members of the Martial Dragon Corps who sacrificed themselves to complete the mission receive no reward, who would dare to risk their lives in battle anymore?" He glanced at Mr. Qi, the mastermind who pushed them to their deaths. "I believe you, advisor, should understand these basic things better than anyone." The old man acknowledged that if one accomplishes a deed without a worthy reward, it's hard to expect warriors to fight zealously, even considering the morale of the warriors and the condition of the Martial Dragon Corps members. "I also think the reward the Alliance leader mentioned is reasonable," Mr. Qi thought angrily. "This is just a power struggle by subordinates against the Alliance leader's will. From the beginning, there was no logical argument, just opposition. Because they wanted to oppose it, I couldn't defend anything." Du Kang spoke up then. "Oh, it was truly right for the Martial Dragon Corps leader and vice leader to come. It almost caused the warriors' morale to collapse, didn't it, advisor?" Mr. Qi bowed his head and replied, "Yes, that is correct, Alliance leader." Du Kang put on an imposing look. The man realized the Alliance leader knew he was colluding with the 4 Great Power Hall Masters. Mr. Qi was panicked inside, thinking his life was in danger. Du Kang declared, "Then as for the reward issue, I have made my decision. Additionally, the Martial Dragon Corps leader and vice leader will be awarded the Dragon Tiger token. As long as they don't commit an error enough to shake the foundations of the Murim Alliance, this token will grant them immunity for one mistake." Du Kang ordered them to be brought here, and his subordinates brought in the rewards. He reminded them to hand them over to those two. They respectfully offered them to Yunfei. Both took the rewards and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Alliance leader." Du Kang handed them the tokens. "Take this as well." Yanchong took it and thanked him. He remembered, "Alliance leader, you said that with this token, even if a crime is committed, it will be overlooked once, right?" He replied, "You can be protected, as long as you do not violate the basic rules that could shake the foundations of the Murim Alliance." "Why do you ask?" Yunfei had a plan. "Then I want to use it right now." Du Kang was surprised. "Right now?" He bowed his head and returned the token. He took it, his eyes showing suspicion. The elders were curious about what Yunfei was plotting. Du Kang asked, "What on earth do you intend to use it for?" He said clearly, "The discipline of the Murim Alliance seems to have become lax. I want to rectify it, so I have something to discuss with Great Hero Huo for a moment. I will explain the details after I finish discussing it with Great Hero Huo. Please grant me permission." Mentu pressed his lips together, not daring to utter a word. Du Kang nodded. "Proceed as you wish." Yunfei secretly used internal energy transmission. "Alliance leader, please do not let anyone leave." He agreed. "I will do so." He turned toward the man he invited. "Great Hero Manhwa too. I have something to discuss. Let's go out and talk for a moment." Mentu accepted immediately. Very well. Both of them went out of the room. Du Kang was curious. What the hell was he planning to do? But he wouldn't do anything useless. Yunfei, who was walking in front, stopped. The man put his hands on his hips and asked irritably, "All right, what is this thing you need to discuss?" He massaged his knuckles and replied, "To beat you up." Men too couldn't believe his ears. "What did you say?" A punch landed straight into the man's chest. He screamed, "What the hell are you doing?" It was time for Yunfei to vent his anger. "You bastard, let me beat you up." He delivered the next punch to the man's face and asked, "Is your brain full of crap?" Fresh blood poured from Mentu's nose. He questioned, "Do you think you'll get away with this?" Yunfei asked coldly. "Are you worried about me? I didn't expect you to be such a thoughtful person. You're the one who needs to use that Dragon Phoenix pill or whatever. Don't worry about me." Mentu was speechless and screamed. His fist made the man shut up, and a barrage of punches forced Mentu to back away. The man begged, "Stop, stop right now." When Yunfei stopped, Mentu asked in confusion, "Why are you doing this to me?" He raised his fist. "Right. You don't know, do you? You still need a beating. Fine. Just take the hits and you'll understand everything." Punched until he spat blood, Mentu requested again. "Stop!" He punched even harder. "This guy is really uneducated, daring to interrupt while the Vice Corps leader is talking? You've got a lot of nerve, don't you? Want to die? Or do you want to go try touching the Emperor's private parts?" Mentu was scolded and beaten until he was choked with words. "That?" Yunfei didn't hold back at all. "There must be a reason for that. But right now, I really don't want to know." Mentu could only plead. "Wait." His body collapsed to the ground, shouting, "Stop." He lunged forward, unleashing countless punches. "Is this brat still not waking up? Just endure a little longer, then everything will be fine. You said you had to die with dignity, and you didn't die, did you? With something so trivial, you should smile brightly and accept it confidently." He forced a grin as Mentu backed away in terror to save his life. He swung every punch in anger. Having dared to backtalk a superior so rudely, you should at least be half as composed as you are rude. Isn't that right? You caused trouble for your superior, and then acted like you were the superior yourself. You even seemed like you were planning to confront the Alliance leader herself. Don't you know that disrespecting a superior is punishable on the spot? How dare you be so stubborn? Mentu was beaten until he was exhausted and collapsed face first to the ground. Yunfei said contemptuously, "You little brat, you're already dizzy after just that much? Don't you know that if you want to rebel against your superiors, you have to bet your life on it?" He grabbed the guy by the collar and threw him backward. "Are you an idiot?" Tu's head slammed hard against the ground. Yunfei brushed off his hands in disgust and said, "You uncouth brat, you don't even know your place." Yunfei then pushed the door open and stepped inside. The eyes of the old men looking at him had changed. Du Kang maintained his stern expression. He asked with a forced smile, "I've been exposed, haven't I?" "Xu." You glanced at Yunfei with a cold, sharp gaze and asked, "What is the reason for this?" He replied, "I clearly knew this was a high-level meeting. It was already surprising enough that a mere low-ranking commander like him dared to attend a leadership meeting, but it was even more surprising that he was someone who didn't know his place. Just to be so loud in front of a high commander, I felt he wasn't thinking straight. So I just taught him a small lesson. Shu, you felt like he was being insulted. Are you mocking me?" Yunfei played dumb. "I truly don't understand how that could be an insult to the White Tiger Hall master." The old man was so angry he blurted out a curse. You bastard. Are you saying that because you really don't know? He continued to act innocent, with valid reasoning. Since the subordinate didn't know his place, I just disciplined him for educational purposes. Of course, fearing that the White Tiger Hall master would be unhappy if I touched his subordinate, I used the Dragon Tiger token I was awarded. That attitude made Shu Thuahu shake with rage. This madman. Yunfei continued. Using the Dragon Tiger token to discipline someone with a lower rank than me was also a big decision for me. Forgive me for being blunt, but if one exception is accepted, then gradually other exceptions will arise. Shu, you thought that every rule had exceptions, he pointed out. What surprises me more is that even though he insulted a superior, those present here didn't say a word. People who dare to look down on their superiors, do you think they will follow orders? The old man didn't understand. What the hell does that have to do with this? Yunfei posed the question. If everyone thinks they are better than others and ignores their superiors' orders, everyone just says whatever they want, then orders will have no effect at all. An organization like that, when facing other organizations, will only be defeated every single time, Shu Thuahu continued. So what does that have to do with the current situation? He said sternly. Obedience from below to the orders above is the most essential virtue for the martial artists of our Murim alliance right now. Even though it was a somewhat overwhelming order, I and Commander Yan strictly followed it, and we completed the mission excellently. Shu Thuahu was silent, thinking to himself, damn it, I've been set up. In this situation, if I'm still stubborn, I'll only embarrass myself. He criticized the guy's behavior. We absolutely obey the orders of our superiors. That guy out there, because he was arrogant and wanted to be equal to me, his superior, I just punished him physically. In the normal course of events, executing him on the spot wouldn't be excessive, since it's wartime right now. Su Yu's fist clenched tight, his whole body shaking. The old man gritted his teeth. I will keep an eye on you. Yunfei thought in response. Suit yourself, Du Kang spoke up. Hearing that, the vice commander had made a big mistake this time. Shu Yu was gloating. The alliance leader is about to punish that guy. He continued. A person who has broken the hierarchy, yet you used the Dragon Tiger token just because he is a subordinate of your superior, that is arguably excessive courtesy. I hope you understand the Dragon Tiger token is no ordinary object. Du Kang handed it back for him to put away. Yunfei took it with both hands. Shu, you saw this and cursed silently. Damn it. Du Kang interrogated him. Who would have thought the young man named Huo Men-tu was a high commander-level martial artist? For what reason did the White Tiger Hall master bring him to a meeting that only high-level leaders were allowed to attend? Shu, you hesitated and explained. Ah, he is a talent I'm eyeing, so I'm grooming him so he can broaden his horizons sooner. You are at fault. The White Tiger Hall master cannot let principles be taken lightly. Someone holding such a heavy responsibility as you, if you create exceptions, what will your subordinates think? What will everyone think? Shu, you bowed his head to admit his mistake. Forgive me, sir. The old man cast a side-eye at Yunfei. He glared back, cursing to himself. You bastard. I'm weak right now, so I have to endure it. But to have a peaceful life, I must eliminate this guy. Du Kang announced. We will end the meeting here, for today. Vice Commander, you stay and meet with me for a moment. Everyone began to leave. Yan Sung struggled to carry a large crate. Yunfei furrowed his brows, calculating silently. Why did he ask me to stay? Alliance leader Du Kang sat solemnly on the large chair and lowered his voice. I just received a strange report from a member. I am not sure which report you are referring to, sir. He looked straight at the young man in front of him. It is about your martial arts. I heard you are using the Martial Emperor's martial arts. Yunfei's expression changed upon hearing that. The Martial Emperor's martial arts? I can't understand what that's supposed to mean. Yunfei stood motionless in the middle of the Great Hall, with chaos constantly rising in his mind. The Martial Emperor was the #1 person in the world, the leader among the 1 emperor, 2 kings, and 5 emperors, the strongest people in the world. The martial arts of a great martial artist who had once defeated the heavenly demon, Long Tianqi, the demonic cult leader, by himself, and 108 demon warriors during the demonic invasion over 10 years ago. He says, I learned those martial arts? Du Kang continued to probe. Can you tell me the name of your master? Yunfei answered without hesitation. My master, his surname is Tian, and his name is Tui Diep. I heard that because he lost every day. He was called the Defeated King. Du Kang narrowed his eyes, as if realizing something. So that's how it is. Then he became serious and declared a shocking truth in a low voice. The Martial Emperor and the Defeated King are the same person. Yunfei's eyes widened in horror upon hearing that absurd claim. What are you saying, sir? Du Kang stated firmly. Just as it was said, your master is both the defeated king and the martial emperor. The world rumors that he is an ultimate expert from the mysterious sect. That's because they don't know the master's school of the defeated king no, the martial emperor. Yunfei spoke with a voice full of doubt. He said that in his whole life, he only won exactly 3 times. Surely you must have confused something. Du Kang surprised him once again. That's right. He won in 3 battles. Against the invincible Blade Emperor, Wu Kang, against me, and against the heavenly demon. You stared in shock as you heard those earth-shattering words. Do you really think that makes sense, old man? You asked, and he replied patiently. Judging by your reaction, I doubt you'd believe me even if Tui Diep told you herself, would you? Perhaps that's exactly why he didn't tell you. Situ Kang gave a subtle, knowing smile. Thien Tui Diep, who refused to be tied down by anything, and his disciple, who adamantly rejected becoming an official martial artist of the Murim Alliance, were surprisingly alike. He spoke in a low voice. I used the essence of the Kunlun sect's Tai Ching sword technique, the sword force bullet, to attack your master. Yet, he didn't even dodge. He used his bare body to block the sword force. Yunfei listened in silence, seemingly unable to believe it. Situ Kang continued. I unleashed my sword force again, attacking him head-on, but he just stared with a face cold as ice and blocked it with his bare fists. He lowered his voice, reminiscing about that day. He laughed like a madman, and in an instant, my sword force shattered into pieces. I heard a loud boom and was sent flying backward. He looked at Yunfei. I regained my composure and unleashed the Taiching 9 Dragon Flash, firing 9 streams of force. He took all 9 streams head-on with his fists. Situ Kang shivered involuntarily, recalling that deep cultivation. There was a terrifying power hidden within his fists. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore and lost consciousness. His expression suddenly turned helpless. If he had wanted to kill me, I would have been dead long ago. Yunfei was completely bewildered to hear of his master's glorious achievements for the first time. I can't believe Master actually fought that old man and won. Situ Kang smiled appreciatively. Henry liked him from the first moment they met. Like master, like student. Yunfei bowed his head, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. Was Master really that kind of person? Situ Kang continued. Your master, Thien Tui Diep, used to tell me I was too rigid and boring. People who live too rigidly never make any progress, Yunfei recalled. Yeah, that sounds exactly like something Master would say, but what does that have to do with drinking? Situ Kang recounted calmly. When I asked how to get rid of this rigid nature, he told me to just drink some alcohol and raise a little hell. He advised that living too straight-laced just leads to feeling tied down and miserable. Yunfei tilted his head and smiled wryly. That was certainly his master's advice to a T. Then, something dawned on him. But why is Master's nickname the Defeated King? Situ Kang held up a finger, analyzing it. That was just the selfishness and jealousy of other martial artists, and it was also something my old friend Thien Tu Diep asked me to do. Yunfei frowned in confusion. Asked you to? He didn't hide anything. He said if he didn't create the heavenly body, his martial arts would be incomplete. Was he fated to keep challenging others to duels until he finished it? Yunfei gritted his teeth in frustration. The damn heavenly body. He fell into a deep trance. It wasn't about the physical body. It was the heavenly body, a realm that could withstand 1,000 strikes and still stand firm. That was the true meaning of the heavenly body, the ultimate state that our Quan Dat Mon sect always talks about. Yunfei finally understood. Master had kept that shameful nickname, the Defeated King, just to find opponents who could defeat him, rather than chasing after fame in the Murim. Even when he was alive, his obsession with martial arts was surely the greatest under heaven. He sighed at his own ironic fate, how tragic it was to inherit such a gloomy martial art. He closed his eyes tightly, weeping with bitter frustration. Why would anyone create a martial art that only gets stronger by getting hit? Yunfei stepped forward and asked Situ Kang, do you know the reason Master was injured? You said your master won 3 battles, right? Yunfei nodded slightly. Yes. Then those were likely wounds from his final battle. Situ Kang spoke in a heavy, somber tone about that earth-shattering battle. He fought against the heavenly demon, Long Thien Kai, the leader of the demonic cult, and 108 demonic warriors followed him. Your master earned the title of Martial Emperor at that time. He narrowed his eyes sharply. The martial art he used then is the exact same earth thunder you used a while ago. Yunfei was stunned, remembering how he had used that technique for the first time in a desperate situation. He closed his eyes, clenching his fists. Since I didn't trust that martial art, I only used it as a gamble when I had no choice but to move. Situ Kang analyzed it sadly. It was likely a wound caused by the heavenly demon's heavenly tribulation palm. He sighed helplessly and continued. Both sides were severely injured, which broke the demonic cult's invasion. But your master passed away, while the heavenly demon, Long Thien Kai, still sat firmly on his throne. The more Situ Kang thought about it, the more he hated it. The demonic cult worships only the strong. The one who fought your master in the final battle was the heavenly demon, so he must be the culprit. Yunfei tightened his fists, muttering. The heavenly demon then sighed thoughtfully. He must be very strong. Even then, master was covered in blood, yet he still smiled and fought to the death. Situ Kang instinctively furrowed his brows. I'm afraid the heavenly body wasn't finished yet, which is why your master suffered such grave injuries. Yunfei nodded as the secrets became clear. So that's it. He squinted into the distance, quietly recalling his master's teachings. Master used to say, once the heavenly body is complete, there is nothing in this world to fear. I thought he was just bragging, but it turns out he was a master who could only be countered when the heavenly body was perfected. He shrugged nonchalantly. Well, I'm sure the seniors will handle the revenge themselves. Situ Kang could only lament that he couldn't turn the steel into the sword he wanted. But that is your master's enemy. Isn't it too soon to give up so easily? He's too strong. Yunfei didn't seem too obsessed with it. Let that old bastard get a bit older, then I'll go find him. If you guys manage to kill him before that, even better. Upon hearing that resolute reply, Situ Kang realized it was exactly the kind of answer he would give. Yunfei bit his lip in frustration. Only a fool would jump into a fight without enough strength. But man, it's so frustrating. He looked up with vengeful eyes. Long Thien Kai Situ Kang slowly explained that after that incident, his master had become both the martial emperor and Tui Diep. The evil faction and the demonic cult probably didn't want to admit it, so they still called your master Thai Diep. His face became more serious. And that's a truth very few people know. The Murim Alliance recognizes the existence of the martial emperor, but they keep his true identity a secret. Yunfei frowned, pressing for the reason. Why is that? Situ Kang gave a cold, mocking smile. Why else? The demonic cult was beaten to a pulp by one man and had to retreat. They were just too humiliated to admit it. He sat firmly in his chair and slowly recounted the past. At that time, the Murim Alliance and the Four Black Lotuses were cooperating to deal with the demonic cult's invasion. His eyes were full of contemplation when he heard your master say he wanted to challenge the heavenly demon. Because of the rumors, only top-tier martial artists came to watch the match. The Four Black Lotus faction knows I have ties to your master, so they likely ordered everyone to keep their mouths shut to prevent the truth from leaking out. Situ Kang sighed, weary of the endless power struggles. Isn't the Murim Alliance just the same? How could those who hold the alliance leader in such low regard ever be happy to see my status growing stronger? Yunfei lowered his eyes in agreement. Yeah, I suppose that's true. Situ Kang lamented. I kept silent because of the promise I made to your master, and the others kept quiet out of pure shame. It's a bitter pill to swallow, having to bow down to someone once mocked as the defeated king, now rising to become the greatest under the heavens. He looked up, his expression hardening. Because of that, they even spread rumors that the martial emperor and the defeated king were two completely different people. Yunfei looked utterly exasperated. People really are petty, aren't they? Now that those involved have passed away, who would even believe the truth? You nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the old man was right. Situ Kang suddenly brushed the topic aside. Let's go get a drink, just the two of us. Yunfei shook his head, refusing. I didn't bring any money. I'll pay. You turned your head away. Deeply suspicious. You expect me to believe that? I don't want to get tricked a second time. Without a word, Situ Kang pulled out a heavy cloth pouch and tossed it to him. Take this. Use it. Yunfei quickly caught the bag with both hands and urged him. Let's go. Then, Alliance Leader. Situ Kang stood up firmly from the large wooden chair. Fine. The two of them walked out side by side. The starry night sky faded away, replaced by the faint glow of dawn. The entire base gradually revealed itself, looking peaceful under the clear blue sky of a new day. Inside, everyone was busy tending to their injuries. Yan Chong spoke up clearly to check on their status. Has everyone had a chance to rest well? Yes, leader, they replied. He smiled, relieved. Thanks to the Dragon Phoenix pill, everyone is recovering their strength. And perhaps because they had survived such a brutal battle, their eyes burned with intensity. Yan Chong narrowed his eyes, calculating. Our numbers have decreased, but our bond is stronger than ever. He stood tall, encouraging them. You've all worked hard. There are even greater battles ahead. But with the combined strength of the Martial Dragon Corps, we will surely survive. The room went still, only for the door to be suddenly pushed open by Yunfei. Seeing him, the subordinates jumped up and shouted, Vice Leader! Yan Chong turned to look. Vice Leader. Did you only just get here now? Yunfei stumbled in, grinning foolishly. I had a drink with the old alliance leader. Yanchong immediately wrinkled his nose and pulled back in disgust. The smell of alcohol. Yunfei casually held up a finger, looking extremely proud of himself. The old alliance leader paid for the drinks, so I had a little extra. Yanchong was fuming. Hey, you're injured. Why are you drinking? And what about the alliance leader? Why would he drink with someone who's wounded? Saying that, Yunfei turned around and started poking around, searching for something. Then he suddenly froze and asked, Damn it, heavenly demon, Long Thien, where are Chantin and Tu Thiet? Oh, right, they're dead. Yunfei lowered his head, his voice choking up. They died without even going on a single date with a girl. You bunch of idiots, I should have been able to save you all. Damn it. He looked up, blaming himself. I should have made them train even harder. Finally, tears streamed down his face in regret. If I had, they wouldn't have lost their lives. Perhaps because he was too drunk. Yunfei swayed and collapsed onto the floor. A hand suddenly reached out from behind to steady his wobbling frame. Shui Li firmly caught him by both shoulders as everyone watched in surprise. She laid him down on the bed and watched as he squeezed his eyes shut, drifting into sleep. Her own eyes welled up with bittersweet emotion. Vice Leader, I understand your heart. Please, just get some rest. Everyone in the room had their own heavy thoughts. He was younger than all of them, yet he was tougher than any of them. I used to think he was petty, vile, and cruel, but it turns out he has such a heavy burden in his heart. Yan Chong stood firm and declared, We'll take the morning off to rest. A major battle is coming soon, so everyone needs to prepare thoroughly. His eyes were full of resolve regarding the upcoming ambush mission. To the outside world, it will be announced that we infiltrated the 4 Black Lotus base directly to launch a raid. I hope everyone understands and keeps that in mind. Yunfei lay fast asleep, with a single sparkling tear still caught under his eyelashes. The sun rose high, shining brightly over the entire base. On the bed, Yunfei kept his eyes tightly shut, lost in a drunken stupor. He forced himself to sit up, rubbing his aching temples. His head felt like it was about to explode. Only now did he regret his impulsiveness from yesterday. He'd gotten too drunk while talking with the old alliance leader and his master. He gritted his teeth, struggling. I have to circulate my energy to flush out the alcohol. Suddenly, Yunfei remembered. Wait, the old alliance leader gave me some pills. He dug into his pocket and pulled out a small box, opening it to reveal a layer of smooth, glossy silk. He carefully unwrapped it, finding a perfectly round, jet-black medicinal pill inside. Yunfei held it up to admire it. I asked him for these to sell them, but he popped the whole pill into his mouth. They say it's good for the body, so let's see. After swallowing, Yunfei sat upright, pressed his hands together, and channeled his internal energy toward his dantian. He whispered to himself, if the energy of the ice essence was as wild as a feral horse, then the 9-dragon pill is like a well-tamed one. Sweat poured down from his temples, silently merging with his Kanvu divine art, healing his damaged meridians and protecting the acupoints that had been forced open. He kept his eyes closed, focusing with all his might. Thanks to that, the headache from the hangover vanished, as if it had never existed. Most of his internal injuries had subsided, and his internal energy had increased a notch. He opened his eyes thinking, they say that if you can circulate the Kanvu divine art without feeling any blockage, it means you've surpassed the 100 body realm and reached the 500 body realm. Yunfei also realized that perhaps after consuming the ice essence, combined with his body being rattled by the landmines in the recent battle, he had undergone a transformation. He slipped his shoes back on and stepped off the bed, calculating the realm he could handle. Being able to withstand 500 blows from a mid-level technique without a scratch that is the 500 body realm. Yunfei looked up, his eyes full of determination. Now, I can laugh off the attacks of those first-rate experts. Maybe I could even withstand the attacks of those who have just reached the peak realm, couldn't I? Even though I still can't absorb the sword essence like Master. He stepped outside, quietly musing. I thought this martial art was useless, but it actually has its perks. Outside, the disciples were busy training. Yan Chong walked up behind Yunfei from a distance and asked, Leader, how are you feeling? Are you okay? Yunfei scratched his head and gave a wry smile. Honestly, besides this body of mine, what else do I even have to be proud of? Have the others recovered enough to move around yet? Yan Chong didn't hold back. Thanks to the Dragon Phoenix pills, everyone's showing great improvement. Both brothers shared a relieved smile. It's a good thing we insisted on getting those pills, that's for sure. Yunfei suddenly remembered something and asked, Leader, has our Dragon Martial Union received any new orders? Chong's expression turned serious. We've been assigned to support the rear guard. They seem to have put quite a lot of thought into this. Yunfei stroked his chin, pondering. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? It doesn't sound like a terrible order. Chong didn't hesitate to offer his take. It seems they want to show us some favor by keeping us out of the direct front lines, especially after how hard we fought in the last battle. Yunfei's face suddenly went rigid, leaving him feeling uneasy. Which bastard issued that order? Is something wrong? His eyes narrowed, reflecting a stern look. For now, let's just go collect our supplies. Then we should dismiss the members. Chong quickly shouted out the orders. All right, everyone, disperse. Get those supplies replenished. We'll regroup in an hour and a half to discuss the rear guard support. The disciples lined up and responded loudly. Only then did Chong turn to ask Yunfei, is there really a problem? I'm not entirely sure, but I know one thing for certain. Yunfei immediately asked, what is it? Usually, the vanguard and the rear support positions are assigned to the most trusted allies. Chong still didn't quite grasp his intention. So what's the problem with that? Yunfei explained calmly. Do you really think those bastards trust us? They even fought us over giving out those Dragon Phoenix pills. Their shadows stretched long across the courtyard as Chong nodded in agreement. When you put it that way, it is strange. Besides being for the most trusted, the vanguard and rear positions are also where they dump the most useless pawns. Chong's eyes immediately filled with caution. Wait, are they plotting something against us? A voice suddenly rang out from a distance, cutting them off. Perhaps they plan to isolate us and then run away. They both turned around. Chin Man was walking toward them, her eyes full of confidence and certainty. Yunfei questioned, why would you think that? Chin Man looked at him. I don't see a single guard anywhere. That means they've already been moved elsewhere. She immediately raised her suspicions, but no one knew where they had gone. At such a critical time, why would they relocate all the guards? Chong guessed. Maybe they decided those forces wouldn't be useful for combat? Chin Man didn't think it was that simple. Even if they aren't useful in battle, they at least add to the head count. There must be a specific reason why they moved them all. Chong realized she had already figured it out. Chin Man then shared her deduction. The supplies are unreasonably scarce. That means they intend to abandon this outpost. Chong was still skeptical. But what does that have to do with the guards disappearing? Yunfei immediately thought it through. Most supplies are bulky. With only about 70 guards, even if they split the load, they couldn't carry much. Seeming to understand his confusion, she analyzed, but if it were the Dragon Phoenix pills that were distributed to the Dragon Martial Union yesterday, or the gold and other precious supplies, they could definitely take those. By purposely not delivering the supplies, it proves there's nothing of value left worth protecting here. Hearing this, Chong was stunned. Does that mean? Chin Man closed her eyes and uttered bitterly. They've abandoned our Dragon Martial Union. Yunfei couldn't hide his frustration. Those bastards, they have absolutely no loyalty. Chong realized the painful reality. To have allies you can't trust, this is a total disaster. Yunfei couldn't just stand there. I have to tell the old alliance leader that we aren't doing any rearguard support. But Chin Man's words hit him like a bucket of cold water. While you were sleeping, all the other martial artists already led their troops out to attack. We're the only ones left here. Yunfei was stunned. They're already gone? Chong spoke up. The master of the 4 Black Lotuses has led his entire force to the foot of the mountain. Yunfei cursed bitterly. Damn it. At the foot of the mountain, a crowd of men in black robes was gathering. The leader's footsteps fell heavily on the ground. Among the group, the man in the vibrant red cloak was the peerless blade, Weakling. On his back was a blade engraved with a coiled dragon, exuding immense power. With a fierce, savage expression, he shouted, Situ Kang of the Radiant Sword, get out here, come out and fight me. Facing him, Situ Kang stepped forward, his sword-like brows cold and heroic. He looked up at his opponent, who was brimming with aggression. A gust of wind blew leaves from out of nowhere, making their cloaks flutter. Weakling sneered first. I thought you'd be stuck in bed, but I didn't expect you'd still have enough energy to put on a display like this. Situ Kang replied coolly. It's been a long time. Weakling mused. The last time we saw each other was when the demonic cult rose 10 years ago, wasn't it? 10 years have passed just like that. Weakling stood as tall and imposing as a giant mountain. They say the landscape changes in 10 years, but you've changed quite impressively, resorting to cowardly tactics like ambushes. Situ Kang didn't flinch before that oppressive aura. Everyone changes. What's the problem with that? Hearing this, Weakling scoffed. Why don't you just slap a piece of iron on your face and be done with it? His eyes filled with resentment as he recalled, I don't know what you all did, but that disgusting smell made it impossible for us to stay in the camp. Even the strange liquid was poured into the water and food supplies, forcing us to throw everything away. He glanced at his opponent. Because of that, we had to stop by Tankat County to replenish our supplies, delaying our march and causing us heavy losses. Situ Kang didn't want to bicker with him further. He drew his sword from its scabbard. Aren't the 4 black lotuses and us enemies? Things have reached this point, so why bother asking anymore? Hearing that, Wukong shut his eyes tightly, stopping his thoughts. That's right. There's no need for us to say much. Let our strength do the talking. With that, he drew his blade decisively. The weapon soared into the air, then landed perfectly in Wukong's palm. He immediately swung the blade, pointing it straight at his opponent. Across from him, Du Kang stood firm, his gaze fixed and unwavering. Neither side would give an inch. The tension was suffocating. The disciples on both sides held their breath, watching intensely, not daring to let their guard down. They marveled inwardly at witnessing a clash between the 2 strongest warriors of the era. Suddenly, Du Kang lunged with his sword, and Wu Kang rushed forward to meet him. The piercing clang of metal rang out as their weapons collided, sparking a blinding flash that forced everyone to shield their eyes. Before the stunned disciples, the 2 warriors surged forward, their swords clashing and immediately parting. Du Kang leapt up to unleash a strike right in front of his foe. The disciples instantly recognized the sword energy and blade aura. The ground shook and shattered instantly, drawing shouts of alarm. But those on Wu Kang's side were still caught in the blast and cried out in pain. Du Kang attacked in rapid succession, but Wu Kang showed no fear. He blocked the blows and scoffed. "You seem to be in a hurry, old man?" Du Kang had no intention of stalling. "Of course I'm in a hurry, aren't I? I have no intention of dragging this fight out." Hearing this, Wu Kang roared, "On that point, we see eye to eye. So, just go ahead and die." Amidst the flickering light, his moves were swift and vicious, his eyes burning with ferocity. Du Kang smirked. "Too bad, I've got plans to go drinking tonight, so that request is a bit hard to fulfill." The veins on Wu Kang's temples bulged, and he bellowed, "Perhaps from now on, every year on this day, you'll have a drinking date in your grave." Du Kang raised his sword to block and replied, "I'm sorry, but I'm done listening to your nonsense. Besides, I'm already surrounded by people who talk as much rubbish as you do." Their swords clashed again, showering sparks, and the shockwave of their power slammed into the ground, causing a tremor. Floating in midair, Du Kang remarked, "This doesn't seem like it's going to end easily. If I'd known you were this strong, I would have found another way." Wu Kang replied, "Same here. I thought you'd spent all this time just drinking and slacking off. Never expected you hadn't let your training slip." Du Kang thinks it's become a lifelong habit. But anyway, damn it, I didn't intend to put on a show for these people. The enemy group stared up at the spectacle in the sky, the warriors' eyes filled with anticipation. Wu Kang said irritably, "I've completely lost interest." Du Kang bid him farewell. "Let's call it a day. We'll meet another time." As both of them touched the ground, Du Kang provoked him. "Go ahead, but next time we meet, you'd better have your neck ready." Wu Kang then ordered his men to withdraw, his subordinates falling in line behind him. On Du Kang's side, they turned and headed back toward the camp. Du Kang returned to his room to rest. He sat on the bed circulating his qi, and the elders came to check on him. "Alliance leader, are you all right?" Du Kang replied, "No need to worry about me." Brother Tay reported, "Leader, a large-scale offensive is coming soon. To help you recover from your injuries, I've instructed the support team to guard you." He waved them off. "I need some rest. Go handle your duties." Brother Tay bowed. "Understood. Please get some rest." As the elders filed out, Du Kang worried inwardly if this dragged on, it would be a huge problem. Obviously, Shu Wu Kang had also suffered internal injuries, which is why he retreated so easily. He had to prioritize healing his own internal injuries first. He closed his eyes and silently regulated his breathing. Outside, Ngan Exung was waiting, a look of anxiety on his face. An hour passed before Do Kang finally finished his recovery. He opened his eyes, his breath now stable. Du Kang got off the bed, feeling much better, and headed toward the door. Ngan Sung asked, "Leader, did Du Kang realize you were the support team?" He replied, "Under the strategist's orders, we are here to protect the alliance leader." He asked for a status update. "How is the situation out there?" Ngan Sung replied, "It hasn't started yet." Du Kang was curious not to see him there. "And where is that deputy group leader?" Ngan Sung looked slightly worried. "He will be back shortly, sir." Eventually, Yun Fei arrived with a few others. He carried a bag and asked, "Are you awake, sir?" Du Kang replied, "Anyone hearing that would think I'd passed out. What are you carrying in that bag?" Yun Fei revealed it was the bitch cock Dan. Du Kang was stunned. Bitchcock Dan? Yunfei realized. Did the group leader not tell you yet, sir? Ngansheng explained. He just finished healing, and you're bringing him bad news. So, let me be the one to say it, leader. We've been abandoned. Du Kang was shocked. Abandoned? Yunfei held up the bag. If we were the rear support, at this base, our primary mission should have been guarding supplies to prevent enemy raids. Even though we didn't receive any reports regarding the logistics, we checked the food stores, and all that was left was this bitch-cock Dan. There wasn't even a single guard left at the armory, or the food storage. In conclusion, the Volong group has no mission left to perform here. Du Kang thought to himself, I never received any report about moving the supplies. If that's the case, is the higher-ups plotting something behind my back? Yunfei posed the question. Could it be that even you, leader, have been abandoned? He wondered. Why would you think that? Yunfei countered. Why else would you not be at headquarters, but here at the Volong group instead? Du Kang answered. Isn't it to recover from my wounds? What other reason could there be? Yunfei asked. Then after you recover, what do you plan to do next? Only now did it dawn on him. Come to think of it, they didn't report anything to me, and they didn't say what I should do next. Du Kang needed more information. What proof do you have that they abandoned me? Yunfei took out a small round object. Looking at this, you'll understand immediately. Du Kang recognized it as a bok loi. It had less destructive power than the Tran Thien loi, but it was highly flammable and often used for arson. Yunfei reported that these were placed throughout the buildings, and even oil barrels were positioned all around, making it incredibly easy to burn this place down. I even saw Fitch Lich Dan occasionally, but it seemed too dangerous, so I didn't bring it. He exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible. I've wasted my life. What a complete waste. Yunfei speculated. It seems they want the Volong group and the Alliance leader to die together. Something like, fight to the death and take everyone out in a suicide mission. Du Kang felt helpless, thinking, I never expected to be betrayed so absurdly. He stammered, I truly don't understand why they would do this. Yunfei said nonchalantly, Perhaps it's because you refuse to listen to them. The Volong group was already a thorn in their side. That much is given the Alliance leader is a bit overbearing with them sometimes. I bet they hate that. He heard this and snapped, Those bastards, what do they think they're gaining by acting like this? You analyzed? Well, for one, you're clearing out a bothersome superior and a group of insubordinate subordinates. That's a major plus, isn't it? Situ Kang's face darkened as he prepared to settle the score. I have to go and deal with those bastards right now. Yunfei immediately blocked his path. It's useless, sir. Don't do that. He was taken aback. Why are you stopping me? Yunfei said anxiously. Their current plan involves your life. If you go now, you might end up dead at their hands. With so many eyes watching, they'll pretend to handle this discreetly. After all, you, Alliance leader, are currently wounded. Situ Kang was confident. Even so, I'm more than capable of handling people like them. Yunfei replied, Yes, if you face them one by one, you'd have no problem. But let's say you do take them down. Do you intend to give up on this war entirely? Once you deal with them, don't you plan to keep fighting? Situ Kang silently conceded. Although he was furious, he knew the boy was right. Causing internal strife in this situation would ruin everything. He needed a new plan. So, what should he do? Yunfei questioned him. Actually, I have to ask. You were just going to provoke those people without any backup plan? Situ Kang was stunned again. A backup plan? He sighed and said, No, I don't. Yunfei was surprised. I thought that when you provoked those youngsters, you would at least be prepared for the situation where they might betray you. When I heard the Alliance leader was going to the Martial Dragon group, I felt somewhat relieved. I guess we have no choice but to slip away together. Situ Kang was shocked by that word. Slip away? Yunfei explained. I mean, run away. Staying here is just a path to certain death. He lowered his eyes, pondered the suggestion, and then nodded. Yunfei immediately gave orders to his subordinates. As soon as the 4th Black Lotus army moves in, we will retreat immediately. Is that clear? They obeyed. Situ Kang was astonished to see this. It's truly amazing how they agreed to retreat without a single word of opposition. But the ironic part is, even I have nothing to argue against it. At that moment, a group of martial artists rushed in. They reported, Group Leader, the Black Horse Division of the 4th Black Lotus is swarming this way. Situ Kang turned and asked, Has our defensive line been breached? This person reported that the front line was fighting fiercely, but suddenly, enemy troops launched a pincer attack from both sides. Yan Chong hurriedly gave the order to escape immediately. The group of martial artists scrambled away. Alliance leader, let's go, Yunfei urged. Situ Kang accepted the reality, let's go. The martial artists were picking up speed. As he ran, he felt dazed. Do they really dare to abandon me so heartlessly? I've lived my life in vain. They ran toward the mountain path. Situ Kang's group and the boy chased after them, when suddenly, a violent explosion erupted. Yun Fei paused and glanced at the panicked martial artists running back behind them. The campsite was in flames. Situ Kang couldn't believe what he was seeing. Those bastards. Yanchong felt that if they stayed there, they would surely die. Yun Fei urged everyone to move quickly. They had already left the camp. Someone in their group thought sadly, "Have we really been abandoned?" Someone else exclaimed. To be honest, at first I was skeptical about the deputy group leader's deduction, but this time, he was right again. Situ Kang felt deeply ashamed. I truly have lived in vain. If not for that kid, I definitely would have suffered a crushing defeat at their hands. Yun Fei walked ahead of the two of them. He asked, "Where are we going now?" The boy replied, "First, we'll go to Yangping, the nearest temporary stop. And most importantly, the alliance leader needs to recover quickly." Situ Kang asked, "What should we do after my internal injuries are treated?" Yun Fei replied with suspicion. "Isn't that something you should decide for yourself, alliance leader?" His eyes were resolute. "Yes, you're right. But I was asking, if you were in my position now, what would you do?" Yun Fei thought helplessly. Good grief, this old alliance leader is such a hassle. He rubbed his chin and replied, "If it were me, I'd find a suitable place to rest, recover my internal energy first, and then stay at the Yangping outpost to wait for the Martial Alliance's main forces," Yun Fei said sternly. "After that, I'd take the heads of those high-ranking officials." Situ Kang asked again, "You mean kill them all?" Yun Fei was completely certain. "Naturally, they're the ones who intended to kill you." He frowned and continued. "A dangerous and dirty war is when you have to fight alongside teammates you cannot trust. Have you ever had to fight while worrying about teammates stabbing you in the back?" He asked skeptically. "But if I do that, won't it be very difficult to lead the Martial Alliance?" Yun Fei immediately dismissed it. "Do you think the Martial Alliance will collapse just because you're absent?" He was very firm. "Likewise, the Alliance won't collapse just because those people disappear." Yun Fei asked, "Do you really think they're doing anything that important?" Situ Kang replied, "Of course." The boy let out a sigh. "But in reality, no matter who you put in those positions, the machine will keep running just fine." He continued his analysis. "After all, most of the work is already handled by the subordinates. Some people are suited for those positions, but no one is absolutely essential to sit there." Yun Fei's gaze was unwavering. "Just grab anyone, put them there, and beat them until they get the job done right. Surely they'll be able to finish the work, right?" Situ Kang hesitated slightly. After all, they were longtime acquaintances. "I've always valued them, all these years. Isn't it a bit cold-blooded to do that now?" Yun Fei's gaze remained steady. "Certainly. You must have intended to value them to assign them tasks." He faced Situ Kang firmly. "But if you only value them without making them work, then from that moment on, people turn into dogs. Biting at your trouser legs and defecating everywhere is just normal behavior." He tilted his head and asked, "Didn't you just get a taste of that?" Situ Kang nodded in agreement. The boy began to point out his flaws. If the alliance leader had always given orders and maintained authority, there wouldn't have been any problems. But you coddled them, and then suddenly started giving orders. So they rebelled. Yun Fei used a metaphor to make him understand. It's like a dog that was pampered, but when the master suddenly hits it with a whip, it will bare its fangs. Situ Kang nodded in understanding. "So they have turned into dogs?" Yun Fei continued. "Every time I step out of a meeting, my go-to phrase is, 'Those damn dogs.'" Situ Kang asked suspiciously. "Does that include me?" Yun Fei countered. "Of course not. You're just the master of the dogs." He laughed heartily upon hearing that. "The master of the dogs, eh?" His eyes became resolute. "I understand now. First, I will focus on recovering my body. I have to get strong again to discipline those insolent dogs." Situ Kang took a pouch from his robe and opened it to reveal dried medicinal herbs. Yun Fei peered inside and praised, "Looks expensive." Situ Kang chuckled. Using the word expensive doesn't even begin to describe them. He asked the boy, "Is there any wine here?" The boy laughed helplessly. "How could there be any?" Situ Kang carefully wrapped the pouch and said, "Then prepare some clean water for me." He glanced at the others and said, "I'm going to mix these in and share them with everyone." Upon hearing that, Yun Fei shouted, "Does anyone have some water?" Someone quickly ran over. Yun Fei took it and slowly opened the cap. Then, Situ Kang poured the medicinal herbs inside and channeled his internal energy into the mixture. He watched Situ Kang's process with great excitement. When Yun Fei caught a whiff of the aroma, he started drooling. It smelled amazing. He asked about it, and Situ Kang replied that they were all extremely precious ingredients. Yunfei's eyes lit up as he asked, "So, the jug of wine you gave me when we first met was prepared like this too?" Situ Kang slowly capped the bottle and replied, "That's right. A wonderful method that allows you to drink while boosting your internal energy at the same time." Situ Kang picked up a cup and poured out the prepared concoction. Pure liquid slowly filled the cup. As he handed it over, he said, "After everyone drinks a cup, begin meditating immediately. It will surely be beneficial." Shui Li took the cup, closed her eyes, and drank it in one go. Yan Chong didn't hesitate and drained his cup as well. Yunfei took his cup and drank it clean. Everyone present had a cup. Yunfei sipped it and said, "The flavor is even richer than the wine from last time. This flow of energy is like night and day compared to when I took the 9-dragon pill." Everyone then sat down and began to circulate their energy. Situ Kang also lifted his bottle and took a drink, then plopped down on the ground to begin his training. Yunfei closed his eyes, focusing intently, as everyone around him concentrated on their own cultivation techniques. Yunfei meditated, thinking to himself that because it was medicine, it blended into the divine art of Ganwu very quickly. Damn it, at this rate, I'm going to get addicted. He frowned as he felt it. It seemed like he had accumulated nearly 100 units of internal energy. After a long while, Yunfei slowly opened his eyes. Everyone around him was still deep in meditation, with a bright flash of internal energy glowing above their heads. Yunfei was shocked, thinking, "Is this the realm of 3 flowers gathering at the peak?" Everyone wore a joyful expression on their faces. Yunfei smirked, thinking to himself, "That old alliance master really played a big hand this time." He looked towards Situ Kang, who was surrounded by a dense aura, and sighed in admiration. Truly, a different level. Everyone had finished their training and slowly stood up, their faces showing clear satisfaction. Yunfei looked at them and thought, "At this rate, we can definitely fight." Suddenly, he looked at his stomach. He was starving. He reached for the rations nearby, threw a large handful into his mouth, but quickly frowned and spat it out. Yunfei wiped his mouth helplessly. This stuff had no taste at all. He looked around and declared, "I have to get the team members some proper food." Night fell, blanketing the entire forest. A wild boar was being roasted over a large fire. Situ Kang was sitting peacefully by the fire. Yunfei approached and asked, "How are you feeling, old man?" He replied, "My internal injuries have recovered more than 90%. After tonight, they'll be completely healed." Yunfei sighed with relief for him, saying, "That's such good news." Situ Kang looked at the others, thinking they all seemed to be in high spirits. Yan Chong called out to them, "The food is ready." Situ Kang stood up, and Yunfei invited him to eat. Everyone sat around the campfire. Shui Li brought over a piece of meat. "Alliance Master, please enjoy your meal." He accepted it and said, "Thank you, everyone." They all ate together happily, everyone smiling as they enjoyed the meat. Seeing this, Yunfei ate while making a silent vow. "We will definitely survive until the very end." The next morning, the sun began to peek over the horizon, and everyone started moving early. Everyone looked excited. Fei An-sin happily thought to himself that he felt even stronger than before he was injured, while Mo Zhuangyuan also thought, "I feel so much more confident. We definitely won't lose when we clash with those 4 Black Lotus bastards." Everyone wore satisfied smiles as they marched forward with burning spirit. The scene shifted to Yangping Town. Deep inside the forest, there was a camp surrounded by sturdy fences. A group of people was gathered at the gate. One man pointed into the distance and said, "Look over there." The direction he was pointing was exactly where Yunfei and his group were. The group became confused. Are they enemies? Could they have dared to come all the way here? But their attire looks quite similar to the martial arts alliance. Soon, the two sides stood face to face. Someone couldn't help but shout for the group to stop, then stepped forward and asked, "Who are you?" Yanchong didn't hide anything, and calmly replied, "We are the Martial Dragon Troop. We are escorting the Alliance Master here." The group was left utterly astonished. Right after that, the Alliance Master stepped out from behind. Seeing him, everyone collectively bowed and cupped their hands in salute. "Greetings, Alliance Master," he calmly asked. "What is the current war situation?" One person quickly explained that they were currently at war with the 4 Black Lotus. After the first clash, the main force of the Martial Arts Alliance was retreating in this direction. As soon as the war broke out, the righteous martial artists, including the 9 great sects, had gathered at this Yangping stronghold. The Alliance headquarters had sent a request for reinforcements about 3 hours ago, early in the Z hour, to assist the retreat. The Alliance Master asked with a calm expression, "How many martial artists went to support the retreat?" The man replied, About 800. The Alliance Master asked if there was any news about him. The man immediately replied that there was. Situ Kang asked how that information had been spread. Hua Shan stepped up and answered, "It is rumored that the Alliance Master fought to the death alongside the Invincible Blade Emperor and the Martial Dragon Troop at the Stronghold. Then, while confronting the Black Horse team of the Four Black Lotus, you fought until your very last breath." He tried to recount the story, reporting that at the final moment, the Alliance Master detonated, buried explosives, and heroically sacrificed himself along with the Black Horse team. But no one expected the truth to be like this. Situ Kang listened, deep in thought. "So that's how it is?" He stared at Hua Shan and asked, "How much strength does the retreating main force of the Martial Arts Alliance currently have?" He replied, "I don't know the details, but I heard there are about 1,500 left." Situ Kang thought to himself that it was exactly as that kid had said. He gave the order, "This is an order as the Alliance Master. You must obey." Everyone bowed and agreed. Situ Kang continued, "Keep it a secret that the Martial Dragon Troop and I have arrived. It's not that I don't trust you, but I will leave 2 members of the Martial Dragon Troop here. Understood?" They replied in unison, "Understood." Yan Chong turned to command, "Van Thu. Assign 2 brothers to guard the main gate. Understood. Troop leader?" Situ Kang and his group headed deep inside, marching straight into the camp. Everyone inside was utterly stunned. "Alliance leader, give the order. Call the person in charge out here for me." A chubby man quickly hurried off to obey, clearly intimidated by Situ Kang's stern demeanor. Shortly after, he returned with someone. Zhao Junyuan bowed respectfully. Subordinate pays his respects to the Alliance leader. Situ Kang asked, "What is your name?" He quickly replied, "I am Zhao Yuan, the supervisor in charge of the Yangping supply outpost." Situ Kang got straight to the point. "Our arrival must not be leaked. This applies to everyone from the Martial Arts Alliance, currently outside. Is that understood?" He bowed his head and shouted, "Understood." Situ Kang then asked, "When will the main force of the Martial Arts Alliance arrive?" Zhao Junyuan broke into a sweat as he reported, "Currently, the retreat is being delayed due to pursuit by the 4 Black Lotuses. However, if we can link up with the reinforcements, I think the enemy will give up soon. They should arrive by the hour of the bow at the latest." Situ Kang asked, "Why do you think that?" He quickly answered, "The entire main force of the 4 Black Lotuses cannot possibly pursue us all." He kept his head down and continued, "They still have to tend to their wounded and leave a force behind to guard the unrivaled blade, Diwu Kang, so it is impossible for them to commit their full strength to chasing us." Situ Kang ordered, "Use carrier pigeons to ensure the situation here is not leaked. Before the Martial Arts Alliance's main force arrives, strictly forbid anyone from entering or leaving." Situ Kang then gave another order, "Bring food out here. And wine, too." Zhao Junyuan immediately obeyed. "I hear and obey." Then, everyone scattered to carry out their tasks. Situ Kang sat in his study, reading a stack of letters on his desk. He read through them one by one, finding them ridiculous. Situ Kang sneered, "What a complete farce." Yun Fei frowned and replied, "The reports show they are retreating blindly, without any plan or strategy." Yan Chong added, "The retreat process is enough to make one sigh. Because no specific rules were set for the withdrawal, the losses are growing by the day." Yun Fei picked up a letter. "Those suffering the heaviest losses during the retreat are the rearguard recruits. Since they are a low-level organization, it seems they have been turned into scapegoats." He gritted his teeth. "This is just pure idiocy." He tightened his grip on the letter. "How can someone acting as a strategist be this stupid?" Situ Kang reminded him, "That is indeed the case." His face grew serious as he spoke. "I didn't expect the strategist's competence to be so poor either. In fact, this is his first time dealing with actual warfare." Yun Fei asked with a darkened expression, "Why don't you try letting Zheng Min be the strategist instead?" Situ Kang replied, "She is still too young and a woman. I am afraid not everyone would follow her orders." Yun Fei analyzed. "During the surprise attacks and even this demolition battle, Zheng Min's advice has been incredibly helpful. An incompetent person only increases our losses." Hearing this, Situ Kang asked, "Competence, you say? If that is how you feel, I think you are more suited for the strategist position. Would you like to try?" Yun Fei's jaw dropped in surprise. "Me?" Situ Kang replied seriously. "Yes, you," he replied cautiously. "I only have some minor tricks. It is just because the current strategist is so foolish that I look smart by comparison." Yun Fei insisted firmly, "If you grab some random person off the street and put them in the strategist's seat, they would surely do 1,000 times better than that guy. If the current strategist were even a little bit smart, would you even bother looking at me?" His gaze was determined. To run such a massive organization, you need to find someone properly trained for the role. I do not have that kind of ability, Yunfei wondered to himself. That role is obviously a headache. Why would I ever accept it? I would rather die than do it. Situ Kang fell silent and stopped trying to persuade him. The scene shifts to the night. A group of people is approaching from afar toward the camp. Xu Chengyo led the way, complaining. The price we paid was too high. Sima Yingqi echoed him. Indeed, he thought to himself as he walked. Even though it was a split-second decision, if I had known the losses would be this great, I would have found another plan. Because the strategist pushed so hard, I trusted him and went through with it. But I never expected the losses to be this heavy. He was extremely anxious. Aside from killing the leader of the Martial Dragon Alliance, everything else had gone beyond his calculations. Xu Chengyo turned and questioned. Strategist, how do you plan to handle this? I never even dreamed your plan would have such glaring loopholes, he complained. It was your suddenness, strategist, that caused the losses to pile up. At this rate, how can we even fight the 4 Black Lotuses properly? Sima Yingqi tried to justify himself. Wasn't that because the chain of command wasn't executed seriously? If everyone had acted cautiously according to the instructions, how could there have been any losses? Xu Chengyo shouted. Shut your mouth! Delays in the transmission of orders are inevitable. He roared in anger. The one giving the orders should have anticipated that and provided flexible commands, shouldn't they? He continued to scold. Are you expecting the executors to predict everything themselves before they act? Sima Yingqi frowned, thinking to himself. They say one thing before going to the restroom and another after coming out. These people are exactly that type. He stopped talking and silently followed along, still lamenting in his heart. If I had known it would come to this, I would rather not have betrayed the alliance leader. The soldiers saw them and quickly bowed and opened the gate. They quickly stepped inside the camp. And Xingzhe breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, we have reached a safe place. Chiang'an added, now we can finally get some rest. Suddenly, their eyes widened in shock. What? Situ Kang was standing there calmly, looking at them. They were terrified and couldn't believe their eyes. Alliance leader Xu Chengyo was also stunned, wondering, how are they still alive? He quickly bowed and offered his respects. I pay my respects to the alliance leader. Kui Chengji's hair stood on end from surprise. It is such a relief to see you are safe and sound. Sima Yingqi was still agape. It is truly great that you are safe. A surge of pressure descended, making them too afraid to speak. Situ Kang slowly stepped forward. I do not even know how to express how happy I am to see you all again. He walked right up to them. Seeing you all safe like this, I am truly Situ Kang, unleashed a series of techniques toward them. Sima Yingqi was stunned as the blast of martial energy hit him. Cui Chengji was horrified by the sight, while Xu Chengyo was scared out of his wits. Hu Yanxiula was shaken to his core, and Fang Shiji was in complete disbelief. Xu Chengyo broke into a cold sweat. Everyone was terrified by the surge of power. Situ Kang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He was absolutely furious. Sima Yingqi stammered, trembling as he begged, Alliance leader, please, have mercy. The soldiers nearby were stunned, having no idea what was going on, and Xingzhe turned pale at the words. Du Yongzhang was equally shocked. He Wu Yuan spoke up, asking, Why? Situ Kang shouted in a rage. These people plotted to murder me and the Wulong Corps. If not for Corps Leader Ngan and Vice Corps Leader Ngan being there, we would have been blown to pieces by their trap at the Vindang District outpost. They intentionally left me and the Wulong Corps at the outpost and triggered the explosive thunder and heaven-suppressing thunder. Everyone listening was bewildered. How could such a thing be possible? Sima Yingqi's face drained of all color upon hearing this. Situ Kang continued to shout, Tomorrow, the battle against the 4 Black Alliances begins again. With the assets they embezzled, this campaign shouldn't face any issues with military supplies. Situ Kang continued, Therefore, I sentence them to take the soul-binding pill, and I am confiscating all their assets for the military treasury. Furthermore, they are demoted to foot soldiers and will be stationed on the front lines. The group gasped in horror. Sima Yingqi trembled as he pleaded, Alliance leader, I beg of you, please, not the soul-binding pill. Nganxiong turned and whispered to Yunfei, The soul-binding pill is a secret technique of the Sichuan Tang clan. It is the most terrifying prohibition in history, and there is no known antidote. He continued to explain that if the victim doesn't take the neutralizing pill once a month, they will suffer agonizing pain for an entire week before dying. Situ Kang barked angrily, Silence. You are all traitors who plotted to kill your own comrades. His gaze was cold and piercing as he commanded, Bring it here. Zhao Junyuan slowly brought something forward. Yunfei glanced at it, thinking to himself, So that is the soul-binding pill? Tu Shu, you had one shoved into his mouth, his eyes rolling back in terror. Thu Thu Ko frantically pleaded, but was silenced as the pill was forced into his mouth. Please, have mercy. Wu Handao could not resist, and was also forced to swallow one. Fuang Thachao was not spared either. Sima Yingqi tried to beg, but it was useless. Please, Situ Kang spoke up. If you truly repent for your past mistakes and redeem yourselves through service, I will allow you to receive the monthly pill. But if I see no sign of reform later, I will cut off your supply. They trembled, too terrified to speak. Gong Xiao stepped forward and said, Amitabha, alliance leader, does this humble monk feel that this punishment might be a bit too excessive? Situ Kang glanced at him. Master Gong Xiao, when you say excessive, what exactly are you implying? Gong Xiao replied that these men had led the martial arts alliance for the past 10 years. To cast them into the abyss in an instant like this monk feels it is a bit heartless. Amitabha, Yunfei, standing nearby, thought to himself, typical monk. He knows nothing of the harsh realities of the world. What a wasted life. Situ Kang retorted. If they had known how to use the outpost as a tactical shield for the battle, they wouldn't have suffered such a humiliating defeat. Their greed to eliminate me and the Wulong Corps led them to force a senseless retreat. During that retreat, the Alliance suffered terrible losses. They sacrificed young talents just to pave a way for their own escape. Gong Xiao was left speechless. Amitabha. Situ Kang cut him off. Are you still telling me I should forgive them? The monk bowed his head and replied, Amitabha. This monk did not realize the depth of their sins. Situ Kang turned and shouted, those who are injured, tend to your wounds and prepare to rest. The perimeter guard will be commanded by the Vermilion Bird Hall Master. Vice Hall Master, set up a defensive perimeter and monitor the movements of the 4 Black Alliances closely. He declared clearly, we will hold a new election for the Hall Masters of the 4 Great Martial Forces and a new military advisor. The selection will be decided through a meeting. All martial artists from the rank of Corps Leader and above gather at the temporary headquarters. Situ Kang turned to Gong Xiao. Master Gong Xiao, please join the commanders at the headquarters. These are matters that need to be handled quickly. The monk raised his hands and bowed. This monk understands. Alliance leader, Amitabha. Yunfei watched their departing figures, then turned back to his people, reminding them, let's get some rest too. Everyone was delighted, thinking, thanks to the Vice Corps leader, we've escaped death's door so many times now. The wounded soldiers began to sit down and rest, their faces covered in dirt and scratches. As they gathered to treat their wounds, their expressions were weary and drained. The group of disgraced leaders looked at the soldiers, thinking, our main force looks truly pathetic now. Yunfei observed the men holding their swords. He heard that during the retreat, they had used the younger rearguard as cannon fodder, so their numbers had dropped significantly. Everyone looked utterly exhausted. Huang Zunwei approached and said, young hero Engan, long time no see. Yunfei smiled warmly. Brother Huang Zunwei, it's been a long time. Suddenly, Yunfei noticed something. Huang Zunwei turned with great effort, his wounds a testament to the brutal retreat. Vice Corps leader Ha Tai Nguyen was seriously injured and currently in critical condition. Yunfei spoke with a respectful tone. It seems the battle was incredibly fierce. You've all worked hard. Huang Zunwei sighed. If only the fighting had actually been fierce, it wouldn't be this frustrating. Fewer than 30% of the Iron Dragon Corps survived. He offered a bitter smile, thinking about what those bastards had done. The current punishment still felt too light. Yunfei replied, those people are no longer human. Even though it hurts to talk about. Do you know how far the 4 Black Alliances have advanced? We were too busy escaping to gather any information. He replied, I estimate they are only about half a day's travel from here. He recounted that, as soon as the Martial Arts Alliance's reinforcements appeared, the 4 Black Alliance's pursuit team retreated, so that estimate should be accurate. Tomorrow morning, the Invincible Blade Emperor and his loyal organization will likely join them here. Yunfei listened with extreme seriousness, his brow furrowing in discomfort. This is bad. Huang Zunwei said his goodbyes. I must go now. I need to look after my men. Yunfei nodded. Safe travels, brother. He glanced into the distance, wondering when the meeting would end. Night began to fall, blanketing everything. The soldiers gathered around small campfires. Everyone was huddled around Yunfei. He sat in the middle of the crowd, deep in thought. Gan Sung slowly approached them, his eyes full of profound meaning. A bit late, isn't it? He looked at the soldiers waiting. I will summarize the decisions made. Gan Sung's expression was serious. First, our Wulong Corps will merge with the Iron Dragon Corps. Young hero Huang Zunwei was the former corps leader and will work alongside you. He stepped in front of Yunfei. As for the Hall, master of the Great Martial Force, we finally agreed to name our 800-man reinforcement force Iron Honor Hall. He looked incredibly annoyed, as if the mere half-hour spent debating that name was why we were running so late. Yunfei was just as baffled, honestly. Everyone always makes such a huge deal out of the most pointless things. Yan Chong summarized the situation. In short, if you're confused, Master, Great Hero of Green Mountain, Lady Heroine Lanhua Xiao Ying, and Great Hero Jade-Faced Sword Demon Yuan Zhu will be the respective leaders of the 4 great martial forces. Yunfei asked, "That's not what's important. What is our job in the Martial Dragon Corps?" Yan Chong replied, "The Martial Dragon Corps will fight on the far right wing against the 4 Black Lotus Army. We'll use the same gong signals as before. 1 long, continuous sound means wait for orders. 3 short sounds mean attack, and a continuous series of short sounds is the retreat signal." He smiled cheerfully, thinking, simple enough. That's good. Though he said that, he was actually furious inside. Are they really going to rely on a gong for combat? Is that what they call strategy? Yan Chong headed toward Zheng Min, who was in the ranks. "Zheng Min, the alliance leader has appointed you as vice strategist. Please head to the temporary command post immediately." She was shocked and asked, "Me?" Yan Chong continued. "The alliance leader originally wanted to appoint you as the lead strategist, but due to the opposition from the newly elected leaders of the 4 great martial forces, you were only given the position of vice strategist. The role of head strategist went to Zhuge Chengdu of the Zhuge family." Zheng Min said irritably, "I have no interest in this. Staying with the Martial Dragon Corps was more fun." Yunfei walked over to cut the conversation short, saying, "An order is an order. How can you refuse? I've already spoken with the alliance leader, so if those old geezers start talking nonsense, feel free to talk back to them." He turned to Yunfei and said, "Staying here would just mean getting stabbed more." She replied, "I get it. Fine, I'll go." Zheng Min bowed her head. "Corps leader, see you later." Yan Chong comforted her, "Hard work, and I hope you achieve great merit." Yunfei started to say something to reassure her. "All right, Zhu." Before he could finish, she had already turned and run off. Yunfei sadly asked himself, "Why is she like that?" Yan Chong replied, "From what I can see, she likes you." He glared at him in disbelief, saying there was no way that was true. He explained, "She wanted to stay, and you were giving her that look. That's why she's mad. If she didn't care about you, she wouldn't have snapped like that." Yunfei said helplessly, "I just want to date a normal girl." Yan Chong smiled to himself, thinking, he's really not honest with himself at all. Scene changed to a clearing where 2 factions were facing off. The opposing soldiers were full of arrogance and intimidation. But our side wasn't backing down either. Wu Kang stepped out, laughing mockingly. "Did those Martial Alliance dogs lose their nerve and run off to hide here?" He laughed boisterously. "A bunch of cowards. Only good at playing hero when stripping women." What a pile of vermin gathered in one spot. The soldiers behind him laughed along. "What a bunch of wimps." Lu Zun. He was so angry he wanted to charge. "Let me go cut that bastard's tongue out." Situ Kang calmed him down. "Stay calm. If we fall for his taunts, we've already lost. Against people like this, you have to fight them on their own terms." Lu Zhen, he asked suspiciously, "But do we have anyone here with the skills to trade insults like that?" He looked at the enemy army and thought about how the voice had carried so far. It required either a naturally booming voice or internal energy of at least 60 years of cultivation. Lu Zhen, he wondered if anyone actually had both. Situ Kang suddenly ordered, "Go call the Vice Corps leader of the Martial Dragon Corps to me." A soldier replied, "Yes, Alliance leader." He dashed toward the nearby crowd. Situ Kang smiled to himself, thinking that kid was truly useful in many ways. Soon, Yunfei and the soldier returned. He bowed. "Alliance leader, did you call for me?" Situ Kang turned and answered, "There's something only you can handle, which is why I called you." He pointed toward the enemy. "Do you see that guy?" He replied, "I do." Situ Kang explained, "Our Martial Alliance warriors aren't used to this kind of vulgarity. Could you step up and show off your skills?" He scratched his head and smiled. "That's not hard. But my language is a bit rough. I'm afraid you'll find it grating." Master Sini spoke up. "These are exactly the times we need that. Can you do it?" Yunfei bowed respectfully. "Yes, Alliance leader." He skipped forward, feeling quite happy. Truth be told, listening to that guy rant had been an eyesore, and his blood was boiling. "Let me show him how it's done." Yunfei stood with his hands on his hips and shouted clearly, "Hey, you little punk, you piece of trash! Do you want me to deep fry your mouth and eat it? Does your rotten mouth stink? Or do you just love barking like a stray dog?" Wu Kang was so angry he nearly exploded. A brat with a sharp tongue. Huh. How did a dog like you end up among such high-class Martial Alliance members? Yunfei yelled back. Trying to talk age with me? Who do you think you are to bark at the Martial Alliance? Did you 4 Black Lotus guys grow up eating dung for the stench to reach all the way over here? The filthy crowd began to clamor again. Don't you run your mouth. I'm only letting you live because you're young, he yelled back in response. You're just wasting food by staying alive. Someone like you would be better off teaching dogs how to sword fight. Stay hiding in your holes, and don't poke your faces into the martial world until you're on your deathbed. Yunfei started provoking him. If you're so mad, why don't you come over and fight? A bunch of trash like you, acting like rags under my feet, daring to talk nonsense? Do you think I'll spit and pierce your forehead, you dragon trash bastard? Wu Kang was so furious he couldn't speak. That bastard. Everyone on this side was wide-eyed. Truly, as expected of the Vice Corps leader. Everyone burst into laughter. It was so satisfying to hear him get scolded like that. The man yelled angrily, You Martial Alliance turtles. Have you all gone mad? You can't match our power. So you bring out a sharp-tongued shrimp just to struggle in death? Yunfei teased him. I've never seen anyone as stupid as you. Are all you 4 Black Lotus guys brainless pigs? If you have something to say, spit it out. Why are you just stuttering? He sighed exhaustedly. You 4 Black Lotus birds. I'll spare you out of pity. Get lost. You're all so pathetic I don't even have the urge to fight anymore. Damn it, Wu Kang snapped back. You miserable brat. Your guts. Before he could finish, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The enemy soldiers were slightly frightened. Damn it, his internal energy isn't enough. Yunfei shouted the final word. Get lost. I don't have time to chat. The soldiers behind him laughed heartily. The opposing soldiers gritted their teeth. What a total bastard. He didn't hesitate and yelled out again. Blade Emperor, you old geezer, do you think there's something here for you to scavenge that you'd come all the way here just to bark like a stray dog? The other side suddenly fell into a dead silence. Yunfei wondered suspiciously, why has the air suddenly turned like this? Both sides stared at each other, their killing intent surging. C2 Kang stood behind him and whispered through internal transmission. Are you confident? Yunfei asked back, confused. Confident in what? C2 Kang transmitted back. Didn't you just challenge the Blade Emperor, Wu Kang, to a duel? His expression remained unchanged as he asked, Don't tell me you did that without knowing what you were getting into? Yunfei broke into a cold sweat and glanced back, bewildered. Me? C2 Kang remained incredibly calm as he transmitted. Cursing the 4 Black Lotuses in general to boost morale is one thing, but calling someone out by name is a declaration of a duel. Yunfei began to panic. You never told me that. C2 Kang's face darkened as he replied. I assumed you knew. Yunfei was sweating bullets. Can I just run away now? C2 Kang transmitted to reassure him. Wu Kang isn't a petty man. Let's hope he goes easy on you for the sake of his reputation. Yunfei looked up at the sky and groaned inwardly. My life is over. The old man raised his blade and stepped forward. This brat has quite a sharp tongue. Let's see if your skills are as good as your mouth. Watching Wu Kang charging toward him with intense heat, Yunfei cursed under his breath. Damn it. I swore I wouldn't fight these powerhouses. This time, I've really stepped on a landmine. He clutched his head, regretting that he hadn't kept his mouth shut. God, I've gone crazy. I've really lost it. Yunfei felt dizzy. If I'm not crazy, why would I do this? The enemy soldiers were hyped up and excited, while everyone on his side looked clearly worried for him. Zheng Min stood to the side, anxious. What should I do? She began to panic on his behalf. Young Master Nan. Yunfei stood facing Wu Kang with a look of extreme determination. Since I've already thrown the spear, I might as well finish the throw. Seeing Yunfei's aura, Wu Kang felt a surge of surprise. Usually, these kids can't even breathe when they face my pressure. Is this brat just ignorant of fear, or does he actually have the guts? Hearing this, Yunfei retorted with a sneer. Hell, is there any man alive who doesn't have a bit of guts? Wu Kang asked angrily. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Yunfei mocked him. What, you crazy old man? Can't you even hear properly now? Are you getting hard of hearing in your old age? The old man roared in fury. You cocky brat. I was going to spare you because you're young. But now Yunfei's eyes went cold. I never asked you to go easy on me. Wu Kang unleashed his aura. You little punk, since you're not afraid, let's do this for real. Yunfei's hand began to transform, covered in a layer of golden scales, and his other hand slowly followed suit. Wu Kang's aura surged, engulfing the area. Yunfei's expression was grim. At worst, I'll just bolt, he thought. The old man unleashed his inner energy and yelled, Have you grown a death wish? Or have you just lost your mind? Yunfei didn't back down and shouted back, "If I hadn't lost my mind, I wouldn't be bothering with the likes of you." Damn it, my mood was already sour enough today. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Wu Kang's eyes. How reckless. You're truly a brat who won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Yunfei snapped back aggressively. That's right. That's exactly who I am. So what? The old man shouted in frustration. I was going to teach you a lesson and let you go, but now I'll make you regret this. You're digging your own grave, Yunfei retorted. Quit your barking and have some shame, you old fogey. You think just because you said a few words, you can act all grown up and walk around like you're somebody? Yunfei spat on the ground. Even the guys older than me, by a year or two, aren't as crazy as you. Who do you think you're setting an example for, you pathetic old man? The more he spoke, the angrier Wu Kang became. Damn this brat. Situ Kang watched the situation from the sidelines, thinking that even the leader of the 4 Black Lotuses would be rattled by the kid's toxic words. Wu Kang roared until his throat went hoarse. You brat, I'll kill you, Yunfei sneered. That's just what you think. With a serious face, he thought, just stall for time. Someone is bound to step in or help sooner or later. Wu Kang's sword flared with light, and Yunfei channeled his power into his fists. Fine, bring it on. He surged forward with all his speed. Wu Kang swung his sword. I'll crush you. His sword smashed into the ground, creating a massive crater. Yunfei had already nimbly dodged behind him. Wu Kang's sword shifted direction, flashing toward him. Yunfei scrambled backward, eyes wide with terror as he stared at the blade. He retreated quickly to keep a safe distance, but the sword kept coming, forcing Yunfei to raise his hands to block. Why is he so fast? Wu Kang's sword collided violently with his hands, the force driving Yunfei backward. He gritted his teeth, holding his ground as he thought to himself. Instantly, the internal energy generated by completing the 500 transformations caused the defenses of his body to melt by more than half. Along with the impact, the energy in his meridians converted into internal strength, bringing a feeling of indescribable exhilaration. Yunfei clenched his fist, focusing all his strength into his right hand. He slowly pushed back Wu Kang's sword, his fist erupting with terrifying power. His internal energy built up, growing stronger and stronger. Suddenly, he threw a punch straight at Wu Kang's face. The old man's eyes flashed with shock. Wu Kang quickly raised his blade to block, his own hand slowly channeling internal energy. As he blocked the punch, he thought, he didn't just parry my heavenly dragon blade, he actually countered? Yunfei's expression remained resolute as his fist met the sword. Wu Kang was suddenly knocked back, unable to hold his ground against the force. Wu Kang's eyes widened in disbelief. The internal energy in that punch is no joke. This kid isn't as easy to handle as he looks. After that blow, Yunfei shook his aching arm. Damn it, that hurts like hell, he told himself. Just keep stalling until he gets bored. If I keep dodging, he'll eventually get bored and call it quits, right? Wu Kang asked in surprise. You're pretty good, kid. What's your name? Yunfei replied firmly. Yunfei. The old man asked again. Do you have a nickname? Yunfei's face soured. Stop being so curious, old man, the old man exclaimed. An arrogant brat for sure. But with that level of skill at his age, it's understandable. Wu Kang unleashed his surging aura. But before the Blade Emperor Wu Kang, you are not allowed to be so cocky. A flash of murderous intent appeared in Wu Kang's eyes. I'll teach you what respect is. He swung his sword and charged at Yunfei again. Yunfei quickly leaped up to dodge the attack. You dodge and speak up. Did you think I'd just stand still and let you hit me? Yunfei, fueled by fierce energy, charges forward again. He nimbly leans to the side, evading the attacks as the blade constantly aims for his face. Beads of sweat drip down his forehead. Suddenly, a burst of light erupts, and Yunfei quickly throws a punch. His fist collides with Wu Kang's blade. Yunfei's face hardens as he shouts while lunging forward, knocking the sword out of Wu Kang's hand. He thinks to himself, if he holds back, he might get countered and blown to bits. As Yunfei raises his fist toward Wu Kang, he muses, unleashing a flurry of rapid-fire punches, moving as fast as a lightning bolt straight toward Wu Kang. The old man breaks out in a cold sweat and yells, "Damn it!" As his punch lands, the old man is sent flying. The attack leaves 2 deep trenches in the ground behind Wu Kang. Yunfei's fist glows with a blue aura. Wu Kang looks on, unable to believe his eyes. So fast and strong, Yunfei lifts his legs to kick him. Old man. The old man quickly draws his blade to block, shouting, "You little brat!" Yunfei's feet slam directly into the blade, causing Wu Kang to stumble backward, unable to hold his ground. Wu Kang thinks in surprise. Such terrifying power. What kind of monster is this? Yunfei frowns. thinking it's time to finish this. He raises his fist again and shouts, "Another barrage." His fists strike out in rapid succession. Wu Kang manages to dodge the blow, enraged as he thrusts his blade forward. Yunfei breaks into a sweat, thinking, there's nowhere left to dodge. As the blade nears him, he catches it with both hands. His eyes widen in panic, glowing with a golden light. As he catches the blade, a flicker of golden internal energy surges from the sword into his hands, and blood begins to spray out. Suddenly, he feels a massive surge of internal energy spreading throughout his entire body. Wu Kang's gaze turns fierce as he roars, "You insolent brat! You dare to catch my blade and smile at me?" By now, Yunfei feels the pressure on his arms intensifying. The old man yells again, "You bastard!" Yunfei sweats and thinks, "Damn it, at this rate, I'm really done for." He hangs his head, his eyes showing his frustration. He cannot let it end like this. Yunfei gathers all his strength, swings his arms and screams. His eyes go dark as blood trickles from his nose. His eyes flash as he thinks, now's the time. He slams his hands into the ground with all his might, his fists radiating an overwhelming power. Wu Kang wears an eager expression, muttering to himself, "Brat, have you given up?" Yunfei unleashes his Earthmind technique. The old man's eyes widen in shock. The technique surges forward, blowing Wu Kang away. Both are thrown back by the shockwave. The old man uses his blade to stabilize himself. So it's that martial art. Situ Kang looks surprised. "So you're the apprentice of that, Tui Diep. You were the one who threw that filthy liquid last time, weren't you?" Yunfei spits out blood and retorts, "Since you already lost to my master, stop calling him Thui Diep." Enraged by this, the old man shouts, "I've been wondering how to settle that humiliation. You brought yourself here perfect." Wu Kang's face darkens as he swings his sword, which emits a surge of internal energy. Yunfei feels a hint of panic. "Damn it, a blade aura!" The old man scolds him. "It's your own fault for picking the wrong master. Blame him if you want." Yunfei jokingly retorts, "Old man, you talk too much and it's annoying. Can you stop charging in now?" Wu Kang swings his blade in a rage. "You ungrateful little brat." Yunfei runs forward, muttering, "Geez, why do you talk so much? I should have just attacked first to settle the score." The old man swings his blade forward, shouting, "Arrogant brat!" Yunfei punches the center of the blade, releasing a wave of internal energy. A smug smirk appears on his face. Yunfei dodges to the side, throwing a punch. His fist continues to gather internal energy as a sudden, intense pressure descends. Yunfei swings his hand, releasing a blast of pressurized air. He thinks to himself, "I missed." Wu Kang slashes at Yunfei's shoulder and says smugly, "Kid, it's over." Yunfei looks back in surprise. His hand has actually blocked the old man's blade. He smirks, "You fell for it." Annoyed, Wu Kang swings his sword again, but Yunfei raises his hand to parry. He feels the internal energy inside his body surging and lets out a loud laugh. Yunfei screams. The pain feels like his fist is being crushed, spreading through his body, yet the energy flowing through his meridians feels strangely euphoric. Tears stream down his face, but he charges forward with excitement. The old man rushes to meet the bastard. Yunfei laughs uncontrollably, charging in like a madman. Wu Kang pivots to dodge Yunfei's attack. He seizes the opportunity to swing his arm, grabbing Yunfei by the throat and slamming him hard into the ground. Yunfei cries out in pain. "Damn it!" Wu Kang looks down at him triumphantly. "Did you think the same trick would work on me twice?" Yunfei retorts sarcastically. "Damn it. You call yourself a Blade Emperor, but you fight like a coward?" The old man swings his blade in fury. "You're the one acting like a maniac. Let me send you on your way so you can stop yapping." Yunfei curses in his heart. "Damn it. Why did that old master have to teach me martial arts? Now I'm gonna die for nothing while I'm still so young." As the sword descends like a gust of wind, the old man suddenly freezes in his tracks. Situ Kang appears behind him and speaks up. "Stop." Wu Kang snaps his head around. "What are you doing?" he asks sternly. "Aren't we in the middle of a duel?" Situ Kang waves his hand decisively. "I must kill this brat." Wu Kang tightens his grip on Yunfei's throat. The boy thinks in frustration, can't breathe. Situ Kang grabs the blade from behind, stating firmly, "If we don't kill him today, he'll surely become an unfathomable disaster in the future." Situ Kang looks determined. "Then I have no choice but to draw my sword." Wu Kang frowns. "Go ahead." As he raises his sword, Situ Kang counters. "If we fight each other, it'll escalate into an all-out war." He replies firmly, "If we fight now, both sides will suffer heavy losses, and others will only reap the benefits." Wu Kang falls into deep thought. Situ Kang continues to advise, "Isn't that the reason you can't act on your impulses?" But in his heart, he thinks differently. Honestly, there are some among his subordinates he really wants to see disappear. He holds the sword tightly and speaks via internal voice transmission. So what do you want? Wu Kang replies via transmission. Let me deal with those people first. Then we can have our all-out war or whatever you want. He reflects in his heart. True, if an all-out war breaks out now, only the demon sect will benefit. I must avoid that for now. Wu Kang slowly begins to agree. Fine, we'll end it here for today, but if you get in my way next time, I won't show any mercy. He loosened his grip. Immediately, Situ Kang's hand, which had been holding his sword, also let go. Yunfei lay on the ground, dripping with sweat. Situ Kang thought to himself, I was planning to attack since the martial arts alliance seemed to be falling apart, yet in an instant, they've cleared out the 4 great force leaders and their strategist, stabilizing the situation. Wu Kang mused. If it were that old geezer as usual, he definitely couldn't have pulled this off. I don't know where it started going wrong. He sent a telepathic message to his opponent. Tomorrow, I'll send the Red Tiger Hall as the vanguard. Wu Kang turned to Situ Kang and continued. I intend to send the Red Tiger Hall leader, Wu Fu Mo Suo, out to the front. Take him out for me. Situ Kang replied, Fine. He glanced behind him and said, We'll settle this once and for all tomorrow. He agreed. So be it. Wu Kang turned and headed toward his side, retreating his troops. Situ Kang looked down at Yunfei, who was lying on the ground, speechless. Watching him lying motionless, he sighed helplessly. He's exhausted. Switching scenes to everyone's village, Situ Kang stood by the bed, looking at Yunfei. He smiled and said, Wu Kang, that vicious old man. I wondered why he let go so easily. Turns out he already shattered everything inside. Situ Kang helped him up. Yunfei sat up, eyes closed, brow furrowed in discomfort. He placed his hand on the boy's back, and a surge of internal energy flowed from Situ Kang's palm into his body. I have to channel my energy to clear these blocked meridians. He widened his eyes in shock. What is this? Situ Kang tried to channel his internal energy, but it didn't work. He thought to himself, the internal energy is bouncing back as if blocked by a giant wall. He broke into a cold sweat. This is going to be difficult. Yunfei trembled and opened his mouth to say, Alliance leader. Situ Kang asked with concern. All right, are you still okay? He asked back, trembling. Looking at this state, do you think I'm okay? He reassured him, don't resist, just accept the energy I'm sending. At this rate, you'll become a hollow shell. Yunfei hesitated. It's useless. Please just take me to. Situ Kang, the leader of the martial dragon group, frowned in anger. What are you saying? You need urgent treatment right now. The boy closed his eyes, bowed his head slightly, and stammered. Hurry. Take me to Brother Chong. Fast. He sighed helplessly and said, I understand. Arriving at the martial dragon group's base, Yan Chong stood by the bed, looking at Yunfei. Young brother, Yunfei, wake up. Yunfei groaned in pain. Brother Yan Chong. Yan Chong answered anxiously. Yes, I'm here. He said tremblingly. Hit me. Situ Kang stood by, surprised, thinking, huh? Hit him? Yan Chong turned serious. I understand. Yan Chong knelt down and gently held Yunfei up. Situ Kang looked confused and asked hurriedly, What the hell are you doing? He raised his fist. I'm saving his life. A fist flew out, striking Yunfei square in the chest. The boy opened his mouth, laughing harder. Yan Chong punched him again, even harder. Yunfei giggled some more. Harder. He looked at him confused but followed orders. I get it. Yan Chong clenched his fist again, using all his strength to strike Yunfei. The floor collapsed, and he lay on the ground in pain. He widened his eyes, watching as the boy's complexion seemed to turn rosy again. Situ Kang and the others watching from the shadows were astonished. Momo Zhuangyuan stood at the door, thinking, why are they treating a wounded person like a dog? Yan Chong turned back to look. Alliance leader. Give me a hand too. Just use a fist filled with internal energy and pound on our young brother. He looked at him, bewildered. What in the hell is this? He pondered. Our young brother is training in a martial art that requires taking hits to gain strength. Situ Kang stammered. What am I supposed to do? Yan Chong looked down, tearing up. You just need to adjust your internal energy and increase the force of your strikes. I'm currently using about 10 years worth of power in each punch. Just follow that. He pondered. Okay, I understand. Situ Kang swiftly used all his strength to punch Yunfei in the chest. He cried out in pain. Outside, the others gathered in a group, waiting. Momo Zhuangyuan suddenly spoke up. Even if we lost the battle, the opponent is a senior martial artist, after all. This old man cannot just stand by and watch this kind of treatment. Huang Zunwei saw this and spoke up. That's right. Jungmin cried while lamenting. Exactly. This is too much. Du Yifan stood with his arms crossed. The man fought the invincible Blade Emperor before losing. If they can't offer him a compliment, why are they beating him like that? Even the demonic faction wouldn't pull something like that. She made a sour face. I never expected the group leader to be such a cold-blooded person. I always thought he was a warm person. I'm so disappointed. He turned to her and countered, no way, he's definitely a warm-hearted person. It's just that the alliance leader is forcing him to do this. Zheng Min frowned. Even if the alliance leader is forcing him, beating up his own sworn brother like that doesn't make him much of a man. Momo Zhuangyuan peeked through the door. Look. Now it's the alliance leader's turn to hit him. Everyone around was stunned. Even the alliance leader? He said, with a serious expression. The alliance leader and the group leader, they really are heartless. Yunfei sweated profusely and spoke up. That's enough. Situ Kang asked worriedly. Are you really okay? He slowly used his hands to push himself up. I'm feeling much better. Thank you, Brother Chong. Thank you, alliance leader. He looked at him and suddenly realized. Now I understand why your master did that. Yunfei replied wearily. The martial art I study is a bit strange. It really is an exhausting discipline. Situ Kang continued. I thought you were dead for sure. He darkened his face and replied, do you think I'm that easy to kill? I have to live long enough to earn a fortune before I can go home. Huang Zunwei stood in the crowd and suddenly said, he can still smile after being beaten like that. The vice group leader really is a true man, Zheng Min said with an agitated expression. The vice group leader was already a real man to begin with. Shui Li, hidden in the crowd, thought to herself, that girl seems quite concerned about the young hero. She fell into deep thought. They don't know that the young hero is the type who gets stronger the more he gets hit. Shui Li looked at Zheng Min's smug expression and worried. But if I tell them that, everyone might jump in and want to beat him up. Switching to the next day at the camp, the morning sun shone on the roofs of the barracks. Soldiers were training hard, beginning to gather and form ranks. Yan Chong stood at the front, commanding and observing everyone. He asked worriedly, are you sure you can fight? Yunfei answered firmly, if I asked for time off just because of a little pain, people would laugh at me until I died. Yan Chong smiled with satisfaction. Don't overdo it, he replied nonchalantly. I wouldn't be here if I couldn't handle it. If I felt I was in real danger, I wouldn't go out even if the alliance leader forced me. His eyes glinted with a profound, playful look as he replied, well, I can take care of myself. Yan Chong then called out to everyone there. Shall we make a bet on who racks up more kills today? Yunfei's eyes widened in shock. A bet? He asked, sounding skeptical. Doesn't that sound a bit out of character for you, brother? He countered. Why would it be? You seem like the type to live by the book, like some scholar at a study hall. Yan Chong flared up at that. All right, now this is a matter of pride. I am a real man, you know. To defend his honor, he insisted on the bet. If we're betting, we're doing it right. Whoever takes down the fewest of the 4 Black Lotus members today has to treat the entire Volong squad to drinks. What do you think? He asked confidently. I'm fine with it, but are you sure about yourself? Yan Chong teased with a smirk. If you were in your normal state, I wouldn't dare make this bet. But aren't I at an advantage today? Yunfei replied, brother, you've got quite a cunning side to you, don't you? He taunted. If you're not confident, we can call it off. Yunfei didn't hesitate. You're on. Let's do it. Yunfei thought to himself, he just wants to make sure we don't die so we can have drinks tonight. The soldiers fell into line and marched out in unison. Beneath the blazing sun, they quickly reached the enemy's ambush point. Situ Kang stood at the front of the army and shouted, Red Tiger Hall, move out! The soldiers charged toward the enemy with swords drawn. Cutting to the enemy side, the master of the Red Tiger Hall from the Vo Manor, Situ Kang, appeared and bellowed, Azure Dragon Hall, advance and crush their spirits. The two armies roared as they sprinted toward each other, the cries of battle echoing across the field. The new hallmaster of the Heavenly Dragon Hall, Dubat, and his men were fired up, while the opposing side radiated an equally intense aura. They were all bloodthirsty and eager to clash. Both sides charged, weapons swinging. In the name of justice, hundreds of warriors fought fiercely. Their weapons collided, sparking with blinding light. A warrior behind yelled, You brat! Let me, Dubat, take care of you! A warrior lunged forward, brimming with excitement. Do you think a shrimp like you can handle even one blow from me? Dubat gripped his 2 weapons and charged. You blockhead. You're as stupid as you look. I'll personally rip that useless head off your shoulders. The 2 weapons slammed together, unleashing a powerful flash of light. Their feet dug into the ground as they traded blows. The warrior was shoved back by brute force with a shout. Your techniques are pathetic and cheap. Dubat triumphantly pointed his weapon at his opponent. The warrior hurriedly raised his shield to block. He groaned in pain as he took a heavy hit. Feeling the upper hand, Dubat excitedly rushed forward. This time, I'm taking your head. The warrior could only struggle to defend himself against his opponent's aggressive shouts. You cowardly little rat! The axe was knocked out of his hand, spinning through the air. Dubat saw it and quickly parried the incoming axe, then flashed a victorious grin. Already giving up? The warrior didn't look afraid. Instead, he offered a scornful smile. Not bad. In that case, I'll give you a proper fight. In an instant, his eyes and entire body seemed to radiate fierce power. The clothes on his body shredded into tiny pieces, and his eyes emitted a blinding golden light. Seeing this, Dubat couldn't help but be shocked. What? The warrior's entire body grew to a massive size. I'm going to kill you! No sooner had he finished speaking than he reached out his giant hand toward Dubat. He hurriedly pointed his weapon at his opponent. What a monster! But the massive hand easily grabbed the weapon. Dubat couldn't believe his eyes. You blocked the short spear with your bare hands? The warrior caught the look of shock on his face and smirked. Surprised. Are you? He effortlessly snatched the short spear from Dubat's grip without even exerting much effort. Dubat looked at his empty hands and retreated slightly. The warrior then spoke up. Look into my eyes. After those words, he noticed something was wrong. The warrior's eyes no longer glowed, but had shifted into concentric circles, a gaze that seemed to pull the observer into an endless void. Dubat froze upon seeing it. Elsewhere, a line of men stood solemnly, waiting. Yunfei's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. What is that about? Yanchong asked quietly. What's wrong? He voiced his suspicion. It looks like the 4 Black Lotus are about to show their true colors. That statement left him confused. True colors? Yunfei didn't answer but asked seriously. Do you remember the group we encountered before? The time with Track Kai-an and Teach Kai-an? Hearing this, Yanchong couldn't hide his disgust. I remember. A bunch of scum, truly. His face showed his growing indignation as he spoke. Those people disguised themselves as warriors of the Martial Arts Alliance to attack us. They were so cruel and ruthless that even thinking about it makes me shudder. Yunfei then shared his theory. Maybe they've finally shown themselves. No wonder I thought dealing with these 4 Black Lotus members was too easy. Yanchong's face turned pale. Does that mean something terrible is about to happen again? Suddenly, a fierce battle broke out on this side. Tian Tui Diep slashed at the person who attacked him, and others charged forward. Wu Handao landed a lethal sword strike, while Fuang Thachao remained engrossed in the fight, sighing inwardly. Damn it, a master who has reached the pinnacle like me is forced to deal with these small-time pests. My fate is truly miserable. Tu Thu Hu didn't rest for a moment either. Those struck by him showed clear signs of pain, falling one by one. The old man calmly observed the results of his efforts, then muttered to himself, Damn it, is this all there is to life? Tu Thu Hu, who happened to be standing nearby, heard him and spoke up. He said if we perform, we'll be granted clemency. Now we have no choice but to believe that and keep going. Tu Thu Hu easily defeated an opponent charging at him, unable to stop complaining. Damn it, what is this? Our level has been dragged down so low. Then, both of them sensed something. Wu Hangdao and Fuang Takhao also felt it. This is demonic energy. Tu Thu Hu turned his head toward the source of the feeling. He looked at the battle between the warrior and Dobat and concluded it was him. Fuang Thachao knew it too and suggested they go help. But Tu Thu Hu refused. If we make it too easy, they won't learn their lesson. His expression turned deathly serious, especially when the demonic energy appeared. Shouldn't we wait for him to truly feel the shadow of death closing in? Thoi Thu Ko nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right. I don't want to save him just to get cursed at later. He signaled to the burly Mo, So Dao. Hey, big guy, drop that giant axe on his head, get out of here. But suddenly, a sword blocked the axe blade. This made him glare, roaring in anger. Who's there? He then slammed his fist into the gut of Fuang Thachao, who had just rushed in, shouting, Wake up. He felt a dangerous, strange sensation inside his own body. Thoi Thu Ko, standing behind him, channeled his energy and whispered, You've been hit with a soul-snatching spell. As the strange feeling faded, Fuang Thachao wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Thank you for saving my life. Tu Thuahu lunged with his sword toward Mo So Dao, thinking to himself, It's definitely demonic energy. He demanded, Are you one of them? Are you from the demonic cult? Mo So Dao didn't answer but sneered instead. Wulin Alliance, you all actually have brains, don't you? I didn't expect you to guess it, hiding experts like you in the vanguard. His eyes narrowed. But tell me, are you one of us? Hearing that question, Tu Thuahu shouted back in frustration. What nonsense are you spouting? Aren't you the one from the demonic cult? Due to his carelessness, he was hit by a palm strike and fell to the ground. Seeing this, his opponent stepped closer. If you're not part of the cult, why interfere in our business? If you pledge loyalty to the Demon King and worship the holy fire, I might consider letting you know. Tuthua, angrier than ever, swung his sword. Let's see if you can still smile after I hack off your limbs. But Moso Dao easily blocked the strike with his axe. However, the sword tip whizzed through the air, piercing the back of Moso Dao's neck. He cursed in pain. You cowards, you'll be seeing hell soon enough. Thoithuko, who had thrown the sword, calmly replied, We're already living in hell. Moso Dao collapsed to the ground. A henchman screamed in terror. The division leader has fallen. They began to scatter in a panic. Retreat, run! The members of the Woolen Alliance beamed with joy. The sky above was clear, and the two armies stood facing each other, ready for battle. Yunfei spoke up. It looks like the all-out war is about to begin. Yanchong warned him, Stay alert, brother. He replied with eyes full of confidence. I'll survive no matter what. Don't worry about me. His brother smiled faintly. I believe you, Yunfei added, and our Wulong group will survive too. Yanchong agreed. That's the spirit. Sun Weijue, standing behind them, piped up. You're making me sad. Don't leave us out. Yunfei turned back with a grin. That's right. We're all family here. His brother smiled. It's an honor to fight alongside you all. The righteous army seemed to have a protective barrier. The enemy charged toward them with piercing screams. Kill all those righteous bastards. On this side, someone shouted, In the name of justice, defeat the 4 black lotuses. Hearing the cry, the soldiers surged with fighting spirit. Yanchong ordered, Advance. Close the gap. The two sides clashed fiercely on the outer flank. They fought amidst chaotic screams. Kill them all. A demonic cult soldier lunged with a spear toward Yunfei. He dodged and threw a punch, slamming into the soldier and sending him and his weapon flying. Sun Weijue also smashed his fist into another enemy's face. Yanchong called for support. Little brother, help me deal with those bastards over there. As enemies were sent flying, Yunfei dashed toward the designated target, but a metal sphere flew toward him. Yunfei scrambled to block the heavy blow. He managed to stop it, but he cursed inwardly. This iron flail is too heavy, my fist is going numb. An enemy soldier stared in shock. Where did this brat come from? Yunfei rotated his wrist with a smug look. And, what kind of trash are you? Hearing the mockery, the guy was furious. You arrogant little, do you know who I am? But before he could finish, Yunfei lunged with his fist. I don't care! The enemy swung his iron flail toward him. Die! Yunfei watched wide-eyed as the sphere flew at him. The flail struck his arm, and his face twisted in pain, but Yunfei quickly regained his composure and charged at his opponent. He threw a punch into the face of his attacker, sending the guy sprawling to the ground. Nearby, Sun Weijue was busy cutting down anyone who rushed at him. Yanchong was also displaying his strength, both sides clashing in a storm of screams. Take this! A young Woolen disciple landed a sharp sword strike. Everyone kept fighting. One man blocked a sword strike from an opponent, while Han Shuai unleashed her own techniques. The battlefield descended into chaos. The demonic cult members were panicked. Get out of the way! One man, fearless, charged forward. Let me take you on. Yunfei set his jaw and threw a punch forward. Yanchong dove into the fray as the enemy screamed, Get back! Sun Weijue unleashed a powerful punch, sending an enemy flying. Seeing the scene, others couldn't help but gasp, their legs trembling as they begged, Don't come any closer, please. Elsewhere, a group watched the battle intently. Wukong looked at his broken forces and sighed. I've been preparing for 20 years. Yet I still can't gain the upper hand? He whispered. Strategist? The man addressed stepped forward respectfully. Alliance leader, please give your command. This was the strategist of the 4 black lotuses, the demon brain. Bui Tai Nguyen. Wukong said with a hint of weariness. I'm afraid we can't keep this up, can we? Bui Tai Nguyen consoled him. The martial power of both sides is balanced, making it difficult to determine a victor quickly. He continued. If we keep fighting like this, it will likely lead to mutual destruction. Wukong closed his eyes in exhaustion. If the Black Horse squad were still intact, we could have wiped them out in an instant. What a pity. Hearing his leader, Bui Tai Nguyen bowed low to apologize. You're right. I didn't expect the Woolen Alliance to play such a reckless card. It's my fault. But Wukong had no intention of blaming him. I didn't expect the Alliance Master to gamble with his own life to lure the Black Horse squad either. Suddenly, a henchman rushed in, screaming, Alliance leader, disaster, all is lost. Hearing this, Both men turned around in unison. "What happened?" the man reported, his face pale with panic. "Our main headquarters in Shanxi is under attack." Hearing that announcement, Wu Kang was instantly startled and panicked. Have the Murim Alliance people lost their minds? How dare they ambush me from behind? Seeing he had misunderstood the situation, the messenger hurriedly clarified. "No, that's not it, sir. The group attacking the headquarters was reported to be from the demonic cult." Upon hearing this, Wu Kang became even more panicked. "The demonic cult?" He hurriedly ordered the messenger, "Give me a clear report." Receiving the order, the messenger hurriedly recounted. According to the urgent message, the headquarters has been completely wiped out by the demonic cult. The survivors are fleeing in this direction. The messenger held out a piece of paper. Seeing the contents of the note, Wu Kang's face turned pale. After reading it, he hurriedly ordered Bu Taiyuan, advisor, issue an order to retreat immediately. Tell the command squad and the honor guard to cover our forces' withdrawal. I will try to negotiate with alliance leader Tu Dukong. Receiving the order, he bowed respectfully. As you command. Bu Taiyuan turned to instruct the men behind him. Pass the order to retreat at once. The man received the order and immediately blew a horn to signal them. The group currently fighting saw the signal in the air, ordering the entire army to fall back. They received the order and shouted to one another, "Retreat! Retreat immediately!" The Murim group saw this and were confused. Why are they suddenly doing this? One man roared loudly, "Alliance leader Tu Dukong, stop the fighting. I have something to discuss with you." Hearing this, Tu Dukong felt confused. What kind of trick was this? Zhuge Chengdu, standing behind him, spoke up. "Alliance leader, don't pay attention to them. Now is the time to press the advantage." Tu Dukong agreed. "That's right. In battle, you must not miss the chance. All warriors, pursue the remnants of the 4 Black Lotuses to the end." After that, he ordered his entire army to kill them all. Another voice sounded from behind him. "Alliance leader." Hearing this, Tu Dukong turned his head back. He looked at the messenger and asked, "Aren't you Zhao Junyuan, the manager of the Yangping outpost? Why are you here in such a rush?" Zhao Junyuan, who had just arrived, stuttered, "Alliance leader, a major disaster has occurred." Seeing him like that, the leader grew impatient. "Stop acting so flustered and give me a proper report." Zhao Junyuan panted and recounted the incident. "I heard that the Murim alliance has fallen." Hearing this, Tu Dukong couldn't help but be startled. "What did you just say?" The messenger saw the leader's reaction and didn't know what to do. "That is what was written in the Falcon message I just received." The more he heard, the less Tu Dukong could believe his ears. How could such an absurd thing happen? The Henan Murim alliance couldn't possibly be taken down so easily. Zhao Junyuan helplessly confirmed it once more. "It even has the handprint of the secret pavilion master, Xu Zhengyu. This information is definitely accurate." Seeing that certainty, he became confused. What kind of madness is this? Tu Dukong tried to regain his composure. But who did it? The messenger replied immediately. It was the demonic cult. He was shocked. The demonic cult? Tu Dukong's face showed clear exhaustion. Those bastards. They targeted us while we were busy fighting the 4 Black Lotuses. Then he raised his voice with authority. "Issue an order to retreat. Stop the fighting immediately." Drums sounded with urgency. The Murim people who were fighting heard the drums and realized this was an order to withdraw. After ordering his troops, Tu Dukong realized that Wu Kang must have also tasted defeat at the hands of the demonic cult, which was why he had ordered a retreat. His eyes turned sharp. It was highly likely that the main headquarters of the 4 Black Lotuses had also been destroyed. Zhuge Chengdu, standing to the side, couldn't help but calculate the situation. The demonic cult, a fanatical sect, the most powerful single organization with over 100,000 followers. His train of thought continued. 10 years ago, thanks to the martial emperor defeating the heavenly demon, they were able to stop the rise of the demonic cult. But now, except for a few, no one knew the whereabouts of the martial emperor. The more he thought, the more his thoughts raced. Previously, whenever they invaded the Central Plains, the demonic cult would arrogantly declare war before launching a massive offensive. 10 years ago, the last time they attacked, things were still the same. Zhuge Chengdu's face became serious. But this time they were taking advantage of the great righteous demonic war to launch a surprise attack. This meant they would not just be fighting with brute strength like before. He looked at the battle before him, a dangerous beast that had also become cunning. There was nothing more terrifying than that. The battle below was still raging. Yunfei received the order to retreat. Although confused, he quickly realized why they were being ordered to pull back. Something must have happened. He put his hands on his hips and said to the person next to him, "Hey, retreat." The person next to him heard but didn't react. Seeing this, Yunfei became confused. Well, retreat. Do you want to wait until the end? The other man pointed his sword at him, emitting a tremendous power. Feeling the strength from that person, Yunfei thought to himself, the energy radiating from this guy makes my skin go numb, like I'm being pricked by needles. The man swung his sword at him with a smug look. You must die. The tip of the sword seemed to be emitting a dark aura. Yunfei used both hands to block the incoming strike. The man was surprised. You blocked it? On his end, Yunfei tried to resist the power of that aura. It was an energy he had never felt before. A sinister, chilling force was attacking his acupoints and circulation. His face was drenched in sweat from the struggle. It felt as if someone was twisting and strangling his entire body. Internally, it felt like 10,000 needles were stabbing wildly. His whole body was trembling, and the little internal energy remaining in his dantian was flowing out in a futile attempt to resist. The power within Yunfei was also pouring out of his body. This wasn't resistance. It was the natural energy of the Qianwu divine arts, merging with that sinister aura, causing pain that cut to the bone. His legs were shaking as he stood his ground, as if he couldn't hold on anymore. Suddenly, his legs buckled, and a stream of black blood sprayed from a wound on his leg. Yunfei fell to the ground just like that. The man saw him fall, and a smug smile appeared on his lips. Humph. Just as I thought. A small fry like you couldn't possibly withstand demonic chi. After that, he turned his back and walked away. I wasted so much time on this bastard. C2 Hu felt like chasing after him. Stop right there. But he stopped short, looking at the figure that had already run far away, realizing too late, one step too slow. Looking at Yunfei lying on the ground, C2 Hu speculated. He's been struck by demonic arts. A look of joy mixed with regret appeared on his face. In the end, he's going to die like this, is he? After sighing, he turned and left. Yunfei lay there, strange veins appearing on his face. On this side, Yanchong realized something and shouted loudly, "The vice captain isn't here. Everyone, go find him." Upon hearing this, everyone present immediately scattered in all directions to search. The expressions of Yanchong and Huang Zunwei showed clear worry. Seeing Yunfei, Qinmin screamed, "Vice captain!" Hearing her cry, the others rushed over, shocked by the state he was in. Unable to wait, Yanchong called out, "Yunfei, stay still." Yunfei lay on the ground, his body trembling, letting out incoherent moans. Qinmin's eyes welled up with tears. Vice Captain Shui Li looked on with reddened eyes, whispering, "Good heavens, our poor vice captain." The fox-faced Asura stood by, watching them, thinking to himself, "You bastards are the reason he's in this state." He silently vowed that he would make them pay for this humiliation 100 times over. Yanchong's group rushed to carry Yunfei away. After they moved him, he began coughing up blood, but he had regained consciousness. He took off his robe and sat cross-legged on the platform. He could feel something strange. His body felt like it was burning. Thankfully, the Kenvu divine art was fighting back, though his brow remained furrowed in deep thought. The demonic energy had already seeped deep into his bone marrow, making it feel as if his body were being torn apart. Suddenly, he felt a surge of power hit his back, and blood trickled from his teeth. Yunfei tried not to let it distract him. The Kanvu divine art was being slowly devoured by the demonic energy. His brow furrowed even tighter, his lips curling slightly. At this rate, his dantian would soon be completely flooded with demonic energy. He silently assessed his fate. If he didn't die, he would lose his sanity and become a mindless killing machine. Suddenly, Yunfei opened his eyes. Something was stirring in his middle dantian. He glanced down. Perhaps the continuous impacts during the battle had forced a portion of his internal energy into his middle dantian. A massive force was concentrated in his gut. When his lower dantian was in danger, the internal energy lying dormant in his middle dantian finally awakened. Yunfei suddenly realized a violent surge of power was erupting from within him. The internal energy in his middle dantian was oscillating wildly. Yunfei closed his eyes again to focus. The pressure kept rising, and his intent felt as explosive as the power within him. The internal energy in his middle dantian surged, pouring through his dantian acupoint. Yunfei's entire body began to tremble as the energy from his middle dantian pushed back the demonic power. It flowed down into his lower dantian. In a flash, it passed through his Huayin acupoint and followed the path of the small heavenly circuit, melting away all the demonic energy. Sweat beaded on his face. He had to use the Kanvu, divine art, to guide the energy from his middle dantian through one full heavenly circuit. Yunfei gritted his teeth, his jaw clenched so tight that more blood spilled out. Terrifying currents of energy appeared on his shoulders, and his veins bulged as he released the pressure. Yunfei's face finally showed relief. The demonic energy had been completely purged. The yellow and green energy surrounding him turned chaotic, and the internal energy that had filled his lower dantian flowed back toward his middle dantian. Yunfei continued to circulate his energy. Thanks to the intrusion of the demonic energy, his internal power had grown significantly. He couldn't stop now. He had to keep circulating the energy to refine it further. Yanchong and Sun Weijue entered the room. Seeing Yunfei, he smiled with relief. It seemed the boy was out of danger. Sun Weijue also felt a sense of relief. I thought the vice captain was a goner. Even the doctor said there was no hope left. Yanchong spoke to Yunfei. You have the recovery speed of a monster. I've always believed in you, but for the last 2 days, every time I heard you screaming in pain, my heart felt like it was breaking. He sighed. Truly. You are an extraordinary person. Yanchong frowned. Lately, it feels like you spend more time unconscious than awake. Sun Weijue chimed in. Doesn't that just prove how fierce his battles have been? He nodded. That is true. Extremely fierce. Yanchong continued. Thinking about it, he's always mumbling complaints. But whenever there's trouble, he's the first one to charge in. He looked at Yunfei and thought, he acts indifferent to others' business, but he's always caring for us in the shadows. Yanchong closed his eyes and smiled slightly. I finally see it now. He's the type to have a sharp tongue but a heart of gold, always saying one thing but doing the complete opposite. Kong Hyo walked in and spoke up. Amitabha, how is the young master doing now? Hearing the voice, Yanchong turned and bowed respectfully. Master of the White Tiger Hall, the vice captain is doing much better. He performed a Buddhist mudra, a stroke of great fortune. Amitabha. He then voiced his curiosity. But may I ask why the master of the White Tiger Hall has come to see the vice captain? Kong Hyo listened and explained calmly. After the recent battle, this monk caught glimpses of Shaolin-style martial arts in the young man's techniques. I wanted to come and find out the source. Hearing this, Yanchong's expression changed. He saw Shaolin techniques? Does he mean the vice captain is using Shaolin martial arts? After a moment of thought, he spoke. The vice captain's martial arts do have roots in Shaolin, but it is likely just a small branch in an endless river. Kong Hyo turned his gaze toward Yunfei. From what this monk has observed, the young man's body mirrors the supreme martial arts of Shaolin. It is just that the energy he radiates differs slightly from what I know. His voice resonated throughout the room. To be more precise, no matter how much he hides his aura, the hot energy hidden within cannot be disguised. Shaolin martial arts are characterized by their stability and Buddhist breath. At this, Kong Hyo's brow furrowed. But what I sense from the young man is instability and heat, quite unlike standard Shaolin internal power. Yanchong and Wukong listened intently. Nevertheless, his martial arts still clearly contained Shaolin techniques. Yunfei continued to circulate his energy as the man spoke. He threw a punch that carried the principles of the 100-step divine fist, while his subsequent strikes carried the flair of the Arhat fist. His destructive technique was explosive, yet it held the power of the Prajna great energy. Yanchong and Sun Weijue were completely stunned. The most shocking part was his footwork, which had perfectly encapsulated the essence of the 9-petal lotus. Yanchong could hardly believe it. The 9-petal lotus? Kong Hyo added. Every technique he employs is undeniably Shaolin. Yunfei kept focusing on his internal energy, ignoring the voices around him. And the final thing that terrifies me is the young man's physical body. It looks like our temple's golden bell shield. But there is a slight difference. Sun Weijue thought to himself, the golden bell shield is the ultimate external art of the Vajra indestructible. Kong Hyo's voice continued steadily. Even if you push the iron palm technique to its absolute limit, it is impossible to block the sword aura of Wukong with your bare body. He spoke in a low voice at this moment. Using the iron palm technique to counter sword aura is unthinkable. Master Gonghui glanced at the person channeling his energy and thought, that is why I suspect it is the indestructible diamond divine art. The two others were startled upon hearing this. Diamond divine art. Master Gonghui began to explain the nature of this martial art. The diamond divine art is a martial art that has been lost, even in our own temple. The manual for this technique certainly still exists. It is just that no one can master it. He hesitated for a moment. Amitabha, what I am curious about is, before he could finish his sentence, Yunfei spoke up and interrupted him. Let me make it clear for you. Yanchong was overjoyed to hear his voice. Yunfei, are you awake? Master Gonghui watched, silently observing him. The energy of this benefactor previously felt somewhat shallow, yet now it has changed to a level where I can feel its grandeur. It wasn't like this just 2 days ago. He cautioned him carefully. If there is no satisfactory explanation, there may be interference from Shaolin. Please be careful with your response, benefactor. Yunfei stood up from where he was sitting. What is it you want to know? I will answer everything. Master Gonghui began to ask, Where is your sect located, benefactor? He replied decisively, A small sect named Quian Monday. Hearing this, he thought to himself, I have never heard of this sect, but Gonghui did not say it aloud, and instead asked another question. Then how did you learn Shaolin martial arts? Yunfei recounted, his voice slightly strained. I heard that the founder of Quian Mon once saved the life of a high-ranking Shaolin monk during a time of crisis, and to repay the favor, that high-ranking monk taught him a few skills. He asked again, cautiously, Does the benefactor happen to know the Dharma name of that Shaolin monk at the time? He replied, The records say it was Master Tuevien. He was startled to hear that name. Tuevien? Yunfei was not surprised and added, The manual of Quian Mon says exactly that. Master Tuevien. Gonghui's face showed signs of urgency. Amitabha, benefactor. Do you know when that was? Yunfei rolled his eyes, thinking for a moment. I know the history of Quian Mon spans about 700 years. Perhaps it happened around that time? Gonghui spoke in a somewhat apologetic tone. I sincerely apologize for doubting you. However, I hope you can forgive me for not being able to believe you completely just based on your side of the story. Although he said that, in his heart, he had secretly acknowledged that the name of Master Tu Vien at the time of the creation of the Diamond Divine Art matched perfectly, but to let it go based on that alone would be ridiculous. Thoughts flooded Gonghui's mind. This was no small matter, as there were up to 5 of the 72 supreme skills of Shaolin being mastered by an outsider. It could not be dismissed with just a few words. His eyes became sharp with each passing thought. The problem is that those 5 types are only what I have seen with my own eyes. I want to see the words recorded in the Quian Mon manual myself. Yunfei saw that he was still suspicious and asked point blank, So, what do you want me to do? Gonghui answered that direct question. I want to see the words recorded in the Quian Mon manual with my own eyes. Upon hearing this, he looked stern. Are you telling me to take out my sect's manual as proof? I've been showing you respect, but it seems you've crossed the line. Yanchong saw him losing his composure and warned, Yunfei, why are you being so disrespectful? He still didn't feel he was wrong. This is no longer a matter of courtesy. Brother Sung, Yunfei's gaze became firmer than ever. This is a matter concerning the dignity of our Quian Monday, a sect that has stood for 700 years. He turned to face Gonghui. White Tiger Hall Master, this is a private matter, so I will set aside my position in the Martial Arts Alliance and speak to you directly. If you are uncomfortable with that, I can resign immediately, so don't even think about using your position to pressure me. He remained silent, listening to what he said. Show the manual? Not a chance. Yunfei began to talk about his sect. Yes, Quian Mon is indeed a small, insignificant sect. At its peak, there were no more than 3 disciples. You probably find that ridiculous. His gaze pierced the other person. Currently, I am the only disciple of Quian Mon left. You are a senior. Surely you understand this, right? He asked a direct question. In your opinion, who am I? Gonghui was surprised by the question. What do you mean by that, benefactor? Yunfei's face showed arrogance, as if protecting his own treasure. It means I am the sect master of Quian Monday. Hearing that, he was silent for a moment. Seeing that silence, he added, Does the White Tiger Hall Master still not realize what you've just done? You have just insulted the sect, master of a sect. The other person remained silent, listening to Yunfei continue, asking someone to hand over their sect's manual to look at. Do you think that sounds right? He gave a dangerous smile. Conversely, I would like to ask you something. The corner of his mouth lifted, showing clear provocation. I see that Shaolin martial arts seem quite similar to our Quian Mon martial arts. So I also want to verify something. Would you be willing to show me the Shaolin manual? Hearing that, Gonghui thought to himself, how incredibly rude. He thought that in his heart, but on the surface, he still explained calmly. Benefactor, do you not know the saying that all martial arts under heaven originate from Shaolin? Even the Wudang sect, which is currently extremely prosperous, was founded by Zhang Sanfeng, who once learned Shaolin martial arts. The more he spoke, the more Gonghui showed his dissatisfaction. The origin of martial arts is clearly Shaolin, so why are you being so stubbornly argumentative? Hearing that, Yunfei still disagreed, his voice carrying a cold edge. Then has Shaolin ever told the sect leader of Wudang to show them their manual because the martial arts of both sides were similar? Upon hearing this question, Gonghui was slightly flustered, but he quickly regained his composure. Aren't those two situations completely different? Isn't it a bit of a stretch for you to equate Qian Mon with the Wudang sect? Amitabha. He laughed coldly upon hearing that. So that was it. Gonghui sighed in relief internally. He finally understood the issue. But then Yunfei added, for a sect with real power, you dare not say a word, but for a nameless sect like us, you intend to use the Shaolin reputation to crush us? Truly, Shaolin, the cradle of martial arts, the leader of the Buddhist faith, how truly upright and fair. Upon hearing this, his expression shifted instantly, and he flared with rage, unleashing his power. Are you mocking me, young man? Yunfei bowed deeply, then looked up with a sneer, channeling his strength to resist that intense pressure. Can't win with logic, so you're resorting to force? Is this what the Shaolin Temple has become? Seeing the boy remain so calm, Kong Xiao was secretly astonished. He just recovered from internal injuries. How could he withstand my lion's roar and stay completely unscathed? He closed his eyes slightly and muttered to himself. Before I was a Buddhist, I was a warrior. Yunfei did not waste words, quickly putting on his robe. You want to fight, don't you? Fine by me. Kong Xiao did not turn down the challenge. Amitabha, I've been waiting for those words. Having reached an agreement, they stepped outside. Seeing that Yan Chong remained composed, Huang Zongwei asked, Aren't you going to stop them? Hearing this, he replied, You think I could stop them? He turned and walked out. Let's go watch the show. In the courtyard, Kong Xiao and Yunfei stood facing each other, everyone watching intently, waiting for the match to begin. Deep down, the boy assessed his own abilities. His middle dantian had opened, and his internal wounds were fully healed. His face revealed his deep thoughts. No, having two dantians means my power has doubled. He looked toward his opponent. I have to test just how strong I am against this old monk. Kong Xiao, face filled with confidence, said, I'll let you make the first move, young man. Without hesitation, Yunfei unleashed a powerful punch, his fist flying naturally toward Kong Xiao. The old monk watched the incoming strike and shouted, 100-step divine fist. After the shout, his hand radiated a blinding golden light. Watching from the sidelines, Yan Chong silently assessed the move. That's the eagle claw technique, one of the most dangerous among the 72 supreme arts that Shaolin is so proud of. Kong Xiao lunged to attack the boy, his face full of arrogance. I'm coming for you! His fingertips released a stream of blue energy accompanied by a shout. One finger Zen. Yunfei countered with a punch, cursing inwardly. Damn it, what kind of great man just likes pointing his fingers around? What's with all the pointing? The energy stream was deflected by his punch. Seeing this, Kong Xiao was stunned. He can neutralize the one-finger Zen so easily? Yunfei quickly caught the old man's expression. There are plenty more surprises coming. He threw a punch forward with immense power. Kong Xiao thought to himself, I must use the Vajra Prajna divine art to its full potential to unleash the great Vajra palm. Kong Xiao easily blocked the punch with one hand. Yunfei was quite surprised by this. He blocked the thunder strike? Before he could react, his opponent lunged, landing a palm strike on Yunfei's flank. The boy's expression shifted slightly after the hit. Then he broke into a loud laugh and charged at Kong Xiao with a look of pure excitement. Keep it coming. The old monk retreated while attacking, waves of energy flying through the air. Yunfei used both hands to block the incoming blasts, laughing aloud. Kong Xiao's attacks grew faster, and the boy did his best to parry them. Yunfei lowered his hands and laughed at his opponent. Seeing this, Kong Xiao was slightly confused. For a few seconds, he was distracted, but then he launched his next move. Vajra Prajna, Divine Art. Pressing his palms together, he unleashed a palm strike brimming with pressure. The attack created a brilliant golden light. Yunfei walked through the waves of energy, stopped, closed his eyes as if meditating, then raised his hands to his head in a defensive posture. Seeing this, Kong Xiao was startled. As Yunfei had already lunged toward him, Kong Xiao hurriedly unleashed his secret technique, Great Vajra Palm. But the boy, seemingly unfazed, smashed his head straight into Kong Xiao's body. The two fighters' clash created a cloud of dust and smoke. Kong Xiao took the hit in pain, but Yunfei didn't follow up. The old monk was surprised to see him stop. Why did you stop? Yunfei stood there, rotating his wrist, looking impatient. Do you want to keep fighting? I think I've verified enough, right? Hearing that, Kong Xiao was bewildered. Verified what? After a few seconds, he realized. The Han Gong? Hearing that name, Yunfei didn't seem to care much. Yeah, that's what they say. At our Quanda Gate, we call it the Ganyu Divine Art. Kong Xiao couldn't believe his own deductions. It was impossible. Countless thoughts racing through his mind. Although Arhat Kung Fu is a basic internal cultivation method of Shaolin, even lay disciples don't bother training in it. Once they formally begin training, all warrior monks discard this method. The more he thought, the darker his face became. Yet, this boy could use Arhat Kung Fu to accumulate over 60 years of internal energy. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even in his dreams. Kong Xiao stood opposite Yun Fei with a head full of thoughts. The reactionary force when he channeled the Vajra art toward the boy's Jianjing point, the two internal energies transmitted from his fist, were undoubtedly from Shaolin. His face was deep in thought, his brows knitted slightly. It carried the pure, characteristic stability, completely unadulterated, pure to the point of feeling weightless. "Is it really Arhat Kung Fu?" he probed. Yun Fei replied confidently, "You're too suspicious." The boy's face was calm, his demeanor steady as if he had prepared thoroughly. "Just check it, you'll know." He held his hand out, a brilliant aura of light surrounding his wrist. Kong Xiao gently placed 2 fingers on his wrist to check the pulse. His eyes lit up. His pupils dilated in surprise. Internal energy flowed abundantly into Yun Fei's body without any resistance or rejection. That was the clearest proof that both energies shared the same source. He thought for a long time, realizing that Yun Fei's internal energy was so pure it made the old monk's own energy feel murky by comparison. A look of deep contemplation covered Kong Xiao's face, making others feel his inner turmoil. It was truly the aura of the Shaolin Orthodox sect. This level of purity was definitely original internal energy that hadn't been modified to increase martial power. Among the supreme internal cultivation methods of Shaolin, such clean energy can only be found in young novice monks. It perfectly matched the aura of a warrior monk who exclusively focuses on Arhat Kung Fu before choosing a distinct path. Amitabha, is this actually possible? After touching his pulse, many different hypotheses raced through his mind. If it wasn't the internal energy of the Vajra Prajna divine art required for the Vajra indestructible divine art, then there was nothing else left to argue about. Kong Hyo gently pressed his hands together in front of his chest, bowing his head with solemnity to offer his apology. "I have misunderstood. Amitabha." Yun Fei frowned, his lips curling slightly in acknowledgement. "I thought he was just a stubborn old monk, but to think he can admit his mistake so frankly, he's not as deluded as I thought." He narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze deep, as if tracing every thought swirling in his mind. Usually, those in high positions rarely admit their faults, they just make excuses to brush things off. Yun Fei smiled with satisfaction. "Hall Master of the White Tiger Hall, you truly are a real man." Kong Hyo bowed his head and smiled gently. Everyone below stared in confusion, praising a Shaolin monk as a real man. A look of satisfied amusement slowly appeared at the corner of Kong Hyo's mouth, his eyes sparkling with a subtle joy, but it didn't feel bad at all. Yun Fei also smiled, scratching his head in front of everyone. Brilliant sunlight filtered through the green canopy above, painting golden beams of light across the quiet space. Situ Kang and Vu Kang were walking through the forest under the lush trees. Situ Kang spoke grimly. "It's clear that the demonic cult has been targeting this from the very beginning." Vu Kang replied, "We've been played like puppets by their schemes. Those demonic cultists," Situ Kang conjectured, "they've been hiding and waiting for their moment for so long, they must have been sharpening their blades." Vu Kang's eyes were as deep and sharp as knife blades, making it hard for anyone to evade him. Conversely, the Murim Alliance and the 4 Black Lotuses suffered heavy losses, with both headquarters suffering surprise attacks. Situ Kang analyzed. "From what I see, it's highly likely that demonic cult spies have infiltrated both the 4 Black Lotuses and the Murim Alliance." Vu Kang remarked, "I suspected as much, which is why I asked you to handle that Scarlet Tiger Hall master." Situ Kang worried. That guy was indeed emitting demonic aura. Vu Kang added, "I had my suspicions from the start, but he kept his tracks hidden. It turns out he was just waiting for this day." Situ Kang shifted uneasily. "But now, how are we supposed to deal with the demonic cult?" Vu Kang closed his eyes tightly, looking completely helpless. Situ Kang continued, "Regardless, now that we know, we must maintain our alliance firmly." Vu Kang pondered. If they suffered any more losses, maintaining the 4 Black Lotuses would become difficult. He added, "The most important thing right now is to survive the demonic cult's attack." Situ Kang agreed. "You're right." Vu Kang asked curiously, "Is there any new news from the Murim Alliance?" He looked over to see Situ Kang with his eyes closed. "I only heard that the reinforcements from the Henan Murim Alliance are gathering and heading this way. As for the movements of the demonic cult, we probably have to wait for the beggar sect to arrive to get a clear picture." "What about the 4 Black Lotuses side?" Vu Kang replied, "I sent word to the nearby Ha-O-Man organization. We should have news sooner or later. But the fact that they could act so secretly, that both the beggar sect and Ha-O-Man were unaware, it's truly astonishing." Situ Kang thought to himself, It was absurd that the beggar sect and Ha-Oman didn't sense any movement from the demonic cult until the headquarters of the Murim Alliance and the four Black Lotuses were attacked. Normally, at least one of the two parties should have had information, even if it was late. Yet, there's been complete silence. We need information about them to form a strategy. It's so frustrating. Suddenly, Wukong asked, "What about that kid?" Situ Kang asked back in confusion. "Which kid? Who do you mean?" Wukong's expression turned slightly annoyed. "The brat with the sharp tongue." Situ Kang realized. The deputy group leader is still recovering from his injuries. Wukong scoffed. "That guy is tough. I thought he would have been crippled at the very least." Situ Kang replied, "I heard that yesterday he went into battle, encountered the demonic cult, and was hit by their demonic arts, so he's treating his internal injuries." Wukong was very surprised. "What did you say? He went into battle yesterday?" In his heart, he was even more shocked. "I landed blows strong enough to make him a cripple, and he recovered enough to fight?" Situ Kang said seriously. "He is not the type to be easily taken down." Wukong lamented. "That crazy old man, Tin Tu Diep, he really raised a monster." Situ Kang added, "But to leave behind a disciple like the deputy group leader, he has no regrets." Wukong was even more shocked by this news. "Tin Tu Diep is dead?" Situ Kang nodded in confirmation. "I heard he passed away about 2 years ago." Wukong suddenly realized. "No wonder I haven't seen any trace of him lately. If he were here now, dealing with the demonic cult would be much easier. I'm worried about facing the heavenly demon." Situ Kang continued. "Furthermore, I don't know if that heavenly demon will agree to a duel like before. Just looking at their actions now, it's completely different from the past. This is a catastrophe." After speaking, he pondered to himself. Unlike 10 years ago when they just knew how to charge in head-on, this time they split up the Murim Alliance and the four Black Lotuses, then attacked from the rear, a powerful enemy that is also cunning. Truly a headache. Scene transition to Yunfei. Yan Chong was walking and spoke up. "It's good that everything was resolved smoothly." He pondered in his heart. "It's unbelievable that someone unconscious for 2 days could wake up and immediately engage in a martial arts duel and still be perfectly fine." Master Kong Hyo of Shaolin is a figure on par with Tu Do Kwang Ko. Yunfei turned his head to glance at him. "I'm so hungry, brother." Yan Chong laughed. "Oh, look at my memory. Let's go." The group members are probably preparing things. When you were almost waking up, Master Mo went out to prepare food. They quickly arrived where the others were. As soon as they saw him, someone spoke up. "Deputy Group Leader, I am so glad you have recovered." Yunfei also smiled and replied, "Seeing you safe and sound makes me feel relieved too." He said that outwardly, but inwardly, he was filled with confusion. But why is their attitude so overly respectful? Yan Chong spoke up. "The Deputy Group Leader is very hungry now. Bring the porridge here immediately." The person immediately obeyed. The two of them led each other inside. They walked over and sat at the dining table, and soon Shui Li brought the porridge. "Eat plenty, okay?" Yunfei didn't hesitate and started eating immediately. Yan Chong suddenly stood up. "I have some business to handle. You take your time eating." After speaking, he and Shui Li went outside. The two went to where the members were standing in the yard, then asked the crowd, "Report the current situation of the Volong group." The person immediately replied, "A total of 158 people, 20 were killed in battle, 25 were injured. The current force is 113 people." Yan Chong asked, "What is the condition of those seriously injured?" The person looked a bit sorrowful. 16 people have external injuries. After stitches and good rest, they can return to the Volong group. But the other 9 lost parts of their bodies, and I'm afraid they can't fight anymore. Yan Chong thought to himself. Originally, most of the old members of the Volong group had survived. The casualties were mostly martial artists who had recently joined from the mighty Dragon Squad. After thinking for a moment, he spoke up. "I'm sure you're all aware that the demonic cult is closing in. We don't have specific orders yet, but battle is inevitable. Everyone, practice on your own today. Starting tomorrow, I'll assign specific duties." "All right, dismissed." The crowd quickly dispersed. Yan Chong stood there watching them, secretly amazed. Why are these platoons listening to me and moving so fast? Just then, someone walked up and mentioned rumors that the captain was a terrifying person. Perhaps that's why they were acting this way. He muttered to himself. "I can't exactly tell them the rumors say their boss is a war-crazed scumbag, can I?" Yan Chong was confused. "Me? Terrifying? That's so strange." He pondered to himself. "I thought I was the most humane captain in the world," to his squad members. After a moment, he said, "My apologies, Vice Captain Hoang, but I feel the new members from the mighty Dragon Squad haven't quite adapted yet. The man bowed his head. That is my shortcoming, Captain, he thought to himself. When they first joined the Dragon Martial Squad, I looked down on them because of their background. But during the battle, I was shocked to find they were far more excellent than us. And Captain Yan Chong, who is rumored to be the biggest fool under the heavens, turns out to possess martial prowess far different from the rumors. The Dragon Martial Squad, in short, is a gathering of monsters. Yan Chong looked at him seriously. Vice Captain Huang, I'm not trying to compare who is stronger or weaker. I'm saying that to improve the Dragon Martial Squad's combat effectiveness, we must coordinate perfectly first. Only through unity can we defeat strong enemies, Sun Weijue said calmly. With all due respect, I understand. The martial artists from the Mighty Dragon Squad aren't used to the Dragon Martial Squad's training style. I hope the captain will guide them more. Yan Chong's gaze drifted away, his face showing contemplation. His personality is so generous, he's truly lucky. Just then, Yunfei stepped out of the room, and Yan Chong reminded him, Why don't you rest a little longer? He replied, I'm fine. He looked down, lost in thought, his face showing clear concern. Wait, I've only just cleared my head. What exactly happened? Yan Chong explained that the demonic cult had invaded the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance and the Four Black Lotuses, so the war between righteous and evil factions had temporarily paused. Her eyes went wide, and her eyelashes fluttered in surprise. The demonic cult? Yan Chong recounted that the martial artist who attacked him the other day had used demonic arts. Tu Thu Vu, who once served as the White Tiger Hall Master, had witnessed it. Yunfei brought a hand to his chin, thinking, The demonic cult, huh? Do you have your own plans? Brother, can I go out for a moment? Yan Chong was stunned. Hey, don't tell me. He felt restless. She was always talking about quitting. He wondered if she was planning to sneak off now. Yunfei dismissed the suspicion. It's not like that. I'm just planning to deposit some money at the bank. Yan Chong didn't understand the bank part. She patted her chest decisively, her eyes shining with absolute self-confidence. I want to deposit the money I've saved up all this time. Fighting like this is too nerve-wracking. If I don't deposit it, I won't have peace of mind. Thinking of losing it made her scowl. It was a huge sum, 2 whole taels of silver. If she messed up and lost it, she'd just be giving it away to someone else. She had to deposit it right away. Yan Chong agreed. All right, go ahead. Yunfei added, and if it's on the way, I'll buy plenty of supplies to treat the whole squad, she declared firmly. I'll also hire a cart to bring it back. Since it's someone else's money, I should be generous for once. Sun Weijue gave a thumbs up, signaling his approval of her actions. As expected, the deputy captain is a person who knows how to enjoy the flair of a real man. He thought to himself, ever since the war started, we haven't rested properly. Forget liquor, we haven't even had a decent cup of tea. Thanks to the deputy captain, the brothers are finally going to get a treat. Yunfei said decisively, I'm off then. Yan Chong added, if anyone asks, I'll just say you went on patrol. With that, she turned and left. Yan Chong felt much more at ease knowing she was around. Sun Weijue replied, I feel the same. The small house nestled under the shade of green trees, the gentle sunlight spilling onto the tiled roof, and the light breeze swaying the leaves. The houses stretched out along the small, winding alleys of Duangbin district. The scene shifted to the Galaxy Bank. Yunfei stood in front of the store. The demon eye was guarding the entrance. He spoke, How can I help you, customer? Yunfei replied, I'm here to make a deposit. The demon eye's expression didn't change. Please, step inside. Someone will advise you shortly. Yunfei stepped into the courtyard. Many people were bustling about, but a leaf drifted freely in the wind. Thondo bowed respectfully. Thank you for trusting Tian Trang Bank. How can I help you? She looked tense and solemn. I want to deposit money and have a few requests. And Thondo continued to gather information. How much are you planning to deposit? She replied, About 2,000 taels of silver. He was stunned and frozen for a moment. He looked at her in disbelief. She looked like a guard, yet she possessed such a massive amount of money. Thondu's tone became respectful. Please, come into the guest room. Yunfei was invited into a luxurious room. The staff bowed respectfully. Please, sit. She sat down gently. The staff continued to gather information. Please provide your name, place of residence, and age, and present your identification tag to verify your identity. If you do not have a tag, please provide equivalent proof. She presented a tag with a lion's head, engraving, My name is Yunfei, 21 years old, from Kunkot. The clerk picked up a pen. Please state the amount you wish to deposit. She reached into her clothes. Let me double check. A pile of gold and silver was stacked up before her. The gold bars and coins sparkled, reflecting the brilliant light. The clerk saw this and was immediately stunned. Yunfei picked up a stack of papers and read them carefully. The additional earnings were 2,232 taels of silver. She pushed everything toward the clerk. "I'm depositing 2,000 taels." She furrowed her brow in worry, tucking the documents back into her clothes. The clerk had pulled the gold and silver toward himself to count it. He said he had received 2,000 taels of silver, and if she withdrew the money within 3 months, they would deduct 5% in interest. The clerk explained further. "The service fee will be 12 taels of silver, and when withdrawing, you need to provide notice at least 2 days in advance." Yunfei listened attentively as the clerk explained each detail and took note of the instructions. "If I haven't come to collect the money after 5 months, please transfer it to the Yunshui Festival or the town council at the Quanxing Inn in Gonggu. Please add a note telling them to withdraw all the money I deposited at the Huanglong Bank as well." The clerk put down his pen. "There will be additional fees for this service. Since that includes the fee for finding the person, you'll need to pay an extra 15 silver coins. If you come back to withdraw early before the deadline, we'll refund those 15 coins to you. Of course, if you withdraw within 3 months, you'll only get 3 coins back. Do we have a deal?" Yunfei agrees. "Excellent." The clerk stands up and asks for permission to leave. "Please wait a moment. I'll go draft the contract right away." He thinks to himself, "If something happens to me, at least with these silver coins, my mother and little brother will be well taken care of." The clerk returns with a stack of documents. He presents various forms. There is a paper with many boxes that need to be stamped. The clerk instructs, "Please press your handprint here." Full of anticipation, Yunfei dips his entire hand into the ink. He presses his full handprint in the middle of the paper. His brows furrow, his gaze deep and serious. The clerk checks the documents one last time. "Everything is done. Thank you for using the services of Galaxy Money House." Yunfei stands up and bows. "Thank you for your hard work." The clerk bows deeply to him. He turns and walks away. Outside the door, the mysterious figure also bows respectfully. "Safe travels to you." He walks leisurely out onto the street. People are bustling about, and the atmosphere is peaceful. Walking through the crowd, he thinks to himself, "This place is so lively, nothing like that gloomy supply outpost." Yunfei laments his fate. "Damn it, I should be living in places like this, but instead, I keep getting dragged into fights until I'm beaten to a pulp." He looks up at the sky. At least he managed to salvage some money. Otherwise, he would be frustrated to death. He strolls through the street. Time to find some food for the brothers of the Dragon Martial Corps. His mind is filled with various thoughts. First being beef jerky, because if he buys fresh meat to grill himself, it'll be a bit of a hassle. He glances to the side. Yunfei walks slowly down the crowded street, his eyes constantly scanning. If he wants to buy liquor, he'll have to find an inn. He has already spotted his target. Walking inside, someone bows at a 90-degree angle respectfully. "Welcome, valued customer." He gets straight to the point. "I want to buy some bamboo leaf green liquor and some high-quality beef jerky." The attendant asks, "How much do you need, sir?" He begins ordering. "Give me 5 large jars of bamboo leaf green, a bottle of 5-grain spirit, and 20 caddies of beef jerky." The attendant is startled. "That much?" Yunfei keeps his rich guy persona. "How much is the total?" The attendant is so happy that he miscalculates. "That comes to 62 silver coins, sir. Please pay in advance." He calmly reaches into his pocket and pulls out the money. "Here." A handful of silver and gold is offered. The attendant takes it to the shop owner. The owner picks up each ingot to test it. Yunfei requests, "I need a carriage to return." "Of course, I will pay an extra fee." The shop owner replies, "Just pay 1 more silver coin and we will deliver everything to your destination." He quickly offers the money. The owner takes it swiftly, beaming with joy. "Please, have a seat and wait a moment." He wears a satisfied smile. "We will get everything ready immediately." The owner happily reminds the attendant, "Why aren't you bringing the liquor and snacks over? What are you still standing there for?" The attendant is flustered. "Ah, right away." Yunfei sits at the table acting completely normal, but the more he observes, the more he senses a strange, hard-to-describe feeling. He frowns, sensing this aura. He cautiously glances over. The mysterious man is calmly raising his wine cup, taking slow, small sips. Every movement is deliberate, exuding a sense of composure. Yunfei narrows his eyes, looking at the other person with suspicion. The mysterious man's demonic aura coldly walks past the counter to pay. Yunfei sits there, holding his breath, watching as an invisible killing intent radiates from the mysterious man, making the surrounding air heavy. Yunfei frowns, his expression turning serious as that aura brushes past his senses. A sinister smile appears on the mysterious man's lips. Yunfei feels extremely uncomfortable. It's that damn thing again. The guy approaches the counter with an icy expression. How much? The owner says warmly. It's 63 silver coins, sir. He slams the money onto the table hard and leaves. Meanwhile, Yunfei is irritated because, thanks to this demonic aura, he had to lie on the boundary between life and death for 2 whole days. And now you're using it to provoke me? The discomfort creeps into his mind like a thorn stuck in his throat. Not too sharp, but enough to make one unable to feel at ease. I can't take this anymore. The mysterious man walks out of the shop, and Yunfei follows silently right behind him. He speaks in an icy cold tone. Hey, stop right there. The man keeps walking as if nothing happened. Yunfei shouts loudly. You in the black clothes. Stop before I break your legs. Do you hear me? The man's footsteps suddenly halt. He turns around, eyes sharp, his body emitting a powerful murderous intent. Are you talking to me? Yunfei is firm. Who else would I be talking to? You brat? Are you deaf? I called you, didn't you hear me? The shop owner and the attendant stand frozen in place, coming out to see what's happening that has the two of them shouting at each other. The mysterious man looks at him with contempt. This kid has some nerve. If he wants to show off, he should at least see who his opponent is. Yunfei's tone is equally challenging. Who are you to be so arrogant? As far as I can see, you're just a small fry. In the man's eyes, there is undisguised disdain, as if he is looking at someone far weaker than himself. Looking at you, you're probably just a lowly guard. You wouldn't even rank among low-level soldiers, the man says dismissively. I don't have time to entertain someone as petty as you, so if you know what's good for you and apologize, I'll forgive you. Yunfei chuckles coldly. Huh, you were the one who started it first. He curls his lip in a challenge, completely disregarding the other person's warning. Since you started it, that means you want to fight, right? Why are you suddenly getting cold feet now that we're about to actually fight? The mysterious man is furious. You bastard. I'll kill you. Yunfei squints, slightly bowing his head in a threatening gesture. Stop rolling your eyes to scare people. Just bring it on. You fool. Without waiting for him to react, the man explodes in speed, tearing through the wind with a fierce attack. Die, you brat. He pushes out a powerful palm. At the moment of impact, the contact point instantly radiates a brilliant light. The attack power ripples outward, making the whole space shine bright. The mysterious man thinks to himself, damn, I should have hidden my identity, but since I'm too angry, I overdid it. He frowns and channels more force, surprised that the guy who claimed to know martial arts didn't even react and just took the hit. He closes his eyes and tries to channel his power one more time. Damn it, the recoil I feel from my hand is terrible. Hitting a piece of meat would probably have more recoil than this. Yunfei's voice rings out, making the man stand frozen in surprise. What are you doing? He stands there completely unfazed, making the mysterious man's eyes widen as he instinctively freezes. A punch flies toward him like lightning, aimed straight at his face. The man clutches his face and steps back. A low groan escapes his lips as he shields his face with a pained expression. This guy. In that moment, Yunfei lowers his center of gravity and suddenly accelerates, his figure lunging forward, moving so fast that he left only a faint blur behind. You idiot! Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his fist toward the other man's face with terrifying speed, trailing ribbons of white light amidst a surge of golden energy, power that seemed to pierce through space itself. Yunfei calmly tapped him on the head. Sorry about that. My pressure point technique is a bit rusty. Just pass out. It'll save us both some trouble. The captain's eyes narrowed, a flash of danger in his gaze, before he staggered and collapsed. Yunfei acted solicitous, but he was calculating something else. You must be exhausted after waking up, right? He raised his fist again. Let me add one more hit to your dantian. That way, you won't have the strength to cause trouble when you wake up. The punch landed like a thunderbolt on his face, sending blood spraying from his mouth. The waiter asked worriedly, Is he dead? Yunfei stood with his hands on his hips. Calm. He's still alive. He was just being a brat, so I'm teaching him a lesson. He turned and asked as if nothing had happened. Is all the cargo loaded yet? The waiter wiped his sweat. Yes, sir. He turned away decisively. Then let's go. What are you standing there for? The carriage, loaded with the supplies he needed, sped down the road. Yunfei ruthlessly threw the captain onto the carriage. He said coldly, Let's move. The carriage wheels began to roll. The waiter bowed deeply. Have a safe trip, sir. Yunfei generously tossed a silver ingot. Take that, and buy yourself something good to eat. The waiter held the shimmering silver, unable to believe his eyes. He bowed at a 90-degree angle, overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you, sir. Yunfei thought to himself that seeing that kid reminded him of his younger brother back home. The carriage moved forward through the bustling streets. The carriage rolled slowly along the trail, passing through a quiet forest. The captain's body shook on the back of the carriage as he slowly opened his eyes, his expression still dazed and confused, as if he hadn't realized what had happened yet. As the carriage rolled on, his body shuddered. He looked up, seeing only a patch of blue sky through the lush trees. How did the scenery change so suddenly? He wondered in a panic. Why am I being tossed on a carriage like a pile of goods? The captain sat up, sore, and peeked toward the front of the carriage, seeing a familiar figure. His eyes widened in shock. That guy is? He muttered to himself, clearly shaken. He had hit him with his black killing palm. How could he be perfectly fine? By all rights, that strike should have caused his muscles to cramp and his blood to flow backward. He tapped his head in confusion. He couldn't understand what kind of freak this guy was. The captain calmed down, deciding to check his body's condition first. He sat cross-legged, eyes closed, chi flowing through his meridians, spiritual energy swirling around him like invisible ripples. He began to check every part of his body. His dantian and the meridians connected to the extraordinary vessels were all sealed tightly by a strange, inner energy. His face twisted in a grimace. If that inner energy didn't dissipate on its own over time, there was probably no way to break it. The captain felt helpless. What technique did he use to seal his pressure points? Yunfei said casually, "So, you're awake, Captain." With his usual provocative tone, he added, "Do you really think you'll be safe after doing all this?" Yunfei frowned. "I think you should be more worried about yourself than me." The captain panicked. "What was that?" Yunfei asked. "You're with the demonic cult, aren't you?" The captain hung his head. "How does this guy know about that?" Yunfei demanded an answer. "You are from the demonic cult, aren't you?" The captain wondered. "Who are you?" Yunfei retorted. "I asked you first." The captain asked in return. "Judging by your clothes, you're a guard from the Murim Alliance, right?" Yunfei announced. "Stop the carriage for a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, the carriage came to a halt. He stepped down, his expression looking quite dark. He walked up to the other man and said, "It seems we can't talk this out with words. At times like this, we should talk with our fists, don't you think?" The other man sneered. "Don't even think about using torture on me." A cold, mocking smile played on his lips. "I've been trained to deal with every kind of torture." Yunfei remained unfazed. "Is that so?" He grabbed the man by the collar and hauled him off the carriage. As he dragged him away, he called out to the carriage driver, "Brother, take a break here for a moment." He quickly pulled him to a tree and threw him against the trunk. The young man smiled confidently. "Do whatever you want." Yunfei huffed. "I suggest you start talking now. It would be better for you." The man remained stubborn. "No matter what you do, you won't get a single word out of me." Deep down, he was confident, thinking he had mastered a secret technique to suppress pain so he wouldn't feel the ordinary kind. Yunfei clenched his fist. "In that case, let's begin." Yunfei delivered a sharp punch to the captain's face. Blood immediately sprayed from his mouth, and a front tooth flew out with the impact. Yet, the captain just squeezed his eyes shut and smirked. Facing that smile, Yunfei frowned, clearly puzzled. "You're smiling?" Despite the blood running from his nose, the captain sneered defiantly. "Keep going. In the end, you'll be the one exhausted, standing before someone so eccentric." Yunfei thought, "I think I understand how people felt when I smiled at them while they were hitting me." Pushing those thoughts aside, he smiled faintly. "We'll see about that. I'm going to make you feel pain that cuts down to the marrow." As he finished speaking, he wore a cruel smile. This pain would spread to the tiniest nerves, fine as threads. Immediately, a powerful strike landed on the captain's chest before he could even think. His eyes widened in shock. A searing pain surged through him, making his internal organs churn. The captain screamed in agony, his eyes bulging with ferocity. He staggered and clutched his chest, feeling as if 10,000 needles were piercing his body. Shivering, he groaned in pain, then looked up and yelled, "It hurts! I'm going to die!" Seeing this, Yunfei smiled triumphantly. "It's only just started. Why are you like this already?" The captain clutched his head and groaned. "No, stop." Yunfei stood with his hands on his hips, watching his struggle. "What's wrong? Didn't you say you could take it?" Now, the captain was terrified. He hurriedly waved his hands. Don't do that again. I'll tell you everything, everything." But it seemed Yunfei wasn't ready to let him off. "Not yet. We've only just begun," he begged frantically. "I'll talk. I said I'd talk." Yunfei shook his finger, showing no room for negotiation. "No, keep going." The captain, now terrified, clasped his hands and surrendered. "All right. I'm from the demonic cult. My name is Hu Xiangdo." With tears streaming down his face, he added, "I'll tell you everything, so please, just ask me anything. Please, I'm begging you, just stop." He hurriedly knelt down and pleaded. Come on, I expected more from someone who claimed to be so tough. Xiangtou closed his eyes, bracing himself. I was wrong. Please, have mercy and forgive me. Seeing this, Yunfei decided not to give him any more trouble. All right, forget it. Let's go. But Xiangtou continued to insist. Please, ask me anything, whether it's about my subordinates or the hierarchy of the demonic cult. Yunfei heard this and crossed his arms, acting uninterested. Fine. Do I look like I have the time to ask about such tedious things? Xiangtou was confused. Wait, but a moment ago you told me to spill everything. Yunfei frowned and looked at him. You already spilled everything, didn't you? At this point, Xiangtou's eyes widened in surprise. Yunfei had to patiently repeat. You said you're with the demonic cult, right? Yes, that is correct. I belong to the demonic cult. Yunfei then explained to him. Then that's it. That's all I wanted to know. He let out a sigh. He had gone through all the trouble of capturing a guy, and if it turned out he wasn't from the demonic cult, he would have felt like such a fool. Xiangtou's jaw dropped in disbelief at his reply. Seeing this, Yunfei scolded him. So, if you had just answered when I asked in the first place, wouldn't it have been better for both of us? Xiangtou cursed silently to himself. Damn it. Was it really just because of that? Then, Yunfei turned to him and said, Let's go. As Xiangtou tried to stand up, his legs trembled as soon as they touched the ground. Immediately after, Xiangtou stumbled, his body swaying unsteadily. He crashed to the ground, gritting his teeth in agony. Seeing his pathetic state, Yunfei was surprised. Was it really that bad? You're already unable to crawl after only that much of a beating? Xiangtou couldn't hide his resentment. Why would he call that only that much? It was clearly painful enough to feel like his body was being torn apart. Yunfei then grabbed him from behind and hoisted him up with one hand. What a hassle. He tossed the guy straight onto the carriage. Xiangtou could only let out a painful groan. Yunfei hopped up to sit next to the driver and gave the signal. Let's go. The wheels rattled along the dirt road, and the silhouette of the carriage soon left the trail. High above, the bright sun illuminated the entire forest. Arriving at the main gate, the disciples were standing guard. Seeing the carriage, they immediately recognized that the deputy commander of the Wulong troop was returning. The wheels came to a stop, and the startled eyes of the brothers fixed on the back of the carriage. When they saw Xiangtou, dressed in black, lying motionless there, everyone wondered, why did you bring a corpse back here? Everyone's minds were immediately filled with annoyance. They were already exhausted from cleaning up the corpses scattered at the Nguyen Tin Pass. Hearing this, Yunfei quickly explained, he's still alive, so don't worry. This guy is from the demonic cult. I went down to the village and captured him. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes went wide. The demonic cult? Yunfei helped Xiangtou up and gave orders. First, tie him up securely and report to the superiors. That will do. With that, he tossed the guy aside without mercy. I've already disciplined him properly, so he'll answer whatever you ask honestly. Then he went back to fetch a jar of wine and some side dishes. Consider this a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Oh my, such valuable items. The brothers hurriedly bowed and thanked him profusely. Thank you so much, sir. We will definitely enjoy it. You all have worked hard. The sound of sizzling food behind his back continued. What a good guy. I thought a high-level expert would have a terrible temper and be rude, but he's so incredibly kind. Someone exclaimed. If all the high-ranking noble figures were like him, it would be so wonderful. Then the brothers urged each other, oh, now isn't the time for chatting. Hurry up and hide the wine and food, and let's go make our report first. Inside the dungeon, Xiangtou was tied up tight, hands still not fully conscious. The fire crackled in the furnace in front of Xiangtou. A burly jailer and another disciple were watching him closely. A gleam of excitement appeared in the jailer's eyes. Is he from the demonic cult? It's been so long since I've had a chance to limber up. He turned and ordered for him to be woken up. A bucket of water was splashed directly onto Xiangtou without mercy. He hurriedly opened his eyes in surprise. Seeing he was awake, the jailer smirked. You demonic cult guy, I don't know how long you'll hold out, but whenever you want to talk, just say the word. Xiangtou shouted. Just ask me anything. I'll spill everything, every last detail. Seeming afraid the other party wouldn't believe him, he added, I'll even confess about my ancestors up to the 18th generation, so please, hurry and ask. The jailer was surprised. What? Are you really from the demonic cult? Yes. My name is Hu Xiangtou, 37 years old this year. I was born in Guangyang County, Shanxi. At 22, I was led astray by some friends and joined the demonic cult. Hearing this, the jailer's eyes bulged in shock. Seeing him silent, Xiangtou hurriedly urged, hurry up and ask. Are you messing with me, you punk? Then the jailer shouted, I'm going to make you taste all 108 types of torture that I know. Outside the base, everyone was gathering by Yunfei's carriage. Yanchong couldn't hide his surprise. What is this? Yunfei laughed lightly and replied, I bought some Jucheng Ye wine and meat. You've all worked hard. At the very least, we should have enough wine to drink to our heart's content. Hearing this, Yanchong was skeptical. Why are you suddenly so generous? If others smelled it and came looking, at least we should offer them a drink or two before sending them off. Yanchong put on a knowing face. This must have cost quite a bit, right? Yunfei didn't hide it. If I'm going to spend, I have to spend properly. Seeing him like this, Yanchong felt happy for him. Wow. The more I get to know you, the more wonderful you seem. Yunfei shouted to everyone. All right, everyone. Prepare to grill the meat. Clear a spot. Behind him, the brothers couldn't hide their excitement as they lit the campfire. In the warm glow of the fire, everyone gathered in small groups to enjoy the food. The meat sizzled on the grill, emitting a fragrant aroma. The brothers raised their cups together, laughing and talking boisterously. Suddenly, Yanchong stood up and shouted, The battle with the evil Black Lotus has ended, but from now on, the battle with the demonic cult begins. The Guianglong Troop and the Wulong Troop are now unified as one under the name Wulong Troop. Yanchong yelled loudly to all the brothers. In the future, we will have to face even more dangerous battles. From tomorrow, we will begin training in earnest. Under the watchful eyes of all the brothers, he shouted, We must win in the war against the demonic cult and restore justice to the martial arts world. The whole base echoed with their unison shout. For the martial arts world, cheers. Yanchong raised his cup high and drained it. The brothers, seeing this, quickly raised their cups as if to clearly show their determination. Everyone began to enjoy the meat that Yunfei had brought. Seeing this, the brothers quickly raised their glasses as if to show their resolve. Everyone started to enjoy the meat that Yunfei had brought back. Someone exclaimed that it was as sweet as honey, melting right on the tongue. Yunfei also took a slow taste. Zixia asked, Brother Ling, are you feeling better? This body of yours is quite sturdy, after all. Hearing this, Zixia teased, I thought you were done for, Brother Ling? Then she turned to Shui Li. Shui Li, help me slice some meat. The meat was sliced with ease. Shui Li brought the neatly cut plate of meat over to Yunfei and offered it to him. Yunfei politely replied, Thank you. Having said that, he noticed, You seem more beautiful than before lately, haven't you? Is there something happy going on? Zixia smiled upon hearing this. Shui Li is just in the prime of her youth these days. Prime of her youth, my foot, Zixia said bluntly, without hiding anything. She and Master Mo have a sketchy relationship going on. Yunfei nodded in realization. No wonder the complexion of the Grandmaster Mo Trang Nguyen Not has been so good lately. So that's the reason, huh? He then raised his glass and finished his drink. Some are busy with romance, while others have to fight life and death battles. Suddenly, a loud shout cut through the air. What the hell do you people think you're doing? Alliance leader Situ Kang and sect leader Vu Kang appeared out of nowhere. Everyone hurriedly stood up to greet the alliance leader. Yunfei smirked, looking provocative. Everyone was tense, silently praying in their hearts. Seeing this, Situ Kang shouted, That look on your face, no one dared to move. We're done for. Situ Kang stepped forward and questioned, Are you all even in your right minds? How dare you? Then he shouted loudly, How dare you leave me behind to drink alone? Vu Kang, standing beside him, was stunned. What? The brothers couldn't hide their surprise either. Yunfei stepped forward and said, We knew you would come, so we already prepared for it. Situ Kang was surprised. You knew? Yunfei acted as if he understood everything. Setting other things aside, how could the alliance leader not smell such fragrant wine and meat? Well, that goes without saying. He gestured for them to sit. Alliance leader, please have a seat. We have already prepared 5-grain wine to welcome you. Situ Kang couldn't hide his surprise. 5-grain wine? You managed to get your hands on that precious liquor? Yunfei smirked. Since it's for the alliance leader to enjoy, of course we had to prepare the best. Hearing that, his expression softened. Thank you all. Then Situ Kang turned to Vu Kang. Sect leader, please sit down too. As he sat, he explained, The sect leader said he wanted to see you. So I came along with him. Yunfei was stunned to hear this. See me? He turned to Vu Kang and challenged, Are you curious to know if I'm still alive or dead, so you came here? Vu Kang also expressed his surprise. The injury back then must have been very serious. And yet, you've recovered like this? It's just because my, Yunfei's, recovery ability is quite good. Vu Kang couldn't hide the admiration in his heart. It had only been a few days, yet the guy was completely different. He had grown stronger. Vu Kang glanced at Yunfei admiringly. This is the first time I've seen someone progress at such a dizzying speed. Yunfei modestly replied, "You are too kind, sect leader." Raising his glass, Wukong asked casually, "Why don't you seem like your usual self? Is it because you're missing a few curses?" Yunfei laughed bitterly. "That was only because we were acting like enemies before. That's why I behaved that way." Then he shyly scratched his head. In a life-or-death situation, when life is so fragile, one must at least curse to their heart's content before dying. That way, one won't feel so bitter when closing their eyes for the last time, right? Wukong spoke up. "True, you're not wrong." Then he turned to ask about the question he'd had for so long, which was more important. "I have something I want to ask you. Is it true that your master has passed away?" Hearing that, Yunfei lowered his voice. "Yes." Wukong looked up, looking thoughtful. What a hollow ending. After leaving people in such a miserable state, he just wiped his hands and left so easily. Both sides fell into silence. The shock and humiliation I received from the cursed Thui Diep. Even though 10 years have passed, I still cannot forget. He glanced at Yunfei, but upon hearing the news that an arch-nemesis like the cursed Thui Diep was dead, the feeling in his heart was truly strange. Wukong looked down at the wineglass in his hand. I had to put in so much effort to defeat him. Now that the goal is gone, I just feel incredibly empty. Then he raised his glass. "A toast to your master?" Wukong and Yunfei tilted their heads and finished their drinks. Situ Kang exclaimed that the two of them worked well together. Wukong also didn't spare the praise. "This kid looks exactly like his master." "I think so too." Hearing this, Yunfei hurriedly retorted, "How am I like him? I'm much more handsome than him." Wukong picked up a piece of meat and replied, "Even your looks are the same." "You brat! Stop it. There's no way that's true." Wukong looked at him closely. 10 years ago he wasn't this old. He looked quite dashing. Yunfei was surprised. "Master? Me?" Seeing that, Situ Kang took the opportunity to show off. "Listen, kid, when I was young, I was very handsome too. Of course, even now, my beauty is still very seasoned and mature." Yunfei bowed his head and smiled. "Focus on your drinking." Situ Kang hurriedly chimed in. "All right, let's drink. Everyone, raise your glasses." Suddenly, Situ Kang reflected, "But it's truly worrying. We have absolutely no intelligence on the movements of the demonic cult." Yunfei quickly looked up. "Have you managed to extract anything from the captive?" Situ Kang reported. "Not yet. He seems to be extremely stubborn, even though we sent in interrogation experts. I heard he only mutters nonsense." Hearing this, Yunfei frowned. "How can that be? I already gave him a lesson. He should have obediently confessed, right?" Situ Kang was suspicious. "A lesson? What do you mean?" Yunfei replied, "The cultist wouldn't answer my questions, so I personally gave him a little lesson. He pleaded and begged, saying he would confess everything. But Situ Kang clearly didn't think things would go that smoothly. That's not it. I heard he's as stubborn as a mule." Saying that, he looked at him calmly. "It seems he only talks nonsense and doesn't give proper answers to the questions. Did he say his mission was to wipe out all the beggars in Duangbin County?" Yunfei thought for a moment. "It seems that's right. When I went out to buy wine, I really didn't see a single beggar anywhere." But Situ Kang immediately dismissed it. Nonsense. Would the demonic cult really have nothing better to do than wipe out beggars? Seeming to realize something, his face became tense. "Is that true?" Yunfei rubbed his chin and thought. "Not a single beggar. I went to the market to check, but I absolutely didn't see a single beggar." Hearing this, Situ Kang confirmed the news blackout. Then he shared his theory. The demonic cult's goal is to block all information. Hearing this, Yunfei suddenly realized the truth. Du Kang continued. "I kept wondering why the beggar sect lost track of the demonic cult's movements. It turns out, those demons wiped out every beggar they could find." He hurriedly stood up. "I have to step away for a bit, but make sure to save some food and wine for me." Yunfei turned to watch him leave. "You can count on it." The brothers in the camp were still drinking and feasting. Seeing the lively atmosphere, Wukong thought to himself, even though their bodies and spirits were exhausted from the war, their faces still looked so bright. He looked over at Yunfei. Could this atmosphere be thanks to that kid? Yunfei was still eating heartily, and you could feel that they genuinely trusted him and were willing to follow his lead. Wukong quietly raised his cup. To have such a subordinate, the alliance leader is truly lucky. Yunfei didn't seem to notice his gaze, but the old alliance leader suddenly disappeared. If there was something that needed doing, he could have just ordered his subordinates to take care of it. A while later, Du Kang returned and sat down next to Wukong. Seeing this, Wukong turned and asked, "Where on earth did you go in such a rush?" Du Kang replied, I just went to order the experts to trap every single word that demonic cultist says. Yunfei listened while stuffing his face. If that kid had taken action, the guy was probably beaten to a pulp by now. Dukang continued, that guy isn't just good at cursing, he's also incredibly skilled at beating people up. Wu Kang laughed and joined in. He really is someone worth having on our side. Yeah,